We are here not to talk politics. We are here to present a future to you. A future of a country that is so rich, endowed, and highly populated, very dynamic, unique in its culture, unique in our tradition, unique in our ethnicity. Country, we determine that we make our prosperity possible if only we use that God-given opportunity of diversity for prosperity of Nigerians. We're sure to do that. That is where I'm standing here to assure you. We're endowed. We can do it. We are not poor in knowledge. We are not poor in human resources. We are not poor in capital resources. We're only poor in management and leadership. And that is why I ran for president, to help all of us mold the soul of our country in the right direction. You care where you come from. It's the only country that you and I have. Whatever you experience here, I've gone through it. You're not new. I've been a guardsman, I've been a tutor, and I was a brilliant student. I know that. No semester that I missed the dean's list. I joined Deloitte, one of the biggest accounting firms, trained me. And my first question is, do you have branches in Nigeria? And they said, we have a lot of clients that will take you if you want to go home. And I started winding my way back until I got to ExxonMobil. With ExxonMobil, I was a very successful accountant, auditor general, treasurer, and then venture into politics with a can-do attitude. You can do it. Don't be despondent in any form, any way. What do we need? A change of mindset that honest work for honest day, honest hours work will pay off eventually. Be determined, be strong. Nigeria is ready to accommodate many. We partner with India, we partner with Canada, we partner with Germany. What is lacking is that we are eating some of our dinners early. We are not producing enough to even export. It's a matter of good thinking and good planning. These people that I mentioned would not have been successful as they are if they didn't think, question, do it right. If they prefer to cut corners, they won't be as successful to even own a private jet that brought them here. I salute all of you. But right now, we are not producing. We are not manufacturing enough. What is the shame? We have a lot of animals and cows. We are not tendering and given vet opportunity to do ranching and invest in ordinary dairy to give food to our children. That is not how to plan. We are going to change that in this government. We are going to be net exporters of food, dairy, and others. We should be. We have the resources.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello. There was no happy ending for President Bola Tinubu when he visited New York City to address the United Nations General Assembly. The much talked about meeting with President Joe Biden did not happen. Tinubu's minor irritation at Chicago State University did not go away. Instead, it expanded. On Monday, Atiku and Tinubu's lawyers will resume the fight in a U.S. court over Tinubu's academic records. Tinubu has been sending in more and more lawyers to argue that he will bear severe irreparable harm if the university releases his records. Atiku's spokesman says that Nigerians will be shocked over Tinubu's records. Really? Tinubu left New York, the greatest city in the world, more diminished than he was when he came in, which made it more appropriate to stop over in Paris, France, for a medical checkup. At this rate, it is safe to assume that President Bola Tinubu changes his oil every 100 days. At home, things were not any better. The Naira-dollar exchange rate crossed the 1,000 Naira to a dollar mark for the first time in history. News reports say that the Nigerian government paid 169.4 billion Naira in oil subsidy in August. This is the same subsidy that Bola Tinubu told the world at the United Nations that he removed on his first day as president. Have things bottomed out? Will it get worse before it gets better? The horrific nature of the death of 27-year-old musician Mohbad brought Nigerian youths onto the street. What if they don't go back inside? Join us on Have Your Say 247 as we discuss this and all other news. I am Rudolph Okonkwo, your host. All right, welcome guys. It's Saturday, September the 23rd, 2023, and I'm here in New York City. Hope you are happy and you are doing well where you are. Welcome to the show, Mr. James.
Yeah, thank you.
Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, Paul, I understand that you are in King Charles village.
Yeah, I mean, Mama Charlie's Kingdom.
Yeah, in Manchester. Thank you for joining us. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Paul, we went from wearing a singlet every day, every night to wearing a rigambo.
My brother, since I did ready fall every day. The reason why I not sleep for Arizona.
It's been 100 degrees for the past 3 months here, straight, every day.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right. So today we have a lot as usual, and at 1 p.m. we have Prince Adebayo is joining us at 1 p.m. To analyze the state of the nation with us. So it will be a conversation, and I encourage everybody to join when if you can. You ask some questions. Now, let me start by mentioning some things not mentioned in the intro that I read out a few minutes ago. We are going to talk about Kano State, the crisis over there. We know that the governor, Yusuf, was kicked out by the tribunal, which was really a shocker for those who have been following the tribunal. And in Enugu, they returned Pitamba. So at this point, Obie and
Doctor, sorry, is a shocker for Obie only and only.
Obie and his people, they have no home anywhere in the country. So all the noise they made throughout the election, zero. They have nothing. So we're going to add that to the conversation. Of course, Obasanjo is in the news. The wife or the former wife, we don't know what the relationship is taking on Obasanjo, essentially bringing him to size, saying that Obasanjo is a problem of Nigeria. And if you look back at the role Obasanjo has played in the country, maybe she's right. We'll talk about that.
100% agree with her. 100%. 200%.
So, and of course, Atiku, if what is happening in Chicago, if at the end it leads to something very significant, maybe that will be the biggest contribution that Atiku made to Nigeria. So we talk about this is case in Chicago and how it's going. At this point, Tinubu is in Paris, France, by all indications, taking care of himself before he returns to Nigeria, where the Nigerian currency continues to lose value, and the oil subsidy is back from all the reports we're getting. So we start from there. That's the backdrop. I don't know if you have any good news. Anybody who has any good news, because people say we only talk about bad news. But if you have any good news, you can add it to the list. So let me start with you, Mr. James. Is there anything we are missing? Anything you think is important that we should talk about?
No, I don't think so. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't think so, because in the case of Kano crisis, it is not new. If you remember the days of the Second Republic.
James, we have not started. Let's wait till we start. Okay, so we pick one topic after the other. So, Paul, is there anything we're missing? Is there anything happening in England that is important that we should?
Not really, but I see they celebrate the Mohbad everywhere. It's so painful. Investigation is still up, party everywhere about Mohbad. It's like funny. Then another positive news, doctor, how funny it is. All those my old girlfriend that shamed me back in the days. The dollar just hit 1,000. So I can send them chicken change to used to be a big man now.
Yeah, not good. But the increase in this exchange rate means that things are harder. One corn is selling at more than 500 naira one piece. So it's really not a good thing. Even for those who are outside the country, for you to make an impact, if you are sending money, you have to send more. So, and meanwhile, it's not like you are making more here. There's no increase in what you are making because of the decrease in the value of the naira in Nigeria. All right, so let's start. Ovia, what is your take? Any story that we're missing?
I mean, you just added it now. In the words of Wahib, that is portable. Wala day for us in Kano. So the only leg we have standing, they don't kick up. So as you hardly said, we are homeless. It's over as far as I'm concerned. So
wow.
Finally, I can declare that the NNPP and Konkos are the biggest loser of 2023 election, and I will be right.
All right, Mr. James, we forgot West Africa or Africa as a whole on the topics we listed. What's going on with Niger before we start?
The French are still refusing to leave. The ambassador is feeding on the rations meant for the soldiers, French soldiers. That's what he's feeding on at the moment because the compound is completely sealed off. Any vehicle go there, they search it before going in. While they searched the vehicle about a week ago, they found some Nigerian military uniforms in the vehicle. So a top-ranking French official was arrested, trying to enter the French embassy. So the materials were found in the vehicle. And the top-ranking French embassy official was arrested because they no longer have diplomatic immunity. And the citizens, they are still going out protesting at the front of the military barracks for them to leave. They still don't have electricity. Then they've formally, they've sort of legalized their military pact. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they've signed a military pact, styled just like that of NATO. Any attack on one is an attack on the others. So these are the things going on. Then the traders in Nigeria are complaining bitterly of economic hardship. Then Niger accused the Republic of Benin of harboring French troops. The troops and the equipment, they are arriving slowly in the Republic of Benin, but the Beninois denied it. And a top-ranking official said that they only recognize Bazoum as the president of Niger, not the military junta. So the push and pull is still on. And I do not know if the Bola Tinubu is grappling with is linked indirectly behind the scene with what is happening in Niger. Because from the look of things, ECOWAS has stopped, blowing their trumpet that they are going to invade the country. They've remained silent. So we don't know what is happening behind the scenes. So I want to believe that this Chicago Wahala and his poor outing in New York has something to do with what is happening in Niger behind the scene.
All right, thank you, James. Let's start with New York. Tinubu in New York. How did it go? Over here.
I mean, for the purpose of them setting those stage performance theater up, I think he did well. As I said before, I can't get enough of that. Is filler. That filler was popping for me. But yeah, so for what it's worth, it's a good publicity stunt for him. I mean, for once, people, even though they want to pretend, they cannot show it to his face that they don't like him, they don't want it, but everybody is smiling her. So, and in the international community, it's a good outing for me. But me as a
okay, hold on. When you say a good outing, give us why. It's not just saying it's a good outing.
I mean, it's well received. So from
where was he well received?
In New York. When he from delivering his speech to the New York Stock Exchange.
Was there any president that was not well received? Did they not escort them up
it's not everyone that was in the NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange ringing bell.
We are going to talk about that NASDAQ thing.
So it's a good publicity to that politician. We keep forgetting that it's a career for him. His next goal now, how do I finish this and successfully? Whatever that we define for him, then get the next 4 years. And so at this point, every publicity stunt is for him and his team is a good outing for him. But me as a village man, if I look into the context of all those their speech, all the African leaders, I'm confused because the Nigerian man probably is begging to say, oh no, we should be treated as partners. I don't think in the business world you don't ask, you don't they beg for, but you display whatever you have on the floor and people will rush, will come for it. And then if I listen to that of Ghanaian president who is asking for reparation, and I was like, who do us like this? Is that going to be the next item for us to be battling with reparation? What do we need reparation for? Now, people will not get the ask for reparation. We have more than enough. What we should be doing is that we should start looking at or take our stand and make the atmosphere a little bit more not conducive enough for them to leave. Put our house together and bring them back in. Then we deal with ourselves as partners. Which one be reparation again? We have more than enough. These people are sitting on us, sucking us dry. They say they give us reparation. Of course, they go say, okay, we'll give you reparation. They'll come Africa, suck us for 5 years and give us the money back. So if I look at the context of their speech and others, like, as a village man, where is the hope for me? Where am I going? Who is speaking for me? Because as far as I'm concerned, they are it's as if all the speeches were written from DC, Washington, DC, and just send out for them in their country. There's nobody speak for me as a village man. What is the hope for me? They were all speaking about the future that they are not going to be part of. But everything they talk about, either they are begging or they are saying, give us we speak nothing to the average Nigerian. So that's why I say, for his own agenda, whatever, it's a good thing for them. But coming down to as you actually put it in the beginning, that dollar now 1,000 to $1 to 8,000. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not surprised. It's just that if there's anything, everything is coming out the way I see it. Few people are going to be extremely rich in this government. Wealth are going to be tripled. If you find yourself close to them, good luck for you. But overall, the general masses, this is just the beginning.
All right.
We go suffer it. And I expect us to adjust. I expect Nigerians to adjust. The way that's who we are. That's one thing that sets us apart. We only adjust. Find a way to negotiate life. We keep going, smiling, and there's heaven. Remember, the goal is heaven. We all go heaven. So whatever we are going through is just a preparation to heaven. So I think we are doing well. We're on the right course.
All right, thank you. Paul, what is your take on Tinubu's visit to the UN?
It's just an empty speech, even when we know that they wrote the speech for him. The person that wrote the speech plus himself, you understand, the speech is just too empty. When you go to UN General Assembly meeting, you go there, you go complain, you go talk, you go make them understand that we are there, the business is there. It's not time for anything. We are waiting for you to come do business with us. And you don't really need all those things. Today, Africa, we have 54 countries in Africa. Start making deals with neighboring countries. Start making deals with Africa. Go cut deals with the Central America. Leave the West out of it. When you have something to bring to the table, they're going to honor you. Nigeria can stand up today and start buying all those uranium in Niger and let France come buy from Nigeria. There are strategies you can use in doing something, but complaining all this complaint and everything, these guys will not do any business with you. I know how Panapina left Nigeria, like they called Panapina back in the day. They say Panapina has 6 continents. They left Nigeria because things are just so wrong. Our seaport are not good. Our roads are not good. So the logistic company felt we can't do anything with us. Then over here, you talking about Nigeria is rich. Nigeria is not rich. It is the foreigners who come take our rich resources for penny. Nigeria is not rich. That Tinubu speech, I question the speech. It's just like begging and complaining. He's complaining, he's begging. It's just very, very dry. It's just very, very dry. Like the Chinese do, this is what I'm expecting. We don't need to be going to the UN and everything. Close your door. When you take good care of your house, the business will find you. Today, like they call it in the capital markets, the funds that they use today to do business, it's called capital flight. He move wherever he sees opportunity. He move. But when you beg people, it becomes opportunity to the people. It will not be any opportunity to you. It's time for Africa to wake up. Same thing with Ghana. Same thing with South Africa. Even the South Africa that is doing like they're rubbing shoulder with the big boys, they are trying to take the Indian route, the Chinese route. They still don't get it. You don't need anything like that. So I just hope we get it right. That's my take for now.
Mr. Ike, even Rudolph is muted. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Nice to have you.
Oh no, it's still good morning, my place. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. You're Mr. Ovie, you live in New York, and you and Rudolph. I was expecting Nigerians to demonstrate in New York. I didn't see everybody went inside their rooms. So I do not have anything much to say about your illegitimate, because he's not my president. I've made it known here. He's not ruling me. I'm not part of his Nigeria that is ruling. So I was expecting Nigerians in New York to show their frustration and to show their.
Ike, can you turn down your TV, please?
Sorry?
Can you turn down your TV? It's yours that is playing.
No. My TV is not on, my friend.
All right. Go ahead. Let me find it.
Maybe it's Harry. Yeah.
Go ahead. Ike, go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay now?
Yeah.
So I was expecting people like Ovie and people like Dr. Rudolph to show their faces in New York on the arrival of the illegitimate president we have in Nigeria, who has no moral standing to speak to anybody in the international scene. So, but I was highly disappointed with Nigerians in New York. So maybe Ovie and Dr. Damages will be able to explain to us why did everybody back off. I was actually looking for a way to go meet Tinubu, give me jobs. I don't know what you talk.
Ovie, the one way no give your girl. The one way no give your girl.
Thank you, my brother. It was that I go there. I want to go hustle for my own way. I go protest. So my brother, it's a shame. Listen, I don't want to talk about him going to New York. What benefit is it to a common man like Ovie said in Nigeria that while he was in New York, a dollar to become to 1,000 naira? What is it all about? He's in New York, and they said what is it that the subsidy is back? What is it to the common man? So I do not really listen. This foundation is going to crumble. I just know it, that it's going to crumble. But the point is that people are thinking, no, it's not going to crumble. It's not going to take, we don't know how many months, how many years it's going to take, but it's going to crumble. Because there is nothing that is holding the foundation. It's built on a sinking sand. So I don't think that I have anything to say, because he's not representing me. He doesn't represent me, because if he represent me, he should have represented the whole African continent as Nigeria, as we claim to be the giant of Africa. But which moral standing does he have to speak for anybody in Africa? He doesn't have. So he's still fighting for his, he's still preventing the world to see his academic record at Chicago University. President of Nigeria. It's been discussed that his certificate, we don't know whether he has a certificate. The president of the most populated black nation in the world, his certificate of education, even the university that gave him the award said that these two certificates, they cannot certify that this is their certificate. Listen, my friend, are you not ashamed of yourself to say you're a Nigerian?
Mr. Ike, we didn't see Obama own too. Obama too did not show us his certificate, just to let you know. Yeah, maybe it's a black man thing.
No, but the point remains that he submitted two certificates. So which one is true? I mean, this is the point. So I don't see the moral standing anybody when this man is speaking to people. Listen, like somebody was saying, Paul was saying, the West are just playing with Africa like toys, because this guy, he has no moral standing to stand with anybody. So I don't care where he goes, because he doesn't represent my interest, right? So I think that the dollar that is 1,000 naira per dollar right now, and the subsidy is back, and all those kind of story. Who does he fail? Like Ovie said, those who will go to New York are those who want to go and grab their own and take share of the national cake.
You know, they don't represent me and you. If they think they represent you, good for you.
Thank you, Ike.
Sorry, let me add this to this, because that night after the speech, we actually had one or two comments, and we talked about what is going to happen at the side table. If you pay attention, during one of their round table business meeting and all that, Adewale, who was in Lagos 2 days prior to the arrival in New York, if you remember, that's the deputy secretary to the United States now. He was actually impressed for what he saw in Lagos, that the policy that Bola Tinubu put in place then actually yielded fruit. He was really impressed while he was actually having this conversation. That's his own report now from Lagos. So that's to tell you that there's a lot coming. If he is actually giving A for what he saw in Lagos, what is currently happening in Lagos, which is just a fraction of what Nigeria is about.
What did he say was happening?
He was actually praising the fact that what he saw on ground. Like,
what was that? I read his speech. Is that the speech you're talking about?
Not his speech now in Lagos. Is after he came back from Lagos, after the UN speech.
Okay.
They had their business on the side corner now. So one of those roundtable, Adewale was actually one of.
What did he specify what he saw in Lagos that impressed him, that Tinubu put in place?
The feedback is like, the visible one or two structure that I can see, because he was able to lay down to him. That is a good.
What structure? What structure of it?
Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. That you can see.
No. I hold on. Let's query Ovie, because he can't talk crap here today.
No, he's actually, we give credit to the transportation system that is actually happening right now in Lagos.
What system? What system that is happening? What is it?
You are telling me, do they have rail today as we speak? I'm not I've been out of Lagos for like 5 years, but they have rail. So that's what I'm saying.
Was that something that Tinubu put in place in the last 100 days?
Rudolph. I am not giving credit to here. I am just telling you the cycle, what is going on within that cycle. They are actually impressed. A man that's the highest official in this Biden administration visited Nigeria officially, and this is his response. That
what were you expecting to say?
Huh?
Ovie, stop now. What were you expecting?
Ovie, you are just rigmaroling round. He's impressed because Tinubu is playing the role of the IMF.
What is the
take
point?
Subsidy, take this, take that. You understand? And that is what is putting us deep in poverty. You understand? So what Adeyemo don't know Nigeria. He doesn't understand how things work. And remember that Adeyemo that you are talking about, it is, remember they tell you that.
What point am I making? Rudolph, what is the point I'm trying to make here?
No. Listen, let me make my point.
I'm also trying to consolidate with what Ike is saying, that whatever business that is going on in New York is very successful to them. And I'm telling you, why am I saying this is their own understanding? And I'm saying that based on the report that the official of Biden administration who visited Lagos, based on his feedback, this is what he's saying. I'm not saying, that is what. As I said, I come into this conversation as a village man, that whatever that happened in New York, no actually speak to me. So I'm just telling you how these people think. To them, everything is good.
All right.
So I said, they are saying it's a success. I'm by any way say yes, this is the way to go. That's what it is. I'm just telling you, this is where their mindset is. That whatever that we are facing across the nation, it no show on their report card. What shows in the report card, as far as they are concerned, Lagos is actually moving towards progress.
All right.
Sorry, let me say something.
Yeah.
I know where you're coming from over here, but you, as a common Nigerian, as a common citizen, you shouldn't give credence to that, because you know from which perspective the man was speaking from. Because after all, Lagos was the former federal capital of Nigeria. So there is nothing so spectacular like what Dr. Mohammed was asking.
I'm not
what
praising.
Did he build?
I'm not praising. I'm just saying this is where their mindset is.
I agree with you completely.
I'm not praising.
That's why I said don't give it credence, so that we don't begin to argue that, because it's not important to Nigeria.
No, it's important, because it's important. Whatever they do affects us. They do whatever contract they go into is on behalf of on our behalf. We tend to pay attention to what does not matters. Those are things that matters. Because those are the real things that will affect me and you. Whatever that is going on in Chicago and all that we want to talk about will not affect us. But the policy, these are the people who actually implement the policy. If you actually agree, now let me.
Okay, hold on. Let's get that.
Let me tell you what the importance of this guy, this Adeyomo, how significant that man is into this administration. He is actually in charge of the one dishing out all the sanctions against Russia today as we speak. And this is not the conspiracy theories. I'm not saying it's coming from him, but that is the position he's occupying. So those are the things we should be paying attention. I'm not celebrating his IQ or whatever that is. I'm just saying those things are important. We can go and discuss how Bola Tinubu look, how does he know how to speak. It's not going to affect us in any way. Those are just politics.
All right. Thank you again. Let's I will come back to you and Ike. Nathaniel, welcome to the show.
Good day, Mr. Dubo, and good day to every one of you there. Mr. Ovie, I'm sorry to say that it's like you are trying to make us understand better the policy of Tinubu. And I will just want to tell you that as you are, I sure you cannot leave your children for anybody back home, because I don't think you will be at peace because of the policies of these same guys who kidnap the system.
To break your heart, my daughter is actually in Nigeria, so try again.
Okay, it's in Nigeria.
Yes. I am not celebrating Tinubu's policy. I'm just telling you that the thing will show or shaggy. So I'm not celebrating this policy. Just to put that across.
Okay, let me quickly say this. Before any of you that think because there is a black man or a Nigerian that is in the Biden government, maybe we are going to get some green light. They use Africans to condemn Africa, if you don't know. And I will just draw you back to history a bit. When Condoleezza Rice came to Nigeria during this Abiola's victory that was not given to him, do you know that very visit, when she was still present, that is when Abiola drank tea and died. And she was the person that called Abiola family, that Abiola died. It doesn't come from Abdul Salami Abubakar, who was then the head of state. So we should beware. We should beware when we are saying society things, because we see a black man in Nigeria in their government. We are trying to get some hope. And I want to also come in this angle. Any one of us, any one of you that have faith at all in anything these guys are doing, that faith is zero. And there is nothing that they will do that will make Nigeria progress an inch. Rather, they are going to reverse Nigeria back to the grave, back to the dark days. Because before Goodluck was kicked out of power, there is a game that was played between the Northwest, East and South. I don't want to mention names. And that policy, that is what is playing. The people that they wanted to be in government, that is what is playing. And don't forget that Obasanjo tried to remove Nigeria from debt. When Jaradua came, he just borrowed a little. When Goodluck came, it was not much. But when their agenda with Buhari and this Tinubu today, when they took power, that Nigeria, do you know how much the Nigeria owns? It's over 100 trillion. When you count it in dollars, it's over 100 billion. And how will Nigeria survive with that amount of debt between
77 trillion. 77 trillion.
So there was one time Buhari came to France when President Macron gave him $1 billion loan. He went everywhere with the support of this same Tinubu is the president of today. And they borrow and borrow. The result of their borrowing is what you are seeing in Zamfara right now. When our brothers there in the university are being kidnapped by the terrorists. And none of us is talking about that. We are trying to listen to what Balabulu is saying in the United Nations. Or he went to go and ring a bell in the New York exchange. So because of that one, Microsoft is going to come and bring billions and invest in the darkness he and Buhari created. We should not have any faith in that. And I want us to have a conversation. How are we going to end these guys? Because these guys are going to take Nigeria into a burial ceremony. And Nigeria may not wake up again. I may be using a word that you will not like. Because everything they stand for today is negative, is destruction, is death. Since Tinubu took over power, has he gone to Zamfara? Has he gone to Benue? Has he been in Santa Kaduna? In which part? And without security in Nigeria, who is coming to come and invest? And when he went to UN, he's not even telling the UN to help us fight terrorism. He's going to UN talking what? What? So the conversation we are having, let us have a conversation that we are standing on the path, how we are able to rescue our destiny, our future from these guys. Because these guys are playing the card of Western world. They are playing the card of IMF. They are playing the card of America. They are playing the card of UK. And you know what they represent. And if we don't know, I will remember you. Which part do you come from, Nigeria? And what happened to your forefathers? And that is what they are using these guys to do against us. So if we don't end them, they are going to end us. And no policy they are doing today with these APC criminals, no policy they are doing that is going to bring electricity to Nigeria, that is going to bring water, that is going to bring school. The policy they are bringing is that the terrorists will take over my own village, your own village. And even when we want to return back home, or our children to go back and to where we come from, they will not have a place to go to. That is the policy of Tinubu. That is the policy of Buhari. And that is the policy. We should never side them or to take part, rather to always go against them, so that their demonic agenda will be over. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Prince Akwachi, Dennis.
Good morning, Mr. Rudolph. Are we doing contributions, or we just... We're
talking about Tinubu's, the first topic, Tinubu's visit to the United Nations, everything around that. Including the story that he was the first. Remember the PR team of Tinubu told us he was the first person, the first African to ring the bell. And it's been going on. Even Jonathan rang the bell for us, you know.
The first thing is his spokesman have just become like Mohammed pro-mass. And it's a shame that such a young man at that age will indulge in propaganda without even doing his researches. And then, apart from that...
Prince, you have radio where you are? We're hearing noise. You are the only one who is not muted.
Are you hearing it now?
Go ahead, it's better.
Okay. So pretty much, it's a shame that such a young man, I call him a young man because I'm older than him, and it's a shame that at his age, he will be lying. This is somebody that knows better, that should have used research engine to carry out basic research before anything, and they just keep disgracing themselves every time. Now, about the speech, about the visit, did it impress me? No. You guys there was a panel that day. I saw it. I just came back from work. I refused to join because, number one, I wasn't interested in listening to him. Number two, even if you look at it, the hall was empty. He was virtually talking to few people, like nobody. The main people already left the hall. The speech from the one of Kenya is more of great substance than what Tinubu went there to do. Despite the fact that they wrote those things for him, he couldn't even read. He wasn't articulate from the few ones that I had. That's to show you that Nigeria is in trouble. I'm not going to go ahead and rant. I know his days are numbered. Whether he likes it or not, his days are numbered. If he thinks America will protect him, America will not. If we all listened yesterday, if a senator from New Jersey could be indicted Menendez could be indicted, then nobody can protect, nobody can protect Tinubu. So if you let him keep doing all the shenanigans, his days are numbered. That's the few things that I can say.
Thank you. Mohammed, welcome to the show. Mohammed, unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've actually missed this platform. I've not been here for a while now. And my election prediction came to pass. And I was watching from the studio. I feel there is need for me to come in. I don't know who can better explain or give better situation report of what is going on in this country better than those of us who are home, not just at home, have businesses running in this land. You can give all your opinion from far New York, UK, and all that, but like I said, it's better hear from those of us who are home, who are feeling the heat. Unfortunately, before the election on this platform, I said something that some people didn't go down well with some people. I think one guy almost embarrassed me that day, and that was one of the reasons I didn't join again. But I feel let me join today and add my voice. For me, these are my facts, or these are my feelings. Let me not say facts. These are my own opinion. I'm doing something. Let me say my own opinion. Number one, the front runner candidate in the last election, they are all laggers. With due respect to them, I don't know if I'm allowed to use such language on this platform, whether it's Obio, whether it's Kwankwaso, whether it's Tinubu, whether it's Atiku. None of them was qualified. And now gradually, Showore is becoming the prophet because everything is said. Kai, leave there. Everything is said is coming to pass. We have only one solution to the Nigerian problem. All of you can sit down there and analyze from now to tomorrow. There's only one solution to our problem. Is there a revolution or this country will be destroyed? Like this, because there is no system, there is nothing, the laws are there, they are not working, and somebody was saying Tinubu days is numbered. Who is going to remove him? Tinubu is going to spend 8 years. That's a very bad news, whether you like it or not. Nobody's going to remove him. That's a fact. This one is not a hypothesis, this is a fact. He's going to spend 8 years. After these 4 years, he will do another 4 years. Kwankwaso will be removed, and his gang will be removed from Kano. Whether it's a joint play or whatever they are doing there, I don't know. But the fact remains that if you want to fix this country, it's a revolution or nothing. You can call Showore any name you want to call him. He have told you guys the truth. And secondly, another solution to our problem. You see, unfortunately, the bright ones are running away and left us with the laggers around. You cannot stay in another man's country and begin to fix it. If we want this country to be good, we all have to come back to this country and stand for our right, stand for what is right, fight for it, die if we must die, and take this country back. But all this drama of I vote election, I did not vote election, the fact remains that what is happening on ground, the reality on ground, is far from what you guys are reading over there. Let me give you one practical example. As I speak to you today now, LPG gas, 1 kg is going to be selling for 1,000 naira per kg. Minimum wage is still 13,000. A bag of rice about 50,000. Nobody's talking about increment of salary. And everything price have tripled, or let me say 300%. And the madness still continue. And those who are supposed to speak for us, the labor, have gone to bed with the Tinubu and co. And you guys said, or you guys thought analyzing this situation on national television or this platform will solve the problem. That is not the solution. Showore have prophesied the solution. If you like, call him names. If you like him, but that is the only route to Nigerian problem. That is my own.
No, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me ask Mohammed, then you can also wait. Mohammed, thank you so much for coming back. I know we missed you, especially on the ground reports, and being that you're also up there in the north. So let me ask you this: is revolution easier to bring about than getting a credible election in Nigeria?
Of course, revolution is the only solution. There can never be credible election. How can there be credible election? Let's start with Kogi State. In 2019, if credible election was held in Kogi State, by 10 a.m., Yahya Bello is supposed to have lost that election. There was visible helicopter and plane shooting from the air in Kogi State 2019. They killed the PDP woman leader in one of the senatorial districts in Kogi State. And at the end of the day, they declared the winner of the election. You saw what happened this last election. The PDP candidate, the 4 road leading to her senatorial district was dug. The federal road was cut off. And nobody said anything to today. So the impunity, the money, the judges have been bought, the labor leaders have been bought, all the so-called influential people has been bought. The only lucrative business in this country today is politics. That's the only. If you see anybody changing Kano in this country, doing new business, building new house, it's only a politician. All the businesses have collapsed. So the only lucrative business today in this country is politics, and they've sit on the neck of everybody. So the fact still remains that who's gonna call them to order? Who's gonna bring them to book? The last election, we were promised that beavers will be used. Was it used? Can't live there. Was it used? And what happened? So the only solution, the most easiest solution to our problem, to solve this problem, is revolution. It's nothing but revolution. I believe and I stand with what Shore said, and I think it's very correct.
Right. Thank you, Mohammed. Prince Apache, your comment then over here.
Okay, Mr. Mohammed, if I said his days are numbered, and you saying that the only solution is revolution, do you know that technically we are saying the same thing? We are saying the same thing.
How?
I have not wait now. Wait. I have not said, oh, the court is gonna remove him. I only said his days are numbered, meaning that all the lies and all the deceits and everything is gonna end one day. Something is about to happen. And you thinking that we in the diaspora, we know things that are going on in Nigeria. I have family. I have people who call me every day. I have people I support. I have people I paid salary to. You understand what I mean? So I know all those things. It's just like we're going to a particular place, but we're going through different ways to a particular thing, which I mean something will happen in Nigeria that will make that man go. And for you guys waiting on us to come back and help you guys, I'm sorry. I don't think I will leave my job. It's up to you guys. We can only support you guys. We can only help you guys, but we cannot come there physically to come and lead the whatever it is, the revolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Rodolph, please, before you go, I wanted to respond to him.
I'll give it to you, Mohammed. Okay. Let's hear from Obia first so that you can do that together.
Yeah, mine is more like a question. Thank you, Mohammed, for showing up again. Now, not to undermine your submission, but when you say the solution to the problem is revolution, so my question will be, what is the problem? Because I asked that question because whether we like it or not, one day we'll find ourselves in a position whereby we have to start doing the wrongs, right? So it's very important we know exactly what we classify as problem, because problem to me is a broad time. It's more of a political time. So is revolution. So what exactly is the problem that you think we should go for, and how?
All right, thank you, Obia. Mohammed.
Okay. Like I said, unfortunately, Nigeria is not ripe for democracy. Unfortunately, that is a fact. Unfortunately, and I hope this military coup that is breathing in Africa now, the next turn will be Nigeria. The reason I am giving this example is that if a lagger like Yaya Bello in Kogi State can be governing that state the way he's governing it now, and the other man who told us he doesn't give shishi, we just land Wike revoke his land in Abuja. So the lies are too much. The politicians are taking us for a ride, and no politician today in Nigeria is sincere, and the drama continue. So the only way things can be put in right perspective, because when democracy came back in 2019, like you said, what is the problem? In 1999, when we had the return of democracy, the good guys left the scene for the bad guys. And before the good guy realized that the scene has been hijacked by the bad guys, it was too late. So that is the problem. So we need a total reset where all these bad guys will be chased away and we'll start all over again. And the only solution will be a military guy come in, kill all these baggers, We start all over again. We need a reset. Is it the lager in Kwankwaso, the lager in Kano? Look at the other fool that they just elect the governor that is sitting down there now. The first assignment he carried out, the first 10 days, is to demolish, and he have not built one thing, and he demolished property worth billions. Is that how to govern a state? He didn't even ask, who gave you C of O? How did you even build this building? The people lost businesses and livelihood. Can that happen in any place if not Banana Republic? When Nnamdi Kanu called this country a zoo, are we not proving him right now? How can you come to a state, you've not even built anything, you start destroying what you met? Is that those people, are they normal? If not impunity, we have courts in the land. We have abandoned the courts. So everybody is now a judge, a jury in his own case. So how can we continue like this? And so who is going to call these guys to order? Nobody's going to call them to order. So the only solution is that we have to take our destiny to our hand. So we can continue to stay in diaspora and talk from now to tomorrow. Like the other guy that said, sorry, we can't come back home. Rudolph will tell you, I used to visit. I can visit again next year. It's not that we don't have opportunity to go. If all of us go away, who is going to salvage this country? And let me tell you one thing. Maybe it's not very obvious to all of you. It's very unfortunate. You see, from the research, I am living in the north. You see, an average northern man only go abroad for school and come back. It's only the southerners and the east that relocate abroad. 99.9%. You see, as we keep running, they keep covering the gap. They keep covering the gap. If we continue in this trajectory, I can assure you, in the next 100 years, the south and the east will not have a country to call their own. Whether we like it, we don't like it, I'm telling you guys unadulterated truth on this platform. I don't know any of my colleagues, any of my business associates in the north here are the child relocated abroad. They only go there for schooling and come back. And the reason why this country is where it is today is because we, the southerners and the easterners, have given up on the country. Okay, to hell, we can't do anything about it. So we keep running to a place that has been built, and we are waiting for manners to come from heaven or prayers from heaven to come and build this country for us. So we have only one solution. Is that we stay in this country and fix it, or stop talking about it. That is the fact. There is no alternative fact to this. These guys are not running. If you go to SON, NAFDAC, CS, all the juicy organizations in this country, from security to the head, they are the one there. I had an issue in EFCC. I needed to submit the petition in Benin. My colleague that went to Benin to help me submit the petition, from driver to the head, they are from Kano. And we are fooling ourselves, doing menial job in New York, in UK. But I can assure all of you, this country is one of the richest countries in the world. For those of us who are doing business here, we've seen it. If all of us, the people in the East and the West, just 20% of them can put their mind in this country and say, we are not going anywhere, and stop these laggards that are encroaching, the story of this country will turn around. That's a fact.
All right. Thank you, Mohammed. Hold on, everyone. Let's at least give these people a chance, the people that joined us, to weigh in. Tony, Equity. You added Equity to your name. Welcome to the show. We can't hear you, Tone. All right, we will skip Tone. His connection is not good today. Maybe you can rejoin. Olumide, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph, for the show today again. Fellow panelists, I greet you all. So I just want to, I don't want to say much. I just want to appeal to the president of Nigeria, Tinubu, to kind of seize the opportunity that he has now. I mean, I know his minions or those who are close to him or in power are watching Rudolph's platform at the moment. But the reality is that until everything goes otherwise, is the president of Nigeria. I just want to appeal to him to please be the big man, be the elder in the room. What do I mean by that? The president of the United States is the most powerful man, seemingly the most powerful man in the world, and he can do anything he likes with his powers, presidential powers. You know, and every day, several millions of people criticize him in America and outside of America and yet, you know, is still the leader that he is. So I just want to appeal to Tinubu to please, you claim to have been part of Nadeco, where the Abacha government during his own time was persecuting critics and even murdering and killing them. You know, so you are the president of Nigeria now. You are the most powerful man in Nigeria at the moment. You are the elder in the room. Please don't use the instruments of state power to persecute your citizens. You understand? If we foreigners can come to places like America, UK, Europe, you know, just because they try to form an inclusive society, you know, follow the rule of law, make the place habitable and a place where people want to come to every day, you should be doing the same thing for your people. You know, despite their ethnicity, one Nigeria, I mean, that's the mantra. So please stop using the state power, DSS, the military, the police to persecute your critics. You understand? Don't please, those who are on the platform here and Tinubu's minions, please let him know this. I mean, you can't be doing that, especially to somebody like David Udane. You understand? I mean, if what he has said is wrong, just take him to court, sue him for libel. Use the opportunities that is available to every citizen of that country to seek redress. As a president, seek redress. You understand? Don't use DSS to harass and intimidate the people. We won't grow our society that way. And focus on your policies. If there's anything that you want to do to turn the mess that country is in right now around, start doing it. Start convincing people that you really want to do it. You understand? And please stop harassing innocent people. Tell your agents of government to please follow the rule of law. Those apparatus of government are supposed to be protecting people and making life better for your people, especially against external aggressors. We shouldn't use that. Even when the colonialists were controlling the government, I don't think it was this mean.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Olumide.
Sorry, Olumide, is this calm before the storm? This is why they beg the president. So
no. It's the reality. I mean, we can't have a country where we are going back to the military era, where they are using the instrument of power.
No, I agree with you on your.
Even the state governors, most of them are guilty of it. You find people criticizing them, and then they send the EFCC against them. They send police against them. They lock them up without bail.
Olumide, I agree with you. I'm just saying that you of all people, you that I know.
That is what makes it for the moment. That is the reality. Is the president, but at least he should please follow the rule of law.
All right.
You be firebrand. You are not known to be begging the president that you disagree with. That's why I'm.
For now, one Yoruba mani ebelambo shika. For now, he's the one that is there. We have to beg.
Olumide, I thought we have a topic that we're dealing with. If we're gonna get to that, that one will be a separate thing on its own.
I will address the topic, but right now I want to use this Rodolph's megaphone to appeal.
Yes, we're all interested. We're all interested in it. We're all interested in it, and when it gets to that time, we all talk about it.
My own time.
Thank you, Olumide. Thank you. Let me just say that we will talk about the situation with David when we have time. But at 1 o'clock, that is in another 50 minutes, we're going to get Prince Adebayo will join us, and I want us to question him because on these topics and these issues. Let's hear his opinion on that, and after when he's gone, we will continue our conversation. Mr. James, I'll skip you unless there's something important, and let me go to KJ. KJ.
Mr. Rudolph, please, before I forget this, okay? There was something Mohammed said. Mohammed, please, it's not everybody that does menial job. Okay, I have been in US for 25 years. Okay, and I am well established. I got a job that I do, and I'm also established in Nigeria. I do visit Nigeria. I'm not saying I'm here totally. So I just want to correct that. And then there was something you said. I know you were referring to When we're talking, we're not talking about Obi here. We're just addressing what Tinubu said at the United Nations. And even if you come to Obi, the land in Abuja was given to him by Bala Mohammed. He had already said that. So whatever Mike is saying is just a propaganda that has no basis. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Rudolph. Dr. Damages. I want to find out, are we still discussing the UN thing or we are moving on?
Yeah, we are discussing the UN thing, yeah.
Okay. And I want to first commend Mohammed. Mohammed, I like your stand. I like what you've spoken so far, a lot of them. And if majority of the Northerners have this understanding, which you have now, I'm sure that Nigeria would have moved forward. But I fear to say that.
Speak to your point. Can you hear me? Speak to your point. Don't patronize him. He's as Nigerian as you are.
Excuse me, man. Went to Modo.
Don't patronize him. Speak to your point.
One man.
I don't. Can you mute this guy? Can you just mute this guy who just come in like a
look? I will not take that from you, Mr. Whatever. One man went to Modo. Just keep your mouth to yourself and say what you want to say when it's your turn. Mohammed, I like what you said.
Don't patronize him, though. Sorry, 1 minute, Rudolph.
One man.
Give me 1 microsecond.
No. 1 man, no.
I detest when Northerners come on this platform and people try to patronize them. He's no less Nigerian than you are. So don't talk down on him. He's more educated than you are. What are you doing?
One man. Just wait for your turn, okay? Go ahead, KJ.
I will choose to ignore that. Mohammed, like I said,
don't ignore it. Take it on board.
One man, you don't want me to do this. Come on. Can you wait for your turn? Go ahead, KJ.
Okay. Mohammed, you see, why do I say that? Majority of those of us who used to live in the north and those people who are in the north now do not agree with that stand which you have taken, because everything is trivialized and brought to a point where it's to the lowest barest minimum, which means that it comes to tribe, it comes to region, it comes to all that. But hearing someone like you speak, I'm a bit rattled, because it simply means that there's beginning to be a change, in the understanding of how things work, and I'm glad to hear that. Coming to the UN, I think the president, I don't know if the speechwriters actually were able to, they articulated exactly what they wanted to send across the world, because I went back to listen to it, and I can neither put my hands there nor here, because some of what he has said is neither here nor there, and I'm wondering who it was being addressed to. And like you said in your opening in one of your programs, Dr. Damages, the hall was empty. He was virtually speaking to fellow Africans, fellow African leaders. So if that was the reason, they could have equally met in the UN and the OAU or the OAU and discuss those things and decide how they can marshal, action against the North. I mean, against the West. Not coming to the world stage and then we're all making presentation that doesn't mean anything. After that, most people will throw it away and go away. And so I felt a bit, I don't know. I'm not able to put. I will let other people intervene, but that's how I see it. I don't see it as something that was able to get the desired impact. At least not around the world, because nobody's discussing it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Austin, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, everyone. So I'll begin by addressing the UN. I find it difficult that we focus our attention on shows and meetings. I see that as a show and a meeting. Show in the sense that the major conversation had been done before they even gathered there. And those who make things happen, you will even hear them. So a meeting, because people just come and talk. And when our president reads from a paper or read what somebody wrote for him, it doesn't make any sense to me. What makes sense to me is him leaving Nigeria in the situation Nigeria is to America, where he could have moved everywhere without security. But in his own country, he can't move from his office to his house without security. And you come to a place where there is value for life, and you govern a place where there is no value, no value attached to human life. And he has been a president in Nigeria for this number of months, and there is no indication of any positivity. All the indications you have is negativity. Even all the policies that he came with were without thinking process. It wasn't a thought process methodology. It was just they were telling us politics is not about emotion, but all the policies that he has made are all emotional policies, because none has changed any situation for good, but have worsened every situation. So the UN gathering was a show of shame to Nigerians, because we came to those who are working with our bare hands. We came to those who are buying without a good. There are no goods that we were able to show that we have to sell. And when we gather here, what comes to my mind is these people came to carry Nigerians, Africans by force. Africans say, oh, no, stop slave trade. And they came and changed the methodology. Now we are shipping ourselves. Nobody is even paying us. We are telling them, carry us into slavery for free. And that is what is happening in Africa. And the best of brains are living. And that is the point Mohammed made, that will anger everybody. And it is unfortunate. And one thing I've come to realize in Nigeria is that if after Tinubu, if Obi becomes the president, those from the southeast will be happy, and the southwest, the north will be angry. Now the northerners are very, very angry, and it is laughable that we are here because of what the northerners did 8 years. Now majority, when I say northerners, I'm just not generalizing. Is not my thing, but I just want to use it to pass message. I know that even when Buhari was the president, there are some northerners that weren't happy. So now, westerners, most of them are also happy because the president is their own. The question is not who is the president. The question is what is on the table. What do we bring to UN? We just came to UN so that they will acknowledge that our president is legitimate, and that is our goal. And that gives us comfort, and not that Nigeria is coming on board with policies. That's all I need to weigh in on this fact, because it's disappointing that I'm a Nigerian.
All right, thank you, Austin. Woman, it's the time to have your say.
All right. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. But first, apologies to the guy in the polo shirt. I wasn't really meaning to launch at you, but I think it's a carryover from something that I have been noticing in all of these spaces. When you have a northern voice come into the conversation, then you almost there's almost an undertone of being patronizing towards what the northern space is the largest space within the Nigerian space. So they are more Nigerian than you, and I know Mohammed, and I've not yet met a more educated, more intelligent person than him. So I'm not sure that you're positioned to be somewhat patronizing towards him. Maybe I misheard you, so apologies for that. But let me go to where your conversation is. But really, you have to address that, Rudolph, because we have to have a full representation of all of Nigeria on all these platforms. And when our northern brothers or sisters come in, we don't want that tonality that was projected by that character earlier on. Let me go to the conversation. Nigeria has entered a golden moment, whether you like it or not. Because I heard your Austin just there. Nigeria has entered a golden moment, and you would delight in it. You would delight in it. Ultimately, even you, the Southeasterners, you will delight in it. So Tinubu has gone to the UN something, and I heard Austin somewhat inferring that he's looking for some legitimacy. His legitimacy ended at on the 25th of February, by the way, when as you guys will have it in the dead of the night, Mahmoud Yakubu haven't counted whatever it is. They told you that he was your president, and he will be for a solid 4 years, almost certainly a full 8 years. So rest your mind in that, and then pick it from that point, and
But
then
how is sorry, one man, I just want to ask.
no.
How is
Can you mute this guy? I cannot abide this guy.
no,
Can you
no, I
mute
just
him?
want to ask how are we in a golden moment?
Olumide, hold on. Let one man speak, please. Okay.
You know, so rest your mind in that. So where we are now is that we have this guy as president. I'm not sure anybody that has an IQ beyond 2 digits has any expectations that any fantastical thing is happening at the Supreme Court. So rest your mind that your next 4 years at least is accounted for. So now where the conversation should be is the performance of this guy. And he is doing relatively reasonably well, but there are some gremlins in the way he's administering the space. There's an overabundance of Yoruba people in his administration that's been picked up, and it's been narrowed to somewhat of a Lagos mafia. So that's been picked up too. So the conversation is there. And then in terms of his policy thrust, the policy thrust is largely broadly the direction the country should follow, but the minutiae of the workings is not as let me give you an example. We had him ring the NASDAQ bell just a couple of days ago, which is in itself a positive for his administration. But then the guy they appointed as the media person, the spin doctor of that administration, he's come out very quickly to tell us that he's the first African to do it when it's not. He went very quickly to tell us that the Dubai people have cleared the visa something when that's not necessary. So there's still some gremlins in the works that we can, have conversations around to perfect, But that is where the conversation. Peter Obi is not going to be your president. I don't think anybody on this platform is dumb enough. If you think Peter Obi is going to be your president anytime within the next 8 years or ever, you should make your way to Yaba West and sign yourself in. That's just retarded nonsense. So forget Peter Obi, that's gone. So where we are now is an administration that is in its fledgling state, and we have to hold them accountable, because if he fails, we all fail. Do you understand? We are all diminished by Tinubu's failure, and we are all enhanced.
If he fails, he fails himself.
Quiet, okay, I'm out of here, man. I cannot apply.
No, one man, don't go yet. Hold on now. You have to.
And he's always interrupting people.
Okay, hold on. All right. So thank you, my man, for having you.
If he fails, you fail.
Hold on, please. All right. So one man. Oh, he's gone. All right. Awesome.
Look at this clown telling us that if he fails, we fail.
But I concur with what you said, though. That's it.
But Olumide, sometimes you wait. We all have questions. I wanted to get him, but you just made him on.
Olumide, let me say. No, Olumide, hold on. All of everybody. It's not even about one man. It's about anybody that comes here. Anybody that comes here, wherever they come from, whatever the opinion, viewpoint.
Rudolph, I'm sorry to say, it's just my nature.
When
I see lies, when I see propaganda, when I hear, in fact, it just turns me on.
They try to control it. We have our issues too. I have my own issues, but I'm trying to control it.
I will try, but my God.
James, hold on. Okay, let me just say this.
Dr. Damages, please. You are not even handling matters on this platform. That guy called one man has an exaggerated sense of his importance. And from the look of this, you are handling him with, I don't know what to say. The latitude of freedom you are giving him on this platform to interrupt people, and nobody should interrupt him, to me, is unacceptable.
All right, so thank you so much, James. I got to the point where I said, and I think you guys heard it, I said, I don't get any delight in removing people from this.
He should be removed if it's a news.
Wait, I know.
Mr. James, on this platform, he will not tolerate what you are tolerating.
I know. Mr. James, hold on, okay?
As far as I'm concerned, it's a news.
So Rodolph, even if Rodolph, even if they want the world to accept, you want the people or the generality of the people to accept Tinubu as president. You are not even behaving in a manner that people should respect. They are talking down on people and talking down on people who are seemingly odd. The fact that they were robbed, you don't care, you don't. I mean, that's not gentlemanly of him too. He's saying go to Yaba,
Rudolph,
and
Rudolph, they've been saying that Tinubu the first Nigerian to ring the bell at this. That is so totally wrong. They're totally wrong. Okay, even the daughter of Otodola rang even the highest one, which is the New York.
Excuse me, the president of Tanzania is the first president in Africa to do it.
All right. Hold on, guys. This is the point I'm trying to make. Okay, we, as much as possible, we try. I don't myself in particular. I don't get any delight in removing anybody. And I've had instances where I did, even to Olumide. Not that I like it, but if it becomes impossible to handle. So when James is saying even-handed and all, no, I know that if it's somebody that you particularly maybe you don't disagree with, you want that to be done immediately. I always give people room to behave. If they don't, then I do that because I don't like it. I don't think it's effective. I actually wanted to ask him some questions. Whenever you see someone who has a view that maybe is different from yours, I want to know why they think the way they think. And that's what is more important to me than shutting someone down. So I don't like doing that, but even I do that when it gets to the point where it's impossible to handle anymore. So that's the point I want to make. Austin, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Dr. Damages, I love what Mr. James said. What Mr. James said, I will concur with that. But I'm concurring to that from the point of professionalism. I feel, this is my feeling about you to one man. I feel that you have a soft spot for him, but I'm thinking from the point of nuisance, because he presents himself as a nuisance to this platform. And I think that you allow him so that he can bring that nuisance value to a critical thinking, which is also a professional way of getting to where you want to go to. And calling some other person down not to do the same thing is also a professional way so that the person would think and bring a critical thinking. Because I was happy that Olumide did what he did to one man. Because one man did the same thing to KJ, and he didn't allow KJ to make a point. But when Olumide did what he did, he reacted. Personally, if I was him, I would have allowed Olumide to pretend. But that is where you see people with nuisance value. They play a card which they don't, which is not their personality. But the question he needs to address to himself is, you can't make a statement and you won't talk on the statement. You said Nigeria is on its golden age, and he didn't make any contribution. All he did was to castigate the same policies the government have made. He didn't bring out one topic that presents Nigeria on its golden age. I don't know whether he's playing his card well. I don't think they're paying him well. He might be a very renowned guy, but if they're paying him well, he's not helping the market. He's really, he collected the money for. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
For me, I just wanted to ask him if he resides in New York and how come he never went there to, to participate in the
UK. One man
No,
in
it's
the UK.
not here.
okay.
All right, Ike, you wanted to say something before I go to Osho. Okay.
No, my brother, it's just like what my brother Austin said and Mr. James. Each and every one of us who has been in this, I've not been a member of your platform for a very long time, but I think for the few months that I've been here, this guy they call one man. It's not just only in this your platform. In other platform, he goes there, he cause trouble, he make people get angry, and they walk away. And I think that with their own experience as a professional journalist and people who have been in this media communication for a very long time, I think you should try to, find a way to deal with one man, because sometimes when he comes here, he just say whatever he wants to say and he goes away, just like what he just did now. He interrupted everybody and he bullied himself into the pulpit, and he spoke and walked away. So, I mean, we are not children here, right? And I don't think that he's older than me, no matter whatever he wants to claim to. But sometimes we are not looking at age, but sometimes you have to be respectful, So I don't think people go to his platform to cause this kind of situation. I don't think any right-thinking man or any sensible Nigerian will go to a kind of a platform run by this guy. So, but I think that you have to take a deep breath and know how to handle this young man whenever it comes to this platform. Because every time he comes in here, when I'm here, he will distract us from what we are saying. He take us away, far away from what we are discussing, and we'll be talking about one man. Before you want to do something, he walk away. So please do something.
All right. Thank you. Let me just remind everybody again that at 1, which is about 30 minutes, we are going to have Prince Adebayo here, and we encourage everyone to, if you have time, to stay and question him. Let him. He's one of the political class. There are people who are in the political class in Nigeria. Let's get their view on these things we are talking about on this. Have your say. Also,
yes, just a comment. Just a comment before I saw here. What Ike said, I just want to put the correct record. He didn't bully himself. You were able to control him till his turn. He didn't bully himself to that point, because let it not be that you allowed him to jump on. You allowed him to at his point. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, it's important that you guys identify, because remember what we are doing here. I believe that people at home who are watching, they judge us more. Yeah. They judge us. They could see the difference. They could see how he interrupted KJ. And then when someone interrupted him, he left. I mean, I have trust in everybody watching at home, people who have come up here. I don't think we have to clean up everything before people at home make up their mind. All right. Also here, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Again, the idiot with the fake British accent is always showing up here.
Hold on.
I just want to get him out of the way. I don't want him to be a topic to this show. And we are more 10 times better than him for us to even discuss him. He doesn't want it. So I want to go to something else, something more important. I'm not a fan of any Nigerian politician. I don't support any Nigerian politician. But when it comes to this noise making everywhere in Nigeria about Tinubu's academic qualifications, whether he graduated from Chicago State University, whether he actually attended there, what the results are, that if I were Tinubu, I wouldn't even respond to that, because the Nigerian Constitution specifically said in chapter 6, part 1, and I think it's section 131 of Nigerian Constitution, and the qualification for election as president. It said you have to be 40 years old here in Nigeria by birth, and they have. He said you have to be a member of a political party and also educated up to the secondary school certificate level. I think that's where Tinubu should focus. Do you have secondary school certificate? If you do, all this noise we are making all over the world, making noise on the internet, making noise everywhere, I think that settles it. So whether he went to Chicago State or he didn't go to Chicago State, he has certificate or first certificate, those things doesn't matter. Nigeria lowered qualification for presidency to the Constitution. They lowered it. So if once you have secondary school certificate, you are all set, and you are 40 years old, born in Nigeria, you are all set to be president. So all of these noise we're making all over the place, including myself. I was making noise before until I realized that, this guy didn't really do anything wrong.
So hold on. The what you call noise is not true. So first of all,
I was one of the people that was making noise.
First of all, he was the one that turned in a certificate. Okay, that is not well, I don't want to say it's not accurate one because there are two circulating now. So he has explained that. And he's one that decided to do that. You remember that P2B only put in WAEC, his GC or WAEC. He didn't put in his university certificate. And there's no issue in that. So it's not the fault of the people. People are not making, people are deducting. The erection is based on what he turned in. All right? Okay. All right. Yeah.
The deductions you're talking about is, okay, he turned in a certificate from Chicago State University. And, but he's not qualified. He was not qualified to be president because of Chicago State University certificate degree. If he qualified because of his school certificate. So that's the thing we need to focus on.
Also here, just a quick correction. Also here, a quick correction. Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
What he did.
correct me, please.
Also here, okay. Okay, listen. Okay, we all understand that his first school living certificate, but in his form, he did not put anything for primary school. He did not put anything for secondary school. That's where the problem is.
Okay, so this is why, and I'm just hearing this.
Yes, yes, he did not put any for those because he already did it when he was running for governorship, and they found out that he lied about those schools. So this time around, he was avoiding that. He didn't know that they were waiting for him, and he went and used the CSU. More problems.
All right.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let's get to Mohammed.
I got that from it. Thank you so much for directing me to that because I keep thinking if Nigerian constitution lowered the qualification for presidency and then for president. So if that is the case, we don't blame Tinubu or anybody or Keko or Kaf or Lumide or any other person that will come out tomorrow to be president that has only high school certificate, so we can blame them. Yeah, that's the thing. So that's what the constitution gave us mediocres and idiots to be presidents. So I think that let somebody else take over.
All right, thank you. Also, so for those who may not know, he's a political analyst, but he just didn't know. He didn't know the basic of where Tinubu's issue is. But anyway, Tim, I'll come to you before that. Let's go to Mohammed. You wanted to say something?
Yes, please, I wanted to respond to Prince politely. I'm sorry if you mistook what I said by saying the Nigerians, the diaspora are doing many a job. I'm not generalizing it, please. I'm only trying to make reference to the fact that it's better back home. If we can put our mind to it, I want to make this country work. We don't need the politicians to help us do that. We don't need the soldiers to do that. We have to do that ourselves. And we have to make this sacrifice if this country is ever going to work. We should forget about this idea that we can talk on TV, shout on social media. We have to be realistically on ground, hold these guys accountable. That's the only solution. Those who will die will die. Those who will survive will survive. But the fact that these laggards we have now will not change the system. Like what the last speaker just said, I can't pronounce the name correctly. Is it the same laggards that gave us a constitution that said all you needed to be a president just to be educated? You don't even need the secondary school certificate by the constitution. Just be educated or have the equivalent. So by Tinubu qualification, he's more than qualified to be a president. And that's why I said it during my first conversation that nobody's going to remove him. Is it these judges that are going to remove him? So we need a total reset of the Nigerian state. And where we got it wrong was when democracy came back in 1999, we allowed the bad guys to take the seat of power. And now it's just like a case of putting wine in a glass cup and give to a monkey. It's easy to give the glass cup to the monkey to take the wine. Well, how do you collect the wine back without breaking the cup? That is the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria right now. So this is what I wanted to correct. Thank you.
Yeah, what I wanted to let you know that the Constitution said at least school certificate level. So we don't know if this school certificate means primary school certificate. We don't know. We don't know if it means secondary school certificate. So we really don't know what this is so vague that it's vaguely written by that president. So that school certificate, we don't know what that means. So that's another thing that lawyers have to interpret. And if you have honorable judges, which you don't have in Nigeria, If you have honorable judges, they can also go back to interpret what school certificate means.
All right.
So right now, we don't know what school certificate means. Tinubu can come back tomorrow and say, I passed primary school. You know, somebody like one of the members of the House of Representatives said, I won primary school. So primary school certificate. So maybe Tinubu can come back tomorrow and say, I won primary school certificate. What would we do at that time?
If you are in Nigeria, you know what certificate is. Even NEPA B too na certificate. At least our last president used them.
What it said, school. The Constitution says school certificate.
All right.
So we have to interpret what
8 years ago we used NEPA bill and it qualifies as certificate.
All right. Thank
you. Thank you. It could be commercial school. Those commercial schools they do on the streets. It could be that certificate. As long as it's a school certificate, that's how the Constitution is written, and that is what is creating all these problems. It's so vague that we don't know what it is.
Thank you.
The brilliant panelists that are here to help us understand what school certificate means. To me, it could mean
English.
Could mean I don't know what it means. Please,
thank you so much.
Dr. Damages and the brilliant people there help us understand clean this up for us to understand.
Let's go to Chim.
That and too dirty for me.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Chim. He's right and looks that way.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, everybody. I just barely managed to get into listen to, what did you call that last fellow? The guy who got offended and left.
One man.
Okay, so first and foremost.
Sorry, he didn't get offended. That's his way of life. Sorry.
That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Please, he got offended and left. That's my definition. So let's leave it at that. He got offended, but when I joined and I heard the last couple of comments he made, I don't know why Nigerians we like to spew alternative realities. Anybody's at liberty to support anybody you want to support, and for very good, there are very fine people. And this is not, I'm not Trump, but when Trump said it, people found fault with it. There are fine people on every side, genuinely, and I believe so. There are genuine people who are supporting Tinubu, and it's not because they are tribal or ethnic. They when they say in their mind the way Lagos worked, whatever it is they saw in Lagos, and they just feel this guy was the best thing that happened to Lagos after God created this world, and therefore they feel he can come to the national level and replicate that thing. But there are others who are objective enough to say, you know what, I don't hate this man for any personal reasons, but at the place where we are as a nation right now, bearing in mind the kind of things we know about him, he's not the kind of candidate we need. So when I listened to him and I saw what he was spewing, especially, if I juxtapose that with what has happened this past week, this is not the first time Ajuri Ngelele is spewing alternative reality, which is a lie. And we can see it. And still we are seeing these things. And somebody like the lawyer who supports, the lawyer from Adamawa State who switched from APC to Daniel Bola. Daniel Bola rightly said that Nigeria should brace up, that we're entering a season where right from the seat of power, lies is what we're going to be spewing out, changing things to deceive the country. And the man is turning out to be right. Even though he's a politician, he said it. He did it. After he said it, what happened? Someone tells us that Tinubu is the primal African to ring the bell at the stock exchange, when we've even had non-political actors, people who are just mere celebrities. DJ Switch, the daughter of this, rang the bell in that same place. We've had presidents Jonathan rang the bell. We've had many Nigerians who are not even political presidents ring the bell, and somebody is making these things look big. And then, so you see, I don't want to dwell too much on him, but Dr. Mbamej, what I want to say about that guy is, as much as I respect and I appreciate the way you're running this platform, beautiful, but I think sometimes you need to take control of the reins when somebody starts, and there should be no apologies. This is not being dictatorial. I'm putting that person aside. So I'll end that. I don't want to overswell on that matter. Coming to Tinubu's certificate, which Oswala just brought up. Oswala just brought up. I think we're missing the point. Yes, the Nigerian Constitution says bare minimum school living certificate. But the Nigerian Constitution did not say you should lie about your qualifications. The people are missing this thing. If this man had just presented school certificate, case closed, what we'll be talking about is whether he rigged the election or he didn't rig. But this man presented degrees as governor in 1999, for which Gani Faomi took him on. And considering when he realized he couldn't use that again, that's why this time around, remember the first one, he said he went to one primary school that nobody has been able to identify his name in. He claimed he went to Government College Ibadan, which has come out to be a lie. Then he now brought in the Chicago. This time around, he took his time, knowing fully well that he's lying. He removed primary school, he removed secondary school, and then he now told us Daily College or whatever it is.
Chim, it was government college Eric Moore, he claimed.
No, this time around he didn't talk. He didn't bring government college. This time around he removed it.
No. You said Ibadan. I was saying Eric Moore, which is just even by my house.
No. It's government college Ibadan. It's Ibadan.
Oh, really?
That's what he's. Yes. So this time around he removed the primary, removed the secondary, and only used American education as which clearly I know I'm making it. I don't have my facts, so I accept that. But based on what we're seeing are clear lies. And so that is what we're talking about. Nobody is talking about whether it is school living certificate or not. What we're saying is somebody has lied on that oath. Remember, when you bring those documents, there's a portion of the form that says, are you confirming that the information you're providing here is true? That is lying. So when you are filling a form, they will say, confirm that all the information you are presenting here are accurate, and that if you are found not to be accurate, X will happen to you. That is what happened to Tinubu. That is what our judges are seeing and turning the facts around. This man lied on the form he presented to the Nigerians. And so that is what someone like Atiku is pushing at the court to say, let us see what this is inside this thing that this man is defending. So nobody is arguing. Nigerians are not stupid. We're not making spurious arguments when we're saying we want to know the president who is running our affairs. I think if it was America, I remember towards 2016 and even 2020, Americans were talking about what is his name? Trump's tax certificates. They wanted to know. Everybody wanted to know. It became an issue. So I think we need to be very clear when we come out to make certain comments. I know our country is going through a lot of things, but Nigerians are not stupid. We're not foolish. We're simply asking to be made known. Let us see what is there. It is one thing we can go back and sort out this constitutional thing later on to say, okay, this whole bare minimum certificate, is it even proper? And then, address it. But right now, the issue is, did the man lie to us on the forms?
Okay. That question was put forward to the judges that in the panel, those judges ruled in his favor. So you see, so that's the problem now in Nigeria. You have judges that claim to go to school, claim to be rational, claim to be, they don't have what it takes to be judges. So we have them there, and these questions were put forward to them.
I agree with you, and which is why, there's been some conversation around the fact that if what Atiku is asking for in the American courts, although yes, the American courts have not fully given him permission, but at least we can see the way the judgment has been going, the proceedings. If this was Nigeria, the judges would have said Atiku has no local standing. He cannot ask. But we are seeing the judge from the lower court who ruled said, listen, that Atiku's request is legitimate before Tinubu's lawyers began to appeal to another court. So those are some of the factors and things as Nigerians we need to begin to address. The system is so corrupt. It's so corrupt. And when we say this, people make it look as if we're just throwing shades at the nation. No, because these are very clear cases. If I lie, I'm looking for a job right now, and then on the form they say confirm, or are you confirm? I mean, I don't have the right HR words, that the information you are presenting is accurate. What they're simply saying is, if we investigate this further, if we ask for your previous employers or your school to confirm that the claims you are making are found to be wrong, you could go to jail. And that is what we're saying. So if our judges and our lawyers do not even understand the implication of some of those statements of somebody signing a form that is misleading, then Nigeria is in big shit. It's as simple as that. That's what some of the things we need to be addressing. So maybe our lawyers don't understand this. Maybe our judges don't understand this. So someone needs to go and educate them that what they are saying is they are perpetuating and encouraging people to lie.
You know, you cannot have a judgment in Nigeria if judges look at public opinions to make, instead of looking at the law. So they look at public opinions. They throw out this ballot.
All right, we lost.
And that's how they make judgments. They come up with their own decisions and judgments. So that is a dangerous thing that happened in Nigeria right now. So even lawyers, they throw the thing and they go to social media, they go to the press, they get things from the see how the public react to that, and that's how they present their cases in the courts. So me and you, with all these intelligent people that's in the panel today, it's difficult to go to bed and close your eyes knowing that you are from Nigeria. As something happens, it cannot go to the court to get redress. If something happened, it cannot reach out to any authority to get redress. It's painful, it's painful. Most of us, you always think about how to go back and see how to help the country, how to do, but they keep frustrating every effort everybody is making. So, I leave it to brilliant people there, Dr. Damages and the panel. I know you guys can handle these issues very well. But I am disappointed in
can
our
I add something,
judiciary
sir?
and the judges.
Can I add something, sir? You see, what we are actually speaking about, we the ordinary Nigerians, just like who are not intelligent, like one man went to Moses said, is that we are building something that is not going to go away because it's going to get worse and worse. Now you are saying that anybody can forge a certificate, and when it goes to the law court, it does not matter. It matters.
Yes, that's what
But
they
that's
say.
that the generation to come will go a little bit further than what we are doing now. Okay, you are saying that it does not matter whether the person is doing it right or wrong, whether the person lies or not, it does not matter. Now, the Chicago State, the lawyers here in America have said to Atiku, you have the right to collect this document. Now, if there's nothing involved incriminating in the document, Tinubu went to appeal that they should wait till Monday, which is next tomorrow, before they can release those information. Now we are waiting for that information, and I want to dare say that when those information come out, you find out that the person who actually went to Chicago State University is a lady. Okay, because there's no way you would tell me that you went to a course in the school and they did not know that you're a man, and they issued you admission with a female name, and then when you were even graduating, they still wrote it on a female ledger. It is not totally going to come out that way. So he said in his words that it's going to cause an irreparable damage to his personality. What is the irreparable? Look, as I'm sitting here now, I can call the schools I went to. You can go and collect my certificate if you want. You can check it out. What I you don't even need to go too far. I have, excuse me, I have colleagues, I have friends, classmates all over the world. You can just ask. So what is so difficult? And nobody's asking this question. Nobody's asking this question. What is the reason why he's hiding this information? Does it really matter? Okay. But you see, so people like one man, when they come here, nobody says you cannot support Tinubu. I mean, I don't have any problem with him. Okay. But don't make you look at the rest of us who are saying, look, we should do better. We are stupid. Are you not tired that a nation that is 60 something years old and we don't even have enough electricity for people? Electricity. We don't have road. Okay, and you're still recycling the same leaders who have kept us there. Okay, and let me, you see, the thing is, the most painful thing is that, you see, I may be speaking now. We had journalists, who have become, got to place of power. They become even more, more blatant. They did even worse things to journalism than those who didn't even practice. Okay, so I don't know whether, just like Ruben Abati wrote, maybe it's the spirit in the Aso Rock that is causing those people to change their mind once they are there, because they want to get there. Don't just keep twisting your mind. And if that is the case, let's change the Aso Rock. Let's move the thing somewhere else, so that the spirit will keep, not turn people's mind to do what is right. If not, how do you tell me you come to America, you enjoy all the things, you enjoy all amenities. Once you leave, you forget what you saw and go back to your nonsense. Does it make sense, my brothers? So when people come here and they're trying to say maybe nobody's anti-government here. Who doesn't want his place to be developed? Who does not want to live a good life? It's not because of a good life. And we didn't. And then the other thing I want to say to Mohammed, we didn't live because we were running away. We got tired, and when we felt that our life was in danger, our children will have to raise up. We decided to excuse ourselves, because Bob Marley said, "He who fights and run away lives to fight another day." I'm not prepared to now give my life, because that is not what I'm called for. But I will continue to push the lead. I'm not going to give up. That's why we're here, and we know that they are monitoring the channel. I will keep talking to them so that they will hear and change their method. Nobody hates them. Okay. If Tinubu, if the INEC, if Mohammed hadn't dragged us into all this, nobody will bother about Tinubu's winning, whether he had certificate from NEPA to be president. Nobody was concerned about that. People messed up the system. And it is only in Nigeria an institution of government who taxpayers pay will tell you that what those institutions put as their own law is not followed, and it does not matter. Are you talking to one person? Are you talking to two people? Are you talking to millions of people? The person who set the rules and said against the rule does not matter. And when I think about it, I feel like pulling my hair, because it doesn't make any sense. If just 1 second, I'll go away. If the director of media says that this is sacrosanct, we will abide by this. Nigerians protested. You say no. People are giving people fake news. We will abide by this. And on the day of election, you refuse to abide by that same thing. And the court saw all this evidence in video form, in reported form, and yet they could not hold these people accountable. It beats my mind. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Russo, I just wanted 2 minutes so that I'll be able to leave. I just have an appointment somewhere so that someone else could enter.
Yeah.
Another thing.
Hold on. Prince, hold on. You want 2 minutes. I have only 1 minute because Prince is coming in.
Okay. Sure.
So
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Okay.
So what I want to tell people is this. Okay. Like some people the other day said, oh, that Tinubu will block it and do this and do this. Listen, the only reason why the superior judge listened to them is just because it's a right. When things are going on, you have the right to appeal. And he's not the one that said Monday. It was the judge that said he wanted it 20 something. I think a Thursday or whatever it is. It was the judge that said no. By Monday, because she will be busy this weekend, she will do it. In US, you are free to, the judicial system is very much independent. Okay, so we should free our mind. They will not. What will happen will happen. I don't see that superior judge countering the other judge. No, it will happen and it will happen. Thank you so much, and I'll be on the background listening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Peter. I'll come to you, but before then, let me just announce that on tomorrow's show, just a minute. On tomorrow's show, 90 Minutes Africa, we will have a special guest, and that is Professor Chika Okeke Agolo. He is going to be here to talk. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm putting the wrong. Okay, yeah, good. He's going to be here to talk about a symposium that will happen next weekend at Princeton University. The subject is on Chinua Achebe and the trouble with Nigeria. It's going to be on Friday and Saturday of next week, which is 26th and 30th. So Professor Chika Okekagolo will be here. He's the director of the program in African Studies at Princeton University. He's one of those people who are organizing this conference. And of course, later on today, any moment from now, actually, we are going to have Prince Adebayo. Most of you know him. He ran for president under the SDP in the last election. He will join us and he will talk about the state of the nation, and we will have the chance to question him on some of these things that we are trying to discuss here on Have Your Say. He's part of the elites, part of the people who should be running the country. So that will be an opportunity for us. Peter, welcome to the show.
Not spoken, doctor.
Oh yeah, you just came. AY. Peter has been.
No, I came in before Peter.
Okay, go on then. I'll wait for you.
No, who is saying that they've not spoken? AY?
Not spoken.
No,
Tone,
not me. Not me.
Tone.
Oh, Tone. Oh,
Tone. Okay, okay. So it's your turn. Okay, carry on, Tone. Let me wait for you.
Yeah, Tone, go ahead.
Okay. Very quickly, I think pretty much everybody has touched on what we want to touch on. Dr. Damages, thank you very much for your maturity. Sometimes I know I'm the least patient person sometimes, because when I hear lies and propaganda, it just crawls. It just feels there's something crawling under my skin, so I just can't tolerate it. But one thing I must say again, from a couple of people have touched on it, I think you need to put some people in charge, because this same gentleman on his forum I'm worried that he's breathing a set of tribalists. You need to see the kind of narrative that they are pushing out there. And when you say anything on the contrary, they are just like on your neck. So you just can't come here and be causing confusion and just get away with it. Yeah, I do know that you're a journalist and all that. You want to listen to everybody. You want a balanced listen, but then it can't be coming here and be causing all sort of confusion. And back to the Tinubu thing. I know this speech. It's we weren't expecting much. He did it again. He keeps proving everybody right and all that. It's all tissue of lies upon lies, lies upon lies. So let me just stop for now. I think your guests should be waiting. I'll talk later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Peter. Peter, I'll give you just 2 minutes to weigh in, and then we'll go to our guest. Take a break, and then we'll go to our guest. Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. I just quickly want to throw in a little bit of my contribution. The way I see this is that we are facing a terrible time in our country, and America is facing the same thing, the same terrible time. I'm going to use America of a Donald Trump as a very good place of an example. I heard some of their journalists saying that the people that saved America under Trump is not the Constitution; it's just few individuals that saved America from Donald Trump, which were in his government. So the institution of America is working. That is why Donald Trump is not a president today. Tinubu is a president because our machineries are not working. So we, as a citizen, we are doing more than enough to make sure that our country is in a better shape. So if we have those people, trying to impose themselves on us, we don't have the foundation to come around to turn these things around. That is why things are like this. Their time will be over. And they want to see a bloodshed before they let us Nigerians, have a breathing space, because Tinubu is not going to do any good to any of us. They come to steal and go, which Buhari did the same thing. So that's what I just want to say. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. What we're going to do now is we're going to bring in our guest. I don't have a lot of questions for him, so you all will quickly join us in another 10 minutes. I just wanted to say hello to him. You'll join us in 10 minutes, and then we will have a joint conversation with him. But before then, let's take a 2-minute break for those who've been here since we started. 2 minutes, and then we will welcome in.
Missed the dean's list. I joined Deloitte, one of the biggest accounting firms, trained me. And my first question is, we are here not to talk politics. We are here to present a future to you. A future of a country that is so rich, endowed, and highly populated, very dynamic, unique in its culture, unique in our tradition, unique in our ethnicity. Country, we determine that we make our prosperity possible if only we use that God-given opportunity of diversity for prosperity of Nigerians. We're sure to do that. That is where I'm standing here to assure you. We're endowed. We can do it. We're not poor in knowledge. We are not poor in human resources. We are not poor in capital resources. We're only poor in management and leadership. And that is why I ran for president, to help all of us mold the soul of our country in the right direction. You care where you come from. It's the only country that you and I have. Whatever you experience here, I've gone through it. You're not new. I've been a guardman, I've been a tutor, and I was a brilliant student. I know that. No semester that I missed the dean's list. I joined Deloitte, one of the biggest accounting firms, trained me. And my first question is, do you have branches in Nigeria? And they said, we have a lot of clients that will take you if you want to go home. And I started winding my way back until I got to ExxonMobil. With ExxonMobil, I was a very successful accountant, auditor general, treasurer, and then venture into politics with a can-do attitude. You can do it. Don't be despondent in any form, any way. What do we need? A change of mindset. Mindset that honest work for honest day, honest hours work will pay off eventually. Be determined, be strong. Nigeria is ready to accommodate many. We partner with India, we partner with Canada, we partner with Germany. What is lacking is that we are eating some of our dinners early. We are not producing enough to even export. It's a matter of good thinking and good planning. These people that I mentioned would not have been successful as they are if they didn't think, question, do it right. If they prefer to cut corners, they won't be as successful.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is a special conversation with the SDP presidential candidate in the last election, Prince Adebayo. Prince Adebayo, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ogarudo.
We've had you more than any other person on this show, so congrats.
I was surprised when you started insulting me before I came in. Yes, I was shocked.
What do you mean?
They're calling me guest. I work hard here.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah.
Boy, now you should settle me. You know, and let me go and start my own show.
No, don't start your own show. We are going to lose our audience.
You are calling me guest. As you have land by now. If we are sharing land.
To introduce you, then we talk about you are an insider now. You are very good. Thank you so much for joining us. You are the only former presidential candidate who is still out there meeting the media, talking. The rest are let me not say what they're doing, but we appreciate the fact that you are still engaged in the conversation. Thank you. I will let the audience come in very quickly today. I don't have a lot of questions, but let me just give you a view on how did you read the Tinubu's trip to the UN?
It's what in my hometown we call Uzoamaka. He has got safe journey, so that we thank God for that. You know,
he's not home yet. He's not home. We know that.
I know, but halfway, I think he got there. He didn't get missing. So, and we've not had that he broke down or anything like that. So, at that level, we should start giving glory to God for simple things. And he made a speech which did not make the news, and that's a good thing. If he made a speech that didn't make the news. Yeah, so that means there was no gap.
What do you mean he didn't make the news? He was in the news. Abakova said it was the greatest he ever had.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that he didn't make the news globally for any gaffe, you know, or anything that Nigerians can complain about. Because the way I'm looking at this older generation in governance is to just first start from the cup is half full kind of thing, that any day they wake up and they have not embarrassed us, we say Chineke Dalu for that day, and then we start to plan for the next day. So it was a kind of normal UN first time thing, you know. It was first time addressing the UN. It was first time going on to the UN delegation completely for many of his team members. And so I think the fact that we couldn't, the late night shows and comedy shows haven't got any material out of it.
No, don't say that we have materials. You want us to play some for you?
Yeah, if you have some,
we have materials.
Okay, so whatever let's see that. But from my own perspective, it was like a normal African person coming to the UN and making the regular standard speech without anything that will leave UN observers or connoisseurs to say, where did they get this person from? You know, so it sounded like a typical African head of state speaking, though I don't think he's such a good reader. So maybe over time he will become a better reader. I don't think that Nigeria has been lucky with very vibrant, in the last 2 decades, we have not been having vibrant orators. You know,
when was the last time we had one?
To my mind, it might surprise you that the greatest speech an African a Nigerian has ever made on the international scene was last made in 1975. Africa has come of age by Murtala Mohammed. It will shock you. Since then, we've not matched that. So I hope that somehow we'll be able to match that, and much more that when we do match it, the oratory will be validated by positive events already happening on ground in the country.
Okay.
So however bad the speech of a Nigerian president is, it's still better than the reality on ground.
All right, let's get quickly to a few things. One is that, so your impression is that we should be happy each time our leader goes out there and they not embarrass us is win for us. But let's get to substances, because he said in the speech, he talked about Marshall Plan for Africa. He proposed that there should be a Marshall Plan for Africa. Will you have said something like that?
I will not. I will not, because first, I know that I will be a Nigerian president, and I will not pretend to some African messiahhood that I don't have. So I will be more specific about Nigeria. Two, I would not discuss Africa on the world scene without having provided leadership in Africa first. Because when you go out and speak in the UN General Assembly about Africa, and 10, 20 other African countries come and speak before you or after you, and they don't echo what you are saying, it sounds hollow because there's no coordination. So anytime I'm not every time, but usually when I'm in the US, I go to the African Union headquarters around Georgetown in Washington, D.C. there, when I go to D.C. for any diplomatic related activity. And I usually talk to our representative there. The current one is our fine sister from Zimbabwe. I discuss generally, I try to speak to other ambassadors, get to know so that if I'm meeting anyone in State Department or African Affairs and anywhere, I kind of, try to harmonize position. So I wouldn't go as far as that. Then I wouldn't so much concentrate on talking about investors, because that place is not Davos. It's not the World Economic Forum. The UN system, Nigeria has a role to play. There are multilateral issues that are of importance of the UN system. There are issues of reforms in the UN system. There are regional issues in the UN system. There are issues of global security. And there are some issues that have to do with security in our sub-region in particular. There are some unresolved issues with peacekeeping, and especially in given recent developments in the Great Lake region, in our own Sahel region, and even the constant issues we have in the Gulf of Guinea. So the UN system is better designed for those things. I don't think that's where you come and look for investors. After you leave that place, you can go to NASDAQ and ring the bell, and then maybe do a little forum for yourself where you talk to investment bankers and other investors. But key issues that will show, because Africa has unfinished business in the UN. We have the issue of trying to join the Security Council, permanent membership. We have so many other issues. So I think our leaders should understand where they are, and then speak appropriately about where they are, so that there is something that the audience wants to hear. So that will also reflect, if you telegraph what you are coming to say, that will also reflect the composition of the audience. You will see that it is not just UN or diplomatic servants who have no option that will be listening to you. Other people who have interest in those matters will be present in the audience to listen to you, because you are representative. Some of your diplomatic advanced party will have been consulting those who have interest in those subject matters, those serious issues that you want to speak on those issues, and they will come and pay attention. So those are the things I will have done differently. But it's their first outing, so and they have just put together their foreign affairs team. I'm not sure the minister has even spent up to a month or so. So maybe they can learn from this, and I think they assume that the UN was a continuation of the G20 in Delhi. So they just carry the same attitude. But the UN is a different system, and is the topmost diplomatic forum. And I think they should try to bring their A game and deal with all those traditional issues. Even if you are restating exactly where Nigeria has always stood, emphasizing it, and then try to make a case that will make those who are interested in the major issues that the UN system is dealing with now to see that you have brought a new perspective to some of the issues they are dealing with. You cannot ignore the elephant in the room, the UN, and start talking about you need a donor, you need an investor, and things like that.
All right, thank you so much. Quickly, I just want to get to two things, and then we get people in. There was a meeting that was supposed to happen. They started talking about that in August, that Tinubu will meet Joe Biden. In fact, they told us that Joe Biden sent an undersecretary of Africa to Nigeria in August to just tell Tinubu that he was the only person Biden wanted to meet. And Biden came to New York, met people like Netanyahu of Israel, but did not meet our own president. Do you know why that happened?
Well, I don't. Maybe for them, it's an important thing. For me, I really don't care if Biden meets me. If I was Nigeria president, I would be minding my business, but Biden will look for me. So, but I think they were in the throes of election legitimacy issue at that time, and they were eager to cling to any straw. Anybody, even if you have said that Jim Fallon, the comedian, I wanted to meet with them, they would say, okay, somebody wants to meet with you. So I think at that time they were kind of looking for somebody to just at least accept that they were president. So I do think that they had done the advance. I remember that there were some diplomats coming to the State House in Abuja saying that the president will meet. So I don't know what went wrong, but I saw that they met somewhere briefly in Delhi. So I don't know whether in Delhi they did do some of the little discussion, or they shifted it, or they decided to postpone it. But the most important thing for me is that they need to have a sense of accountability and transparency when they are talking. And I think Nigerians and our institutions also demand that whoever they meet with, they should give us a log. You know, in diplomacy, you are representing the country. So you don't hang around lobbies, meeting with people anyhow. Everybody, right from presidential advisor to our permanent representative, to our ambassadorial level diplomats, to the president himself, they must keep a log. Each time we talk to somebody, we met with Ukraine foreign minister for 15 minutes, we discussed this. There must be readouts sent to us. It's important. Remember what happened, why Qatar had to remove Andrew Young from being a UN representative for the United States, was that Andrew Young met with the PLO for a brief meeting and didn't tell anyone what happened at the meeting. So it's important that we should understand that when you go outside the country, you meet with any foreign person, try your best to try to inform Nigeria. Even when I, as a private citizen, which I am, when I went to the US and I was having consultation at the State Department with diplomats, with other people in the lead to the presidential election, I made sure that I kept some tapes, and I made sure that I came back home and reported what I had discussed and things like that. So it's important for you to learn that when you are representing a country abroad, you need to give accountability. Otherwise, we should know if Biden cancel the meeting, if Nigeria cancel the meeting, if they both mutually agree that there was some issue why they couldn't meet and stuff like that, they should communicate clearly and let us know. It's not a political thing. It's a national interest thing.
All right, thank you. Let me go finally to the issue in Chicago. You're a lawyer, you practice all over the world, and what is your take on what's going on, Atiku's efforts to get Tinubu's records at Chicago State University?
It's a normal demonstration of U.S. jurisprudence. It's most of it discusses how the UN, the United States legal system works, especially how the law works in the state of Illinois, and it discusses the issue, the tension between privacy, the right to keep your information private, and the right of the public to know who their leader is or anybody who is in the public space. There could be some exceptions to your right to privacy, especially if in your assertions in public, and one of the qualifications you advertise for eligibility for a public office relates to those things. You will recall that there was a lot of Republican effort to get Obama's record at Harvard. You also know that of Elizabeth Warren, Senator Elizabeth Warren, was also an issue. So you could see that when they were asking Obama, bring your records at Harvard. We need to see what you applied, how you applied, how you got it, whether it was affirmative action, whether you got it on merit, whether you claim American citizenship, whether you claim to be African American, this and that, what's your grade, actually, things like that. I recall that Obama was not too eager to bring those things out, and I'm not sure anybody has seen the full records of Obama up to now in Harvard, but the public demand for it was large. And the same thing, Elizabeth Warren, remember the story of whether he claimed to be Native American, and that was how she got into college, stuff like that. So so America is used to that people would want to know the background of a public person, especially a public official. And the law has some sympathy for keeping unnecessarily or excessively private information not to be in the public domain. At the same time, if public interest considerations override it, the court system will make an exception and ask this information to be released to the public. Now, with respect to our politics here, it is, to my humble mind, not as important as it is in validating the U.S. legal system. For us here, I think that one is, it shows three things. One, that we are fighting over something that our legal system has rendered irrelevant. For example, the court that should have mandated that a presidential candidate of who wanted to become president of Nigeria to disclose his academic record should be our own court, because this is the country where you want to use it. And if you are running as a candidate here, if it's important to us, our legal system should insist that every person who is under such a challenge should be the one to produce the record. Secondly, if you did produce it now in the 2023 election, it is not admissible before our court anymore. So in the appeal before the Supreme Court, in the two appeals, none of them can bring it to the court. The Supreme Court will not even look at it. So thirdly, that I hope that with the government making 1 million mistakes in almost everything they touch, from foreign exchange to managing the economy generally, to managing cost of governance, to the quality of their nomination and the process by which they do these things, by the way they can hold the policy the last 3 months with respect to, for example, the subsidy regime that they said they had removed and then they are still doing it and stuff like that. So when you have all of these issues, I hope that this Chicago sideshow will not suck the energy out of the media and suck all the oxygen in the room, and a lot of misgovernance and bad governance will be taking place, and we'll be entertaining ourselves with Chicago thing. And in the end, when we now get to the grand finale of it, and that document is now in the public, we discover that one, the federal, it won't show much. It will show that maybe there has been some lack of candor with respect to the best student or not the best student kind of post, which won't make any difference. Or there will be some revelation in which people say, so what? We never had a good impression of him anyway. You're telling us one more thing. It's not going to move the needle. So that's the way I see it. And as an opposition, I decided to just concentrate my own on policy angle and to try to give the people I would not imagine that what they are doing is the only thing that any reasonable person can do in government and things like that. That's what I see.
All right, I will let our people in, and I will still reserve the right to ask my questions as we go along. But let me bring in people so that our conversation will be more interesting. When I call on you, please, just a question and give room for other people to have opportunity to ask a question too. Ovie, you're next. You're first.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, my question, I think my question touched on earlier question that Rudolph asked me, was trying to put me on the OC regarding my observation of what transpired on the side in New York regarding Adewale's visit and his conclusion about his visit to the American government and their businessmen. So what the question you asked Prince Adewale about who is the best orator Nigeria has ever, ever produced. Interestingly, he mentioned Murtala Mohammed's speech of 1976, not 1975. And in that speech, it has everything to do with, again, to your response to Tinubu's speech in New York, when Rudolph asked you, what is your own view about that speech? And you said that if before you actually go to face the nation and face the world and talk about leadership in Africa, you should actually physically provide one first, which actually speaks to my own immediate reaction to that speech. Rudolph, if you remember that very night when we actually had discussion after listening to the speech, I said, this speech, I mean, why is it all about Africa, Africa, Africa? Sarcastically, I put it in that order. But as you brought up a Murtala Mohammed speech of that 1963 on the 3rd of January. Let me just briefly share of what happened, which actually led to his death, and what is actually happening now, regards to who control our policy and whatnot. On the 3rd of January 1976, the American ambassador to Nigeria, Mr. Donald Esson, brought a letter addressed to the Nigerian head of state from the United States President Gerald Ford. The same letter was sent to many African leaders. Murtala considered this a contemptuous gesture, an attempt by the Americans to dictate policy regarding the Anglican revelation struggle. Now, he continued, he says, his federal military government took the bold and unprecedented step of releasing President Ford's letter to the press. It also issued a strong response, calling the letter a gross insult and basically telling the Americans to go to hell. This event triggered Murtala Mohammed's decision to attend the OAU conference in Addis Ababa and deliver his message to the world, which is the speech that you referred to, Prince, on the 11th of January at the extraordinary summit conference of OAU held in Addis Ababa. He gave one of the most powerful speech ever delivered by a Nigerian leader, pulling no punches as he relied against the force of neo-colonialism and imperialism, aiming to keep Africa in poverty and strife. In his speech, he paid special attention to the Pretoria, Lisbon, Salisbury Axis, the government of South Africa, Portugal, and Rhodesia, and to the United States of America, who claimed we are interested in maintaining white supremacist minority regime in South Africa. Just over a month later, Murtala Mohammed was killed at the age of 37, the victim of a failed military coup. One of the leaders of the coup had accused Murtala Mohammed of, among other things, going communist. Now, fast forward to today, I will read briefly the response of Adeyemo. Responding on behalf of the United States government, the U.S. Deputy Treasury Secretary Wale Adeyemo told U.S. business leaders that he arrived in New York from Lagos few hours ago, where he was on an official visit that later became a fact-finding mission. According to him, in Lagos, I saw firsthand some of the major reforms you implemented. Now, he's speaking to the response. Tinubu was there and Abiola government official. You implemented in Lagos and the transformative effect it has on Nigerian commercial capital. People have testified to the fact that the reform you have put in place as president are quickly enhancing confidence. American business are paying attention to that. And from what we have seen so far, Nigeria is proving to be a new frontier for investment. We will encourage our companies from our end, and those of reform continues to deepen. Also speaking, so it was kind of a positive command. Now, my question, in your response to removal of subsidy, which is they are actually taking credit for, in your response to removal of subsidy, you said it's pretty much that is what business, what is it called? What's it called? The World Trade Organization policy and all that. Pretty much, this is a policy that has been dictated by us by the Western power, regardless of who actually win the presidency, except your party will say they should not refuse the subsidy. Now, looking at this two scenario, this was Murtala Mohammed was 1976, and fast forward to today. My question is that who are we? Who they run us? I'm sorry to put it like that, Mr. Prince, Prince Adewale. So, I mean, are we progressing? I often describe Nigeria as we are confused people. Am I right in seeing this?
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Prince.
Yeah, thank you, Ovie. I noticed that you have brought a piece of history back. Something I used to see in the past, some red cap. It's still 18 now. Yeah, but it's okay. So let us, last time I saw it was before Murtala's speech, 1976. That's that time I saw this red cap. Okay, so now let us understand something like in every country, there are tendencies. A country doesn't go in one direction. It goes in the direction of the dominant group. Even America, that is seen as a capitalist country, has its own left-wing people, called left-wing people, who had a different idea of what the country should look like. Putin leading Russia, different from the person who, there was another person whom Yeltsin was supposed to hand over to, who Yeltsin did not hand over to, handed over to Putin. So every country has its own tendency. And in Nigeria, the tendency that Tinubu belongs to has been the dominant tendency from time. So when we became independent as a country, even in African regional diplomacy, we had two camps, the Casablanca group and the Monrovia group. And I think Nigeria belongs to the Monrovia group, together with Hubert Boyin and not the rest of the Western people. If you listen to Tafawa Balewa's speech, or first speeches when he went on his maiden international diplomacy. He was even poking fun at the non-aligned movement and things like that. So that is the tradition from which our leadership, political leadership, evolved. What you find is that they might be competing with one another as to who is going to be the lackey of a foreign power. You know, they might Obasanjo might know some people and want to mobilize them to support his candidate. Babangida knows some people, mobilize them to support his candidate. Salami knows some people, other people. So Kojo Iweala is part of that system as well. If you have noticed, he's one of the ideologues of the international system. So all of them might be competing, but none of them is trying to go out of the reservation. None of them is trying to go outside. So the tendency that you are complaining about who is running us has been like that since the founding of the country. It was like that. Part of the discussions at the colonial office when they were planning the exit of direct British rule in Nigeria to try to find a kind of neo-colonial system to put in place. So those major thinkers in Whitehall who were thinking of who do we hand over to in Nigeria, they were also looking for how to recruit their people. Is part of the reasons why 59 elections were the way they were. So not to make it, I want to make my question, I want to make my answer shorter than your question, because your question was quite a dissertation on its own. What I would say essentially is that the dominant group in Nigeria is the pro-Western group. And you will see that in austerity measures by Shagari. You will see the radical departure. If you look at Murtala Mohammed's government and you look at Obasanjo's government, you will think that Obasanjo got there by a coup against Murtala Mohammed, that they were not the same thing, because it was like Kampare and Sankara, the way Obasanjo turned compared to Murtala Mohammed. So you will see that is the attitude. You will see what the factor that led to our civil war. In Nigeria, we're talking about domestic factor, but we forgot the the external factor, which was that both sides, the federal side was being goaded on by the British, and the Biafra side was being goaded on by the French.
So where would then Adewale go?
So both sides.
You as a president, which side will you go? You as a president now, which side will you go?
I will come to that in my conclusion. I just wanted to give the historical analysis a bit. So both sides to that civil war, that was why there's nothing for Russia to Soviet Union to do anything to do. Both sides were all Western lackeys, fighting each other. The French side, the Anglo-American side. So in the end, if you travel down in history, look at Babangida's structural adjustment program, you could see that it was also a Western-led part of the discussion that he had with Thatcher and Reagan, and those are the things they had in mind. And then when you start to look at it, Obasanjo 1999 date, so Tinubu is traveling in that direction, and that direction that if Atiku had been president, that direction will be different style, the same direction. I think clearly that if Mr. Peter Obi had become president too, maybe he will be walking through the EU system, because Tinubu is extremely American, and that's one thing Nigerian will discover over time. He's a client of the American system. What he's trying to do now diplomatically is to try to reconcile the little tension between French influence, because he's very close to the French, extremely close, maybe one of the closest to the French of our recent presidents. So he's an American product, part of the American system. Now he has friends in France, So he's trying to reconcile that and deliver his diplomacy. So I won't hold my breath with respect to anything radical, anything to Africa, anything like that. Now, what I will have done is to actually make foreign diplomacy secondary. And that's always my advice to any leader. What you do at home is the beginning, is the cornerstone and touchstone of your diplomacy. So I would rather, first, I will try not to emerge from an election in which my legitimacy will be an issue with my fellow citizens. So I'll try to unite my home. And secondly, in trying to put a government together, I will try to see that there's no schism in the country, carry everybody in the same direction. And then, so when I have a strong pedestal at home, then I would rather want to show example and let the world come to Nigeria to see what we are doing. And for obligatory meetings like the UN and all of that, I think I will touch on, I will be a little positivist and legalistic to try to enforce the UN test, the UN Charter, and all the other agreements that we have entered it with other countries multilaterally and all of that, and leave it like that. And come back home and face my national security and national interest priorities. I'm not going to be kind of telegraphing all I need to do in my country. I think people will just see that I'm a better president. There's more accountability. Our institutions work and things like that. And if you face that, I think internationally, people will take note of it and realize there's a new leadership. But I don't think diplomacy by making empty speeches has ever saved anyone.
All right, thank you. For those coming up, please make your questions short so that we can get as many as possible. There are people who are waiting and we don't have much time. Okay, so Chim, you're next.
Thank you, Prince Adewale, for joining us. First of all, I want to congratulate you on your modest outing at the last elections. It takes a bit of courage to throw your destiny into the rings, and you did that. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
So I have two questions, but I'll make them very short. The first one is about the election. So you are a participant in this electoral process. You ran for president, and considering all that INEC, brought out as plans, as processes, they engaged the presidential candidates and your parties severally, told you what the rules would be. Bearing in mind all that happened, would you say that the last election, especially the presidential election, was free, fair, and that INEC truly abided by what it said it was going to abide by? That's number one. Second question is this. Professor Wole Soyinka has clearly come out to be very controversial following the election. He in particular seems, I'm using the word seem advisedly, to be in alignment with the current president. In other words, he is supporting the current president as much as he tries to act as if, but we know that is where he leans. Considering the fact that I don't even believe he voted in that election because he was not in the country during the election, would you say Prof's assessment of the situation is truly a reflection of how Nigerians feel about the election? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Chim. Prince.
Okay, number one, let me start with, yes, I thank you for your kindness. One of the reasons why I come here is that I meet kind people like you who even say good things, encourage us. So if it's for Rudolph alone, there's no point coming here because he has never even thanked me or comforted me in any way. So since I lost the election, so I thank you. So what I can say is that INEC engaged all of us, told us what they will do, and I think they were short of telling us that they will take the result to the Gabriel first to pray over it before releasing it constitutionally. But I'm not the type that forgets history. I think immediately I started saying, don't believe INEC. And I started saying that from the beginning. And I've given revelation about it many times. What I found out was that INEC was first, just for the first part, they were looking for money. So this technology they were talking about was to balloon their budget to an amount that can save 3 African countries together. So if you are to do elections where poor people will come and vote for their potential saviors, it shouldn't cost you more than 10% of the budget of the amount was spending. So I've always been, you can ask Professor Morris, who when he was INEC chairman, you can always ask him. I was always looking for ways to cut the cost of this government thing. And I think many of my colleagues, lawyers, many of them haven't forgiven me up to now, because there was a time when I had some advisory role to play for INEC, and the first thing I did was to cut the cost of hiring lawyers by 90%. So, because they were spending so much money, and I said, what all this? So, and then try to see how to cut costs in many areas. So the first thing INEC did was to say they are going to introduce technology. If at that time there was ChatGPT, if they knew about it, they would have said ChatGPT would be the one to count the thing and all of that. So we just went for procurement. And if you study procurement, you will see that the person proposing and National Assembly members that are approving, they are the people to spend the money. Even a senator was a major contractor to supply the equipment and all of that, even though, so they are the first racket. So I made that observation, number one, clearly. Second, on October 1st, 2021, that was about 18 months to the election. Patu Tomi, Atayu Jega, and other friends of INEC like that, call us for a colloquium or conference at Rockview Hotel in Abuja. And everybody who was friendly with INEC was there. All of them were there. I think it was televised live. Investigative journalist Rudolph can get it from AIT by saying October 1st, 2021. It was televised live. You can now, maybe next time we see again. If we don't offend each other today, if we see again, you can play it and you will hear my voice there. And after INEC said they will do this, they will do that, and all the usual marketers. In Nigeria, if you want to sell nonsense, you call professors, human rights activists, other people, influencers. Those are the people who will help you sell the nonsense. So when it was my turn to speak, Tanko Yunusa, the spokesperson for Labour, was also there. Many people were there. Michael Zekome, who was one of the engines behind Atiku's petition, now was there. And I said to them, how many times do you want to be fooled? INEC is just fooling you. INEC will not use any transmission, anything. I'm not quoting myself verbatim now, but this is summary of what I said. When you listen to the tape, you will now hear the full detail of what I said. They are fooling you. INEC that you cannot even go and register your political party or file a report or hold a meeting to hold your convention. That if you don't pay them money, they are not going to come. And if another person pays them, they will say you have 2 factions in your party and do whatever. And I said the headquarters of fraud is in INEC. The INEC is the headquarters of fraud. So that's what I said. And I said, secondly, on election day, somebody in INEC might decide to switch off the server and tell you that they have a network problem. What are you going to do then? Therefore, all of you hypocrites who gather here, you yourselves still want INEC to rig election for you. So if we as political parties can do a pact with one another, not to want INEC to rig for us, because INEC doesn't rig election for fun. Those guys are quite expensive. So they just can't look at your face and say, let me just rig for this guy. He's so good looking. No. Usually you have to go there, recruit them, and all of that. And I also mentioned that many of you here are already taking your party members and campaign people and giving money to INEC so that they can make them ad hoc staff, so that they can rig for you. So if we agree among ourselves that we are going to have a free, fair, and credible election, none of us will be desperate, we can do it, then we can now, all of us now can now face INEC. But INEC technology, all of this is not going to work for you. And you must get your party agent, and all the party must tell their agent, no cheating, no fraud, and all of that. If majority don't want to do it, only one or two want to do it, it will not work. So, and I said all of that. So I wasn't one of those who was carried away by INEC and all of that. I knew it was just a game. Second, while the election was going on, the political preaching every rule in the book. They were overspending. They were doing all sorts of things that are against the Electoral Act. So if you switch out the server on election day, it's not a crime. There's nowhere it's a crime. But if you bribe a voter, it's a crime. If you spend more money than is allowed to run elections, it's a crime. So people who were already committing crimes as we were going along the way, the political parties, the presidential candidates, and all of that, anytime we met to review, I always brought this matter out, that these people are already committing crime. So on election day, I will not be surprised. See, and I used to raise it. So Retu will join me and say the same thing, and things like that. So I wasn't too surprised on election day that the thing turned out the way it turned out. So because I knew from our own internal records, as at 4 p.m., as at 7 p.m. on the election day, my people and journalists can go around, I can give them what their name. From announcements alone, they were already counting for us millions of votes from announcements, not just ballot. You go, there are polling units, there are wards in Katsina, in Adamawa, in Bauchi, in other places where when they announce, you say SDP, SDP, SDP. But in reality, is that the state executive, I don't want to start pillaring my party all the time, the state executive in some of our state branches, even the SDP person came from APC or came from PDP. So as they are calling number of vote cast 550, SDP 320. When they are writing, they don't write 32 because your agent is also there writing 32 with them. So if people clap and walk away. So there are so many layers of fraud done. And long and short of it is that the electoral system was not free, was not fair. And I've always been saying it. The only problem I have with people is that you participate in all the criminal, unethical, immoral activities that led to the final day. Then when it doesn't go in your favor, you suddenly become holy and say, INEC is not good. Then when we were saying it, you can see it on record, when we were saying as troublemakers, what I think happened to the major political parties was that they didn't realize what we were telling them. And I told them, even when they tried to change the color of money and all of that, I told all of them that PDP was hailing it, Labour was even celebrating it. I remember my senior brother, Yusuf Dati Abame, was sitting next to me in one of the crucial meetings where we were supposed to complain. And he was saying that this changing of money is the best thing to have happened and this and that. And I told him, I have a handkerchief for you, which I've not used. On the election day, when you start crying, always call me, I'll give it to you. Because they are fooling you in the villa. That some of this manipulation they are making is for your good, is for you. You cry, you realize that they are setting you up. So if you don't understand what is called the difference between trying to beat the system, fight from outside, and you want. I saw there were many people there. I think Ambassador Toyo was there, former Governor Atta was there. Many people were there. Former chief of defense staff, Maziluta Agwai. Many people were there. When I was pointing to him that I know what you guys are doing. They're supposed to be an outside people's movement, but the things that will lead to free, fair, and credible elections, you are not joining us to fight them. And you think that these things will favor you, but they will flip the coin the last minute, and you discover that you are stranded. You can ask him, and he was recorded when I said it openly. So that on the election day, when the thing was happening, it was just like me having seen the preview of the movie and seeing the movie now playing. And what shocked them was that the least favored of the system, the prodigal son of the system, Tinubu, was the one that the godfather was working for anyway all along. So they discovered that, and then all hell was left loose. So for me, the solution to having a good election in Nigeria start with first, simplify it, let it be a people-dominated thing. Technology, all of those things will not save you because technology requires honesty. If I don't want to do this interview now, I can always tell you my network is not working. I can start switching off my camera and get somebody to switch off the light for the mains, and I'll say, sorry, I can't do the interview. So the integrity of the man is more important than technology. Technology is a tool to enhance your intention. And if your intentions are bad, technology will be bad too. So now that's with respect to the election. So on the merit, it is not a good election. It started poorly. People were robbed of their billions. All that money they shared among themselves. Some of the people we were competing against in the election were being funded by INEC anyway. So, and all of that. And some of the so-called observers, donors, EU, they themselves had candidates. And whenever we met with the EU, I always told them, people are just fooling yourself. You have candidates among us here. You're not coming for free and fair election observer any rubbish. I'm not a fool. I know how you are funding them. So there were a series of conspiracies, but I think the Tinubu conspiracy, because that one is a gangster on the street, do it by yourself conspiracy. That one worked more than the one that people were relying on the system for too much. So, and then I also noticed something which was crucial for me. Wherever I went, all over the country, and I tried my best with my limited resources to go around, the person I always met with the most desperate people to work for is APC, Tinubu. So anywhere you went, you will meet these people. You can ask anybody who work with labor, work with anybody. Anywhere you went, no matter whether they are popular with the people or not, there will be one kingpin or election kingpin somewhere who is working with them. So they plan their presence quite well. The last week of the election, I spent it in the Northeast, mainly. And at about 2 days of the election, I was in Taraba. I think one person met me there. We were going to the nooks and crannies and places where we could find votes. We went to Wukari. I had to cross the Benue twice one day, and all of that. We went there everywhere, and I found out that, and I'm sure if you ask Congress, he will tell you the same thing, that as unpopular as the APC was, but almost everyone in those areas, former governor, former senator, former this, former that, those who just come out of prison, those who are about to go inside, almost everybody there had a deal to work for APC. So I wasn't too surprised when I saw the way the things turned out. Even those who were relying on Khan and all those, they later discovered that. So there was some deep penetration. So people should understand that if you want to do a radical change next time, we need to also have very deep-rooted people who are monitoring each polling unit. So in summary, for the election, I think it's not the election that INEC promised Nigeria, but I knew that the promise was not real. Second, the political parties themselves were okay with it. That was why INEC could get away with many things. They were not ready to criticize INEC, fight INEC. Once Festus Okoye came out and started telling the story, they will be nodding and all of that. I remember, I'm sure you asked you already this. The last meeting before the election, the chairmen of political parties, all of them, apart from Showore, stood up and said that INEC plan was the best. If the government wanted to give INEC any problem, they would rather die for the INEC chair, all sorts of rubbish like that. So, but all of them had friends in INEC and they were thinking what to do about it and how INEC was going to help them. And I also knew, to end this segment of the question, I also knew that there was fire on the mountain when INEC staff started pledging their loyalty towards the end of the election, pricing their loyalty. They will come to you. I'm in charge of this particular ward. If you pay this amount, the ward is for you, and things like that. And I noticed that many political parties, including those who are making noises now, were actually patronizing them and all of that. And even after our presidential election, when I went for governorship election in some of the states, I still found some of our candidates contending with the issue, with INEC officials coming to their houses at night, talking about how they're going to help them forecast and things like that. So that kind of election is not the election that our forefathers and our children combined together to see. Now, with respect to Professor Bola Tinubu, he's not even a voter. So that was why when people were competing to go and see him, I read his books. I like his Bungi Harvest and other things, but I have not particularly thought that influencer politics is my kind of politics. I like to, but if I'm invited by any big person, I tend to go there, just to honor them. But I have never thought that influencers are going to be the driver of the democratic system. So his opinion about the election or about anything is not really that important to me. And as a Nigerian citizen, he has the right to have friends. All I know is that of the presidential candidate, he has a number of friends. For example, I know Showore is quite close to him because we go and maybe drink that can wine together or something. Or I don't know if they even go hunting for game together. But I see that Showore goes there all the time. His friends, include Peter Obi, always go there and take photos and talk. And most of Peter Obi's operatives, Washington and many of them, they are Malaysian people. So they belong to that group. And Tinubu is his life partner. They've known each other forever. And they were involved in Adeco together. They have their own. So Seneca has a lot of friends. And among his friends, he's probably going to be more impressed with one or the other. So since I'm not his friend, I'm not his enemy, but I'm not one of his friends. So I see that as a friendly discussion among themselves. Because before the election, Showore will meet with Seneca, discuss. After the election, I think he's been there twice or twice. Same thing with Peter Obi. I think he was very keen on Seneca's endorsement. They were all for Seneca to endorse them, and we were really working hard on Seneca to endorse them. So, and after the election, they went to Seneca and told Seneca their life story, part of which is now revealing a bit of it to them. So they were the one who used their mouth to tell Seneca that they didn't win the election, and that but they to try to fight and see what they can get out of it. Seneca is not in their campaign camp. They were the one who went there to tell him by himself. So Seneca is I think, apart from what he's doing in the Middle East now, trying to translate something to Arabic, translate Bongi Harvest or Arabic for them to understand. He hasn't got much job. So if they want to fight him, he has their time. And the man is 90 something. So he can always get away with anything. He's closer to the gods now than to human being. So I don't want to waste my time on that. There is nothing Soyinka has to add to what happened to the election that we already don't know ourselves. The only thing he's telling us is the fact that some of the people who are doing election petitions, especially Labour, that they had told him they didn't win it, but they're just trying to win it. So I'm not going to intervene in that. But in my early March interview with Rise TV, I had mentioned it that one of the problems we will face in this obviously bad election is to try to make claims that you cannot sustain. And internal numbers shows to me that the election was very bad, and I've counseled everybody that we should just be talking the way I'm talking now to say the election is bad. It's bad in this area, that area, that area. We should cancel this election and do a proper one so that Nigeria will not regret the next 4 years. But when people were supposed to reach that conclusion or that consensus that the election was rigged, some decided to change their mind and say, I won, want my mandate. And then they play to the hand of the legal system, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because if you say you won, then you put yourself with an onus to go and now prove to the court that you won. But if you are genuinely interested in having the election done properly, then it is much easier and more credible to point to the errors of the election and deal with those errors and have the election council. Everybody will bring whatever they've got. But it's a situation where you want to keep the one that favors you, you want to fight the one that doesn't favor you, it's a little more difficult. So that is my question about Soyinka and the election.
All right, thank you so much, Prince. Prince,
Rudolph, please, before you proceed.
hold on, Pansat. Hold on, I just brought you in. Why?
No, I'm not speaking on my behalf.
No, Pansat, please. Today is Saturday, so you know that typically Saturday is open to the audience to have their say. So we want to get to as many questions as possible and as many. So please, if you can compress your.
But that's what I'm trying to suggest, so you could get to many people as possible.
I didn't know. I will make it short. In fact, I will give a very short answer. And if Pansat asks me any question, I'll even give the shortest answer.
All right. So we're going to do that. And for the people asking questions, please just straight to the question so that we can get there. Are many people who are interested in.
Yeah, but Rudolph,
here's the point: is that no, Pansat, no.
Let me just say one thing, please. Just one thing. No. Just one thing. What I'm saying is that it's good as we have our guest here, we have a lot of respect for, but we want some soundbite answers that could watch this and they say, we're going to put this on the news, because what we're talking about here is very important. So we need some concrete soundbite answer. So, something that could fit in a news to go further. Do you understand? It's nothing but that. That's all.
Thank you,
soundbite answers that are.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of producers on this show, and thank God they don't charge me money. Pansat is one of them. All right, so let's go to AY. AY, you're next.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. You are welcome, Prince Adewale. My question: I know you spoke about the government policies. Specifically, I want you in very specific terms. The subsidy removal and the Naira unification. I want you to comment on these two. Do you agree with the policies and the implementation? If you don't agree with both, what would you have done as a president? Because we consider you a presidential candidate. So just be very open and explain this to us. we need to know, because currently, obviously, you see the hunger in Nigeria, how this is affecting the people. I want to be, what would you have done as a president? The other thing is, the opposition parties, do you think you guys are doing enough? Some of the parties, with due respect, I consider them as business centers. What is going on? What are you guys doing to keep the current government in check? I don't see people doing enough. The last time I remember Nigeria, we had very viable opposition party was in 2014-15, the APC then. That promised us everything. I mean, you will give it to them, like Mohammed was able to hit on the government so hard. But now I'm not seeing that from PDP to Labour Party to your SDP to other political parties. What are you guys doing? You guys, I don't think you guys are doing enough to criticize the government policies. The last question is, you spoke about the pro-Western group. Do you consider, is there any presidential candidate, the frontline presidential candidate, you consider immune from Western influence? Specifically, Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi. I want you to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, AY.
Okay, quickly. One, first, there's no policy. We use the word loosely. Tinubu has no policy on any of these things. What Tinubu has is just a proclamation that he agreed with removal of subsidy. But the policy must have some content and details and targets. So there's no policy yet. So, but I've always opposed it, even though the three presidential candidates who scored the highest marks, Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi, all of them said they supported it. I didn't support it because of the clear indication that it will bring cost push inflation, and it will bring a lot of disturbances in the in commodity prices and prices of services. So you have disturbance of price equilibrium across all markets. This is what has happened. Second, I don't agree with them because even in the implementation, they are not doing it. They are still hiding some money, which they will later tell us they use for subsidy, but they will find another word in the dictionary for it. Because by the general direction, by now, petrol should be selling for 1,000 naira per liter. But they've managed to keep it around 700, and they spent up very close to 200 billion in this short run to try to support that fake program that they are doing. So and I've been open about it. I've been talking to the media. So if you just Google fuel subsidy and type my name, you probably will see me talking there. So we will try to do that. With respect to foreign exchange, now there's more I can say about fuel subsidy, but I'm following the Pansat doctrine, which is sound bites. So.
But if you can tell us what you would have done differently, let's say you are not removing the subsidy. What would that? Because the government needs money, right? Mm-hmm.
No, the government needs sense. They have enough money. Mm-hmm. The money, you can even go and give them 100 billion. They will blow it in 6 weeks. They don't. You need sense, not money. It's not money that saves the country. It is the ingenuity of the leadership and ability to make people productive. What I would have done is to do petrol displacement. And I even told them on AIT a few days ago that they needed to have a target of petrol displacement, which is to say in 24 months, only half of those who are locomoting and powering motors or engines with petrol and diesel now will be on diesel. Do the displacement. And they can do compressed natural gas, they can do so many other things. Even though if you look at the gas market now, because gas is also priced in the dollar, you will see that even domestic cooking gas, the price is also coming up. So, but the displacement is what they need. Lagos has done something, though it took them 2 decades plus to do it. They did the other form of displacement by running the metro that they are running now. So if you watch the visual of people jumping through the window to enter the metro, you will see that Those are people who will have been using their own vehicles or jumping on petrol-driven public transport. So if you do more of that, you may not do trains. You can do buses, a lot of it. I don't see them doing any of those things. They just share the subsidy money, palliative into bag of rice, and people breaking commissioners' head over things like that. So there isn't any articulated policy. So those are the things we will have done differently. You will not even remove the subsidy. You will just displace the demand. Once you displace the demand, the price will fall. The demand will fall, and the amount you have to spend to subsidize it will. And if the people whom you are now subsidizing for, if majority of them are now off petrol, then you can remove the subsidy because it will be Rudolph and I left driving our cars. Then you don't care about those two people who are rich and pompous. You want to deal with the common people there. So now you were talking about
Naira.
Naira. The same thing I would say is that unless you have a strong reserve, you try to manage demand for foreign exchange. That's the only solution. The duty of macroeconomic policy is to manage demand for foreign currency. Not to say, I leave it floating. When you don't have a reserve to back it up, you'll be bankrupt like Ghana. You'll be bankrupt like Argentina, like Zambia. So, and other countries. So you cannot do that. You try to manage demand. And to manage demand, you have to manage demand from the government itself, because the government is about 45% by my statistics of the demand for forex. So even Tinubu is a forex spender. He drives foreign cars, he eats foreign food and everything. Even that swastika on his head, I think some element of foreign import is in it. So, and then he flies a large delegation. He has so the government itself is consuming forex. So, and then some of our productive sector also need forex. And then Nigerians and their people who want to save their forex will not be begging Dubai to lift visa ban on them. Visa ban is going to save you forex, because there will be no housewife tormenting the husband to go to Dubai for shopping. The Emiratis are not going to come to Nigeria to come and buy anything. And they're not coming to Oguta Lake or Ogudu Ranch. It is we who go to their shopping mall and tall building to take photos and all of that. So if you are trying to save your forex, why do you want to let them ban us so that we can at least save our money? So as long as they're not banning our product, they are buying. So if you are selling gum Arabic, you are selling anything, the Emiratis will buy it. So there is their loss. So now, with respect to political parties, well, you don't expect Labour, PDP to be opposition. They can be opponents with respect to the election, but they are not opposition in policy, because it is difficult for you to oppose. That is why you see them, they oppose each other personally. You didn't go to school, you went to school, you stole election, but when it comes to policy, there isn't much they can oppose each other, because they have the same policy. How are you going to oppose Tinubu for removal of subsidy when you say you are going to remove subsidy? How are you going to oppose him with respect to foreign exchange when you say you two are going to harmonize foreign exchange? How are you going to criticize his trade policy when you two want to be the friend of the WTO and G20 and all of that? So that's why they don't have substantive differences. You see how smoothly Wike transition from the bulldog of PDP to the Chihuahua of APC so quickly. So what did I tell you? So they are kind of interrelated. So they don't expect. I think Nigerian people, if they want a vibrant opposition, you have to build the opposition. Even that I speak, it is not every tendency in my party that is anti-APC or whatever. And if Tinubu just remembers me and asks a few people in my party to give me a dirty slap, I'm sure maybe half of my NWC will volunteer to do it. So it's not all the. So it's not the political party, the way they are constituted now, they are not like having opposition mentality. Everybody is trying to fight. So if the disparate opposition elements all across come together, but the issue is that the opposition don't have the same orientation. Some intervention from the opposition is from ethnic point of view. This country is a zoo. This country is a scam. Let us break it down to this. So some people have ethnic nationality approach to it. Some have religious approach to it. Some have partisan approach to it. So if we can try to harmonize so it's not everybody who's opposing a government, opposing the government, is opposing on policy ground. Some are opposing on other grounds. So some oppose based on the ethnicity of the appointment, for example. Whether the person is an idiot or not, they don't care. But they will say, why is it that 17 people from this village are here? Some oppose from religious point of view. Some oppose from it's not fair, I've contributed to your politics kind of view. So later, as we raise the issue, before you raise opposition, try to raise philosophy. Because opposing for opposing sake. I'm monitoring, I have two of my friends now running for election in Liberia. George Weah and Coca-Cola guy. No, they're not too different from each other. It's just two American guys trying to beat each other. So for the Liberian people, there is no choice. So it happens in many countries like that. Like there is no choice between the two. They're almost the same. So I think if we raise the philosophy, from the philosophy, we can now start agreeing on this and disagreeing. And those who agree to certain set of philosophy and principles and policies may decide to do politics together. But in Nigeria, if you go to APC, you will find left-leaning people who are pro-Tinubu and is their Lord and Savior. But they are left-leaning. If you go to PDP, you'll find a lot of left-leaning people who are, whatever you say, and they will make sense. But immediately mention Atiku's name, Waziri, they will run to him because if he asks them to write anything, they write it there like that, they follow him. If you come to Labour, you will find a lot of left-leaning people, Labour people, movement people, and all of that. Then you find a lot of crony capitalists there who rush to Obasanjo, rush to all these people for blessing, to touch their head. So as time goes on in our politics, the division will be along principles.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prince. Let's go to tone / equity.
Whether firepower, or ethnicity, or it's the turn of my village people, so I cannot support you even though you are better than my village man. Or my chief pastor told us that this is the year of the Christian. Or it did, like Rufai would say, Muslims have to maintain some solidarity. Too early to say the opposition are not sure because.
All right, I think we're having.
Okay, I think there's a delay from his end.
Yeah. All right. So what we can do is
essentially, which candidate is going to give them money? Then you raise other issues. Maybe I want to jump on them, or jump over them, or I should talk about them because you interjected and raised some other issues. If you want to address those, then Pansat will say I'm talking for too long.
All right. So Prince, thank you. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next person. Maybe you can fit it in when you are answering. And Tone, just make it one question so that he will.
That's not fair. I'm going to be very fast. I'm going to be very quick.
All right.
I will still come back to you. Second part of your question.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Prince Adebayo. I'm going to make it very brief. The first question, I want you to answer yes or no, or choose not to respond.
Let me say yes and no before you start, so that you know that I'm ready.
I know. You want to greet Ife. I know. I know the pedigree. Anyway, in your own considered opinion, do you think that the man sitting in Aso Rock was selected or elected? Hold that thought there. My second question is, don't you think that, because you mentioned about people aligning to the West, don't you think that in modern politics now, you need strategic partnership to exist as a government, as a nation? And number three, you seem to be telling us all the anomalies that happened during the election. Why have you not spoken out? Do you realize that you represent the youth, the voice of the youth? Why did you keep quiet? Why do you have to keep quiet? Why have you not gone on top of the hill, so to say, and all that, and cry foul and say everything you know? Is it out of fear or what? So I have other questions, but let me just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right,
I like
thank
your
you.
question.
Go ahead, Prince.
While you are talking of the hills, I think maybe you have been under a rock. Because if you have not been under a rock, you will know that I've been shouting from day one. You can Google it. I kept talking. Everything that went wrong. In fact, the few friends I
Prince, we're having difficulties.
have left in Labour Party started fighting me because I a lot. Yes, I'm okay. Am I okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but in and out. Well, go ahead. Okay,
let me just say that anyone who is not under a rock knows that I've been talking about what went wrong in the election. I've climbed every hill, Udi Hill, Idare Hill, Chapawadi Hill, every hill that is in Nigeria. I've gone there to say, this is what.
All right.
On that. So, but if you have a specific question, you can ask me. Is it still clear?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, but maybe.
No, your first question. The person from the internal numbers brought by my party, from the internal numbers that I got from major political parties, the person who, Tinubu, was given the highest number of votes from those polling units. That I know for sure. Now, how they arrive at their vote, you can ask. For example,
so he was selected. He was selected, in other words.
What I'm saying is that, let me just make it clear to you. Let me ask.
All those votes were assigned to him.
Let me answer the question. If you go now and bring the ballot papers out, and you count the ballot papers, you might be surprised that Tinubu has more vote than me. I won't be surprised. Has more vote than Atiku. I won't be surprised. Has more vote than Peter Obi. I won't be surprised. Then three things I can tell you. One is that many of those votes were votes that were paid for by Naira and Kobo with rice and all of that. And if you pick that of PDP, the same thing, Omo, Sachet, whatever. If you pick that of NMPP in Kano, they were giving people spaghetti. Where is OVA? You know that in Kano, they were giving you vote and go and collect spaghetti. You vote and so Kwankwaso is like a senior brother to me. We're very close, and I always make this joke with them that the logo of NMPP is that basket, and on election day the basket came out. And I think that Labour people too, they did the same thing. They were doing whatever they needed to do to win. In some places, they were colluding with INEC and blocking everybody from voting. So there was malpractice generally. So the person with the greater capacity and greater experience in Shuashua defeated the rest of them. Because when it comes to political machinery, you cannot beat, from my own field experience, the nearest person to APC in terms of foot on the ground and hard guys who are ready to win by group. APC had 3-1 against the nearest competitor. So they were very strong. Then, secondly, political parties did not support their candidates. The party that had the least indiscipline was APC. There are some villa elements, some villa veranda boys, and some ministers who work against APC for PDP. However, from PDP to Labour to SDP to whatever party you call, they didn't work for them. Many of them didn't work for their parties. Because in some states that I kept repeating it, some of my own state chairmen, some of my own state leadership, my own political party, will go to INEC, collect our party tag, and go and give it on.
All right. I think we are having internet problems with him, and I know he's not in Nigeria. I was thinking that this will not happen. But thank you, Tone. Let's go to.
I want SDP to win. I supported to my party many times. Hello?
Yes.
Log off. Log in.
We lost you for a moment.
So
maybe you can log off and log in again.
Yeah,
what
Prince.
is happening?
Prince,
Okay.
we lost
Now?
you for a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's my computer is getting old now. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What was the last thing you heard? The last good thing you heard?
You're trying me. Good. It was long ago. But it was in between, so we can't even make up sometimes what you were putting together.
Okay, I was saying, I hope you can get me now. I was saying that one, that the political parties, one, that Tinubu from the records, if you go and count it, it's got more votes than any other person. How they got that vote is a different matter. And I also mentioned the fact that even the other political parties that came second, third, fourth, if you look at their own votes too, if you want to count the vote according to Electoral Act, they will also lose many of their own votes to not being clean votes. Now, second, that political parties, operatives did not work for their party. So that, and you could see some of the effects of it now that they are sharing the good office, you will see that they are going across party lines. Thirdly, I was to talk about whether we needed strategic partners. Strategic partnership is for programs that you have at home. You go outside to make friends because of your domestic priorities. So I am not anti-West. I will not be an agent of Western interests. And the Western countries now are getting used to that notion that if a country decides to be strong and doesn't want to be a lackey, they should just leave the country alone. They will not give you much assistance. They will try to boycott you, but there are alternatives now. And one of the strongest alternatives is developing a very strong domestic solidarity with your people and leading them by example, and they realize the national challenge that they have. And then there are other people who are ready to partner with you for profit, but not necessarily to control your politics and to try to underdevelop you. And you can work on a case-by-case basis with those countries. But the most important thing is for you to govern yourself well at home, and the world will understand.
All right, thank you. That's good. Mr. James, you're next.
Yes, from Gambia.
Mr. James, unmute yourself first.
Yeah, good. So, how is Baba Tope faring?
I wanted to tell you, he's doing very well. In fact, I will put it in my next political manifesto. I will put Baba Tope is doing well in his manifesto.
Okay, long may he live. Long may he live.
Amen. Amen.
You mean Ebenezer?
Yes, Ebenezer Baba Tope. I understand it's now above 80.
Yes, age is catching up with them.
Yes, never mind.
It's catching up with us too.
Okay, I will not consume much of your time. We only ask two very brief questions. Should you become president of Nigeria in future, how do you hope to industrialize the country? Because without industrialization, We cannot trade meaningfully with foreign countries. That's question number one. The question number two, aid to African countries is a colossal waste. All the monies, the crude oil and what have you, Nigeria is giving to African countries. They trade favors. The politicians over here, they share the money with the Nigerian counterparts. How will you block this nonsense going on in Nigeria since God knows when? Because if you look at South Africa, Zimbabwe, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, we heard they no longer even remember us. There's nothing wrong if a Nigerian mining company owned by Nigerians are mining gold and diamond in South Africa, coal in Zimbabwe, iron ore in Liberia. But these things don't happen. We are behaving stupidly. I'm sorry if you be offended. We are behaving stupidly, sharing money. Let me stop at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
James.
you. Now, the question is to industrialize the country is to have an industrial mindset and an entrepreneurial mindset. Industrialization is not that difficult. The only challenge you may have is power. But the way around it is that in the process of industrialization, you plant power into it. So people always say the problem facing our industrialization is power. But as you could see, that if you are doing industrialization in an area where there's no existing power, electricity, it just will increase the cost. You also plan the power grid together with it. So that's just one more layer of what you need to do. So you can run refineries, you can run hatcheries, you can run foundries, whatever. When we started Jakarta, there was no power connection around that area, that zone. The power planning was part of it, so it can be done. So, but you must have a government that wants to do that. I don't think it's difficult to do. It means that first, you have to elect a homegrown government. Nigerians are contradictory in what they want, and that's why they don't get it. Because if they see a Nigerian taking a selfie with Biden, hugging Macron, and very, very friendly with Bill Gates, they will say, hey, this is the kind of person who should be our leader, and things like that. So you can see, if you're already assuming that somebody who's in other countries, that would be like, hey, this person is not even the kind of person we should touch. Because Russians will not accept such a person. If he's so cozy with them like that, they will say, oh, this one's a foreign tool. So our people need to get to a point where you select leadership that are independent and they are not product of a system that has been trained to come out and develop you. That's because industrialization is a military, that's why it's called military industrial. They are linked together. There's no way you can be doing aircraft like they're doing. You could see that when Embraer went to Brazil and they started doing aircraft, from there they started doing some military grade aircraft, they started doing other things. And so industries are linked. So if you do steel, you will do industry, then you will do it. They go like that. So what the Western world or superpowers, or whatever name you want to give to them, what they have projected ahead is that if you are able to do these baby things, it's a matter of time. That's why they're fighting with generating electricity from nuclear science, nuclear technology, because they know that once you do that, then to start to enrich it further and get to a point where you can do something that is utilizable in defense. So we need to understand that, and I don't think today that the kind of CV that we read out from our leaders, our potential leaders, is going to lead us to industrialization. Because our people tend to appreciate the opposite of what they should be appreciating. So if you, for example, someone like U.S. under Secretary of the Treasury, who happens to have a Nigerian parentage, some Nigerians will want him to come and lead us, but it won't help us, from my understanding of it, because you see what happened with respect to Obama. It didn't help Kenya, it didn't help East Africa, it rather even blocked them even more. So the kind of leadership and politics that we have to do has to be the one that's a little independent. The kind of people who will have industrialized us are those who don't have too much Western now, because the Western people are uncomfortable with highly industrialized society, except if you use the other model. The other model you can use is one Thailand is using, Korea has used, and Korea is lucky because of the Korean War and the need to have a strong presence to counter North Korea all the way to China. So America can invest a lot of money to industrialize your economy if you have strategic relevance to them in terms of defense. And so the military takes over your country, and then you can put some industries there. The majority of that wealth is not retained in the country, and it is retained linked to Wall Street and all of that. So if you want to go through that model, then you can have a leader. Follow them. Tinubu is one of them. Peter B is one of them. You can follow them. Hopefully, it will pay off. Koja Wala is one of them. It will pay off like that. This is one of them. All those ones that are product of Western systems, then hopefully their masters might upgrade their level of surrogacy and say, okay, let us put some industry in your place. But it doesn't follow, because you have to have a strategic interest. For example, in the US, they will not industrialize Egypt, but they will industrialize Morocco. But they will use Egypt for security and defense, but they will not industrialize Egypt. So it's like that. So it all depends on. So I think that in order for your national development not to be subject to the vagaries of these other countries, try to get your politics right and try to elect independent-minded leaders, not troublemakers who will be insulting the West or anything, but they have a homegrown approach to industrialization, to purchase the technology where you don't have it. I've been an investment lawyer to many countries and companies, and I see how technology is traded. Technology is traded for money, not traded, except some where State Department can say, don't sell this to somebody. U.S. Department of Commerce can say, don't sell it to somebody. U.S. Treasury can say, don't sell it to somebody. I've had clients who go overseas to try to sell technology and will be banned. Don't sell, don't sell. But for basic technology you need to meet your body industrial, you have enough to buy without being subservient in your politics. Now, that is with respect to that. With respect to aid given to Africa, the intention of the aid is usually met. When we gave aid earlier, we were doing it for the black race to get them, especially where were the frontline states, or one of the frontline states to fight apartheid. We successfully achieved that. What happened was that as at the time the situation in Southern Africa was now working positively, we ourselves had become a basket case. We were no longer, you remember that one of the first assignments of Mandela as the president of South Africa was to come and try to get Abiola out of prison here. To try to get Abacha not to kill Saruwa and all of that. So if Babangida had not annulled that election, the military had not made him to annul the election, we would have had our own president who would be senior to Mandela, and we will have been, and businessmen will have been able to be developing, and also South Africans will even be happy to have us work with them. But we have become a basket case. So it's like your rich uncle who sent you to school. By the time you are graduating, he has lost his job. He himself now needs help. So that's what became of us. That was why we couldn't take advantage. We were not strong at the time when the opportunities were opening up. Now, currently, the African politicians have become friends. Sometimes they get introduced in Washington, in Paris, wherever. So they are friends. So the immediate past president of Guinea, Burkina Faso, Niger, they are all Tinubu's friends. So so as they are doing election in Ghana now, they are coming to Nigeria to raise money. As they are doing election in Liberia, so they are all kind of politicians now forming kind of alliances. So some of the national resources that are now being given to countries, it to sustain their friends in the regime they're maintaining. There's no longer that strategic interest we had before in the 70s when we were doing it on a broader national interest and regional interest. So it's now what fella called paddy. So once we come in there, we realize that Nigeria resources don't allow for paddy anything anymore. So that will stop on its own. And there's also a lot of feedback. If you study some of the cases, if Nigeria allocates 500,000 barrels to a particular country, and they will give them 200,000 barrels every year or so, which was Obasanjo's call card most of the time, you will see that they have a friend who will be the representative of that country to help them pursue it with NNPC or DPR or whatever. So they also get something out of that. So that will stop. I think we can't afford that now.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I got the message.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Buddy, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Hello, Prince. Yeah. You are one of the few presidential candidates that we can verify their footprint. So I've been to your state and I see some stuff. So the first thing I would say is this. In the process of election petition.
No, we can't see you too well, but
okay. Let me stand up.
Things like this, not my own voice only.
Okay.
We can only see that.
In the course of the election petition proceeding, you make certain statements, and I will read it out to you. I quote you. This year's election petition are one of the easiest to dispense with since 1999. No need for judicial acrobatics. They fall within clear jurisprudence. That's one. And immediately the judgments were delivered. You said you alleged flippancy on the part of the petitioners. And 2 days ago, in Daily Sun as well, you advised that the two candidates shouldn't go to Supreme Court. You predict that they will lose. With the expectation of people, with the height of judiciary, why do you hold such perspective?
Okay, it's very clear. Is it because I didn't start commenting when they filed it? When the election ended, we were thinking what to do. The first thing that happened was that people started taking position whether to go constitutional or unconstitutional. And I was one of those who said, you can't go unconstitutional because the people who were fighting, we barely managed to get them out of power unconstitutionally. So if you try to go unconstitutional again because you're angry with an election, you will lose it for good. So, and I cited history. One of the reasons why Abiola lost his life and lost his mandate was that he went unconstitutional at some point, planning with Abacha and some of them to overthrow government and give the power to him. It hardly works. So I don't like that. That's the second point was when it came to legal strategies, I started to say, look, if we all come together and say, let us cancel the election, I'm for it. But if you are going to go there and argue irrelevant points that don't make any legal sense, you are going to lose. And you are going to get the person now from being a person whose election was controversial to a person that was confirmed by the court. And he will go anywhere and say, what are you talking about? You challenged my election and you lost. For example, I knew it was astroturf to talk about 25% in FCT. It doesn't make any sense anywhere. You can't do that. In constitutional writing, it's elementary that you can't have two people voting just 2 kilometers from each other and one person's vote is a golden vote, the other person is an ordinary vote. It doesn't work. 25% FCT doesn't make any sense. I've seen it in the Supreme Court many times, so that doesn't make any sense. Second thing was that I had always maintained the position that INEC promises about transmission, this and that, has no legal backing. It wasn't after the election that I raised the issue. I raised the issue 18 months. I referenced earlier, October 1st, 2021, that don't listen to INEC. INEC is not going to do jack with any transmission, anything. In any case, they don't do it. It makes no difference. Supreme Court. And I recited to them that I argue by myself standing at the bar of the Supreme Court on a similar issue when INEC introduced card reader. And they use it to fool people. They never use the card reader. They put in their regulation and everything. Nobody can vote without card reader. But I did a number of cases on that line, and I lost them all because the Supreme Court didn't want to hear me. And in one of the cases, I remember of blessed memory Justice Unguta. Immediately they called the case. I think it was Emeho versus Okowa. When they said Okowa had won the governorship in Delta, and in Warri South, in many places, there were no card reader used at all. They were calling big, unbelievable figures. So immediately I stood up in the Supreme Court. Justice Unguta saw me. Mr. Adebayo, you're back again. Card reader. How many times we told you we don't care about any regulation? You can write a regulation. Show me the electoral, show me the Constitution. I did not even have 5 minutes. I think unless the junior was the lawyer on the other side, you know? So I left the court. So I know what works in the court. And if you go to law report now, you can go, you will see my name in so many Supreme Court election petition cases. It was in 2007 that I said to all my clients, please do not call me again for election petition, I'm done, you know? And maybe occasionally I've done one or two if the client is so close to me and like, I say, please, otherwise you won't see me near the thing. So I know the standard. So the court is not going to help you. You will to now come and say, and if you look at the issue of double nomination of the vice president, it makes no sense. So I'm looking at it that if you look at the trial, the things that are paining the people on the street, people who said the election was not properly done, people who were beaten up, or people who saw ballot counted, the different things recorded, none of that was brought to the tribunal. You can go and read through the proceeding. They were bringing Chicago this, Chicago that. Many of the judges of the Supreme Court don't have correct age. Many of the judges of Court of Appeal have different age, retirement age. So they themselves, they do, those things don't matter to them. They're not going to pay attention to it. And there are scores of cases they have done like that. So I just say don't waste time because you are going to raise the expectation of people so high. When I gave that interview on Arise TV, that these people who said they won, they didn't win jack. So how can Atiku say I won? Or Obi say I won? Now two of you, they were meeting during the election petition. They were chased. In fact, Labour Party agents, I don't know what happened to them. They didn't bring a lot of, if you look at my vote, less than 100,000. If you look at Labour Party's vote, about 6 million. I had more results in my hand than Labour Party had in his hand. That's a party that scored that large number of...
that's not true. That's not true.
How do you know?
I know. That's not true.
You don't know Jack.
You don't have more resources. You just made it clear that it's not true. I have to tell you.
Answer, wait for him to finish.
What we are doing here is not religion. This is fact. I'm telling you that a party that lost election, like me, massively, I still had results. You can go and ask your other people. Go and ask the Labour people. They had, even their results in Lagos, they had to collect from PDP. It was PDP that told Labour some of the problems that they had in their results. So you don't sit down there and
you don't stand up. All right, go ahead.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you evidence. I'm giving you evidence that ask them. PDP gave the result. It was PDP were people telling Labour, look, see your result here, see your result here. I'm talking of fact, I was on the field. So try to listen, don't be so dogmatic. Listen to the guest.
Wait.
What I'm saying,
Look, Hold on.
Part of the
On the
problem of
point,
Nigerian politics is that some are zealots and they don't listen to facts. And then year, we repeat the same mistake. What I'm bringing out of the fact is that next time, when you want to correct a problem, you look at the problem caused for you, you look at things that you did that you better yourself next time. What I'm saying next time is that, for example, somebody has said here that INEC did not allow them to examine election results. That's the material. That's a different thing. And election litigation, that's a different matter. What happens is this, and I'm not justifying or blaming anybody. I'm just giving you operational fact on the field. If you want to ever win an election against an incumbent, because 2027 is coming, what you need to do, and not only Labour, even my own party, I mentioned earlier, fail in that regard, that many of your agents will not be there to collect the result, challenge the result, and immediately bring the result to you. So when INEC is saying it's having its own IRED, for example, I set up my own internal IRED with one Martins, you can call him, is one who's Martin Uso, is the one who is in charge of managing it. When we started asking for results from our agents on the field, that's when we realized we started having big problems. People start reporting to you, the agent here is not talking to us, the agent in Wari, in Chaplain, this and that, all sorts of things. So I know what's happening. So the bottom line is that when you went to the court, the issues being raised there were not issues that, in my own view, can help you to nullify the election. And if you look at the argument before the court, different from the argument on the field, the argument on the social media, the argument on the field is different from the argument in the court. I just want people to understand that. And this is not my business, but I'm raising it because I've been asked, Body has asked me a question about it. If you look at, let me tell you the summary of the case in the court. It's as follows. The summary of the case in the court is that the person declared by INEC, number one, is not qualified to run the election. So, because 30 years ago in Chicago, he forfeited drug-related money. So, he shouldn't be able to contest election now. Second, he has not complied with the Constitution because he had a faulty running mate. So they tried to refer to what happened in Bayelsa, where the VPs, the deputy governor's problem affected the governor. So they said, this person has you cannot be nominated validly without a vice. And in his own case, he brought a vice that has problem. Problem being that he had double nomination, which is against the law. Thirdly, he has problem with his school records. He brought fake results to INEC. So disqualify him on these three grounds. Then, if you disqualify him, all the votes cast for him are wasted votes. Therefore, if you do that, the next person will now be the highest vote, because if we contest election and Pansat scored 100 and I score 80, Pansat scored more than me. But if Pansat is disqualified and his 100 votes go away, I, who score 80, will now become the highest scorer. So now that will push PDP as the highest scorer. But because PDP did not meet the requirement and the person who scored the highest has now been disqualified, the court will now do a runoff between PDP and Labour. Do you get the point I'm making? That is the jurisprudence they put before the court. They now went further to say, in any case, even if you say what we are saying is not correct and Tinubu is qualified, you still have to see that he didn't win, he didn't score 25% in FCT, which according to them is a requirement that is compulsory. So since he didn't score it, then one limb of the argument goes thus. The only person who scored 25% in FCT is Peter Obi among the petitioners, because Atiku 2 did not score it. So in that case, Atiku 2 is out. Then if you now knock off a few, because there are some areas where PDP and APC and Labour contradicted each other, where Labour accused PDP of cheating and stuff like that, and PDP also accused Labour of cheating. So if you take the Labour narrative, Tinubu is out by way of disqualification. Atiku did not score 25%, and if you knock off some of the votes and Labour Party shoots over PDP, they become the winner of the election. This convoluted narrative is what was before the court. Now, so it was easy for the court to say, hey, first, show me where this guy is a convict. And evidence was the guy was a bad guy, which, if you write in an essay in Nigeria, Tinubu is a bad guy, nobody's going to score you for innovation. They have not introduced a new subject. So the court said, oh, he's a bad guy, so what? But show me how he's a convict. You have to show me a certificate of conviction. And we have done that kind of case before. When we did Ibori's case, Ogboru versus Ibori, where Ogboru alleged that Ibori was an ex-convict. That's a magistrate court in Buhari, in Abuja, convicted Ibori for stealing building materials. And the case was in court for 3-4 years. And different registrars will come to court. Yes, I was there when the court convicted him. Where is the case file? They couldn't find the case file. So eventually the court said, we are not convinced that that person that was sentenced is Ibori because you can't see the certificate of conviction with his thumbprint and everything on it. So, because that's what went with Ibori. So with that lesson, so now come and tell the court in Nigeria that somebody who has a civil forfeiture in America, that Rudolph was the one who leaked it, Sahara reporters in those days, were the one who first talked about it many years back. So everybody knows that fact. The man himself is not even denying it. He said, yes, I'm the guy in the CCTV. But it was not a criminal case. So you make it easier for that one. That if you want to say somebody is an ex-convict, it has to be a criminal trial. You have to show indictment. You have to show plea. You have to show trial. You have to show verdict. You have to show sentence. You have to show certificate of conviction. So that one is easy for them. On the issue of nomination, the interpretation people at the court is what the Supreme Court will give. Talking now as a lawyer, that's why I won't pursue that angle. So those are the things that I raised. It's not that I'm happy about the election or anything, but as a lawyer, I will not hand my opponent easy picture like that. That's basically my own argument.
All right, thank you, Prince. Pansat, we're here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's absolutely.
So please give us 2 hours, 2 hours alone. Just me and Pansat, just
I concur with that. Well, welcome, Prince Adewale Adebayo. And by the way, I have this aura follow me around like I'm here to make trouble, and I'm not. Right? We have a lot of trouble in our country, so we do have to get serious sometimes. I enjoy your jokes, but I have to tell you that the suggestion that you really cut down your responses, we'd like to hear from you. But we here in the Western world, right? We're not used to anything like that. You spend a lot of time giving anecdotes, talking for a very, very long time. Even sometimes we lose what the question was all about. But there's a lot of people here, and we want to hear from you. Please take this. This is not a disrespect. This means that if you go there and you don't give, lower the aperture lens so that it will go to the point, so that other media could actually then quote you. As many times as you've been here, it's never made the news. It hasn't been and it should make the news because you're one of the smarter politicians that we have in the country. I haven't said that. It's the way you try to describe things when it comes to the Labour Party or Peter Obi. A lot of it, first of all, is not true. If their legal strategy was go for the fine, that's in our constitution. as shambolic as the Constitution is, it says if you pay the fine, for example, right? There are other things, more serious crime, yes, but it is also the language of fine. If you pay the fine, and then you tend to absorb the fascicle jury, the justice system we have in Nigeria by making it like it's a math. Basically, if you do the right thing, then you get the right result. Or if you lost, then you didn't present your case properly and all that. And that's just not true. We have a candidate, Mr. Tinubu, who was alleged, is accused of having a second nationality.
We can't see your face, though. I don't know why. I don't know
okay,
why.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm using the camera on the monitor.
Okay.
I'm not outside or something, but so let me see if I could adjust it.
No, yeah, it says.
It's okay.
Such a fine face should not be missing.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So when you make your presentation, I do see you knock the Labour Party and you knock Peter Obi very, very hard, unfairly, and in some cases, like when I interjected you, wrongly. You were wrong in what you were talking about. But we had a candidate, Tinubu, who had a dual nationality. That is clear in the Constitution that you cannot have that. The court,
which Constitution are you talking about?
The Nigerian Constitution.
You are wrong. You can have triple nationality in Nigeria. That's the law.
No, hold on. To be president, I don't.
No, this is law. I don't want us to.
I'm gonna go toe to toe with you, even on the law.
No,
just hold on, please.
No, you continue, please. Let me just. Okay. You cannot proceed on the wrong constitutional interpretation. Not just
what are you trying to say? That you can have dual nationality because that's the only thing you could interrupt me on that way. Is that can you be a Nigerian citizen and be, let's say, a Ghanaian citizen, right, and then become president? Can you do that? That's the only. How?
You can.
Okay, then explain that how.
The law says, let me just make it clear for those who want to learn it.
Sure.
If you are a natural born Nigerian, your whatever other nationality you acquire or you will acquire at birth or after is irrelevant. Once you are a natural born Nigerian, nobody can question your rights as a Nigerian to go to any office. But
I disagree with you, but I don't want to spend too much time on that.
But what let me just make.
I'm going by the Constitution.
In this case, don't know the Constitution,
hold on, please, hold on. I don't want it to be rowdy.
Pansat,
your guest is interrupting me.
Pansat, if you ask a question,
you have to admit a fact. As intelligent as you are not a lawyer, not even 1 hour lawyer. So, secondly.
Can I correct him on those things?
In law.
Hold on, please.
Pansat, let him finish.
It's my question. I'm trying to ask.
Pansat, if you want this to work.
Whatever I know in law myself, even if I'm a professor of law, it's subject to what the Supreme Court holds. So in Nigeria, let me tell you how we interpret our Constitution.
Please, I really don't.
We go to the Supreme Court.
I don't want to hear that. Hold on, please.
No,
just let him finish, Pansat. Then you continue. Just let him finish.
I have what I'm saying that.
Hold on,
Pansat. If you are going to be lecturing, I will not take your question. What I'm saying is that in Nigeria, when we want to interpret our Constitution,
hold on. Prince, hold on. Let me get Pansat back. I don't know. Pansat, the issue is this. You ask him a question, let him answer you. And when he's done, you can go on. You can't just stop him halfway and say you can't say anything.
You asked him a question. That's what I'm trying to do. I have not.
No, you asked. You said you wanted him to respond to that. You said something that he disagreed with, which is you're quoting the Constitution, saying that the Constitution says that you shouldn't have double or triple citizenship.
Yeah, but what?
Wait, hold on. He said, as a lawyer, let me give you what is applicable. So you listen to him to give you. Then you continue your question.
Okay. Please, let's be in order here because
let me just
you cannot get him to be in order even. I mean, listen to what I'm trying to say. The concept you're trying to use is that stare decisis in most cases takes precedence over constitutional language, right?
No,
That's
no,
not.
no. You are.
Hold on. That's what I got from what you're trying to say. You're trying
No,
to
you don't
use
even understand it. Let me make you understand
you
it.
don't. Hold on. There's nothing you have in your head right now that I don't understand.
Pansat, let him finish.
Okay.
He's
These
our
are my
guest.
neurosurgeons.
Okay.
I know, but I have this thing with him before. Listen to what I'm saying.
Pansat, I don't want to remove you. Hold on. Listen to me at least. If you don't want to respect the guest, respect me. All right. So let him explain this aspect. I want to hear it. It's not just between you and him. I want to hear this, and our viewers, they want to hear this. He's a lawyer. He has gone to the Supreme Court. Let him explain this part. Even if you don't agree with him, you can continue. All right, Prince.
Okay. One, in Nigeria, in the US, in countries that use written constitution, when you want to interpret a constitutional provision, you ask yourself, has the Supreme Court spoken on it before? If the Supreme Court has spoken on it, whether rightly or wrongly, that's the law. You'll be going through, you'll have malpractice. If Supreme Court says this, but you don't agree with the Supreme Court, you're going to say something else.
Okay.
So in our Supreme Court,
all right.
Sir, let him finish. I'm giving you more time than other people. Let him finish, okay?
The Supreme Court has said that any provision that has to do with dual citizenship, whatever, does not apply to a natural born citizen. So I just want us to settle down once and for all. And once you know that, you will not waste your client's time by mentioning other nationalities they have elsewhere. However, there is another set of there's another set of citizens.
Please.
The law is not finished. There's another set of citizens in Nigeria who are people who acquire citizenship by naturalization. Those ones, Nigeria does not allow them, after acquiring Nigerian nationality, to acquire that of another country. If, for example, there's a person who's an American and who can trace his grandfather, whatever, to Nigeria, and comes to Nigeria to naturalize, or somebody who is the Lebanese, who is doing business in Nigeria, and he naturalized in Nigeria for staying long in Nigeria. If he now goes to collect Portuguese passport after that, he will lose that of Nigerian citizenship. That is clear. So I want you to know the difference between a citizenship you acquire by birth, natural, and the one you naturalize. Like in the US, Rudolph now, he cannot be US president, even though he's more intelligent than most of them. Why? Unless he was born in the US. He can be governor of New York and all of that, but there's a difference in every country between natural born.
Thank you very much. But
thanks. Go ahead, Pansat.
Yeah, thank you. But you could save yourself all that because I told you that you're going with the doctrine of stare decisis, right? And that's what you've talked about here. It's not even close to what we're dealing with. You have a court that's out of order. Nothing works in Nigeria. You have to know, Prince, when you come to the United States.
Nothing works in Nigeria. A lot of things work in Nigeria.
Yeah, please, hold on. When you come here on this platform, for example, and many others, these are Nigerian citizens who are concerned about our country. A lot of us, some of us are way more educated than you are, right? Some of us.
I understand that.
Let me just try to say to you, like here, we've been admonishing you. We say, cut it down.
First,
please.
We say to you,
Rudolph,
listen. First, you have to be intelligent. If you are intelligent, you will not be patronizing. When you are addressing somebody, I'm doing public duty here. It's not because your voice is music to me. What we are doing here.
Thank you very much. I
do respect. Yeah. You know, I try to respect people who interview me and all of that. What we are doing, neither Rudolph, nor you, nor Chim, nor Equity Olumide, nobody here, not James, nobody is doing this for personal reason. We are discussing our country. And if I want to seek public trust, public support for an idea of our country, I would take question from anyone. But there's a difference between taking question and taking disrespect. So you have to. You can't.
Let me. By the way, apologize.
I really push back because I accommodate all kinds of
I understand. Let me apologize to you if you've taken anything to be disrespect. You do not, in my book, deserve any disrespect. I said, as a matter of fact, I have a lot of respect for you. Even the suggestion I'm making for you to be pithy and put it in a narrative that can fit in a soundbite, I'm doing that out of
I agree with
respect
that.
and care. Yeah.
I appreciate
Now,
that.
I also, but you have to know where you are. You're not in Nigeria, for example. I know you studied abroad, so you do know. Hold on, please. This is not lecture. This is not, this is just pure facts. Almost any Nigerian you see in the United States has something up here, right? The elites, they've made people to run away from Nigeria and come over here. But a lot of us, we're not here that we don't know what's going on. We know what's going on. We know what's going on in the courts, for example. But let me get to the beef of actually what we should be talking about. There is no doubt that the present president of Nigeria right now, Tinubu, you talked about the dual nationality. I didn't let you try to trivialize it or make it confusing. The point is that the Constitution talks about that dual nationality, right? We do know that he had a case here in the United States where there was forfeiture involved, civil forfeiture. Technically, he could try to trivialize it as well, but he's though the tribunal trying to make a joke out of it by saying that it's his bank accounts, right? Fine. It's not him, it's his bank accounts, and those bank accounts.
That's not what Jabona said, though. But go ahead.
Yeah.
I just want to reach out.
Yeah, I understand that because you follow what I'm trying to say, right? The way you have to look at this tribunal and the courts in general in Nigeria, it's ludicrous, farcical, preposterous, absurd. Let me land because it's not only you who
insulting the judiciary.
I am insulting the judiciary. I'm insulting the judiciary. I am. Are they? Why can't I? Hold on. Why can't I insult the judiciary? Why? I can insult the judiciary. We don't have. I'm not going to worship idol. That's what you have to know about people in the West here in the United States. They're respecting you, but it doesn't mean that you're going to come here and then tell us what the truth is, right? We respect you, but it's mutual. You have to respect us as well, right? Respect is reciprocal, right? So a lot of us here in the United States now, we have no respect, right? Because you got social media and you could just put us here. You know that some of us work very hard with security guards. Some of us do work beneath us. You could come here with a PhD and then in Nigeria, they be laughing at us and thinking that because you're in Nigeria, you're a politician, you don't know anything more than anybody else here. As far as I'm concerned, trust me, when you go on those long-winded things and you talk, all of us already know that. Maybe Nigerians will benefit from it, right? So it's not disrespectful, but it's just true. So save your breath. In essence, go to the point. Go to the point. So Tinubu has an identity theft problem. Now, it's no longer about the Nigerian issue, right? About his academic records. Because even if you resolve that, who has that result? Okay, let's say there's a Bola Tinubu, right? Is that him? There's an identity theft issue at work. I want you to understand that, right? Now, in the United States here, there are laws, and I will assume it's the same thing in Nigeria. Here, there's a federal crime, aggravated identity theft, under the 18 USC subsections 2028A and beyond. So, even if you establish that Bola Tinubu went to that Chicago State University, but was that him, or did he commit an identity theft? And you should be concerned about that. All I hear you say when you come, when all these serious issues are going on, you do the same takia most people are doing. In essence, you're trying to tell us we're stupid. I'm talking about a justice system that is diabolic, and you're telling me I'm insulting who are they that I cannot insult them if they're doing the wrong thing? and nothing is working in the country. Are you supposed to come here and then we're just going to be nice? Now, you want me to be nice? Let there be justice. Then I'll be nice.
Welcome Ike back from sleep.
I wanted to say, I wanted to say to you that those issues that are going on there, the FBI is about to release 2,500 documents on Bola Tinubu. In reference, you have to know that they had 2,400 on Malcolm X, and you know how they were going after them, right?
All right, thank you, Pansat. Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't posed my question yet, but go ahead.
These issues don't have anything to do with me. Maybe when you invite Tinubu's lawyer, but my intervention on this issue is that Tinubu might have done drinking and driving in the US, might have crossed the Mexico border legally 100 times, maybe own a bank in Chicago. There is a scope for election petition. So this issue, you can litigate them anywhere you want. I am just advising the opposition, as part of the opposition, that it's not every issue we bring to election petition. There are other methods,
right? Why didn't you do it? If you know so much about it, you're a candidate, and you say you have more resources than the Labour Party, right?
More resources in what way? Excuse me.
You said
excuse me. When did I say I have more resources? Excuse me.
When I interjected,
at what time did I say I have more resources?
When I interjected and said that's not true.
No, then you are not listening. I understand why you interjected now. I said resource sheets. That is to say, after the election.
And that's a lie too, because you do not have more resources than they do.
How do you know how many I have?
Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how. Let me tell you how I know. Right?
Okay.
There were 766,000 polling units. Right?
No, that's not correct.
How many?
176,840.
How many?
176,840.
Okay, 176,600. 666, as a matter of fact. Let me give it to you exactly. 176,666, right? How many polling units did you have agents at? Polling agents. You don't have more than the Labour Party. They had a whole lot more than you. Only Atiku had more.
You are now in. Good, thank you. Good. You are now in real territory now. You are talking facts now.
Yeah, but I still want to go back to my main point. I want to.
No, because I just have to give, at least for the first time, something factual is coming out. Let's just deal with that. Now, when INEC asked us to bring agents, SDP brought more agents than Labour. I'm going to check INEC record.
How many?
Now, hold on, please. Hold on. Subsequently, when they did an extension, Labour top up and we almost equal the number of agents. That's hold on. These records. Okay, you know what? Why am I even talking to you if you are not going to even receive information and go and verify somewhere? So now, after that election, and you want to get after election, the fact that you had 176,000 agents, Labour didn't have up to that anyway. Now that you have 176,000 agents, on election day, doesn't mean that all your agents will show up. That's number one. But we had that problem too, that many of our agents did not show up at all. In fact, in Osun State, we had a case where agents just collected instruction to go and we never saw them. Second, the fact that your agent went there doesn't mean that the agent is going to bring the result back to you. So when it now came to the time to put together your results, the opposition party that had the most results was PDP. That when you go to their war room, they have the result. Even in Lagos, where Labour did better than PDP, PDP had more complete result than Labour. And you can ask people who are in the top management of the two campaigns, you will see that it was even PDP that was helping Labour.
With all due respect, can I reclaim the time?
No, once you have the result of one person, once you have your own result, every other person's result score is on it. So even if the person can't find his own result, he can go to this another political party and say, "Do you have a result for Limosho Ward 7 polling unit so and so?" He will say, "Yeah, I have it." So now that was why. Now let me
pose that question that I wanted to pose.
Okay.
You said first of all, you claim to know more than everybody about this.
When did I say so? This part of the nonsensical talk. When did I say I know more than any other person? I don't like childish talk, right?
No, it's not. What I mean is that you know about the electoral laws. You've been to the Supreme Court. You've argued cases. Hold on. You've been there. You argued cases, right?
Yes.
Not many people have done that. So I'm using that by inference that you have more knowledge. You participated. You're a presidential candidate. You do feel that you were rigged out. There was rigging there, right? In your case, you believe that everybody is rigging it. But you don't go to fight. These are mandates given to you by the public, people who voted for you. You know about it. You have resources, like you just said. You had more polling agents, so you and stuff like that, right? So why didn't you do it? If you asked me that
question. This is the third time on this show alone. You've asked me that question 3 times. I can remember. Not only that, I was asked that question when the thing was still live on Arise TV, and I gave my answer. I said, 1, based on the research sheets that I have in my hand, the research sheet did not show that I won the election. So I can't go and lie to the court that I won the election. Second, in many areas where we were cheated, people from my own, who are supposed to be on my side, actually participated in the cheating in the process. So when a whole state executive of your party or state chairman will take in the place where you can do very well, they will take your tag and go and give the tag to PDP. Like they did in Adamawa, where the person representing you and carrying SDP like this is actually working for another party. Or in a place like Delta, where even your own agent is working for Labour and is fighting for people who wanted to vote for you in Saple and all those places. These are the same people in law I will require to bring to court to come and testify for me, to say, I'm representing SDP in Saple and at Ogoro the Junction, we were cheated. This same person himself is part of the people who did the nonsense. So I don't have evidence, great evidence. Could
I ask you a follow up on that then? Hold on. Let me.
I'm not now going to write a petition and say there is cheating in 86,000 polling units, like Labour did, and I will now bring 13 witnesses.
Okay.
Which is an automatic.
I'm saying, hold on, please. If you know, which you just confessed right now that you know you did not do well. You just said it.
I have been saying it for a long time.
I don't know, but please hold on, please. Let me. I'm trying to say something.
Okay, Prince, hold on. Pansat, I will give you one more question. We have to move on to other people. So please, one more question, and that's it.
Pansat, if you want to twist the words of somebody, you can't twist the person who's around. What I told you clearly was that I looked at my result and I gave that interview on Arise TV. I tabulated my result. I found out from my result that I didn't win the election.
Okay. That's what I said. That's what I said you said. That's what I said you said. Because if you say you have looked into it and you performed poorly, why should you go doing more, trying to go and lie?
I didn't say I performed poorly. Listen,
hold on.
Listen,
you did not win. You say you did not win.
English
That's
should
nothing
be your
to argue
strong
about.
You live in America. Listen, you live in America. English should be your strength. What I said is that only one person can win an election, so it doesn't mean that you have to do poorly. But what I know is that in the election there are claims. This discussion is an elevated discussion. It's not a bare panel discussion. When you are going to court, there are claims you can make. You either come to court and say, I won the election. So if that's the first thing you can say, I won, somebody was declared. I can't claim that. Because even if I remove all the cheating and everything, I did not win. So I can't make that claim.
All right. He gave me a chance to answer. He gave me a chance to ask a question, and I really would like to.
That's it.
Yeah, because he doesn't let us get as much as you get, right? Because you're a guest. So don't try to stop my one single opportunity with semantic argument. Poorly is a relative term. All right. If a teacher requires you to score 100%, and that is the rubric is that you have to get 100%. If you don't get it, you did poorly, right?
That's not correct. If you run in the Olympics with Usain Bolt, and Usain Bolt comes first, and you come second, you come third, you are done poorly. It's just that you didn't win the race. So try to understand it that way.
I concede the point. Okay, so my point that I was making though is that I have a lot to discuss with you, but I'll postpone it. I want you to know you still enjoy my respect.
I know that for sure. Otherwise, you won't waste your time to be here.
That's right. I respect you, and I believe that you're one of those that we should ginger there, help. You're gonna have to come here and listen. You have to come here and listen to what we're saying. You can't do the Nigerian citizens who are in the United States the way you politicians do them back home, right? Which is from the top.
We are not too different from each other.
I understand, but I believe that it's an infectious disease of which when you were here, maybe you were immune a little bit, but when you went back, I believe that you've now acquired that disease again.
You have it wrong. If
you don't let me talk, then you're gonna misunderstand me all the time. I said I have respect for you, but you're gonna have to, when you come here, you have to humble yourself. Know that a lot of people who are in the United States, for example, who have better law degrees than you do have, they're more educated than you, right? A lot of people here in the United States who are Nigerian citizens. So you cannot be walking around thinking that because you have this, you started here, you have this educational background, plus you're a good businessman and you have some wealth. There are people who have more than what you have in all those things.
That my grandpa would be talking about if he was alive. These are not necessary. The point I'm making is this: you are asking me questions, I'll answer them based on my understanding. Even my wife is more educated than me. So already from my house, I'm not the most educated person. And if I'm not careful, my children will out-educate me very soon. So the issue is this, that it is not about knowing more than the other. But whatever you know, however little, must inform your decisions. That's what I'm just letting you know, that what I know inform my decision after the election. Not that it's better than another person. So but you can continue now.
All right,
let me conclude. He just said it. He said I should continue.
No,
Hold on.
I'm running the show. You were done. I answered.
No, he has not asked his question though. He didn't ask the question. He was just commenting.
All right.
All
right, Pansat, go ahead.
That's why
more important than me.
He's a charming guy when he comes here, and we all like to have him here. But let me then say to you, my question is that if it's possible, work with Peter Obi, Showere, those kind of people. They are not perfect, so to come in person, the things, it's a disappointment for us. So would you, when you go back, you run again, or when you come on these shows, try to focus your vitriolic attacks more on the system that's got everybody down, and less on nitpicking the little speck in Showere's eyes or Peter Obi's eyes or their legal team, because they're accomplice, they know. So would you then promise me today, here's the question, would you promise that when you go back, you're going to say to yourself, you know what, I'm a lawyer, I could pick a fight with anything, but I'm going to now work with the progressives, people who are doing better, and then try to suck into the system itself so that we can all benefit from that, your knowledge? Would you promise that? Thank you.
That's a major, in fact, I can tell you, it might have come at the end of, maybe you save the best for the last, you know, like you're an American, and what Winston Churchill said about Americans is what I want to say about you now. He says that America will always make the best decision after trying the worst. So the issue is that working with the opposition is the only way forward. And that was how we started before the election, with the third force and all of that. However, opposition, when you want to work with people, you have to see that you have the same aim, the same game. And I was not commenting on them, but anywhere I go, for some reason, people will ask me, one, why didn't you file a petition? I'll give my reason. Secondly, Why are you not talking about Chicago, talking about this? I have to tell you that, to me, it won't help you because you won't get anything out of the court if you are in court. But if you're on the street talking about it, fine, I will join you. But if it's in the court, it won't help you because it makes no difference in the legal system. Thirdly, opposition, we have to be disciplined. And I've been in opposition myself. I try to study oppositions everywhere in the world. And one thing I've discovered, and I've been talking to Showore about it, talking to other people about it, is that opposition doesn't do personality politics. Personality politics is for the incumbency. So if, for example, we form an opposition party and we push Pansat as our presidential candidate, it is the establishment who will say Pansat had an argument with his girlfriend when he was cool. Pansat has 2 bad certificates. That is establishment politics. But opposition politics tends to attack the government from where the shoe is pinching the poor. How opposition tends to make the struggle about the feeling of the masses, how people are hungry, but when it comes to establishment politics, once you bring in a candidate, they will start criticizing the candidate, checking the candidate whether he went to school, whether he did. So if you play that game with a ruling party, most of the time you will lose because they will be doing other things that are hurting the people that you are not spending your energy to bring about. And when it comes to these issues of who did what, and if you look at American election now, you could see that Trump did this, has the sexual settlement, sexual-related court case settlement, is charged to court here and there. It's not affecting him that much. And I gave an example earlier. I don't people say I give a lot of examples, but I gave an example about one man who made Clinton to win the election. The person is called James Carville. Once James Carville started advising Clinton, at that time, what was reigning in America was Iran-Contra, because Bush was vice president to Reagan, and they had that Iran-Contra. It was a major scandal. And Donald Brazil, other people started talking about it. But when James Carville came, he told Clinton, do you Democrats want to win election? He said, yes. They said the economy is stupid. Don't bother yourself about Iran-Contra, about all these scandals. It's not going to help you. First, where the people are suffering, start talking about the people's issue, how the government is not helping the people. And Clinton followed that, but it was Bush and the Republicans who were not talking about Jennifer Flower. I've been talking about Paula Jones, all the other personal problems of Clinton. Clinton changed his name before, and Clinton had a baby outside wedlock, and all of that. When Donald Brazil brought out the fact that George Bush himself was said to have a child out of wedlock, and she went and made a speech about it, that George Bush had a child, she was fired from the campaign. Why? Because they said she was a distraction, that the only way opposition can win and defeat the incumbent is when the things you are using to attack the government are things that are touching the people in their stomach, touching them in their life. But if it is, you didn't go to school here, you go to school there, they will just get away with it. That is my own understanding of it. And I try to discipline opposition that way. That is where we disagree.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you, Pansat. Let me just say, as more like editorial, we encourage, why this show is different is really that we encourage participation of the audience with our guests. But also we want to make sure that we always remember there is a guest and there is a moderator, and then there are I know that Prince is good enough and powerful enough to deal with anything. It's not all guests that I will allow certain things I allow to happen on this show today to happen. But I'm sure everybody understands that. All right.
I want you to bring him back one-on-one. I would like to have a debate with the Prince, one-on-one.
I don't like it, but it must be either in your house or my house, because I even want to come to your house and,
All right.
Bye bye. Thanks, Rudolph. Bye bye.
Okay, we'll make that happen. Odi.
Hello, Prince. Good day, fellow panelists. I'm very glad to meet one-on-one with you, Prince. Today, I think you're one of the few politicians that I do have respect for. So, like Pansat, I have a few things I would like to really, ask you, Like when I saw you were on the show, I was like, where did I miss this? That I didn't know you were coming on the show. I would have been here hours ago waiting for you. Anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
I wanted to, so here's my own question. Do you think Tinubu won the election?
Well, by law, he won the election.
No, that's not my question. Sorry to
Let me
interrupt
just
you.
complete my answer. By law,
Okay.
he won the election. And he's even won the election twice because he has not won the election again in Court of Appeal. And when they go to Supreme Court, he may even win it 3 times. But the reality is that election was not credible. And that election, if effort had been put together, that election should have been cancelled. But it is, there's a problem with consistency. If you say Tinubu did not win the election, then you also have to say, probably, Atiku didn't come second. Probably, Labour didn't come third. So that is the issue with challenging. So you cannot select. So people like Showore said, I don't know what I scored. I only know what INEC gave to me. They don't have problems with that. I don't know what I scored, but I know that what INEC gave to me in total for the whole country is less than what I got in one local government alone in Katsina State, not talk about Adamawa State. But however, by law, Tinubu was declared, and Supreme Court says so, Court of Appeal says so. With the way they have done the petition, Supreme Court, even if they are sleeping, they will throw away the petitions and say Court of Appeal was right. Because they frame the legal issues in a way that Supreme Court is going to answer affirmatively for the Court of Appeal. So, but if we want now to question the election one by one, take it polling by polling unit, the election was not credible at all, especially if we are conscious of the fact that you're not supposed to buy votes and so many other things you're not supposed to do.
All right, thank you.
No, I'm sorry, Rudolph, this was just, he hasn't answered my question with all due respect, but you know that, right? So, and, Prince, this is my frustration with politicians. And this is my frustration. Somebody as intelligent, yes, son, you've been everywhere. You've been in America. You've been all over the world. You know what is right.
I'm not a fan. I didn't apply.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were son. Sorry, I know you've been to the Supreme Court. I didn't know. Okay, sorry. Okay, yes. I take that back. So here's my frustration is, and this is why people relate to people like Peter B. And there was something Rudolph said earlier on about I know Pansat can get a little bit on the other side, but at the same time, I think this is good. Even this is good for you as a politician, because when you speak, the more you speak to people, the more you can become relatable, the more we know that you hear us, and the more we can trust you. My question it was, do you think Tinubu won the election? You talked about the court, you talked about facts, but I want to hear your opinion. What do you think?
I've told you my opinion. I first told you what the law is. Because the election is a
no, it's a yes or no
question.
question.
Hold on, please.
One thing, by the way, I have asked him that question. That was my first question to him. He was sitting on the wall.
My question is very clear. When you say, did OJ say kill his wife? You have to give 2 answers. The court says no, he didn't kill his wife. But if you are there and you saw what happened, you might say, but I saw him there, whatever. So I think he killed him, but by law he did not. So what I'm saying in the election is that, legally speaking, by our law, and I'm a lawyer, we won the election as for the INEC and court. But from what I know, the election, no credible winner will emerge from that election. So yes. So, but I am now on that point. I am the most consistent person in this election because some of those people who said they won the election themselves are even more inconsistent because they have tabulated all the problems of the election and they still say they won the election, but I don't want to comment on their own. So what I know for sure is that the election was not credible. It's not acceptable, but this is the person that the system says is the winner. So he's won ruling now, and that's it for me. I plan for 2027. But that election could not have produced a credible winner because it could also produce a credible third. So the election should have been annulled and we'll start afresh and do it properly.
No problem. I think the jury is out on all these things, and I think even if I ask it a third time, you're still not going to give me a straight answer, yes or no. But that's fair. No. Your opinion. Do you think he won the election? Many people will tell you they think OJ Simpson killed his wife, or they don't think. We're having a conversation. They already, no matter what you think, Tinubu is still the president. We just want to know who you are, and your character shows by what you say, and it's fair. I understand you're a politician, and I know. I'm not trying to put you in a spot.
Let me give you a politician's answer.
No, don't worry. I have other things to ask you before Rudolph cancels me.
The politician's answer. A politician's answer is as follows: I am so robust, I'm so popular, I won that election, and they cheated me. I want my mandate back. That is a politician's answer. A politician will never tell you that you lost an election. He will tell you he won, he's most popular, and he wants the mandate back. That's the politician's answer. But I'm giving you the answer of a lawyer and a gentleman and a person of truth, which is that, though by law is the winner, but in reality, if you look at that election, it was so full of errors, so full of violations that it should have been cancelled and no credible winner should have been declared. There should have been a fresh election. That is my view.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Just one last, please. I'm just trying to get in, so I'm not going to go back there again. So I heard all your back and forth with Pansat. Trust me, we've been there with him. So please,
we apologize for some of that. I apologize for two of us taking your time, but
So the idea of the Guinean passports that you are going back, and I think you're a lawyer and you know what the core problem was. It's about perjury and not about nationality. But I think, because I think the problem was that, and I think you should have, taken him to the right place. The question at the court was that Tinubu lied under oath that he never have been a citizen of another country. That's what the case was. But I don't want to go back there. I'm just trying to point that out. Because that is a fact.
Because even your summary of it is wrong, but I'll let it pass because I'm not a Guinean, I'm a Nigerian. So
I'm not saying that is wrong or right. I'm just saying the case is about perjury.
It was brought to the court not by way of not perjury. You see, people were the one talking about perjury. It was brought to the court for the dual nationality. I thought by now people have read the judgment, and a copy of the judgment is there.
No, I'm not talking about the judgment. I'm talking about the case. But no problem. My last question.
The judgment summarized the case before the court. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no problem.
Look at the appeal file. The people who filed the appeal did not complain about the court summary of the facts.
No problem. That's I never thought that would fly anyway, so I wasn't very much bothered about that. But so here's my frustration. When I listened to you post-election, you were one of the first persons who came. I listened to you on Arise, many times, and you were here also. And my frustration, and I think you did some solo things also. The main problem that you just were very dismissive of the opposition's case right off the bat, just right away, and I was just trying to understand your motive. And when you told Pansat, we have to respect the judiciary, we're not in a court. You lived in the United States, like you said, and we want a better country, and that's why we're all spending this time here. The better country we want is a country whereby, look, I can go and say Justice Roberts, is, gives very fraudulent, judgments. He's not going to arrest me because I said that. We can criticize the judiciary. What if people like you should be at the forefront, saying, no, this is, let me not go on a monologue, but do you think Nigerian judiciary is corrupt?
American judiciary is corrupt too.
No. You see, that's the problem. That's not what I'm asking you.
Please, I just to bring something clear. Every country has that duty to discipline their judiciary. You can see that in the US now. I'm a lawyer of the US Supreme Court, and there are questions being raised about Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, about receiving gifts, about people giving them a lot of money. That is ongoing now, reviewing. However, as unhappy as people were with the reversal of Roe v. Wade, they are criticizing the judgment, but they don't say the Supreme Court is farcical and all that. What I'm not saying don't criticize judgment. I criticize a lot of judgments. Even in open court, I criticize judgment. I make exception. I appeared before the Court of Appeal recently, and the president of the court was there and was questioning me about what the comment I made about the court. I don't have a problem with that. But to say nothing works in Nigeria is wrong, because I have practiced in the US, I practice there still. I have seen lots of injustices every day within the US. You will see in the US somebody sentenced to life imprisonment who was not even guilty. Somebody spent 40 years in prison and discovered that not only the court, but the prosecutor, all of them conspired together on racial ground, on other ground, to frame the person. You've seen people committing serious felony against the United States being given bail ahead of time and being met at the door of the jail. I've gone to jail many times to get people out. I've not seen where the sheriff stands and salutes a criminal coming to report himself. You get my point? So every system is struggling with it. So in Nigeria, there are fantastic judges. And these politicians, these petitioners who are before the court, why have they gone to the court? They have gone to the court because they themselves are product of the court. The reason why you call Atiku presidential candidate today and all of that is because he went to court, and Court of Appeal and Supreme Court said that Obasanjo could not ban him from contesting. The reason why you call Peter Obi governor today was because Justice Nabaruma removed Igige and put Peter Obi there. And the Court of Appeal under Justice Abdullahi upheld that, and the Supreme Court under Justice Begori allowed Peter Obi to win that case. So if the judiciary is so useless, Peter Obi will not be governor. He will have finished his term. And when Peter Obi was removed as the governor, it was still state judiciary under Katsina Alu with Justice Oguntade reading the judgment. I was in court when the court restored Peter Obi back and said, remove Andy Oba, let Peter Obi go and finish. So I don't want our attitude to the court to be based on whether the judgment given to that day favors us or not. It's a legal system where the people there are not perfect, and we can see, for example, the judgment given in Kano, I have serious problem with it. I'm waiting for review, just like I had problem with the judgment given in Oshun. And then the Court of Appeal overruled the judgment given in favor of APC in Oshun, and Supreme Court upheld it. So that's how the court system works. So it's not like America is heaven and all the judges are honest. No. And then Nigeria's judges are useless. No. It is just that you have to understand. Then lastly, when you go to court, don't frame your issue in an unwinnable way. That was my frustration with the petitioners. And that was why I was talking from the beginning, that they will get nothing out of it. Even now, the 50 ground of appeal and the 35 ground of appeal, they are going to come home empty-handed, because I've gone through them. The issue they are raising before the court, I issued the court with dismiss very quickly. So it is not every case you take to court that is winnable. And the fact that you don't win doesn't mean that judiciary is bad on that basis. But if you want to criticize judiciary, pick some cases. For example, I was in court, sitting in court when the Supreme Court gave the judgment in Amechi versus Omehia, where they said that Amechi, who was removed by his party, was entitled to 100% of the property. And the court of appeal overruled the judgment given in favor of Amechi. And the court of appeal overruled the judgment given in favor of Omehia, where they said that Amechi, who was removed by his party, was entitled to 100% of the property. and Omehia made the candidate, and Omehia won the election, that Amechi should go and serve the term of Omehia because he was a deemed candidate. I was in court, and I was not happy about the judgment. Up to now, that judgment, I think, has error in it. But
so here's my frustration, and this, many people listening to you all over the world, and is that you still never answered my question. What you did essentially was, I asked a very simple question. Usually I try to go on a ramble, but this is the question. What you try to do is to equivocate the corruption in the Nigerian judicial system and the United. That's what you did. Just that you pointed out. Okay, I don't want to cut you off, but go ahead.
Well, no, I ran for president in Nigeria. If the country was not redeemable, I would not have run. And I've seen that Nigeria has institutional challenges. But you cannot sit down anywhere and say that Nigeria, the entire judiciary, with all the hardworking people there.
That's not what I said. I asked you a simple question. I asked you a very simple question, Prince. I said, Prince, do you think that Nigerian judiciary is corrupt? That's what I asked you. Simple question.
The Nigerian judiciary has some challenges of corruption in it. And because I practice in many places, I have seen that Nigeria has a peculiar problem of corruption, especially when it comes to lawyers and judges being influenced in certain ways, certain matters. However, for the majority of judgments of court, you can't find corruption in them. Because the majority of judgments of court, I read them every week, I get them, and I see that they are consistent with the established law and the canons of interpretation. So, and particularly when I look at the case of Peter Obi versus INEC and look at Atiku versus INEC, in this particular case, the court was 100% right. The court followed the law and did what a normal court would do. That even if you take Peter Obi's lawyers and put them on the bench, they'll give the same judgment. If you take Atiku's lawyers and put them on the bench, they'll give the same judgment. If you bring me to sit where Justice Amani was sitting, I'll give exactly the same judgment.
All right. So here's the, I respect, and I do appreciate. That's why I don't want to interrupt you too much because of course you've run for president. I've not. We want a better country, and the only way we get a better country is that, for me, for us to understand where we are and where we need to go to. We live in a country whereby Ghana is planning to supply us electricity. It's fact. We live in a country where Bukachua stood up on our Senate and said his wife was influencing, judicial opinion. And we were in the same country whereby the Senate president came back, and the two, Senate presidents came back from elections where they did not participate in. What I'm saying is that, and this is the hope, from people like us, go back, is your campaign manager, your family, this is not going to cut it for us. We don't want half measures. We don't want, Andy Uba helped us. They helped us in this one. In this one, it may be just quasi okay. We want a better country. There's something that, people call intangible assets. Tinubu can go to stock exchange and ring bell till tomorrow. If people cannot come to a country where they are short of justice, they're not going to come. We will still be in the doldrums of poverty and all the problems that we have. But I'll rest my case here.
Yeah, let me add a few things. Number one, you mentioned Bukashua. You could see the reaction of the country, the reaction of the legal system. So you will see that Bukashua and his wife are being investigated by the ICPC now. So
why not NJC? Why is ICPC? Why not NJC? You're a lawyer.
Let me tell you what the law is. Because the issue came up when she was retiring. NJC has no jurisdiction over her anymore. NJC has jurisdiction over serving justices and judges. So once you retire, the ICPC, doesn't matter whether you retire or not, ICPC has jurisdiction to go and grab wherever you are. It's like a civil servant who is said to have committed an infraction. Once they retire from service, the Civil Service Commission has no jurisdiction over them anymore. So that is that. But what I'm bringing out is that it is true that we need to reform, we need to improve. But if you look at, especially if you have an advantage, like I have, many people have that advantage, like I have, where you see how the legal systems in other countries face the same challenges all the time. And I was giving you even the more public ones that you find in the Supreme Court now, where there are 9, and 2 out of the 9 are under serious investigation for collecting a lot of money, for being carried on private jets of people, for their families giving a lot of money, for cases.
Sorry, sorry, Prince. Those things that are being investigated for in America, in Nigeria, those things are regular stuff. Those things are like regular stuff.
No,
But
that's not true. Let me give you information. I have appeared before the Nigeria Judicial Commission, Judicial Council. I can show you how many justices of Nigerian courts have been dismissed from service. Nigeria has lost 2 chief justices of recent, Onogen and Tanko.
Sorry, but we shouldn't bring Onoge. He was. Everybody knows the circumstance. He was bullied out of the system unlawfully.
You can say so, but if you read the file, you can say so. But he went to court as well. And later we'll do the case. Your opponents can bully you if you have one small skeleton in your cupboard and not bully the other person. But the fact that you have it and they grab you is one issue. And if you look at Justice opponent of the Court of Appeal, Justice Adeniji of the Court of Appeal, they were dismissed. I was in that case. And despite everything, they were dismissed because they were accused by one politician of having collected money, and they were dismissed. And many senior advocates are suspended. Some are disbarred from the inner bar. So what I'm bringing out is that we should understand that Nigeria is not a country that just, once you are corrupt, everybody covers you. Some get away with it. But if you put your laser and you study how the system works, not just judges. In fact, Nigeria has the highest number of justices being punished and sent out. If you go to Ghana, I have a friend in Cuba, and when I went to, he's a senior, one of the oldest lawyers in Ghana. When I went to Ghana to do cases with him, we did some cases together in Ghana, he was commending the Nigerian judiciary that in Ghana, the corruption in the judiciary was so bad that even judges were now selecting lawyers for clients, and that Nigeria is doing well in terms of what we are doing with our judges. So I am not saying that the judges are saints, but I'm saying that the legal system is aware of the problems, and I'm raising this Alito and Justice Thomas and other justices in many states in America that it is a problem. If you look at Justice Nixon, I don't know if you remember Justice Nixon. If you remember the judge in Pennsylvania in America that was colluding with police to charge people to court and collect money for stealing. So it's a human nature. In our system, we cannot cover it where it's wrong. We cannot assume that because one judgment or the other did not go on the public expectation, that judiciary as a whole is corrupt. No, that's not my experience of it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have to change things a little bit. I'm sorry that Olumide, I think I skipped him and went to Odi. He was actually the next person online. There are people in the studio backstage who have their cameras off. That's why we are not bringing you in. But I want to skip everybody and go to Righteous Man. He's in Nigeria and he's been driving. That was why I didn't let him in. But he's been out with us for more than 4 hours, I think.
Okay, so it's good. And you can see now how God works. The only righteous man here is in Nigeria. He's not in America.
And he's in the dark. You know him because he's in the dark. Righteous Man, come on. Your question. Let's hope we can connect to him.
Righteous Man, I can't see your face, so I can't see your face.
Righteous Man, unmute yourself and then your question. Are you still driving? We don't let people in if they are driving. So that was why I didn't let you in. I hope you are. Can you unmute yourself?
No.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said, Dr. Rudolph, you've dealt with me for 4 hours.
But
well, I'm used to your pattern when it comes to people in Nigeria. You treat us as if we do not belong. But no problem.
All right. Forgive me. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. The guest, I love his sincerity. And at the same time, I will not pass if I'm a student in his class. I think I will fail his questions and his exam. If I'm in his class, I will fail all his subjects because his ability to explain things goes beyond normal. You know, when questions are asked, he spends, if I'm a student, I will get confused. And during the election time, when he was interviewed in Arise, that was one of the problems I spotted on him. I was telling my wife, I said, this is a good material for Nigerian presidency, but he has much words, much talk. And with the frustration we are facing in Nigeria, we don't need somebody that is going to talk too much. We need somebody that is going to give us brief answers to the problems we are facing so that we know the direction. So, Mr. Prince, I'm in Nigeria and you are in the US right now. So you have run away. You have abandoned us here after the election to go and enjoy life. Because if US is not better than Nigeria, and if things that are working there are not better than what is working here, I don't think you will go there to stay. You would have resorted to go to Benin Republic or Togo because they are also countries where you can practice law. So I just appreciate you. But I have 3 questions for you.
Make it one, please. Can we?
Let's make it 3 in 1. 3 in
No,
1.
3 questions. 3 questions. Rudolph, I have been backstage for 4 hours. Rudolph, you are not paying for my internet. You are not paying. Ask the prince there. He will tell you that what we spend in having data in Nigeria, it's not like what you enjoy over there. When you do subscription of 1 month in Nigeria, it will not last you 7 days. But you paid for subscription for 1 month. He is aware of it. And Lego icons like him supposed to have taken Nigerian telecommunication to court. Why will you subscribe for 1 month and then within 4 days it's gone off?
I spoke about it during the campaign, but that's your question.
Okay, your questions.
Okay, my question is, my question number 1. We remember Gani Fawemi today because of his actions. When you notice the wrongs in our electoral processes, how many times have you gone to court to seek for judicial interpretation of our electoral laws? Because if you have done that, maybe most of these mistakes that were made by opposition parties, they wouldn't have made it. That's number 1 question. How many times have you gone to court to seek for judicial interpretation of some of these impediments that we have in our electoral laws and constitution? Like Agbakoba wrote to INEC chairman to explain about the 25% before the election. And you being a lawyer, you know that that thing does not matter. What was the legal action you took in order to make sure that Nigerians were furnished with the correct answers that are required? That's number 1. Number 2, since you found out that ideologically you share the same feelings with, or the same belief with Sowore, why did 2 of you not collapse your system to form a formidable force in the last election? Then number 3, which state are you from? Because I heard when you say Dalu.
All right, thank
That's
you.
my question.
Thank you, righteous man. Prince.
Okay, let me take this one by one. Incidentally, I hope you know that Ganifa Emi was my cousin of blessed memory. So my maternal grandmother is the senior sister of Gani's father. So they both far in me. So Gani is family to me. The issue is that it is not every matter that the court can resolve for you. Gani spent his entire life going to court to get interpretation of this or that. Good. But you will notice that even going to jail did everything. When it was time when he ran for election, none of the people he was going to court for decided to vote for him at all. So politics is different from activism, as you see. Now, why I didn't go to court on all these issues that the answers to them are clear. You only go to court for things that are not clear. So if things are clear, we don't need to go to court. So that I didn't have problem with 25%, all those issues that it was clear to me. So I didn't want to waste my time on that. But I have done a lot for electoral reform. I've drafted whole electoral act and given to INEC. I've helped when Dimeji Bankole was speaker. This idea that political party cannot remove their candidates anyhow, I drafted it for them. I drafted many things. So I do a lot of institutional reform. And that discussion we had on October 1, 2021, was an attempt to help Nigerians to know how to draft a proper electoral act. I drafted the electoral offenses bill for INEC free of charge. So you can go and ask Professor Morris and all of that. So I made my contributions, but I don't believe in show. I do institutional reforms. And anytime you bring me out, I'll say the truth.
Can I interject? Can I interject? If you wrote the electoral, if you wrote the electoral laws that we have today, it means
not the one you have today.
You were
the one at that time. Not the one you have today.
But that Morisiwu election was the worst, apart from this one that was conducted February 25th. The election Morisiwu conducted was the worst in the history of Nigeria.
Okay, now the question I'm asking is this: you are now giving it to. It looks like you are driving and breaking the law, though. But the issue is, if you are driving, I think I shouldn't be talking to you.
Yeah, you should. Righteous man, we have to get you out. We are not responsible for anything.
No, I'm entering my house.
Okay,
when you enter, come back again, okay?
Yes, right. But I will reserve your right when you enter your house. You are breaking the law. You must have broken the electoral act before. If you can break the traffic law now.
All right. So, Chim, what do you want to say before I go to Alaba? Unmute yourself.
Please go to Alaba. Go to Alaba. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Alaba. Yeah, welcome to the show.
Yeah, protocols duly observed. Greetings to everybody. Prince, thank you. I have one question for you, which will be relaxing, but my questions are going to come to you because you are a lawyer, a politician, and my question is only one question, but it's 1A, 1B, 1C under one question, all related to law.
Yes.
But by the time you answer my question, please just go straight to the point, because there's one thing I want you to observe. You see this paper I'm holding, it's white. And when we all agree this is white, and somebody comes and starts telling you it's red, and then comes with an argument that in Ghana, they call it yellow. Personally, it's hard for me to keep calm in such situation, for me to act civil. when somebody is insulting my intelligence. It's very hard for me to keep calm for me because I feel like this person went to school, I went to school, and this person think I'm a fool, or as we they speak, I'm for pidgin. This person don't see me finish. You understand? So my question is one. The first 1A is on this. You are a lawyer. I did microbiology in school, and the first law they taught us in microbiology: if you want to inoculate, you must sterilize your inoculum. And I'm pretty sure in law school, the first thing they must have taught any lawyer is that you don't sentence a criminal to jail and have the trial after the sentence. So why is it that
that's what we do actually? So that's why I don't ever use law analogy. That's what we do in law. If you don't have
who are the we? Who are the we? You mean you Nigerians?
No, what I'm saying, I'm just saying that law analogies are not easy. That's what we do.
Oh yeah, yeah. You said this is what we do. Who are the we? The Nigerian lawyers?
No,
because I know in Malaysia, I know in Ghana, I know in China, I know in Russia, I know in America. They don't do that. So I don't want to say that's what
actually. I don't want to make that major issue. I'm just letting you know. That's why Donald Trump went to go and post bail first.
No. Don't do analogies with me. Let me land with my question.
No, because I'm just saying that your example is not correct. That in law.
No. I'm not landed, man. I'm not giving an example. I'm saying in law, by basic law, unless you want to start making a mockery of the rule of law, we can debate that if you want. If we want to make a mockery of the rule of law, but the rule of law is that when a criminal he face a trial first before sentence. Am I wrong on that?
You are right.
Basic in law. Let's agree to disagree. Let's agree before I can move on. Because I'm not going to be beating around the bush on this topic.
This one you said now is correct. What you said before wasn't correct, but this one now is correct. You go to trial.
Okay, there's no difference between what I'm saying before and what I'm saying now. We're talking about the rule of law. In law, you don't sentence a prisoner first, and you don't let him serve jail time first before you have a trial. Right? Am I right on that? That's the rule of law.
Right.
If we do that, we're making a mockery of the rule of law.
You are right now.
Okay, now that's where I'm going with my question. You didn't let me laugh. So why is it that those of you who went to law school in Nigeria, and those of you call yourself senior advocate of Nigeria, which I think shouldn't exist anyway, and those who are judges, allow a law in Nigeria that allows the swearing in of a president and then the trial to proceed after the swearing in? Why would any lawyer and your members of the Bar Association, none of you raise an objection to this? None of you move the motion in the House for 24 years of our so-called democracy? Nobody finds a fault in this, and we call ourselves
let me answer the question.
No, don't do that. I got 3 questions, or else we won't move. Let me throw all my questions out.
1A is why.
Yeah. I'm moving on to the second one. That's 1A. Why is that? So that shows a failure, institutional failure of the institutions that train you all. Because if I'm a microbiologist and I have to do an inoculum without sterilizing, I'm a failure as a microbiologist. Let's get that straight. That's my opinion, but you might have yours. Go to 1B. 1B is pretty simple and straightforward. What's your view of the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 Constitution? Why I'm saying this is that Obasanjo proved the point to me on that Constitution recently by ordering the Obas to stand up and sit down. Obasanjo was not trying to insult them. Maybe he was, but that's not my concern. But the point he made clearly on that thing is that he basically told us that as far as Nigeria is concerned, we don't have citizenship. The Constitution, Section 2, empowers the state, not the citizens, not the people. And that is why our judges are so arrogant when they give judgment. You have no local standing. You're just an individual. You're just a slave in the system. You're just basically serving the state. I understand. The white man took it from our forefathers, gave it to the civilians, then the military took it, then they arrogated it to themselves, and now we have a system in place, thanks to the
in your own opinion, as somebody I would look forward to as a politician,
that's one
who I might make a future, I might vote for you. Let me finish my question. Okay, what's your view of the 1999 Constitution? Do you see a problem with it? Do you think it should be torn into pieces, discarded, burned with a matchstick? That's my second question. My third question, still based on law. Not third question, 1C. The Constitution clearly states, unless I'm wrong, that the first round of voting specify 25% in Abuja. You're a lawyer. It says if nobody achieves that and there's no clear winner, there will be room for another election within the two top notch. Why are you as a lawyer and as a politician not interested in enforcing what your constitution clearly says? I understand you've stated it on this program that you don't agree with that 25% dialogue, but that's not the point. The point is it is written in your constitution, and it's your job to follow the constitution.
Let me answer your question one by one.
Now you can answer. Thank you.
Let me answer your question one by one. First, let me congratulate Dr. Damages. Your uncle, righteous man, has arrived home safely. So you might want to join if you want. Now, the first point is that it is not in the business of lawyers or the judiciary to insist that somebody who is elected cannot be sworn in before the election petitions are over. Why? Because to do that, you need to amend the Constitution.
That was not my question. My question was, as a lawyer, did none of you see this? I mean, you must have up to 20,000, 50,000 lawyers in that country, senior advocates, judges. Did you not see this as a mockery of the rule of law?
No.
To have a swearing, is that where we are going on that one?
Now, what I want to say is this. It is in the Constitution of Nigeria. Now, lawyers, only advantage lawyers have over any other person is that we are trained in the skill of interpretation of the Constitution. But we do not have the right to dictate what is contained in the Constitution. Now that we are operating it, there are two ways in which we can handle it. It's either we make sure that the litigation process for our election is simplified, that it is a one-off thing. Some countries have managed to do it, where when elections are conducted, you do not go to any other place. You go straight to the Supreme Court if it's presidential election, one time. And the Supreme Court sits in a special session and decides. In some countries, you don't even certify the election until you have taken it to Constitutional Court. So INEC, after conducting the election, will not announce the election. They will take the election to the Constitutional Court and submit it there. Then anybody who has a challenge will now go to the Constitutional Court and challenge it, and INEC has to defend it there. Once the Constitutional Court says the election is okay, that person can be sworn in. But in the Second Republic, we have a similar situation like this. And Awolowo and Shagari, remember that case was decided 48 hours to swearing in. And the judges had the matter within like 10 days, and they disposed of it and gave their decision right there. So either way, what I see going on here, if you want to correct it, is that we have to limit the grounds on which you can challenge the election. We have to change a lot of election petitions so that all kinds of nonsense is not brought into it. Because the people who are complaining...
Can I interject on this question, please? Can I interject on this question? Based on... Because, so if I'm hearing Alaba rightly, there seems to be a little disconnect in your response from his question. Alaba is saying, irrespective of litigations or not. We should have litigations. I don't think we should throw it away. Even if we want to have a 3-tier process of litigation or 2-tier, as we currently have, well, as per presidential. What he's saying is, shouldn't there be a constitutional insertment that says no man can be sworn in until we have dispensed fully with those?
It's a good thing to have. It's a good thing to have, but it's not a question for lawyers. It's a question for the Nigerian people through their representative, because lawyers are not the speakers, members of House of Assembly.
You don't think the Nigerian Bar Association can push that, as they are the custodians of laws?
No, you can push it more, because it's not a legal profession thing. It's a legislation.
Even if they see that it counteracts their profession?
It doesn't counteract our profession. Our profession is just to apply the law the way it is, and to
even if it's an illegal law that makes mockery of the rule of law.
There's nothing called illegal law, because rule of law in Nigeria is a product of the Constitution. So the Constitution can even abolish Supreme Court. The Constitution can even abolish the legal profession. So the Constitution is superior to the legal profession. So the Constitution is a fundamental document. So what you need to do is that the representative you have, National Assembly, the Senate and the House, 480 of them, and your 36 State House of Assembly, they can change the law today and say no one should be sworn in without having exhausted the litigation. The only danger lawyer can tell you is that you may run into what we call interregnum. So which means that you have to either shorten your litigation period. We have done it in the Constitution, for example. We say every litigation must end within 180 days. And every appeal must end within 60 days. So if you add 180 to 60, you get 240. So what this means is that if you want to make it work, you have to conduct your election a year ahead of the swearing in. So if you conduct your election a year before the swearing in, and you have 240 days for litigation, you will achieve that. It's very easy to achieve. You will now amend the constitution that says election must be conducted and announced 250 days before the expiry of the incumbency. Secondly, election petition must all finish within 240 days. That's simple as that. It's not that complicated.
All right.
That one.
On the 1999 Constitution.
No, 1999 Constitution and the sit down, stand up that Obasanjo was doing against the gods. What I can say is that the 1999.
I wanted to say don't focus on Obasanjo, focus on the states having all the power and the citizen having.
I wanted to answer your question as you asked them, then you can amend your question because you were discussing Obasanjo as well. First and foremost, the 1999 Constitution has a lot of contradictions in it. And those contradictions reflect the contradiction of Nigerian polity. For example, is he a federalist constitution? It's a federalist constitution where the Nigerian people don't trust the states to have police powers. So Nigerians don't want state police. They don't want state citizenship. They don't want any of those things, but they want federalism. They want a unified court system. For example, under a proper constitution that is federal, INEC will not be one to conduct election for governor of a state. Each state will conduct the election for their governor in their state, and they will litigate all the election petitions inside their state. So I've just given an example. So the 1999 Constitution arose from mismatch, patch, as they call it in Pidgin English. It's a patch constitution because Nigeria has a patch understanding of their union. So if we want the constitution to be better, we need to answer certain fundamental questions. And I have about 100 fundamental questions. For example, I'm a prince of the Ondo Kingdom. So I'm behaving and conducting my affairs so that the kingmakers, if it comes to one day I apply, they will choose me. But Nigeria is a republic. Which republic has kings? No republic has kings, because if you say you are a republic, you essentially say you have abolished monarchy. But Nigeria has not abolished monarchy, and we are calling ourselves a republic. That is why we have this contradiction. That was why Obasanjo could prostrate when it pleases him, and when he's frustrated, can shout on the same people he was frustrating for. We have all these contradictions going on. So we are looking for a new Alaafin of Oyo is to be installed. But I can tell you that in Oyo, the selection of the Alaafin is more fundamental to the people than the election of Makinde as governor of Oyo State. Some nonsense they cannot take, they can overlook if a governor is wrongly elected. If you select the wrong Alaafin, they will not overlook it. So their heart is still in that traditional institution, but by law. So our law contradicts our reality. So that's what I can say about that constitution. You can say that for resource control also. You can say that for so many things. Everything we are quarreling about, we have unresolved questions in our existence as a country. Our organizing philosophy as Nigerians is not clear yet. So we have states, for example, 36 states. But we still talk about Yoruba presidency, Igbo presidency, and all of that. And none of these entities we are using to rotate power are known to the Constitution. Because they are not known to the Constitution. You say Northeast, Northwest, South, none of them is known to the Constitution of Nigeria. So we have that lack of clarity and that clarity in the Constitution. So it can easily be resolved if you hold, either you turn National Assembly. For example, one thing you can do, you can take the National Assembly and the State Assembly and create a Constitutional Assembly out of them, and you can now go and discuss the Constitution, or you can create another Constitutional Conference where Nigerians will discuss all these issues. But the Constitution as a document is a very good document in terms of legal text. It's very clear, it's very lucid, it's easy to interpret, and it provides for so many details that you will not find in the US Constitution, other constitutions as well. Even in England, their constitution is a series of acts of parliament and judicial decisions that you cannot, if you are not a lawyer, you cannot understand. But in Nigeria, a person who has very good grasp of English language can get at least a hang of what is written in our constitution. So as a living document, to me, it's okay. It's just that it is trying to deal with an amorphous family that they don't know all their members. They don't know who is senior, who is junior. They don't know. There are so many unanswered questions in Nigerian existence, and the Constitution cannot answer them for you because the Constitution is just a document written down. You can't answer questions you have not answered. So that's what I can say about the Constitution. And then you ask the third question.
25% Abuja. I like your last statement that our law contradicts our reality. But the point is, why are our politicians not trying to change our reality or change our law?
They won't change our reality because the voters are not making those things important. The politicians do what voters consider to be important. Voters think that if you share rice, you are a good man. They will vote for you. If you try to amend constitution, they don't remember that. That's why Baribe is not a presidential candidate. He's one of the most hardworking legislators. But people don't realize that. So people react to other things, not what you're saying. Now, dealing with 25%, your rendition of it is wrong. It is not written anywhere that 25% of FCT is relevant to runoff or anything. It's not relevant to it. It's very clear that what they want to do in the Constitution is as follows. They want us to have a president that is not a sectional president, because that was a concern in the First Republic, where you win in your own zone, and then you try to form an alliance with somebody. So in the Second Republic, they said, no, you can't win unless you score 25%. First, you must score majority, and you must score 25% in 2/3 of the states. So for you to do that, you must make effort to be popular. You will not stay in your region and start to say we have population. Otherwise, if you do that, someone from Kano may not even want to compete with anybody. We just say, let me take Kano, Northwest, a few things add to it. Maybe I have a brother in Lagos. I just add him to me. We win the election. But by just scoring a few votes more than the other person. But the Constitution says no, you must have national spread. So 25% in 2/3 of the states. That's what he wants. However, because of the problem,
and the court ruled that Abuja is a state, and you agree with it.
Can I handle it? However, because we copy our constitution from certain federations where they have problem with their federal character territory. For example, you Americans will know that if a person is, if in the presidential election in America, if you are in Washington, D.C., and you vote for a presidential candidate, you are helping that candidate to score in the general poll, but you are not helping the candidates in the electoral college. Because when they are counting electoral college in America, they don't count Washington, D.C. Has 0 electoral vote. That is why Washington people always complain about taxation with taxation. So in Washington, D.C., as federal capital territory for the United States, they don't count. When you are counting how many states you won, they don't count it. So in Nigeria, we now wanted to cure that mischief by saying, in counting, for the purpose of counting 2/3 of the states, you count the states, you also count FCT. Secondly, in the Awolowo versus Shagari, we had a problem where we needed to get 2/3 of 19 states. Because it's similar to what we have in our constitution. For you to become the winner, you must score majority of the votes, highest votes. Not the majority, but you must score the highest votes. And then you must score 25% in 2/3 of the state. In the case of Shagari, he scored the highest votes. However, he didn't score up to 24, 25, he didn't score 2/3 of 19. Because 2/3 of 19 will be almost 13 or 12 point something. And G.O.K. Ajayi, on behalf of Awolowo, argued in the court that you cannot have 2/3 of a state. You cannot have 1/3 of a state. A state is a state. So Shagari needed to do 13 states to cross the threshold. Supreme Court said no. Otherwise, if they required that, they would have done a runoff between Awolowo and Shagari, and you never knew, nobody could have known where the winner would come from.
Sorry to interject, Prince. DC has 3 electoral college votes, just for correction. So because it's a public forum.
DC has 3 electoral college votes.
Yeah, it has 3 electoral college votes, so it's not inconsequential.
I will check that now. But the problem we've been dealing with is the fact that Nigeria wanted to treat our federal capital territory as part of a state, so that it gets, relative to its population, the number of votes that it should get. So that's, they said, 2/3 in all the states and FCT. So that is the interpretation. It doesn't mean that DC now or FCT now will determine for you who is the winner or not. It just says that when you are counting states for the purposes of election, count the FCT2 as if it were one of the states. Not only that, the Constitution also states in our Constitution that any reference to the state in this Constitution includes reference to the federal capital territory. So that is the point I want to make. So it doesn't make it that you must win it at all. No, if you can win it, fine. But if you can achieve 2/3 without winning it, it's also fine. You can miss FCT just like you can miss any other state. So, and you are right that the 23rd Amendment to the Constitution allocated 3 seats to the FCT, to the Washington, D.C. But originally in the U.S. Constitution, it did not have. But I think the 23rd Amendment have now given it three, which they are still complaining about. So that is my point on FCT. So it's not mandatory. I've known that before now, and I've always believed that it's not mandatory. And you will see that this 23rd Amendment, the US came as recently as 1961. So for the most part of the life of the US Constitution, for the most part of it, the FCT in America had no vote until recently as 1961, when they made the 23rd Amendment. Shows to you that historically, never used to count the FCT. But now, states are taking measures. So in our own constitution, we added the FCT, just as OD has pointed out now. The US too, in 1961, after about 200 and something years, started to amend their own constitution and add to the electoral college. But just like in the US, you can even lose those electoral colleges, college votes. It doesn't matter. It's just like any other.
All right, thank you. So we have about less than an hour left. So I want everybody who is called upon to make it try to summarize your questions, get it into one question, so that we get to everybody. Righteous man.
Did we take all your three questions, Ferreira?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Why you
please,
point of correction? What we should be doing is answer his question. Righteous man cannot be asking new questions.
Yeah.
No, those are my three questions. Although I don't agree with your answers, but those are my three questions.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
So righteous man. You are his
Please, point of correction. I was not breaking the law because I was not driving. When I was asking him question, I parked because I was very close to my gate. The moment I finished asking him question, hold on, I drove in. That was when I moved the car. So telling me that I was breaking the law is not correct. Point of correction, please.
Okay. You are that is when you run for president. Okay, so
so concerning
no,
I have not finished questions. I have not finished with him. He have not answered all my questions.
He knows he will finish.
He did not.
Just hold on, let him finish the answers. Prince, go ahead. Because we are running out of time.
I've answered Pereira's question. So it's not
Righteous man, yeah.
He has not finished my question.
Yes. So can you recast your question so that when I answer, you won't say it's the wrong answer I've given?
Yeah, I said, since you have the same understanding with Shore.
Yes. Why did
from
you
your
work together?
explanations? Yeah, from your explanation, it's very clear that both of you agree. And you see him as you see him as somebody that have the same understanding with you. So why did you both of you not collapse your structure to form a formidable force in the last election?
Okay, thank you. First, we started in 2020, 2021 to try to get a unified alternative opposition. Because at that time, we thought APC and PDP were the same, and that the two of them will never oppose each other on fundamental issues. They will just try to outrig each other, but they will not oppose each other on fundamental issues. So we thought that the other political parties should come together and try to present a common convention and a common candidate. So we spent a lot of time on that. And if you check the record, you will see that I hosted a lot of meetings in Abuja, in Ondo, in Lagos, and we formed what they call the third force with Patu Tomi and many other people there. So the idea was that we're going to come together. So we wanted 14 political parties, but there were 18 political parties. Two, the ruling party, APC and PDP, were out. And then a few of the other parties were working for them. We thought that they would always follow their principles. So the other 14, we tried to work together. To cut a long story short, that arrangement broke up or broke down when people in opposition, people in that caucus, decided to go and take advantage of the problems in PDP. They took advantage of the crisis in PDP. You know, there was crisis in APC with Malabuni, the SAC, Oshomole, they were having their internal catharsis. In PDP, they had their own problem too. They almost had a broken convention. So people in our opposition thought that it presented an opportunity to go and find some of the elements in the PDP and try to work with them and drag them into opposition politics. A few of us did not agree with that. We thought it would never work because even two ways, is either the person will not speak your language and you will lose your credibility when you follow them, or when they win, they will not rule according to what we want to achieve. So we can achieve victory and people will not get anything. So that is the reason why when that broke down, which I can give a long story if we have time, but we don't have time. So when that didn't work, everybody went and started pursuing their own ticket, thinking that in the course of the election, we would try to work things out. But in the course of the election, they were moving towards the big parties. It was the big parties too who were still attracting people to themselves. So that's what went wrong in 2023. But I think the way it can work is that you cannot wait for somebody to emerge the candidate of his party and then say at that time you are going to work together after you have become a candidate. No, I think what will work is for opposition to come together and try to do a campaign primary or election or whatever they want to do for consultative, and then bring one person out. Not that you go and imagine your party.
So, Mr. Prince, it simply means that you and Showore couldn't work together.
We couldn't work together electorally because the arrangement was not for two persons to work together. Two people come together, you will still lose. The arrangement was to gather opposition elements together. So even if Showore and I had worked together, the two of us combined together will still not win the election. So the issue is this, that for you to win the election, you need a grand coalition of an opposition. And that grand coalition should start ideologically, because not everybody is going to queue up behind an establishment candidate. For example, I said many times.
Sir, with due respect, let me cut it short. With due respect to you and your works, don't you think that jumping into presidency was the problem why Nigerians did not deem it much fit to vote you into power? Because they have not tested you, either local government chairman or state governor, or even in the house. You've not handled power.
All right.
Yes. So yes, it's a point. Some people raise that point, but that's not my interest in politics. My interest in politics is to serve in the area where I see that the problem is. So if I want to solve Nigeria's problem the way the constitution is written, the only way I can solve Nigeria's problem is to give Nigeria an effective presidency. And there are two ways I can give you an effective presidency. I can give you a president that I believe in, that this person will be a good president and I can assist the president. Or I can go and be the president that I think Nigeria needs. But to say that, let me be a minister, let me be this, that you are building a career in politics. I don't have interest in career in politics. I'm interested in solving a problem. So if you give me a presidential candidate that ideologically sound, has the integrity, has the courage and stamina, and is not entangled to any of the masters, I will support the candidate. And if I don't see, I will present myself. It's now left for the Nigerian people to decide. But when it comes to election, whether you vote or not, I have had more experienced people than me. The great Zik of Africa ran for presidency in Nigeria, they didn't vote for him. So you can't have more experience than that. Awolowo, with all the experience that he has, they did not vote for him. And they voted for Shagari. So Nigerians will find every excuse when they are not ready. When they are ready, They will fund
Sorry,
every
is it that they didn't vote for him or they just selected the person they want to get to be there? That's another thing you have to talk about, because people voted, but sometimes they just select who they want in that position. Thank you.
Yeah, it has another perspective, but the bottom line for me is that many people who said Awolowo was the greatest themselves campaign against him. That's the point I'm making. So many people who said Zeke is like, you don't get Zeke. Maybe a country like in the world, people like Zeke, maybe they're up to 8 or 9, like Gandhi, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, maybe Mandela can join them. So you don't get Zeke easily. But Nigeria had Zeke, but we didn't make him president. We didn't vote for him. The Second Republic. What I'm saying, we had Aminu Kano. You can't have somebody. Even Mahatma Gandhi is not as clean and people oriented as Aminu Kano. They still didn't vote for Aminu Kano. So what I'm saying generally is that you mentioned Ganiva Emi now. He went to jail, did everything. He sacrificed his life, his health, everything. That we have to get our people to a consciousness where they vote the leaders according to what the leaders stand for. I think that my own reading of it is that during election time, just like the media is distracted, the politicians are distracted, the people have too many parallel considerations that determine how they vote. So, and when people don't want to take risk, and Nigerians are conservative, unless we are deceiving ourselves. Nigeria is not a radical country. People will say they're radical. Nigeria is not a radical country. Nigeria is majority, a very risk-averse country. They really want to change. They really want to take risk. They are very slow. And that. So by the time they ask you to go and start learning a system that doesn't work, I always give the answer all the time. If you want me to go and learn under a system that doesn't work, by the time I'm halfway through, I'm now part and parcel of that system. So a system that doesn't work, you have to correct from outside. You don't let somebody who's inside. So if I wanted to be a minister, you won't be seeing me here. I would have been in Washington now or New York, saying Mr. President is correct. I'm following up and down. I don't think that is the solution to that. I think that we have to keep fighting from outside until our people lose hope in the system and realize that this system is rigged against them. But for my reading, going around Nigeria, people haven't lost confidence in the system. They may have grievances against one politician or the other, but they will still support somebody from that system. This one is better than this one. That one is better than that one. But they've not come to the ideological and dialectical understanding that the system itself, the way it's set up, you need to upstage the system and put the people's oriented government there.
All right, thank you, Prince. We have to. Let me go to McBoy.
Is it Dan?
No, Dan is not. Dan just came. I will remove him if he raises his hand again.
Isimiri has been here for a while.
Doctor, there's some very important question.
It's not important, Dan. McBoy.
It will come. You will see have your time. Let's go to London.
No, I'm at work. I just jumped in because you were explaining something.
Okay, take the man who has a job. Leave the job next to take the job of the man who has a job.
No, I have honestly, if you look at the the environment.
Prince, I know these people. They are my people. I know them very well.
I have something to do, Mr. Dan, like you, okay?
Once you cause problem. Let's go to McBoy. McBoy, you're next.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, for letting me in. And thank you also, Prince Adewale, for joining us today. My question is you're welcome, sir. My question is very, very short, just one question, but I would love for you to tackle it from two angles. And I will assure you that you probably will not be able to satisfy the answer to my question. Okay. So my question is basically on the double nomination of Shetima, the so-called double nomination or bad nomination, whatever we'll call it. So I want to look at it. Hansard, give us your opinion from two angles. The first angle will be from the litigant angle, where you think they got it wrong. Then also, probably we might start from the second, what we call the second one, which is what the law expressly say concerning double nomination, which is the first angle. Then you go to the angle where you think the litigant got it wrong. Because in my opinion, I feel the litigant did the right thing, but it's just the court just threw it to the side for one reason or the other. In my express opinion, the reason why I stated that from my little knowledge of that particular issue, I felt that the date there was a 14 days difference that would have made Shetima a bad nomination. So why should the court ignore that 14 days? Does it mean that does not apply anymore? Thank you very much.
Okay, it's a very simple question, but it's a touchy question because people who ask this question have made up their mind. They're looking for somebody to just support what they believe. But in terms of legal interpretation, take it to Supreme Court again, you get the same answer. I think the interpretation given by the court of appeal is correct. It's a correct interpretation of the law on that one. I'm not saying that Shetima is a good vice president or should have been there, but that interpretation follows legal interpretation.
So what does the law say?
The personal note, whether I like
my two questions you didn't answer it.
It's a good interpretation. It's a sound interpretation in law, but whether Shetima is a good guy and should have been vice president, that's a different matter. But the way the matter is presented in court, go and read the judgment again. Maybe one day, if
sir, my question is, what does the law? I'm not talking about what the court judgment is or not. My question was, what does the law says concerning double nomination?
The law says that the
litigant got it wrong.
The law says that a person will not be in the same election, will not be a candidate in two constituencies. That's simply what the law says. Cannot be nominated.
Then the Electoral Act also stipulated certain number of days that you have to replace your nominee. But I feel somehow the nominee was not nominated within the set number of days that the Electoral Act stipulated.
No, it's a feeling. Like all feelings, courts don't follow it. Like I said, you feel.
No, I didn't say feeling. I said the Electoral Act.
No, what I'm saying is that you said that the Electoral Act stipulated a number of days, and you felt that it didn't comply. But if you look at the issue before the court, the issue before the court was narrowly as to whether Shetima had effectively ceased to be a senatorial candidate as at the time he was nominated. It was a narrow question that had he effectively ceased to be a senatorial candidate as at the time he was nominated. That is to say, he ought to withdraw first and 1 second later become a VP candidate. But at a point in time, whether it's 4 hours, whether it's 3 days, that's a short period of time when it was both in the books of INEC. And to do that, you have to show the book of INEC where he was actually both. And INEC's book shows that whether it is actually what happened or not, the INEC documentation shows that the gentleman had withdrawn before they changed him to VP. So the court is not working in INEC, so the court is just going to follow the fact. And if the court wants to give a broader interpretation, actually, of it, the court can even go further to say that the mischief that the law wants to cure is to make sure that on election day, candidates, electors in different constituencies don't start electing you at the same time. That's what they want to. They want to make sure that you don't run for Senate in Abuja and run for Senate in Anambra or run for president if you're a senator. Because in the US, they do it. You run for 2 elections. You see people run for 2 elections. They will run for this, and later go and run for this, then they will choose. So,
sir, from the evidence that was presented to the tribunal, I'm not trying to diss the tribunal. I'm not one of those people that diss judiciary or not. So, but from the evidence that was presented to the tribunal, both the evidence from the INEC as well as the evidence that was the letter written by Shetima for the nomination, there was that discrepancy of days, not a certain number of days, whereby Shetima should have withdrew his nomination before he was nominated.
That was an argument only. It was an argument. But you see, what you can do, and if Rudolph can use his magisterial power here, you can do a session where you actually get people to bring the judge, because now you can comment on it. It's now already a public document. You can bring the document to the forum where people will read extract of the judgment and say, I disagree with this. Because disagree from memory, sometimes you won't know where you got that portion from, whether from Twitter or from the body of the judgment.
Mine is not Twitter. Mine is I followed the tribunal verbatim every day. I was literally following.
I'm not talking of what you follow verbatim. I'm talking of the judgment itself. You see, this is how we lawyers.
Okay.
That is to say, somebody, like I have the judgment here with me. So it is good for us to do a session, maybe after the Supreme Court has dismissed the appeal. Everything is free. So we now come back. We will now.
Okay, I understand you. That is because it's already in the Supreme Court. You can't go too much detail on it. Is that correct?
No. That's not my point. My point is that it will be whatever we are saying at that time. There will be clarity in people's mind. Remember that when I came earlier some months ago, and I was on this show, and I was saying the cases will be dismissed. Many people were questioning me, do you know more law than the lawyers there and everything? So it's always like that. But when the case is over, everybody's eyes will be clear. Then we can ask, the argument will now not be what will happen. It will be, I don't like what happened. Then you can now take the judgment, Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. And then you can take a marker and highlight the one you don't understand or you don't agree with. Then we can now discuss it now from the text itself. Otherwise, I will be correcting your question and will be attacking on it.
Yeah, but if I may say, pretty much, Dr. Rudolph, just this opinion. I would say I'm pretty much more confused as of today than when the tribunal was going on. Why did I say that? Because I followed the process, the proceeding, till the very day of judgment. So,
every day.
And I was watching. I was following. I was reading. I was looking through the excerpts from the court.
That was the second-hand information because the court was not covered live, so you will not be able to know.
But regardless of it wasn't covered live, the excerpt was still the same thing. I mean, it's available.
Even from the excerpt, I was already having many of the people who were going to court and bring excerpt. If they apply to be judicial correspondent, many media houses will not hire them. Because
but the evidence that was presented,
they were reporting, first three problems there. One, each side were reporting. For example, if you look at some APC people on Twitter, if you read what they are reporting and you read what Labour or PDP people were reporting, if from the same proceeding, it's as if it's a parallel universe.
I never even looked at the Twitter part of the report. I don't really do Twitter. So now, but based on the evidence,
Max Boy, we have to go. I'm sorry. It won't end if we're going this way. There are people who have been waiting for a long time. I'm so sorry. I know everybody would like to have this debate with our guests, but let's go to Isimile. Isimile, go ahead. You're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Hello, panelists, our beautiful viewers, and people in the session. Thank you. Without you, this show would not be.
The viewers you cannot see are beautiful, but me that you are seeing live,
I'm coming because I'm a big cake for you now. But
I'm sensitive to the issue of beauty and all of that. I'm very sensitive. Okay.
So welcome to the show, Prince Adewale. You're highly welcomed. I do actually enjoy your presentations. I've watched you here. I've watched you other places in Ovie's show. I love the way you present yourself, and I hope it's not just all about talking. I believe in action. Talk is cheap. It's easy to talk. So I'm sure Nigerians will go and check your records in the past, how you have actually served in your political career, even the way you served in your other aspects of your careers in the law firm, which you are going to use as equipment to help to make Nigeria better when you serve us, when the Nigerians decide to vote you in. I don't know when. So my question is, sir, politically, I have 3 questions, but they are all kind of important, sir. We have less women here, so please let's promote equality here, isn't it? Women haven't
Yeah,
been coming
I
in.
think a woman should be asked to be allowed to ask 30 questions so that you can compensate for other women who are not here.
And here, I'd be selfish. They've not been asking about their women. So your voice is
Prince, hold on, Prince. You see what I'm saying? They know how to blackmail me. All of them. If you allow them, they will do that. She threw the women thing, and
So let's just give her like 7 questions because there's no other woman here.
Who are the women here?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Politically, what is your plan for 2027?
My plan for 2027 first is to learn the lesson of 2023. And that's first, to learn that lesson, to not just be crying and blaming Tinubu and blaming Obi and blaming INEC. To first ask myself, what are the things you could have done better, differently, all of that. And one of the lessons I've learned is that you don't wait too close to the election before you start to engage. So what part of what we are doing now is 2023, most of it is 2027. And secondly, to try to engage the government so that we don't die before 2027, the way they are going about it. So we need to make sure they don't just get away with a lot of errors, and that we tackle them sincerely and effectively, and that we start to let Nigerians know that there are alternatives. Because from my study of our cultural psychology, when something is going wrong, they will just say Nigeria is hopeless. If I used to say Tinubu is hopeless, they will just straight away extrapolate that Nigeria is hopeless. So you want to make sure that even if you don't agree with the government of the day, there are other people who can form better governments than that. So we should start offering those alternatives. So that's my plan for now. And also, of course, to try to see how to work with other colleagues who are interested. I've seen some of my fellow contestants saying, "Oh, I'm done with that because I'm not doing it." But to try to encourage people to stay on the job.
Okay, sir. Let me just ask my other one, please, if you don't mind, Doctor.
Go ahead. I don't mind. Rudolph has a problem.
Okay. What do you think of what is presently happening in Niger? Subsequently, if you are to be the president of Nigeria and heading the ECOWAS, what would you do regarding Niger? Would you take a military action against Niger? If yes, would you also take a military action against Mali, Gabon, and other countries where recent coups had occurred?
Okay, first, what is going on in those countries are not good. Despite whatever anyone will say, that they will try to throw away the shackles, France, and try to, yeah, you can do that, but I think that we should learn to use democratic systems to take away the shackles, to remove shackles. For example, Nigeria itself is not free from the shackles of the West, but I'm not planning to do a coup. I'm planning to mobilize Nigerians to vote an autonomous and indigenous authentic government. So I think that I encourage our brothers in West Africa to try as much as possible when they want to make changes to use democratic methods, because changing a government by coup is an imperialist tool. So if it takes you 6 months, 1 year to put an anti-French to plot an anti-French coup, it will take the French 2 weeks to do a counter coup. So don't try to introduce it. People have tried it. Thomas Sankara tried it before. Many people have tried it before. Once you introduce a coup, the imperialists are happy because they are experts in coup making. They will just wait and do it. So I think we should try to use democratic methods to be more sustainable. Secondly, I will not use military measures. But if Nigeria was strong enough, it is a threat to our regional existence for you to change government around us. No regional power will allow that. For you to stay in Nigeria and you take. I've had discussion with the Russians, and I've told them that why are you reacting to the way Nigeria is reacting? Why are you in Ukraine? You're in Ukraine because the US changed the government that you pay for there and put their own person. That's why you're in Ukraine. And you are not happy since that time. Why did you go and fight Chakasvili in Georgia? So you cannot disrespect us if we can't change government around us and think that we are going to take it. We are regional power as well, at least in our own region. So you cannot just change the government of Niger, change that of Mali, change around. I try to create a link between the Gulf of Guinea and the Gulf of Aden. If you look at what is happening from Sudan to Chad to Niger, to Burkina Faso, to Mali, to Guinea. So from sea to shining sea, they're trying to create a corridor there. So there's no way. And Lavrov is highly intelligent. Nigeria will be sleeping on his rights to just allow you to do all of that. So I believe that with diplomacy, with strengthening our institutions, we will be able to stem this tide, and we can find a way to manage with our.
All right. I think, Prince, we're having
brothers who have elections and change and do a few things. Those are the things, but it's not to have military government.
All right, Isimili, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you so much, Prince.
Okay.
The women have no questions. That's better with Nigerian women. They don't have questions.
No, Prince, don't start here.
If I start, you won't like it, sir.
Yeah, she's capable of asking questions. Let's move on. To other people. Concerns, welcome to the show.
Okay.
Dan,
thank you very much. Thank you.
People have been here for 4 hours, Dan, or 6 hours. Concern, welcome.
I want to go. I will come back later.
All right. Concern.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone there. I believe that all of you love Nigeria and all of you want Nigeria to progress. That's why you're here today. But, sir, at the bar, I've been listening to what you're saying. Some this thing, I understand your answers. It's like, but for me, I would say you're not the judges who judge this case, who judge the tribunal judges, because you are going towards their line. That's what we are going. Because when you see other people and other lawyers and other judges, they will go another. This doesn't mean that Nigeria have 2 or 3 different type of laws. That is one. Just my observation I'm making. I want to ask you, if, for example, if in 2017 there will be election, are you going to contest?
2027.
If yes, do you believe in the recommendation of the OIS Commission? Recommendation. Do you believe in that recommendation?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Constance. Let's go to Prince.
Number one.
No,
I'm not. Okay, have you finished? I can allow you to finish.
No, I'm just asking. Do you believe in that? Because if you believe in that, it then means that you people are trying to kill Nigerians. You politicians are fraudulent, because you people believe that the law, the standing law now on the national law. Because I watched Falana today. When Falana was talking today, he said the politicians doesn't want the democracy to go ahead. Then he talked about the OIS Commission, and he said if the OIS Commission is implemented or he sent the constitution, the election will be very good. But now you people are going to the election knowing that whatever you do, anybody who wants to rig the election will rig the election, not to happen to him.
All right, thank you.
Let me say something clearly. One, I'm not supporting the judges. The judges are the one supporting me. because I gave interpretation of the law before the case even was filed. I gave interpretation of the law when the cases were filed. I gave interpretation of the law when the cases were going on. I just stand where the law stands. And I gave you as the reason why I thought going there, those issues, we won't get anything out of them. It doesn't mean that I'm happy with anything, just clearly. So now, the other issue with Ways panel report, that panel came, Yaradua set the Ways panel up in 2007. And Yaradua was trying to deal with the issues of the elections that brought him into the presidency, which was quite controversial. And the panel has some recommendations. And the recommendations have to be turned into white paper. That's how the law works in Nigeria. And now take the National Assembly and use, but they were nitpicking a few things out of it. So I am not a lawmaker. I think that if they implement the Ways panel report, it will help. It doesn't solve all the problems, and it can also bring one or two problems on its own as well. If you go into the Ways panel report, it will still bring some of the problems out. If you listen to people like Galadima and Co., you will see that it raised an alarm that the prosecution of electoral offenders might actually be abused in such a way that if somebody from the ruling party commits an offense in Ondo and someone in opposition commits the same offense in Kaduna, they may decide to prosecute the person in Kaduna and not prosecute the person in Ondo because the crime committed in that place favors the incumbency. So that should not criminalize election. But long and short is that I am not against any reform. But what I know is that the most important reform is the reform of the character of people. Because empowering INEC with more powers than it has now doesn't mean that you have more honesty than it has now. And the political party themselves, when they conduct elections, is worse than that of INEC. So we need to also look at that party primaries are worse and less transparent than even INEC general election. So the reform is supposed to be across. And then when people also finish election and they are fighting election petition, they also tell a lot of lies under oath. So the whole system is problematic. That right from the beginning, errors, in the middle, errors, towards the end, errors. So I think that we should try to use advocacy and to change amenities we want to change. But the National Assembly members, they are very reluctant to change things which may end up ending their career. Because some of the changes made by the 8th Assembly affected even the members. Majority of them did not come back. So if that level of self-sacrifice is allowed, then we can do better with our electoral law. But the people of Nigeria must have dialogue like this, where we table items that we want to put in the electoral law. And minimum must be the Electoral Act. Minimum, not any regulations. The Supreme Court will never enforce any regulations. Secondly, we should try to amend the Constitution to put some of the most important amendments there. For example, that we must finish the court cases before swearing anybody in. Second, that we must have, I have a feeling that we should have a new system where we have a constitutional court that doesn't sit regularly. That constitutional court is the one that should be handling presidential election, not the regular court, just a constitutional court. And that constitutional court is easy to do it. When the election is, they will convoke themselves, and INEC must not require a petitioner to come and prove that he won the election, because it's quite difficult for you to prove that you won the election. And INEC must not require the petitioner to show that the election was not fair and fair. I think our law should say an election is presumed not to be free and fair, not to be regular, until INEC can justify it. Then the burden will be on INEC. It will not be on the petitioner to come and say the election was not free and fair. Those are amendments we can make. I will make it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Concerns, he has some concerns, I think.
No, he has no. We are moving on. We have to go to Okija. Okija, you're next.
Okay.
Sorry to barge in. I have something. Please.
Okija, hold on. Let me hear. Go ahead.
Yeah, your last Okija you didn't use. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, I don't pay attention to the chat session because I believe people there are civil and well matured. I'm not actually upset, but I believe Dr. Damages, you should look into how people behave in the chat room. If they are picking on people, some of them are saying, talking about bleaching and stuff like that. I don't owe you no explanation. It's my right if I want to bleach. I'm sure some of you, your mothers bleach and your girlfriends or whoever bleach. Some of you are the kind of people when you see, you go and marry some ladies, and when you see something you condemn publicly, you turn an A. I don't want to mention that word. So please, as you are ganging or trying to upset me or say things that I'm bleaching, I'm even surprised and disappointed in some of you that are very matured here. You come here sake that Nigeria should be a better place. They're not here to attack people because I'm not the kind of person you can bully. You're too tiny, like a rat to bully me. Let me tell you that. I've gone through hell in life. So if you think you want to pick on me, if I focus on you on this forum every day, every minute, I'll come here and I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget. So please, look into this.
So Damages, I've been saying this all through. A lot of people are out of order, and they are coming from one man's thing. They come here and bully people.
I'm not the coward, please. I do not accept disrespect. I do not accept disrespect. I respect people, but I'm not afraid to throw punches if I see you in person. Me, I'm a tomboy. I not send you. Whether I go school or not, I will bring you to your level in any way.
Just ignore them. They are nobodies. Ignore them.
You want to do it intelligently, I will show you. You want to do it academically, I will humble you. You want to do it the other way, in the jungle, in the bush, I will deal with you. So please, respect yourself. Some of you have gray hair in there like Kulata. I'm disappointed that you're even engaging with those people with low morale.
Isimiri, ignore them. I'll deal with them. Don't worry. Ignore them.
All right. So
I'll deal with it.
Hold on, Isimiri. Sorry, I didn't.
Please read what they have been typing and deal with it accordingly because
it's out of order. It's just out of order. That's how they've been doing. You sit down there.
Men don't have respect for women, and I'm not going to sit here for you to insult the way I look. Some of you are married to people that are big. I can never call anyone fat. But how dare you come here and speak of the way someone looks like? And when you don't even have the confidence and audacity to show your face here, come here. If you got balls and talk, and let's hear you.
All right.
People that come here to contribute. I have things to do, but I'm here because I believe we're one family. But if you have a fish brain and you go under like a coward and start picking on women, then you don't have morals. You don't deserve to be a man. You don't have no balls. You're not a man. You're not man enough and should not even get married because when you do that, I wonder how you treat your women at home or even your so-called girlfriend. You are bullies. Don't try to bully me because you're too tiny like rats, all of you that are doing this. Please. I don't have to explain to you whether I'm bleaching or not. It's none of your business. I can wear wig. I can put eyelashes that sweep the floor. I can do whatever I like. I can wear panties. It's my right.
All right. Thank you.
Please. I understand Yoruba. Kulata. Don't even start because I ignore you guys. But I know how to look for trouble. Don't start. Oh, don't pick on me because if I do, you won't like me. Be one, please.
All right. Thank you, Isimile. I'm sorry. We are going to do something. Normally, when I started this platform, I thought it would be an open platform, but we had to put in some rules because of people who do certain things. We've not been able to manage the comment section. The comments are a lot, come so quickly. I can't read all of them and monitor what we're doing here. But we're going to do something probably, and people may not like it. You may have to register to come on the comment section and things like that. So, I'm sorry about that. Let's move on to Okija. Okija, thank you, Ernest.
Prince Adebayo. We all apologize on behalf of the miscreants. To my Ishmael, yeah, it's part of the problem of the country. I think we will learn from it. Human rights is not only the government that can abuse human rights. Individuals too can abuse human rights. So I think we should be careful to be hate speech promoters.
All right, thank you. Okija.
Professor Adebayo, welcome home, and nice to see you again. I know you are intellectual, your smartness, they are not in doubt. But for the past 1 hour or so, I'm gonna say that your level went down a notch. In trying to answer some of these tribunal questions, I don't think you follow the tribunal. I don't think you know the issues. So I'm really sorry. Because when you answer the concern, his questions, he was asking you about the issue. I think you guys were conflagrating the issues or confusing the issues. There were 2 cases of APM. The issue was invalid nomination of Tinubu, due to the invalid nomination of his vice. Okay, and look at it here. Okay, I have it here. Masari withdrew on June 24th. Okay, on July 14th, Shetima was nominated, forwarded to INEC. Okay, and the Section 33 of Electoral Act stipulated 14 days. If not, a party will have a fresh primary. Okay. In Tinubu's lawyers, when they're answering that question, look at what they said. Accordingly, and in line with the constitutional dictates, he nominated the 5th respondent as his associate for then approaching presidential election. As events will turn out at about 24th June 2022, the said 5th respondent, for which is best known to him, exercised his right to voluntarily withdraw from the race. This, of course, placed a burden on the 10th respondent to pick another associate running mate for the election. The lot eventually fell on the 4th respondent, who was selected by the 10th respondent as his running mate on July 14th, on 14 July 2022. So they acknowledged that it was 21 days. His lawyer, they acknowledged. The Constitution section, the Electoral Act 22 said 14 days of fresh primary. Okay, that's another issue. LP's case is one of because of double nomination, because he was a senatorial candidate and he was also a vice presidential candidate. That's a different issue. So in the cases, one of them, I think the APM case, okay, the tribunal said it was electoral, pre-election matter. Okay, the LP case, the tribunal said it was not intentional. When has not intentional become, like you mentioned? Oh, so you are here, you are a lawyer, you are justifying it. I believe I like you a lot. You don't know that. But,
I'm waiting for you to make something that is worth responding to. Can you bring out a point or ask a question?
You answer the question to concern.
An angry citizen has a right to vibrate. But do you have like a point you want to raise that's of logic in it?
I'm making my point. If you hold on, I'll make my point. What I'm saying, for one, that you don't know what you're talking about. You have to, really, look at the case again before you answer the case. Before you answer, you can't just come in a public view and be telling us, something.
Which case are you complaining about now? Which point?
That's the question you answer concern. You said that that it was the law. It was not the law. The law, they said it was not intentional about LP case.
Which case? Which court case are you discussing now?
LP case. I'll just show you. I mentioned
the presidential petition court, the tribunal, they are ruling. That's
the tribunal. Yeah. Yes. One of them, the APM case, they said it was a pre-election matter. The LP case about double nomination, they said it was not intentional. Not intentional is an excuse, not an excuse.
Can you read a portion of the judgment that says not intentional? Can you read it?
I don't have the portion of judgment now, but if
talking about it, because I've seen that. What we call obiter, the law. I've seen people run away with it. So like I said earlier, you will continue. Like I said earlier, for the sake of people to know how the legal system works, I think that not only me, but get other lawyers. One day, let's have a session where people give the judgment itself. And then you give them time to highlight portions of the judgment that they have issues with. so that when they highlight those, they can raise questions, they can get an answer. You get the point I'm making. Otherwise, people will even be talking about portions of judgment that's not there, or portion that was just introductory comments that were not decisions. So I don't want us to waste time on that. But the reality is that the APM case or petition should not even have passed, if we follow our jurisprudence, will not even have passed preliminary objection. It will be thrown out. I've thrown out such cases before. I've thrown out such cases before. So
on what basis were they thrown out?
No, because there are certain, and it's not only them, even some lower courts make the same mistakes. There are certain questions, when you frame them, they are pre-election matters.
Yeah.
If you are talking, for example, about the manner in which somebody was nominated, so if the way you frame your question, if it's not framed properly, it will look like a pre-election matter. And if you now bring it to petition to the tribunal, they will tell you it is not your business. For example, in the judgment in Peter Obi versus INEC, when APC brought a counter case that Peter Obi lacks local standard on the basis that he was not a properly nominated candidate of Labour Party. This same court said APC is wrong because that's a pre-election matter. You're not a member of their party. If the party brings him forward, anyhow they bring him forward, it's not your business.
No, but sorry, basically, Prince, I wasn't even mentioning about APM case. I wasn't even mentioning about. I was concerned about the LP case, about the one that they said non-intentional. No, it was not intentional.
No, that's not intentional. Don't repeat that one until you get the judgment and read it out, because I've corrected so many people on it, and when you ask them, they discover they hide on Twitter. So in Nigeria, once somebody mentions something, they continue to go on with it. I have seen people, some of them are even lawyers who tell me, because it's not intentional. I say, where is it? Read the judgment. And so go and read the judgment and come back another day.
I will read it. Okay, but my second question is 25%. Okay, you mentioned the 19th. I'm happy that you are conversant, with what happened in 1979 Constitution. Okay, so and then you're a lawyer. You know what about when they say about what it's true they call when they want to fix something. Yeah, okay, but 1979 election, was the ruling was a big case. Okay, it divided lawyers actually. Do you think that some of the framers of the 1999 Constitution, I think Justice Atiku was there.
Sorry, 1 second. We are trying to correct some problem now. Some people now are still commenting on how beautiful Ishmael is and now turn it into opportunity to be propositioning. So before we now have lawsuit and they will sue everybody here. I didn't send them, so please.
Okay, you know about mischief rule. Okay, so 1979, the Constitution, we had a problem with the Constitution whereby the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Shagari when he had 12 states. Okay, instead of 2/3, complete 2/3. So that was a problem, and I believe that the framers of the 1999 Constitution, and these men that were like Justice Atiku, Benoit Benze, that's the two people I know that were that did the 1979 Constitution. These guys, they were big lawyers in 1979, so they knew what to happen. So when they were doing the 1999 Constitution, I believe that they are thinking that they didn't want 1979 to occur again. So that was why they started 2/3. So they knew we had 36 states plus Abuja. So so if you say that you have 37 states, that means you are throwing us back to 1979 again, because 2/3 of 37 is about 24 point something, which is the same thing we had at during 1979, 12 point something. So don't you think that the framers, they knew about that? You know, they were trying to use him, think that mischieful to cure that. What happened in 1979 to cure it in 1999? I mean, do you think that so do you think that the purpose,
all I can say is that the mathematical problem in 1979 that brought the great Chikobi to court, and everybody came to court with a chalkboard. I was doing algebra. That is not the problem here now.
No, but 1972 was 2/3 of 1919 states. Now we have a 2/3 of 37 states. It would get us into, or is it because that, according to INEC, that Tinubu won more than 24? What if we had won 20? What if we had won 24 states? What if we had won 24 states?
It won't give us problem because based on Awolowo and Shagari, they have ruled that if a person wins a portion of a state, give the person the whole state. Don't count. That's what the government is saying. So even if we have a candidate that wins 2/3 and the 2/3 require us to 0 on one state, whether, for example, 2/3 of 37, whatever is 2/3 of 36, as per Awolowo and Shagari, will be considered 2/3 of 37. Because that's what they did. 2/3 of 18 was 12 states. So
no. 2/3 of 19. We had 19 states. We didn't have.
I'm coming to something now. I'm bringing you something. 2/3 is a mathematical fact that nobody can fight with. 2/3 of 18 is 12. You agree with that?
Yes.
The Supreme Court made the 12 because Shagari won a portion. So it's like okay, 2/3 of 12. The 12 is enough to make 2/3 of 19. That's what Supreme Court said. So if a person now comes and wins 2/3 of 36, that person will be considered by the law to have won 2/3 of 36 plus 1, 37. That's it, based on precedent. So we don't have to struggle with that anymore. So that's a very
based on president, but we have another constitution. We don't have 1979. You can't say president because we're not doing anything with 1979 constitution anymore.
No, because
any rule prior should be gone.
No, that's not how it works. When the court is interpreting, they will read the text first, and if the text needs further interpretation, they will read a similar text, which will call, if you read they will call it impari material rule. I don't want to sound too technical here. It's called impari material rule. That is to say, if there's a legal text or statute or constitution that has the same words and have been interpreted earlier in another constitution or in another country, they will borrow it. It's called impari material rule. That is to say, the same words, exactly the same words, was interpreted before like this. Why should we change it now? That's basically what we call the impari material rule. So I can understand one thing, which I want everybody to understand here. The right to disagree with the Supreme Court. If an Okada rider has the right, you can disagree with the Supreme Court. People have the right to disagree with any court. A wine tapper on top of a tree can disagree with all the judges of the Supreme Court. It's your right under the Constitution. But it will not change the law. But for us who are lawyers, we don't have as much right as an Okada rider. Because the Okada rider is just talking according to what his native doctor tells him. But me, I'm talking according to my training. So I may disagree or not agree. I have to find reason. So that is the reason why, if I look at the reasoning, and the reasoning is logical, even if it doesn't favor me, I will be able to advise my client in chamber that this thing will not favor you because this is the interpretation. But we can try and push it. Maybe we can add this one word. But in reality, they are likely to hold this way or that way. So when lawyers go to court and argue, sometimes they're just trying their luck because they know what the judge will will say. And some lawyers, some clients, if you tell them you're not likely to succeed, they might say, okay, don't do it at all. Some might still say, go, let's just go there at least. We will still use that opportunity to harass them a bit. Even who are going to lose in the end. So people have different motives for going to court. So it's not everybody who goes to court that actually believe they can win. Some go and say, people have been accusing me, for example, why did you go to court? You know, people go there for you, at least they will see you fighting. You know, they supported the fighter. But if I'm a fighter that likes to win, if I'm already know that I'm going to lose in the court, why would I go and lose? You know, so I rather use advocacy and other things where I can highlight evidence, highlight what is going on. So I'm not against anyone who goes there, but there's no way you can say that your own interpretation after going to work and coming back home, having dinner, you are reading the Constitution, that your interpretation is superior to the judges who have spent their entire career from 40 years studying it. It's difficult. It's likely
no, sorry, I'm not saying on 25%. I'm not saying what I'm saying. I'm thinking, that when I read it, when I read it, I'm thinking that they were trying to correct what happened in 1979. That's what I'm trying to say.
What they're trying to do there is just basically they are not even sure that we cannot create we can create more states. We may end up with 41 states. We may end up, so the state don't have to be 36 all the time. So the issue is that they are trying to, not only in that, or many things, including federal character, including everything, that is why now FCT has a minister. From there, anything you give to a state, any interpretation you give to a state, the Constitution wants you to accord it to FCT as well. That is why now FCT has a member in the Federal Executive Council. So this is part of what they try to correct, that FCT should be given as much privileges and rights as you give to the states.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry, my last question. I want you to comment on this, on Section 137 of the Electoral Act. Section 137, it says about non-compliance, it shall not be necessary for a party who alleges non-compliance with the provision of this act for the conduct of election to call oral evidence if originals of certified true copies manifestly disclose the non-compliance alleged. So INEC brought LP and PDP, they brought city certified true copies of the non-compliance, because there was the CTC they presented, they didn't show any result for the polling unit. So Section 137, they are backed by Section 137 of the Electoral Act. So what do you say about that?
That is adjectival. It's evidentiary. So that is not a substantive provision. It's just a provision of what we call onus of proof, burden of proof. It says that if a person, and it doesn't add anything, just a restatement of the law. If a person brings, if a person has before the court evidence that shows on the face of the paper that something is wrong with the result sheet, it doesn't have to need evidence. If, for example, in Ihiala, Ward 3, polling unit 4, the returning officer did not sign the result, and there are so many errors on it. I don't have to bring evidence anymore to show you that in Ihiala, the returning officer did not come, nothing took place. I can show you and say, look at the result that they used for this declaration. The returning officer himself, there's no name there. He didn't sign it. So all the court is saying, that's all. That
yeah, but
once
so where the PTC, where the polling unit results, they have nothing in them, no signature, no numbers, nothing in them. So what do you say about that?
No, what I'm saying, that's why I'm bringing it to you. If you look at, there are cases I want you to study, because your career in law is very bright from what I'm saying. So study Aregbesola versus Oyinlola. Study Oshomale versus Osumbo, and study Hope Uzodinma, the miraculous case. I call it miracle case. Hope Uzodinma versus INEC. If you study that, you will see that in the course of the trial, they were doing mathematics mostly. They will take this result, they will check, they will find fault, they will deduct, they will remove. So in the case of this Labour Party, Peter Obi versus INEC, they were more like racing statutory interpretation. The petitioner did not come to court to fight result sheet polling unit by polling unit. They didn't have even the witnesses to do it. They didn't even allude to them. So I don't want to teach. Their lawyers know what they are doing. They have some of the best lawyers. Dr. Liv Izoku, Dr. My very good friend, Dr. Oyechi Pazu. So all the lawyers there are brilliant. They know why they've taken that approach. Because sometimes you manage your case very well rather than embarrass yourself. So I think that something happened and Labour decided that trying to prove they are winning polling unit by polling unit was going to create more problem for them than to just use legal interpretation to get their result. So it's a case management issue. But because this would have been useful if they have brought election results to the court and they try to prove it by documentary evidence, and anybody is challenging them.
Sorry, if I may interject.
No, hold on, Okija, hold on. I think at this point we have been on for a long time. I want to take a break. Okija, hold on. I want to take a break and give our guests time to stand up. I know he's a young man.
No, guys, just say that your wife told you that the food is ready. Don't use me. Don't use me. It's all right. It's all right.
I know that our guest is a young man. He's not worried, but I want us to take a break. And then, but before we take a break, I want to play a video for you guys because sometimes my first encounter with Prince Adebayo didn't actually go the way you would expect. And that's why I have sympathy for some of you who take issues with him. I will play for you guys the first encounter. And then when we come back, you guys will get the opportunity to continue to question Prince Adebayo. Unfortunately, my menial job I go to, I can't. I've called out because of one guy came here and said that all of us in America we don't have any job. I have
to correct. We don't have jobs.
I called out just like Dr. Gomez, who had to leave because he has to go and clean some houses. So let me play this and then we'll come back and then continue the conversation. For this conversation with Nigerians, and I hope you do more of it. It will help you and it will help Nigerians to know you. I didn't know before this that you were the same person that made a speech at the NBA Nigerian Bar Association conference. And but my question is this: are you not afraid of being the president of Nigeria? If they hand over Nigeria as it is today to you, won't you be scared? I think a normal human being will be scared to deal with that. Now, let me go to some of the headlines you've made recently. Once in one headline you said I won't appropriate our oil money as budget if elected president. You said you put it in a fund, and this is money that you acknowledged that is not there because it's been stolen. Okay. Then there's another headline where you said, "I will end insurgency and banditry within 100 days if elected president." Now, to people who have looked at Nigeria, the different aspects of the country, when they see this headline, serious people, they will think that there's something not serious about you wanting to be president. Why would somebody look at Nigeria today? You're one man. Who will be your team? Who will be the people that will go to that government with you to clean up things so that in 100 days you can deal with the issues of insecurity in Nigeria? How do you, I think, Nigeria is a serious situation. We know that, everybody knows that. And we want serious people to handle Nigeria. And if you want to present yourself as a candidate for president, there are some statements that I expect, and I think Nigerians expect, that you will give that a serious thought. Like relocating the military barracks, that's not the reason why they are not functioning. I'm sorry, but I listened to you. I invested 1 hour of my time listening to you. I wish there would be more time that we'll have one-on-one conversation about this. I think Nigeria is in a serious problem, serious situation. We need serious person to deal with that.
Are you saying?
Of love, we're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been seeing that so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and we're here with Prince Adewale Adebayo, the SDP's presidential candidate in the 2023 election and potentially a future presidential candidate in the upcoming election. We thank you for hanging out with us and everybody joining us at home and all over the world. We thank you for staying. We have forefathers is here. So we expect to have military industrial complex questions and and the rest of them. All right, let's move on. Where are we? I think Ike, I'm so sorry. Ike has been here. Ike has been around, and I didn't know that he didn't get a chance.
Ike has been around twice. He was around before he went to sleep.
Yeah, he was sleeping, so he
has attended this meeting twice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ike, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince, for being on our platform. I know that here 2 or 3 occasions I wasn't here, but I listened to everything that took place after the program. Really, where I would have want to come from, I think my brother Alaba asked you those questions. But I just want to make a comment. Maybe you might have something to say about the comment I want to make. When we are talking about Abuja, I want to ask you a question before I make a comment. From what you said, are you now trying to let us know publicly here that Abuja now is the 37th state of Nigeria? Automatically, which means they're going to have 3 senators, they're going to have governors, they're going to have the same number of House of Representatives, they're going to have commissioners. Is that?
You don't necessarily. Let me answer the question. In some instances, Abuja will be counted as the 37th state. However, the way the law works is that the Constitution will still tell you how to treat Abuja. And the Constitution says that in Abuja, the president will administer Abuja, and that's it. So, and they will have 1 senator. They don't have to have like 3, like others. You saw an example of the 23rd Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, where Abuja, the United States FCT, which is the District of Columbia, were given 3 electoral college votes. So, and there's no governor for DC. So, federal capitals, usually all over the world, are given direct administration by the federal government. That's their own capital. So that is why Canberra in Australia, Ottawa in Canada, US, DC in US, Abuja, they don't necessarily have to be run like a state. But under our constitution, it is written there clearly that whatever you are called a state, you are called FCT. So when it comes to counting electoral victory, you count the FCT as if it was a state. There's nothing complicated there. You don't need to have a governor or anything like that. Just follow what is written in the text.
Okay. Another thing I saw you when you were trying to give credibility to Nigerian lawyers and judges. You know, we, the common laymen Nigerians who are not lawyers, when you people want to deceive people, you speak Latin, you speak a very big Latin words that we do not understand. And at the end of the day, they tell us that the common man has no local standing. You quote one law, quote one Latin language, you know, to deceive people, because I believe that any law that is not interpreted to the level of a layman in the street to be able to understand his or her right, I don't think that law is working for anybody. I want to say something that what Nigerian judiciary system has done in 2023 will remain a textbook in the heart of many millions patriotic Nigerians. Because we have seen Nigerian judiciary to become a tool in the hands of politicians. Somebody will take a case to Abuja, and the court will say he has no local standing. He will go to Kwara State. The judge who in the same case said they have local standing. The other person will take the same case, go to Kano. The judge in Kano will say yes, he has local standing.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that for you. You have the same problem like King James of England. So King James of England, because we have the King's Bench, and the judges are King's judges. So in England now they have a king. So if you want to be this King's Court, King James said, "Why am I? It's my court. Let me judge the cases by myself." And for a while, he was listening to cases. And then, after a while, he can't do it. He got confused. He said, when I listen to the plaintiff, he's right. I said, I'm going to give judgment to the plaintiff. Then I will listen to the defendant. He's right. I said, I will give judgment to the defendant. Then I listen again to the plaintiff. He's right. I'm confused. So we send the cases back to the judges. So the fact that you are in your house and you read about the judgment in newspaper that says somebody in Sokoto on a similar issue has local standard. Somebody in Owerri on a similar issue has no local standard. The cases are not the same because changing one word in your filing can make a determination between whether you have local standard or not. Secondly, sometimes what you read in the newspaper as the judgment is not correct. It's just the journalist's interpretation of what he thought he had. So usually, when we want to compare judgments, we will take the two judgments in front of us. We call it triangulation. You take the judgment 1, judgment 2. You compare the two of them, whether the facts are the same, whether the statute interpreted the same. Then you look at the precedent that the two of them are following. And I can tell you, as a lawyer who practices in the United States, what we have we have contradictions, even in the US courts. That is why if you go to this circuit, they will rule this way. If you go to another circuit, they will rule this way. So what is precedent in DC circuit? In circuit covering Texas, they may not agree. That is why sometimes they will wait. We'll have that contradiction for a long time. They will wait for that matter to get to the U.S. Supreme Court, and then U.S. Supreme Court will now clarify it. So if you study it, so lawyers were used to that. That is why when you are writing your brief to a court, you will say, on a similar case, this court held like this. In a case that is so similar, the other court held like this. I want you to follow what this other court held. So there's one case that I want people want to study law to study. It's called NEPA versus Edegbero. That is the case where it was decided as to what matters to take to Federal High Court and what matters to take to the State High Court. Even on that narrow issue, which is not political, it's not anything, it's just a pure jurisprudence. It has no politics in it. Judges will find that there are many interpretations based on the way the person who filed the case. So if I take a banking case, for example, to court, I can go to Federal High Court. But if I take a banker customer case, I have to go to a state court. So law is not that simple because we are dealing with human behavior and we are dealing with laws that some of them are like 900 years old. So if you look at this election petition you are seeing now, you are looking at Electoral Act, Constitution, but that's not how judges look at it. Because some canon of interpretation that was upheld by the House of Lords 200 years ago is still applicable. Some Queen's Bench interpretation that Privy Council mentioned 800 years ago is still applicable. So lawyers have more information about the canons of interpretation than you who are just looking at a case from the surface. So don't assume that because one similar case, I've had people comment, for example, about Miner's case, I wish they go and read the case. If you read the case, you will not even bother yourself to complain. Because you will see that what the court was decided in that case was not whether Miner ran twice or didn't contest. What the court decided was whether the case was properly filed. So people don't understand the difference.
Okay, I want to end like this. I want to give other people a chance, even though my friend Damages have denied me for so many hours. Listen, I want to ask you this. I want you to reflect the last thing I want to say. I live in an island.
Yes.
And staff from the other island, they came to my island for work yesterday.
Yes.
And we were in a meeting. After the meeting, we went for lunch.
Yes.
And one of the directors in the Human Resources Department called me. Hey, Ike, you're from Nigeria? I said, yes. He said, is it true that your president is a drug baron, is a Escobar in Africa?
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying right now?
Yes.
That's the question I was posed yesterday.
I'm more interested in your answer than his own question, because he's not a Nigerian. He's just commenting. But your own answer is more important because it's your country now.
No, listen. You know,
yes.
where I'm coming from is this. The shock that I got from the question.
Yes.
I laughed it over. And I jokingly told him, hey, what are you talking about? Who told you that? I walked away. I went to somebody else who were greeting. You see, yes. I know you would, as a politician, are you trying to be more patriotic than me, but you would have wanted me to defend that. But I am not going to defend it.
No, I'm not asking to defend anything.
Well, yes, I'm coming. So that's why I am asking you, because somebody asked you a question, I think it's righteous. Wouldn't it have been better for you to be a senator? Because you said that lawyers cannot amend laws, that it is the people in the parliament. And because lawyers cannot amend the Nigerian constitution, it is the people in the National Assembly. Maybe people like you with this kind of level of understanding about the law of Nigeria would have been the people that are supposed to be senators. I'm not talking about ministers. Because
let me just tell you this, I have a better chance of amending the constitution as president because I have to sign it first. If you are a senator, you are just one out of 109. So if you have the best idea, they may vote you out. But the president is 50% of legislation. The president, the two houses, the Senate, 109 senators, and 360 House of Representatives, two of them combined, they are equal to 50% of legislative powers. The president is 50%. Because when they pass their law, they have to bring the law to the president to sign into an act. If the president says, I'm not signing, they will be forced to go and rethink it. And as president, I can propose constitutional amendment by bringing bills to the National Assembly, called executive bills. So I thought well about how to solve Nigeria problem before I went to run for president. In fact, it's not because of the way the title is called. It's because I looked at the problem the country is facing, and I realized that leadership is the problem. So if you are a senator, you are just part of a large group of people who are struggling over one issue. But leadership, what matters the most, and leadership at the top. The second point is that anybody can say anything about what they hear, because our politics in Nigeria has brought out this issue of Chicago, and many people have gone to say that their president was caught with drugs and all of that, which is not what the case in Chicago was about. The case in Chicago was about, if you read it, I've read it many times, I read it when Sahara brought it. What the case is about is simple. That a particular person who has a particular address, they mention the person's name, is in the judgment, was being investigated for dealing in heroin. And that person paid money.
May I interject? Who is the person that his name appeared?
Go and read. I'm a lawyer, so I don't want to, because he has not been charged, so I don't want to comment. But if you go to that judgment, you will see. The particular person he has a particular name that sounds like Yoruba name. So that person is not the president; it's another person, and that person was charged, was being investigated, and they were tracing the person's money. So they traced part of they put the money into an account that has Bola Tinubu on it. Now they went to court to freeze that money in court. So the money was frozen, like DA would do, like FBI would do, like IRS would do. When they freeze your money in court, you have to now come to court on why that forfeiture should not be final. So in this case, when they froze the money, the person who's our president now, he was then working at Mobile, hire lawyers to go to the court to go and challenge. Rudolph, you were associated with Sahara when the matter came up, when it was then published. So I think you get the facts. I'm not interested in Tinubu and his career. I just wanted to get facts. So he went to court to intervene that it is his money. It was his money. And they cannot seize the money. That's all was in court. So they were now to argue before the court as to whether the money. So he had to prove how he got the money. So he brought a lot of stories that didn't add up as far as the court was, the government was concerned. For example, he showed his salary in Mobile. Salary was so small compared to the amount of money. I think at that time, whether 24,000, I can't know the amount, but the salary he was earning per year in Mobile was not up to 10% of the money that was there. So they went and verified, yeah, it's an accountant who works with Mobile truly, but look at his salary, it is so small. Then later brought letters, other things from his mother, that part of the money was given to him by his mother. So the mother was in court. So it was supposed to go to trial where the judge would determine whether all of the money came from the drug that the other person was doing, or part of it was actually his money. But before the matter could go to trial, both the government that froze the money and Tinubu himself went into settlement. Their lawyers met and they went into settlement. And the court, they now agreed that the portion of the money that he could trace as his personal money from his salary and from his mother will be given to him. The rest will be seized. And they came to court and they tabled the settlement before the court. And the court says, okay, you have resolved the matter. They say, yes. There are some of the money he has proven to be his money. We are returning those to him. The one that is in the account that he cannot prove will seize the money. So, and that was the judgment that the court gave and seized that money. I see the righteous man is shaking his head, but if you are shaking your head like that to the point of needing Panadol, I will go and look for the judgment itself and bring and read it.
Please, are you referring to the money that was seized from him?
Hold on, everybody.
So, in that conclusion, that judgment itself was a consent judgment that neither Tinubu appealed nor the government appealed. That's about the forfeiture. So you can Google that.
Are you referring to the money that was seized?
No, hold on, Tone, everybody, please. Please don't answer them. Let me do this. I want to hear from John Abba and forefathers before we give other people a chance to keep adding to this. Otherwise, it's not fair. John Abba, you are next.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Rudy. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay.
Yes, of course. You are very clear. You are very cool.
Okay.
Righteous man.
Thank you for coming to the show. I used to be like righteous man. I used to pray a lot in the church until I think I want to die before the devil, so I stopped shaking my thank you so very much for coming. Dr. Rudy, thank you for bringing the finest of Nigerians to the show. You are doing excellent. I don't have so much for you. I've listened to you. I've been on the platform, but because of my running around, I come in and go, and I decided to stay when I got home. You are a wonderful guy. You said it earlier. based on your being a lawyer, that this case is dead on arrival, and that's why you called Tinubu to congratulate him. And don't mind our ignorance here. In Dr. Rudolph's show, there are a lot of us supposed to be on medication, but because we function and where we come from, we use prayer, and our mother prayed for us a lot. So prayer keeps us going instead of taking medication. So don't mind our ignorance at all. We are not a lawyer, but we just love the Nigeria, and we ask a question. If somebody asks you in Ireland whether your president is a drug baron, their president too is not free. It's not like it's a cent. So we all have
the only answer I will give.
Yeah?
John will continue. Let me tell you. The answer I will give is
John Abba, now wow.
John, let me just tell you, no, very clearly. If anybody says that is for Nigeria, I don't know about Tinubu. If anybody says whether your president is a drug baron, it's not. Why? Because in the US says it's not a drug baron. That's the US, where you are supposed to be crying over, because it's supposed to be an offense in the US. So the US itself says they have no drug case against him. They've written many times. It's in the US now. They're supposed to grab him and carry him to Kirikiri or their own version of Kirikiri there. So, and after that case, hold on one second. After that case happened in 1992-93. That case of for picture. A year later, 1994, the same United States granted him asylum. He was living in the US. So, and he was in the US. He lived in the US till he came back from the US to contest the election in 1999. So they had enough time to prosecute him there. They have not prosecuted him.
I think he lived in the UK. He lived in the UK, not US.
He lives in the US. Please stop wasting time on that one, because he has asylum. He was in the UK, and the US granted the asylum, and he went, because I know when Walter Carrington was making a recommendation. I was in Nadeco at that time, so I know these details. So he went there. I don't want to join issue because my politics is not joining issue.
All right, thank you so very much.
I want to ask, for example, I know for sure that you can answer that question. I'm under Nigerian law too. Under Nigerian law, it's not. He has not been arrested for drug in Nigeria. He has not been tried for drug in Nigeria. So it's as much free from being a drug baron as any other Nigerian, and it's as free from it as any other American, because America went and got Noriega, even though he was the president of Panama. When they thought he was doing drugs, they went to Panama and removed him. So I don't think we should be wasting our time on that. But in politics, it is legitimate. If your opponent has some questionable background in the past, then you can bring it up. One of the judges I respect in America, because I appear before him in matters, it's Justice Kavanaugh. When he was in DC district, DC circuit, I appeared before him, even shortly before he was elevated. I did one case called Continental in his court. Very sound lawyer. But when he was to be taken to the US Supreme Court, they went back to secondary school and said that he was drunk and was harassing one girl in secondary school. It's allowed. You get my point? When somebody is running for high office, anything you know about them, you can bring it up. But not all of them you take to court. Because when you go to court, the evidence that is required is higher. It is enough for you to tell Nigerians that Tinubu, at one time in his career in Chicago, he was mixing up with some people who were said to be doing drugs. And some money was found in his account. And he had to go to court to fight over that money. So question him what he was doing with that kind of thing. It's allowed. It's a proper question. But it's not something you bring in a later matter, because in reality, the case is very clear that he was not charged with, he was not even accused of it, not of all charges. In America, both of you are in America, you always use America all the time. In America, when the prosecutor suspects you of an offense, they will go to a grand jury first and go to a grand jury to allege that you committed no such case. So I think we should just understand that. But every election, you can bring the issue up, like so many other issues you can bring up. But if the voters don't mind, That's their problem.
Okay.
Right.
Now,
Thank you.
my question, I'm sorry, Duri, I'm going to leave and somebody can come in.
Okay, sorry, we interrupted John.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no problem. I know. One of the things you are gifted in is that you give more than you are asked, and it's a good thing. In fact, you are a wonderful man. You explain in detail because you are trying to educate us, and that is all you have to do as a good Nigerian. And thank you so very much once again. My question to you is that, do you know the reason why they wear that hat, that white hat in the court? The judges and all of that, they're still wearing those. Why? Do you know why?
They want you to think that they are serious people.
Oh, okay.
The same way, if you go to your village, the masquerade has to wear something big. So that when they say this masquerade is coming and telling you what Amadioha is saying, you will say, let me obey it. So if there's nothing there, just simple. What we are doing with all this week, other people are even doing it with simple shirt and tie. The important thing in law is that the law must lead to a better society. But our own, we try to, even England, they don't do it anymore, but we are stuck with it. I have my own too. Sometimes when I wear it, I want to laugh, but what can I do? Continue the journey.
You say another question, is it a must?
It is. In
Wow.
fact, if it's bent like this, they will not let you talk. There are times when in court, I won't bend like this. Say stop. Are you not seeing this thing? Nigeria is about to fall on your head.
Okay. And then as I exit, you are our lady, you are loved. Do not allow any bully to bully you, and nobody should be allowed to be bullied. It's all ignorant. And this is why our country is where it is. Because if you want to accuse anybody of doing wrong, even in the politics, turn the mirror on yourself, what you are doing in your own society and what is not morally is wrong that you are practicing, and you think that is the way of life. And that is all that is going on, from that any one of us that become a leader tomorrow, that is the attitude we take there. But yet you are blaming those in the politics. So Isimiri, you are beautiful.
Jonaba, I want to ask you a question.
No, you don't ask Jonaba. He's not.
He's a righteous man. He has been exercising his neck. I don't know whether your physiotherapist will be charging you extra money for this thing you are doing. You need a chiropractor because you do your neck like this up and down. So.
All right, Jonaba, thank you so much. Thank you. This is what we're going to do. I know that by the time Fofada is coming with his question, we are taking out of line. So let me give 1 minute to Chim, 1 minute to Righteous Man, KJ, 1 minute to Righteous. Okay, all the people.
I've not even spoken. I've not spoken since morning, man.
Most people have only one question.
Direction.
Because I'm not running with this thing and snatching it.
I came in the morning and
the gender sensitive also. The gender
sensitive called me. I left and now I'm coming back. You're still making.
Yes, still where we are. Some people only had one chance to ask a question, so we haven't gone far. Okay, so what we're going to do now is let's give everybody one minute because I want to go to forefathers and then Chim, 1 minute.
Okay, so I exited and came back, so I would be fair enough not to say I understood where Prince was coming from. He was responding to a question on, I'm not sure what the person asked him, but he was talking about that the Labour team did not present or should have presented polling unit sheets to make their case on if the elections were fair or unfair or something like that. I don't know where he was coming from. But my comment to this is not exactly a question. My comment is, we heard the Labour team say they asked INEC. We even have video evidences where they went to the electoral umpire to say, we've applied for certain documentations. You haven't given it. And the number one man in that institution addressed them and promised they would get these things. But we know that the Labour Party legal team say they did not get all of those things. Now, the system has designed it that the burden is on the person complaining to prove the petitioner. Thank you very much. The petitioner to prove those electoral malpractices. But in proving it, he would need documentations that come from that umpire. Prince, I'm not even asking a question. You and I know that INEC did not comply with those subpoenas and did not present these things.
Okay, let me answer that question.
How do you? I'm going to let me round off here. How do you now want them to be able to prove this thing when the electoral umpire did not meet those demands?
Okay, let me see. See, first, the lawyers to Labour Party, I know them. They are sound lawyers. They know how to win election petition. And anything they do, in my view, as a lawyer, I know it's not a mistake. It's a strategy. So they're not fools. They know what they're doing. What you do, and my answer was not was to the question raised by the person.
That's why I said I wasn't here when you started the question, so I don't know.
I was just letting the person know that Labour did not go to the court to try to say, they might have said it on the street that they won the election. But when they were filing their petition, they abandoned that one. No, they didn't.
So they are abandoning it. Could it be because they were not getting cooperation?
What I'm saying is that you can say something to your people in the street. But when you get to the police station, when you're writing statement, you can realize, this is a case of, let me write what is more moderate. So when what they were saying to the people who got our mandate back and all of that, that's okay. But when they got to the court, they forgot about the mandate. What they said to the court, because they realized that maybe, now, that maybe they think, okay, wait a minute, if I say I won, I have to have derive my winning from something. You cannot say you won the election because I did not transmit the result. No, you have to say, I sat down with my agents and I tabulated everything and I discovered that I won. I was only surprised when INEC was announcing nonsense. But from what I tabulated, I won the election. Labour, on the day of the election till now, they haven't got to that stage where they can say.
I'm about to leave because I have to run to somewhere. So the other last comment I was going to make is this.
Yes.
Contrary to what a lot of people think, the man Tinubu, it is not as if Nigerians generally have a disliking for him. But what I discovered is that...
I know they dislike him and vote me. I don't care if they dislike him.
But what Nigerians are concerned about, at least people like me and a few others that I know, is that we have, like when we were starting and talking about education, I'm not sure you were here when we started this and we said something that in 1999, the man presented a certificate, he filled a form where he stated he went to a certain primary school.
Yes.
And then he stated he went to Government College, Ibadan. And then he stated that he went to Chicago State University, for which the late Gani Faomi took him on. And we know how that ended. Coming down to 2023, he decided to leave out that primary school, leave out that secondary school, and then presented Chicago State University. Now, for me, I'm not a lawyer. I know that in law there are a lot of technicalities and procedures, and fine. That's the way the system runs. That's the way the legal practice runs. But from a layman and ordinary sense, that would tell me that there's something fishy. I don't even want
They're
to
not good for him. The point, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is, like this. For example, I don't know why somebody's beard to be white when they're this young. So I might think that he doesn't have energy if he's running for election. Just for asking me a question, he's already developing white beard. I can go to court and say, white bearded people should not run election. That's a different matter. What you can say is that Tinubu is one person, but he has the life story of all the 12 disciples of Jesus. Different name, whatever. You can say it and tell voters, don't vote for him. It ends there. But you cannot tell me he has the right to put Chicago today and put secondary school tomorrow. If you look at, for example, let me go to petitioner. If you look at Peter Obi's filing when he was running for governor of Anambra State, it's not the same thing he filed when he was for president. He filed suicide. What about University of Super? You can make an issue out of it. I won't make an issue out of it because I might think that the reason why he did that is that his lawyers realized just 5 minimum, because you have a chance of winning. Don't do anything that anybody can come and be quarreling with you. Just file that and leave it like that. When I was filing my own, I was bringing degree here. My party said, don't put us in trouble. Bring school cert, what is written in the book, and just leave the rest.
But Chris, how will you be putting them into trouble if those things are not real?
So I'm just telling you what they are saying, because they are experts in mischief, because they have done election before. Me, I'm just thinking, let me just file my paper. So I file everything. So what I'm saying basically is that such matters, you can use it to campaign and say, here is this man. His name is Adekunle today. Tomorrow is a Miss. There is a Mister. Whatever. You can argue it and use it to tell people, don't trust a person like this. But you don't go to court, because the court will say this is nonsense. Who cares? Because you have to show to me that what he's doing makes him unqualified to run. If he writes everything, if I see just ordinary school cert, I'm okay with it. So, for example, let me give you a personal information about me, which you will know. In America now, I have 2 days of birth. Why? Because when I was qualifying in New York Bar, the clerk is smart. He understands how to write date. He wrote, my date of birth is January 8th. So they wrote January 8th. Now, when I was qualifying in California, they calculated that you write month first. In America, you write month before you write day. So you write month before you write day. In Nigeria, we write day before we write month. Like most civilized country in the world, we write day before month. But America writes month before day. So when they got to fill my form, they took my January 8th. So when they wrote, when they saw 8/1/72, they took the 8 to be the month. So they wrote my date of birth as August 1 instead of January 8th. You get the point I'm making? Now, so then the process to change that is very rigorous. You file affidavit and say the clerk register your date of birth wrongly or whatever. I realize, okay, what does it matter anyway? Just leave it like that. Now, I'm waiting to win the election. The day I win the election, Pansat, righteous man, maybe forefather, I know he's a nice guy who joined them. They will go and file suit and say, this man has date of birth.
So I'm a bad man.
In either case, none of it will make a difference. What I'm saying, I'm not saying is that I have told Nigerians, do not vote for Tinubu, vote for me. Do not vote for Peter Obi, vote for me. Do not vote for Atiku, vote for me. But some of the reasons I give politically for why you should not vote for them, some of them don't measure up to judicial level disqualification. So that is the distinction we need to make next time. Otherwise, you'll be having, right from Ibori, Ibori versus Ibori and all that, you'll be having these cases every election year. You won't face the real issues. The same Tinubu, if he's around and runs next time, these same issues will come up and all of that. I think the court is very clear on it. That's just my point. So I don't know whether I don't think that Tinubu should have been voted. I think that even he's too old for the job. I think many thousand reasons why he should not be voted there. But the voters have the right to vote for anybody that they like.
That is your assuming that the voters voted for him.
If you are saying that you came second, how do you know you came second? If you don't believe anything, you don't believe anything. How can you say I won Lagos, but the other person didn't win Ondo? It doesn't make any sense. All I'm saying to you is that it is people like me and Shogore who can say clearly that we don't recognize the election because we don't believe any of the numbers. I don't believe Labour numbers. I don't believe PDP numbers. I don't believe APC numbers. But you who say, I believe in this one, where it favor me, I don't believe in that one. You are contradicting yourself. So you can't even say, Peter, please come more than me now, if you don't believe INEC at all. If you say INEC is a liar completely, then Peter Obi did not come out to work. So you have to have some logic. You have to realize that you can actually bet. I know, for example, that Peter Obi scored far more than me because my internal numbers shows that he will score more than me, even in legitimate votes. But I also know that not all his votes are legitimate. Some of them are crooked votes done by some of his party people who smuggled themselves in as INEC ad hoc officials. I know that one for sure. I know that Atiku scored more than me. But Atiku was changing a lot of results in some states. That's a fact that I know. So, but we must understand that in the end, you either don't accept the whole system at all, or you accept it. That if you can correct some of it, you need evidence. You need to show your own result sheet. Like now, next election that I'm going to participate, God willing, I will be more prepared, and I will make sure that my agents are not just people given to by the political party, that my agents are diehard, that can fight like Pansad and like Okija, those who are ready to die there, so that they can go and defend the vote that we have, not those who will be trading with it. So you prepare yourself. But for a person to go before the highest court on the land and say, I want my mandate back, and you cannot bring witnesses that will testify how you got that mandate, you are making a ridicule of the system, a ridicule of yourself.
All right. Thank you, Prince. You forgot to mention Righteous Man because he will fight for you. But we can't go back.
He will fight for me after fighting against me first.
What I said, I'm taking back what I said, that we are going to give 1 minute because Chim took 15 minutes.
No, it's not. You can't punish other people for Chim's.
Yeah, we're going to go to Forefathers. They will get the chance later. Forefathers,
okay.
The next.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Greetings, Rudolph, and greetings to Prince and all the members of the panel, and to the chat and to the viewers. Thank you for coming in, Prince, and you've been here for 7 hours or so. Wow, that's something. I just wanted to. Yeah, no, clearly not. You were here more than 8 hours the last time. Regarding my issue is for me, survival is my biggest concern. Our ability to be able to live in this world free of other people's control. And
that's not possible, Robert. Go ahead.
Yes, it depends
on how you look at it. Even your wife is controlling you now. What can you do?
No, what I mean by that, you understand what I mean. The United Kingdom is not being told what to do whenever they like. So that's what I mean. From what I've observed in the last few hundred years, what we've observed is that we've always had a multipolar world earlier in the period of our encounter with Europeans, where they were competing against each other. And we as a people never really organized ourselves until they found the cure for malaria and had the Berlin Conference, and our fate was sealed. We were not participants in that affair. And we see this pattern repeat itself over and over again. After the Second World War and the decolonization period happened, and most nations that were under the control of the West, some of them colonized. They went on to break away out of their control, and most of them are flourishing today. Yeah. And our leaders, whom were very, very Anglophile then, that they were basically supporting the British at whatever they did, they never really did anything to break out of it. And look at where we are today. And they had the opportunity again when the Soviet Union fell. Clearly, we saw what happens when these people become really, really powerful. Africa was on fire in the 90s. When the Soviet Union fell, from Rwanda, Nigeria, chaos everywhere, Liberia, Sierra Leone. That was at the apex of the power of these people our leaders are in love with. Then now, we are now seeing the pattern come back again to what it was before, where you have a multipolar world. And you see the same pattern again. Our leaders are still embracing these people. Again, not using this opportunity to break out of their control. What do you think we should do to get them to understand that you can't keep hogging a transformer and expecting good outcomes from it? Because these people clearly have enslaved our forefathers, colonized us. How can they possibly see us as equal partners? Especially when we've not done anything about our own security ourselves. So how do we get our leaders to understand this? Because Tinubu is hopping from Paris to the United Kingdom and to the United States, but you never see him go to like China. Sorry, Righteous Man. You never see him go to like China, Russia, India, or other powers. You never see that happen. They still go to the same places. How do we start? Because when I checked the list of military alliances in the world, Nigeria was not present. Nigeria was zero.
Let's look at it. Let's just make it simpler. That's just politics. Not every African leader is radical. I mean, that's one lesson we should have learned from Balewa up to now. Your leaders don't owe you any duty to be radical. If you have a radical generation, then you can take over power and turn the direction. Tinubu is not a friend of China. He's a friend of America. He left school there. He lived there. He worked for their company. He worked for a company, Mobile. All the work he's done in his life is American. So he believes in them. So he talks, sometimes he wants to talk like them. He swaggers like them. So it's them. So
isn't that a kind of colonial mentality that needs to change?
Colonial
That's why I'm
mentality,
asking how do we change these people?
Only the voters can cure that colonial mentality.
I understand that, but how?
It's first is by education. For example, even Nigerians, forget about the government. Nigerians, what do they watch? American movies, American system. They want to go to America. Majority of Nigerians, if you ask them which country do you want to go, they will tell you US, Canada. So the country itself has the mentality that is Western, pro-Western. So I'm not surprised that the leaders are pro-Western. So you will say Tinubu did not become a friend of China. How many of your relatives live in China? They want to live in the US. So the issue, therefore, is that a new generation may come. I can tell you something, and I'm saying I hope it's not. I hope it doesn't become true for a long time. If there's a dispute between Nigeria and America over the owner of Banana Island in Lagos, there are some Nigerians who support America. They say America is a good country; they cannot be wrong. So that's low level of patriotism. So what we can do will be to form political parties and political organizations that are letting our people know that the colonial master, like Fela said, your colonial master has freed you, refuse to free yourself. And that mentality has to change. But all the leaders, everybody in this election, majority of starting with the winner, Tinubu, followed by Atiku, followed by Peter Obi, followed by Kwankwaso, the top four are all pro-American. All.
See,
all
how is this?
I'm not telling you that Nigerian politics majority is pro-Western, and the people are the alternatives that Nigerians are talking. None of them can resolve this matter for you.
But isn't that a problem of the elites, though? Because the elites are the ones that are involved in the national discourse, and they never open the Nigerian people's eyes to these facts.
If you go to the villages, you're going to tell your grandma to pray for you. You have two scholarships, one in China, one in America. Which one should you go? Even grandma in the village will tell you that, go to Obodo America. Because as far as it's concerned,
isn't that because of what the elites are doing?
The real Onyocha are Americans. It is because she too grew up under a system like any grandma now will be a child during the time Zeke started politics. Any grandma now will be a child. And from that time, remember there were people like Imodu, Michael Imodu, Tunji Otegbeye, I think Nwanko, and other people who thought that Bala Usman, a few others, who came together and they were kind of the leftist collective, who thought that we should not all support the Western system. People Awolowo at this time, influenced by Ikoku. So it was trying to go to it was part of the reason why early problem between Awolowo and someone like Nahoro, that Awolowo was getting too influenced by Ikoku, and they were going to be going towards, they were not too friendly with the West. So the tension
I get that because it's not only alliances we are talking about here. It's about also our own way, the way our leaders behave. They've completely stood the nation down, and the nation is not. People don't understand. The nation doesn't stand like as an independent nation.
We don't have any alliances. Our military is extremely weak. They keep our military deliberately weak. Ensure that our security, everything is weak. They keep it so weak so that other forces can decide what happens to us. And it also means that anybody that wants to speak openly about alternatives probably will get sidelined in the system.
Yeah,
Because
but
other people have
February
control of our
25.
space.
So, Father, February 25. February 25, Nigerians went to vote. We discussed so many issues. They went to vote. Nigerians endorsed the status quo. They said the pro-American, the one that keeps you weak, the one that could not get the military, that could tackle Boko Haram, that is waiting for Western weaponry and all of that, that is fighting even the military doctrine. When I addressed the Nigerian strategic study, I told them that even the military doctrine, and before the next election, I will go to Jaji to speak to them. Even the military doctrine is wrong. Why did George Washington defeat the King of England and the army? Why? Because they looked at it that to fight the British using what you learn in Sandhurst will not defeat them. So they started using a different method of fighting, following the way the Native Americans fight. And when the British came to fight the Americans, they realized that the Americans are not fighting in the way where you arrange your musket, you align your formation, and know that they realize that all that, they change it. So many things we need to change, but first you need to change minds. Many people you see who are talking big English, what they are doing, they are just hiding tribalism, hiding religion. They will use any excuse and talk and talk. There's no depth in politics yet. People can give you 1 million reasons, but when you remove the veneer from it, they're just following their townsman or your religious man. That's all.
I get what you are saying. I get what you are saying with all due respect.
Just all they're just doing is intertribal war. So what you need to now understand is that the politics now has to finish the work which Chinua Achebe, Aminu Kano, all of them tried to do. Africa joined them at that time in 1983 when they tried to form a kind of political party that would go along the line of ideology. But military truncated it, and now we were that generation. We're that generation. I know it was my age at the time of Second Republic. So we're in that age now where we can now come together and try to find ideological bearings for our politics. You will see that it is very difficult because when you start talking ideology, they will say you are boring. In Nigeria, if you don't say it is not on Yoruba, it is not on Igbo, Hausas are this and that, they will say your politics is boring. You are too professorial. If you are raising issues, so the voters level.
Let me add this though. If like in your case now, do you talk about our national security? Do you say, okay, why are we not forming alliance? This is defense pact with the ECOWAS nations?
For national security. I'm
talking about practical stuff like forming alliances with the ECOWAS nation. Do you know the only alliances that we have in Africa right now, in terms of our presence in any alliances at all, is only Burkina Faso, Mali, and this is that just pop up on the list.
First and foremost,
we are nowhere to be seen.
Let me say something very clearly. We cannot form alliance with ECOWAS. ECOWAS is under our sphere of influence. And if you look at ECOWAS under our sphere of influence, ECOWAS has a defense council. I've attended meeting on that defense council. I've written their papers before. The defense council, I even advised Dr. Chambers, when he became president of ECOWAS, to separate the defense council from the judiciary and did all that work for them. Nigeria is.
But if Liberia is attacked today, Nigeria is not obliged to respond. That is not an alliance.
No. What I'm saying, I said we can't form alliance with them. The only thing that
why
they are in our place for this reason. One, many of the Francophone countries, when they got independence, form alliance with France, and also covenanted with France that they're not going to form alliance with anybody except France doesn't have any objection. So many of the things we do in ECOWAS by way of regional security, they usually go to France and take permission to join, even when.
Okay, sorry, I get what you mean. So this situation exists in West Africa. How many times has our leader told our people what is going on in West Africa? They've kept, sorry, hold on.
Yes.
It's like a child living in a house, seeing only the ceiling. When there is a cloud and a sky out there, the parents refuse to show them what is going on in their own surrounding. I didn't know some of all this stuff. Why are our leaders not telling our people and telling the fellow French country that look at what is going on there? This is not normal. Why are we not forming? Because if we form an alliance with ECOWAS, that's 400 million in population. A strong alliance.
Let me say
alliance
something
that can be able to project their power.
Let me give you information,
but we are not doing it.
I don't want to make it too long. Let me give you information. One, we have some alliance because when we did ECOMOG, I served as a United Nations appointed commissioner in Liberia to settle the country after the war. So I served in Liberia. I know some of these issues. We decided smartly to create some feasible arrangement. That is why we have the standby force. And for you to be able to do what America is doing to your ally now, you need a very stable government in Nigeria that, for example, most of the advanced courses that they take in West African military, they come to Nigeria, Jaji, and all of that to do it. They still go to West Point, some of them go elsewhere, but we are working with them on doctrine. And when I speak to some of Africa head of state, when I speak to them, even the guy in now he's removed, the guy in Burkina Faso, when they wanted to remove him and he was having problems, I was with him in Washington, D.C. for about 2 days discussing the problem. And I realized that, look, you are in the wrong place if you're in Washington because they're not going to help you, very clearly, because America, France, some of these things, I don't want to go into too many details. They like leaders that are unstable. So, because if you are unstable in your country, you are easier to deal with diplomatically. So, the long and short of this is that you need to first have leaders before they can lead you. We have been electing rulers for now, but there is no political party that is pursuing this idea and that is raising leaders along that line. So what I want us to do now is that with all these your ideas and everything,
sorry, all the discussions you had nothing to do with our safety and our defense. The standby force, what they do is just to respond. No, okay. Why would I know that? But this depends on what you said. That's why I'm going. I can only go with what you said.
No, what I say, you see, listen, the point is this: that if you are in politics, like I'm due to go to Ghana soon. If I'm in Ghana, when I go to Ghana, meet the leaders, meet military leaders. Normally, in a sub-region, if you want to do leadership, you would meet all kinds of leadership. You meet the foreign government. When Rollins used to be there was no time, very few times Rollins will come to Nigeria, I'll go and not meet him. Or when I go to Ghana, I will not go and meet him. You discuss. You will see all the every country has those different tendencies too. So you look at the situation. Last time I was in Liberia, was when they had ECOWAS summit there. I was there for 4 days. And I was discussing on so many other issues, dealing with other different leaders. You will see that in Ivory Coast, you will find out that the foreign minister might be somebody who feels that Nigeria will lead them. The president might be somebody who thinks that, look, I need France. Nigeria cannot support me. I don't want to mention it, but one of the head of state, shortly before he was removed, when I was discussing with him that this problem you have, it's a problem you could have taken to Nigeria. He was saying, look, this is the problem. I have this problem to see the Nigerian president, and there are these other things, they're not supporting me in this. So everybody has their own issues, that. So we are trying to weed this together. It's part of what we need to do, but we must have political parties that are actually raising leaders to deal with the problems that you identify in the sub-region.
I'm sorry. From what you are saying, there's a lot of waffling going on. There's a lot of waffling going on there. In reality, is that what you simply need to do is saying, you know what? Any of our countries that are get hit, all of us respond. That's how it's supposed to be. It's very, very simple. ECOWAS based on ECOWAS.
We're not doing video game here. We're not doing video game.
It's not video game. That's what the whole world is doing.
No, for example, you can't commit.
We can't keep living like this. You can't. That's what the whole world is doing.
Hold on 1 second. Look at Niger, for example. Look at Niger. There was a regional effort, which I think has some imprimatur of France in it. There was a regional effort to try to contain the situation in Niger. Nigerians automatically, Nigerian citizens say, no, we have no business there. Don't go and interfere at all. It's not our country. Leave it. So when we had ECOMOG, when Babangida started ECOMOG, a lot of Nigerians complained that we didn't have money to feed. We can't balance our budget. We are spending this much money in ECOMOG. So you need political consensus. Secondly, when you start talking, it was when I started talking with regional leaders in Africa that they realized that Nigeria did a major thing in West Africa. That is why when they had a problem in Rwanda and they were killing themselves, Tutsi and Hutus, they were discussing among themselves that they wish they had a country like Nigeria, who would have come in, not waiting for Western powers, and stopping, kind of stop it. So Nigeria has done well, and we are winning. But locally speaking, we need for you to have military alliance. You need to also support it with granting aid, with getting people to come and work in your country, with some soft power. So we are still struggling with some of our basic assistance. So I think what we should do now is that you start more influential. If you elect people like us into power, we will know that first you have to get Nigeria standing well. Then you need to take control of regional situation. If you look at, I don't want to go into so many intercalary issues. If you look at my criticism when President Jonathan went to Chad to meet Idris Deby, I was critical of him. And when I saw him, I still complained that why should you go? You could just have someone, Idris Deby, to come. Why would you go and meet Idris Deby? Deby will be eager to come to you. But because there was some film trick that some people wanted to play on the president regarding negotiation for some ransom for some detainees and captives, they just trick him into that system. So basically, Nigeria, as it is today, if Tinubu, for example, wants to be a proper commander-in-chief, if he puts a few policies in place, all the West African countries, they will line up. They will line up. The leader, the position used to be Senegal.
Can I just interject?
One more question. We have to move to other people.
Okay,
too.
yeah,
The leader
yeah,
of
that's
opposition
fine.
used to be
Hansard was here for ages.
the leader of opposition
And he was just waffling, talking
used
crazy.
to be Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire. Both of them now, from what I see, both of them would not mind Nigeria leadership if Nigeria can say we will be self-sufficient in this region and you won't have to run back to France where you are done.
So, Nigeria's economy, from some analysis that was done by a charity, is said to be depreciated by somewhere around 10% because of insecurity alone, and that we are talking about in excess of about 50 billion US dollars. And if our leaders are aware of these figures, and Tinubu, when he was at Chatham House, made an argument for increasing the size of the military and all the other security infrastructure in the country. Since he's gotten into office now, he's not done one thing. And we don't see any of our people and our elites, including yourself and all the others going on online and on TV. None of you keep talking about economy. Without security, all else is failed. I don't know why anybody bothers to talk about anything else. Because if I was the one on the other side, I would screw you people over if you don't have security.
Okay,
don't bother.
Pay more attention to, maybe there are many, like now I'm talking with you, many people will say they've not seen my face before when I'm talking to you. So I think the Nigerian media is segmented. They don't kind of syndicate what they do. So, for example,
Rudolph, I want to sleep, please.
Okay, sweet dreams, dream of Nigeria. So now, what I'm saying, for example, is that if you give an interview on CNN or ABC in America, all of them will discuss it across the board. So I think I discuss security, I discuss so many of these issues. But I will do more of it. But the key issue essentially is that yes, Tinubu has not, as far as I'm concerned, has not settled down. He's still doing victory lap or legitimacy hunting. So later he will settle down. I hope. But right now he hasn't settled down. He's just gallivanting. So when he settles down, we will know the direction he's going, but he hasn't settled down really. And those who defend him say, how many months? But
Do you see him fulfilling our security this in his security policy? Do you see him fulfilling it?
Forefathers, please. What we're going to do is
We
this.
can do so, but whether it's going to be effective, because the issue is not just the numerical strength of the military. You get more people
Rudolph,
there.
please,
That's
please,
how the
please.
Agbado came about.
Yeah,
You're
all
going to
the
buy
right.
Agbado for people and all of that. The issue is that will it be effective? The problem in our military, summarize it, is that we need more footprint, and the country needs to be properly governed. In terms of military, having maybe like Jonathan created another division, but if that division, which was to now oversee Maduguri and all of that, I saw the undercapacity of their problem. So if it comes and it does more recruitment and improves the officership a little bit, and now that they have better platform, yes, because
We are
everything.
not serious. We are going to fail again. We are going to miss this thing, and our people are going to suffer dearly for it in the next 10, 20 years because
I am not the
we've been taking
president.
this as a
I am
joke.
saying if he can do a little bit, I will have done more, but I am not the one who is commander in chief. Your commander in chief is Tinubu. You will soon see him in uniform, marching like a real Buffalo soldier very soon during Independence Day. So it's your military, is your commander in chief, your number one soldier. So you have to now tailor your military thoughts as to what kind of thing will Tinubu do. And the person who can advise him is no Rivadu. If you see him, you can give him some of his ideas. So, and then you have the chief of defense, you have all of that. But look at your chief of the guy who's your
Rudolph, redeem us. So.
Anyway, let's leave it so that the other people can join.
Yeah, so other people can speak. Thank
Dr.
you.
Rudolph.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Rudolph.
Hold on. Hold on.
Some very serious issue. Somebody here has not even heard what you said. You see what he's writing? That somebody should tell him where to buy bleach. You need to block this idiot called Don John or whatever he calls his name. That they should tell him where to buy. He's been abusing me even to the extent of even throwing insult at my dad. I will not have it. Because if I should hunt down one of them in London, I'm going to make an example of them. I'm not a nice person, you know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. We've been kicked out of Facebook because we've been here for 8 hours. I will let Righteous Man, who is in Nigeria, he needs to go to sleep. Righteous Man, just a question. If you guys can help, you guys are the ones making it difficult for everybody by talking long, Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, in the comment section, our sister that is here, I don't know why those people commenting there, instead of them to focus what we are discussing, they are just talking about the beauty of the lady, whether she. You should caution those people now. Caution them. They are in here for a serious business.
Klabzal as well is a problem. Please, Dr. Rudolph, they are taking advantage of your good nature. They are really taking advantage of your good nature.
They are distracting us with the beauty of the lady, discussing about her right. What is it?
All right.
I think what they should learn is discipline to overcome the beauty, the way I'm managing to overcome it myself. Without talking about it. They should just play them and focus on their career.
Let me say this. There was an American president. I don't remember his name. Old president. He had a daughter that was called Alice, and she was very, very active in social life and everything. And they told the man, you're a humble man, you're doing a good job, but your daughter is just too wild. Can't you control her? And the president said, do you guys want me to run the country or to control my daughter? They said, okay, run the country. I can't run the comment section and control what we're doing here. It's too much. But we are going to do that. I'm planning. We have a plan. We'll come up.
And I must say that they have been criticizing. Sorry, Tone. I think you guys are going too hard on Dr. Damage. I've been watching the way people are just nitpicking. I don't understand you guys. What do you want him to do? Turn to me. When he turns to me, me. You don't want me there. So he's been very tolerant of people. Why do you keep having to go ahead?
There should be a section in the bathroom that is dealing with
you already there what happened earlier. Because if you saw what happened earlier and they've carried on, what happened earlier? I mean, even they were insulting me. You didn't know what happened earlier.
But it's not the Damage that is doing it. He's just trying to. Yes.
He's the one that runs the platform. We are not dragging him. We are just giving him reports on what is happening there. If I
It's a
go
feedback.
there,
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, righteous man. You were just having a go at
Dr. Damages,
having a go at Dr.
because
Damages
they have just done
constantly.
a
Come
poll.
on, man.
They have just done a poll now where they have just done a poll on the comment section where 99.99% said that she's the most beautiful woman they've ever seen. 99% of the people on the comment section.
It was a big distraction. Big distraction.
All right, thank you, guys. Let me just say one more thing. So this is what I tell the guests when they come here. Maybe the panelists should maybe adopt that kind of policy. I tell the guests that some people might write some things on the comment section that you may not like. I always tell new guests, I said, don't read them. So concentrate in the conversation we're having. Maybe for the panelists, for the time being, we are going to get a moderator that would handle that, but for the time being, just concentrate on the conversation we're having here, which is the most important thing. Not that they don't count, they do, but I don't let what they are doing. I can't be reading that.
I read through it. All of them are praising me. All of them like me.
My question to Prince.
Yes.
Prince, you are a very intelligent man, very, very sound.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very, very sound. I love you, honestly. Pardon me to use that word, but I love you.
No, I like
you are
people
very
love
sound.
me. So they tend to vote for me.
Yeah, and have you been a comedian before?
No, because when I saw that when I ran for election and I didn't win, I said, okay, if I run again, I don't win. Damages is making a lot of money. Why don't I just, go and contest for Comedian of the Year for him? But I think
generally, you know why I'm asking you?
Yes.
The president of Ukraine, he was a comedian.
Yes.
And that made the public
the comedy he's doing now is very serious at this point.
No, but that sold him to the public, and that was why he was loved and chosen. So I think maybe I need to give you electoral advice. When you are back to Nigeria, maybe start a comedy show, and you become popular even to the women in the rural villages. They will get to know you,
Okay.
And the next election, I tell you, you will be contesting the first position because you have the aura of being a comedian. It's all over you. Even when you talk, when you shake your head, the way you twist your tongue,
Jesus Christ, is it a compliment? I don't know whether this is strange. Come on, man.
It's giving me a career tip and another way to get the election by.
Exactly.
Yes, but in reality, there are serious issues.
We can be your brand ambassadors. We can be your brand ambassadors.
Let me tell you why Nigerians are drawn towards comedy. Without it, the story is tragic. All around you, negativity. That's why if you study countries that have serious challenges, they tend to relieve themselves through comedy but if you want to become Nigeria president, you have to tackle the serious issues. And if people are waiting for a comedian to lead them, they will end up like Ukraine. So they need to learn from that.
Back to my question.
The right of presidency.
Yeah, back to the question I want to ask you. I have listened to you carefully, and I want to ask this question. Based on the issues you have tackled, will I be right to say that judgment is predicated on lies, not facts, and not truth?
No. In fact, you're not supposed to lie. Part of those people who went to court, so part of the reason why they had problems was that they were obligated to lie, that they won what they did not win. So you could see that the judges there don't have any reason to lie because they didn't bring any fact. They're just sitting down there. They're listening to you. You say you won, tell me. You say this happened, tell me. So judges don't have any excuse to lie because they don't need to give evidence. Their job is just to listen to you, hear what you bring. So typically, it is the litigant who tries to lie. And they tend to think that
Okay, let me ask you. Let me collaborate. Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
If I bring a dead body to the court,
yes,
who will pronounce the dead person dead? Is it the judge?
You already pronounced him dead. You said you brought a dead body to court.
No. Okay, let's assume that a human being was brought to the court.
Yes.
Who pronounces that human being dead?
It all depends on what kind of relief you are seeking in the court. So that will determine if, for example, you are seeking a relief from the court to say that that person has expired. Then you will need to bring a medical report from a doctor to say that this person is clinically dead. They test all the pulses, nothing is working. If you want to show that the person was killed, you have to bring a coroner, not just any other doctor. That the coroner will be somebody who investigated the dead body as to find out the cause of death, whether it's lawful or natural. But if you just to say, is this person dead or not, then you can bring any medical person and they will read and show the court. And then whoever is presiding over that hospital has to sign on it because there are all requirements of the law. The judge will be looking at you, the dead body.
In the absence of any documentation from any hospital or any doctor certifying a human being as being dead,
yeah.
Who has the authority to pronounce that person dead?
Well, it doesn't depend. You know the dead body will pronounce the dead body dead because if a court is going through a proceeding and you bring a dead body to the court, the judge will continue with the case, waiting for the dead body to come and testify. The court will continue the case. And when the court finishes the case, it will leave you on your dead body and say, court adjourned, the court will go away. So it is you now who will now introduce the dead body to the court and say, my lord, I brought my cousin here. He was talking when we left home, but it's no longer talking now. Because you know what happened to him. You are the same person that the police will arrest there and say you are the last person to see him in our life. Come and testify. So that's why I'm saying.
Okay. Was the judgment not predicted on?
Hold on, righteous man, you're not righteous anymore. So please, you guys.
That I'm no longer righteous.
No longer. We have on
this dead body. I think he got scared about this dead body.
I got scared. These topics, we have justice for Mohbad. We have so much things to discuss today. I didn't know how we ended up with dead bodies. All right, righteous man. Thank you.
So righteous man, that's your question. A legal consultation. You supposed to go pay Prince behind the closed door for that.
Righteous man, thank you so much. You can now go to sleep, he said.
But I have not finished my questions. You allowed other people to take 15 minutes.
Man involved in this. We have to go to other people. Righteous man, thank you so much. We appreciate you. KJ, you're next.
Yeah, I just Prince, earlier on I came, but a man wanted to mow me, so I ran away. And I'm back now. I just have 3 questions. Can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. All right. One, the first question I have, and I'll just ask them so you can answer all together. The judgment. I thought that when you go to court, you are going to get justice. By the ruling, are you now saying that the Nigerian people have got judgment or justice? That's one. 2, I thought also that the Supreme Court is a place where policies are either strengthened out or made properly. And are you saying now that by what has been, if this judgment remains, does it now mean that certificates in Nigeria and the way to get to positions do no longer matter? In other words, as long as I can manage myself to get to the office, I can retain it, I can sustain it, I can chase after it and keep it at all costs. Now, what will that be telling, what will that be showing to the generations coming behind us? Thirdly, the FBI said they will start releasing Tinubu's files from next month. Are you saying also
FBI? Who is the name of the officer in the FBI who says so?
It is a court. It's there. I don't have the document right now. I will put it on here.
FBI, Federal Bureau of
yes, either the
Investigation.
FBI or sorry, yes, one of them.
That one is just the abyss. There's no sense in that. That one
Okay.
doesn't have anything. You wait for
What
FBI
we-
for the next 40,000 years. They won't release Jack.
All right.
What if the
In other
FBI
words,
wants to release?
hold on, sir. Hold on.
Let me
I'll
just.
let you. Hold on, sir. I will let you answer, sir.
All right.
So what you are now saying in essence is that if anybody is accused of a crime, or is, what you are saying generally, that the office of the presidency have been reduced to this, this, I don't know what to use a foul language, just this thing that has become, nobody seems to have any trust in whatever is going on. I don't know. I mean, I leave it to you because you are a sound lawyer, and you have,
All I
I
can
don't.
say, KJ, all I can
Yes.
say is let's look at it this way. First, you cannot go to court to tell lies, especially where the onus is on you. The lie will catch up with you unless the opponent is very weak. So if you say you won election, the opponent is, oh, you are lying. The onus is on you to prove it. If you can't prove it, the opponent is right that you are lying. Now, so people need to understand what's going on in the court. Secondly, if you have a case in court, it is you who have a case in court, not Nigerian people. So don't assume whether Nigerian people got justice. No, it is you, if you are satisfied, because you are the one complaining. Nigerians are not complaining. It is when you go to court, your name, you, and your political party, you are the one who are aggrieved. It doesn't mean that other Nigerians are aggrieved. So, in the far as that court case is concerned, so don't assume that because I'm not happy, Nigerians are not happy. It doesn't follow that way. What we need to understand is that to get justice from the court, we need to understand that the court can only do justice according to law. And before you go to court, you ask yourself, the kind of injury I'm complaining about, is it an injury that the court has remedy for according to law? If there's no remedy according to law, there are other remedies you can seek. You can complain. Like me now, I have not shut my mouth from the day of the election till now. I'm complaining. Dr. Damages is my court. Anywhere anybody calls me, anywhere I go, I complain. I talk about it, what I saw, and all of that, because I don't want that issue to die down. I want to talk about it. So you can use other means, but the court is not a place where you just go and complain in general terms. 99%, and let me say it to you clearly, 99% of wrong in society cannot be remedied by court. 99% of what pains people in their heart cannot be remedied by court. The thing that depresses people, that's the general knowledge of limitation of jurisprudence. Most of what worries you in society cannot be cured by court. So if you go to family life, my husband doesn't love me, my son doesn't obey me, court can't help you. I'm homeless. I'm an American citizen, and my country is the richest country in the world, most prosperous country in the world, and I have cancer, nobody's treating me, I'm homeless, other degree, the court in America can't help you. So I ran for election. The person I'm more popular than is declared the winner. The court can't help you. The court is not interested in that. You have to come to the court and narrow it down to specific legal issues. And that is where people who follow national petition to understand that specific legal issues. And before that legal issue can be discussed, there are what we call gateway issues. For example, let's say a petitioner filed his election late. I did a case in Maiduguri governorship election many years ago, where the person went to court to challenge the election. All I needed to do, I was even preparing, then I took a second look. I realized that the petitioner filed the petition 1 day late. I didn't even want to do anything anymore. I just came to the court in Maiduguri, filed an objection to say, it was Kumalia, I think was the guy who was challenging Alimony Sharif at that time. He filed his petition one day out of time. I just told the court, there's no petition before you. Say why? I said, look at the day of the election, look at the day you file it. You can't look at it to dismiss it. So now, am I working for the devil? Am I going to the pit of hell? It is just the law. The law says you must file it within 30 days. So that is why people need to understand that when your politics gets so bad to the point where you need the court to select your leader for you, your democracy is already faulty. When you get to the point where you have to go to court to have that, you could see that Americans are not satisfied. Many Americans are not satisfied today over Bush versus Gore. Because if the election in Florida had been recounted, Gore would have been the president, not Bush. But the Supreme Court stopped them from counting it. On what? On one esoteric ground of equal treatment under the law. That why should you go and isolate that county and recount? So they gave any reason they can give. So what I'm saying generally is that the best thing we should do is to make sure that our democracy doesn't get to a point where our elections go to the court. Therefore, try to get honorable people to contest. Try to get honorable people to run the political parties. People who are honest, patriotic, who don't want to cheat. But when you have a bunch of cheaters, all of them trying to cheat, one of them will out-cheat the other, and the out-cheated person will go to court and start shedding tears. But the court is not going to be interested in it. And I've heard people say, and that's the last point I will say on this, that this judiciary now we have is not courageous, is not just like the one before. They are better than the one before. Because the old ones, the old judges, Fatai Williams, Andrew Tutu Baseki, Chukwudifu Okuta, Kayode Esho, Idigbe, they didn't like election petition at all. They were always telling the court, when the politician do the election and they bring it to you, don't even answer them. Do the whole thing out. And it's only recently, under this current dispensation, that the court started changing election more and more, that the judiciary becomes more and more. And if politicians become too problematic for the judges, it may get to a point where the judiciary will take a position that these politicians are a bunch of rascals. Anytime they bring their petition, just find one technical reason and throw it out. But they are trying now to try to help us with the Amendment Electoral Act to do. Before, there used to be a case called Onoha and Okafor. And the case came up because Onoha and Okafor both contested election. And one scored the highest vote in the primaries. And the party, the Second Republic, went and nominated the person who didn't score the highest vote. They went to court. The Supreme Court said, we can't help you. We are not in your party. You scored the highest vote, and they gave to the other person, we are not in your party, go away. You must sort it out among yourself. But we now have to pass a law, the Electoral Act, Electoral Act 2023. Have to pass a law that you have to, the court should intervene. You cannot change the winner of the election. You have to give, I think it was 2027, you have to give cogent and verifiable reason. And the first case that was determined by the Supreme Court was the case of Alarume versus Ugu. That was the first case that was determined. And even the judiciary were very reluctant. But eventually, they went there, and after that, they did Amechi and Omehia, and subsequently, the judiciary started intervening. So if politicians, after committing all their rigging and everything, have to insult judiciary can take a decision and say, you know what, we'll be giving very narrow interpretation, we'll throw all your cases out, not sort yourself out. And that will not be good for the politician system. So the politicians will go and get their acts right and try to do what is right. If INEC is cheating, as they say, INEC is cheating at the behest of some politician or the other, all of them combined. So we should to be attacking the judiciary because they didn't give interpretation. They were not there on election day. They didn't sponsor your candidate for you. They didn't give you, many judges did not vote. Why are you harassing them for a problem which you already caused, not coming to their court. And all of you, if the judiciary want to be smart now, all of you testify before them, they will send you to prison because we're all lying. The one who says an expert witness, not an expert witness, just a charlatan. The one who so many of them witnesses came to the court, they were just piling rubbish in front of the court. So if the court were to be strict like other courts, they will send you to prison right from the witness box there. So you now have the mouth to come out and say judiciary. I don't think.
All right, thank you so much. I want to recognize Righteous Man. He couldn't sleep, so he came back. I want to also recognize Maska. Welcome. Omo or Yoruba, I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance to speak. I see similarly you are coming next, but let me go to Omo Yoruba. He had to go and sleep too. I think he parked his car just to talk. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rodo, for giving me the opportunity. Prince Adewale Adebayo, Ekalesa.
Thank you, sir.
Ẹkú àtàárọ̀.
Ẹ ṣé, sir.
Ẹkú ọ̀rọ̀ sísọ náà, ẹ̀dẹ̀kú ọ̀rọ̀ lù.
Ẹ ṣé, sir. What he's saying essentially is that why are you pushing out with a very difficult guy like Rudolph? That's what he's saying to me, Yoruba.
Not really. I thank you for your candor and for trying to explain, open our eyes to the laws and the constitutional maneuvers back home and everything. But I don't agree with everything you've said, though, because the majority of what you have said has been in defense of why APC won the appeal at the presidential tribunal, why they won at the presidential tribunal, which is I don't necessarily agree with most of your opinion on justifying why the judges gave their ruling. So one is when I had access to the computer. I'm using my phone now. I opened up a couple of references that I was going to quote to justify what I'm saying now, but I can't quote verbatim, but I will just say some of those things I found out. So you were saying that
You're talking like my friend Alex Jones. He's always finding things out where we don't get to see them. What did you find out? Tell us.
No, I don't have access to it right now.
Okay.
The computer, I'm out in the car. I'm trying to leave the shopping complex. But when I had access to
end up like Hunter Biden's computer?
I've been waiting for 3 hours to talk. Rudolph knows. Okay. I've been logging off and on. So what I'm trying to say is that so what I'm trying to say is that you were mentioning that Obi had the burden to prove that he really won the election. But you are also aware that INEC did not give him the materials that he needed. They didn't give
I've answered the question. Nigeria, let me ask you.
I know you mentioned.
If INEC did not give you the material, from which material did you know that you won the election? Before you can say I won the election, you must have seen some arithmetic somewhere.
I would want to say that perhaps the reason why Obi is telling the court to declare him winner, despite the fact that he was pronounced third, is because, one, based on the Osun Supreme Court ruling that kept the current governor on seat, the ruling, the court stated that, and this is like a reversal. The court stated that INEC provided the beavers and the number of when APC brought the number of voters, the numbers to justify that they won the majority vote. The judges rule that you can't do that. The only way for us to really rely on the actual numbers and the number of people who won is through the beavers, which INEC gave to Adeleke. They gave him the certificates of the beavers, results of the beavers and everything. So that beavers stuff is very important. They knew the importance of the beavers. That was why they stopped.
Have you read your shoe judgment? Have you read your shoe judgment?
I read a summary of it. I read
okay, go and read it properly and then have a guidance and counselor
but the cross
with
of the matter. Prince, the cross of the matter.
I'm trying to save you from yourself, but I've tried my best for you.
What I'm trying to say is that the beavers is what we call the bimodal voters accreditation system. You understand?
Yes.
So INEC, in the electoral law that I was going to read to you, I don't have access to that page now, that I was going to read. The law says that when a petitioner brings the respondent, that is why the petitioner joined INEC to APC, joined as a joint respondent, so that they can bring whatever they have as part of the evidence. But INEC failed to do that. So there's a reason for joining, and the law says that the respondent has a duty to provide evidence and everything required to justify the reason why they took their decision. So they have to prove that the numbers they allocated to Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu, these are the numbers. The beavers is that credited number of voters, and the number they wrote down on the paper, the people they say they comprinted.
Let me if I can assist you here, because you remind me more like those commentators of football on radio. Even when the ball is still in the middle of the pitch, they will say about to goal, say go. People start kicking, but people watching on TV cannot relate the commentary with what the commentator on radio is saying. The issue is this: beavers is only limited to ascertaining accurately and in documented form the number of voters who voted. It's usually relevant when you are dealing with overvoting or no overvoting. Outside that, beavers can't help you.
But sir, how do we know people didn't overvote? If INEC
hold on. Let me just come to that. How you will know is if a person is complaining about overvoting. And if you go and read...
that is what Obi complained about.
Was voting where? Voting all over Nigeria?
Obi did not complain about places where he won. He only complained, he submitted petition on places he lost. That INEC has to prove that he lost that place. Sir?
For example, where?
I know he lost in states he lost. I can't recall now. I can't recall states.
You don't go to court to challenge state election petition because nothing happened at the state level. You go to court to challenge the polling unit.
Because INEC has a burden to prove that the people that were accredited, the people that voted were part of the number that was accredited.
If I can contribute something, if you allow me. This is how elections are done. When they want to start election, we all know it, we have seen it. Every party who is willing to have their agent there. So when they do the accreditation, you see that the accreditation is fair, that no voter has been turned away, and the other person.
I get where you're going. No matter what witness Obi calls,
hold on, yes.
The credible witness is INEC. The most credible is INEC. Obi cannot say this is my number.
Hold on. If you say the most credible is INEC, then INEC has announced somebody as a winner. Why are you arguing with the most credible person?
No. INEC should come and prove it is what I'm saying. They should come and prove
it. No, if INEC is already credible, INEC has already...
No. Don't. INEC, I'm saying that INEC has a body. They've been joined as a co-defendant. They have to come and prove that body. They bring the beavers. How many people did they have credit? How many people voted?
Okay, let me say something to you. This is how it works. INEC declares the result. You are not happy with it like me. You go home and say, God will judge. Start talking about it. But if you must go to court, you ask yourself, what am I asking the court? if I'm asking the court to cancel the election, all I need to do is to point to the errors in the election. And if the errors are obvious on the paper, INEC now has what we call secondary body to explain it.
Sir, I don't think Obi did anything wrong.
I'm not saying Obi did anything wrong.
By
I am
asking,
saying that
no. What I'm saying, it is my own opinion. I'm not saying you. I'm saying me. I'm saying that I don't think he asked for anything wrong. He was pretty confident. So all I needed to do to let us know that Obi, you are wrong, though. This your numbers. You are truly thought, though, is to give us the real number. Give us the accredited number of people that
what I can tell you, let me tell you something.
That way you prove Obi was right to say, declare me winner, I won. Why waste another $300 billion?
Chiwoneka could have said the same thing. Chiwoneka could have said the same thing. Anybody, let me say something to you. I cannot begrudge anyone who say I won the election. Chiwoneka could have said the same thing. So Kwakaso could have said the same thing. Anybody who ran an election wanted to win.
No, sir. Obi had a valid reason.
Listen to me.
You have to
I'm not saying
him.
it doesn't have. What I'm saying to you is that if you go to court and say, I won the election hands down, the court is not going to argue with you at all. The court will say, welcome, winner. So what is your problem now? You will say, I won, but another person was declared. They'll say, okay, show us how you won and how the other person was declared. You will now say, in Sokoto, social polling unit at Rabba polling unit, I scored 48 here. But when INEC was announcing it, they wrote 4, now 148. How do you know you won 48 when you are in your house in Agulu? Or you are in your house in Ondo? How do you know you won 48 in Sokoto? You will say, Salisu is my agent there. Immediately after the election, he brought the result sheet and gave to my people in Sokoto. So we have all our results. But we need INEC to come and certify this result. Because to tender the result in court, you need to certify, except if it's the original you have in your hand. You can tender the original. Then INEC, with the signature of INEC people there, the body will not be on INEC to say, oh, court, don't listen to him. This result he brought from Rabba for the Unit 5 is not from INEC. This is the real one from INEC now. This one he brought is not from INEC. But if INEC cannot argue that, you have made your case. What you cannot do is tell the court, I won the election, but I don't have the proof. The proof is in INEC, and that Professor Okoye looks suspicious, and that INEC professor, chairman, looks suspicious. Don't trust them. The court will not do that. The court will say,
Sir, we are talking about our institutions. The court be part of the body to strengthen our institutions. You understand?
How can they strengthen your institution? They strengthen your institution according to the law. The law says that.
Yeah, that's right. So what I'm saying is that the law says, even that Supreme Court judgment is what I'm relying on now, that says that the BVAS and the IREV are the only authentic ways, credible ways, and the only lawful way for INEC to making sure that these are the number of people that were accredited for voting, and these are the number of people that truly voted.
Okay, what I can tell you, I don't know where you're driving, and I don't want to kind of aggravate you. Well, what I'm saying generally is this. What I can tell you is the rule of law. First, I have a feeling that you are misinterpreting that judgment, but these days, everybody is a lawyer, especially if the damages.
No. I was gonna read
Olumide, this is your last question. We have to move.
So what I can say to you is that according to the law, the court will receive a petition and is expected to listen to the petitioner to bring evidence. If the petitioner has evidence that is in his custody, that is secondary, for example, if I have a photocopy of a result sheet and the original is lost, the original is with INEC, the court will force INEC to bring the original. If INEC doesn't bring the original, the court will use my secondary. But where you come to court and you don't have your resource sheets, you have a problem. Or if you have your resource sheets, then you dump them in the court without assessing it, without bringing them to the rigor of cross-examination. Because, for example, if I bring the resource sheet for my polling unit now, I can attach it to my petition, and it's in the court will be looking at it. If I argue my case and I don't call a witness to tender it, that's the end. So I saw some errors where, for example, when your opponent says to you, when you say, we have this, we tender it in court, and your opponent says, I reserve my comment until after, until
Okay, Prince. Even though I don't agree with you,
you should suspect that
I don't want to be one last
I'm having a
question.
problem.
Even though I don't agree with your opinion or your answer on that, I don't want to.
I wasn't hoping that you're going to agree. I was just doing
my one
duty
last
to-
question. My one last question is: as a political player in Nigeria, as a political player and experienced politician in Nigeria, the worry for some of us, especially those outside, is that it's not even just the presidency. Even the governors, they control a lot of money, a lot of resources. But these people, the only way the people can speak and vote people in or out as a lesson so that they want voting people that will do what they want is a free and fair election. These beavers, if they allow it work, it might be
Who are
a
the
way.
day now? Okay, for example, how do you determine?
If the elite, the people who are colluding, if they allow it work, and if the courts make it mandatory that it be a part of the evidence to truly make it work. No
The court can't do that.
technicality.
Please, that's all that sounds something. The court can't do that. The court is a court of law. What you can do, and I've made recommendation, and Nigerians don't want to listen to that. What you can do is change the law and say that in an election, the burden is on the person who conducted the election to prove that the election is free, fair, and credible. But with the way the law is today, the burden is on the petitioner. And this petitioner we have on this occasion, they have to start with, they have a very Herculean task, but they were terrible in the handling of the case. They were amateurish. So of all the petitioners we have been having since 1999, this is the worst set of petitioners. So the whole case looked like a comedy show. Because Buhari used to sit next to me in all those days when he was fighting for his on election. And they had a lawyer called Mike Akamba. They were very disciplined in their case. They had some errors, which we used to talk about, but they were very disciplined in their claim. Buhari was always asking for the election to be cancelled. Not necessarily that he should be declared winner. They were disciplined. Akamba was highly disciplined about the way they were handling the case. So I think that, generally speaking, don't impose on the court a duty that's not the court's duty. The court is not a supervisor of INEC. People assume that the court supervises INEC. The court does not. The court only gives you interpretation of the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act says that the onus is on the challenger to prove that the election is not right. So just like the onus is on the prosecutor to prove that somebody has committed an offense. So if a person who committed armed robbery, rape, murder, escapes from trial and goes, you cannot blame the court. Now, the court should have known that this person looks like a crook. The onus is on the prosecutor to prove. And in the case of election, the prosecutor is the petitioner. What I recommend that we should do includes that, one, INEC should have no power to declare any election result. They should just collate the election result and send it to the court and give anybody who has any complaint within 30 days to come to the court and object, and INEC will have to defend the result. That way it is easier. Even then, some of the people who have no chance at all will go there and say that they want to challenge it. And Nigerians, some of us, we're not clear in our head what we want. For example, people want quick adjudication of election matter. And they want judiciary to give them a very sound judgment. But many of them are blaming me and Shogore, why didn't we file petition? So I didn't come second, I didn't come third. Why would I come and file a petition? It doesn't make any sense. If I feel that I want to contribute anything to the petition, I can give my evidence that I have to support the person who has already filed. If he's making a reasonable case. That was why you can ask Omoyele Shogore, I offered to be of assistance, provided that nobody is lying that I won election which they know they didn't win. That if they were all they were interested in is to prove that the election has fault here and there, and we should redo the election. I have places where my people brought evidence to me, and I have that. If they don't have it, I can go and assist them. They can even use me as a witness in the place where I voted.
But why don't you recommend what the Kenyans did, where they were able to try the case before a very short period of time, and they were able to correct whatever error occurred during the election? Why don't we do that? It's already tried and tested.
It doesn't.
Prince, hold on. Let me add so I can answer. Let me add so I can answer. In the case of Imo State, the Supreme Court even overruled INEC and gave ruling on behalf of in favor of.
I'm very good.
So why do you get? Why is it not the same thing? What's the difference?
It's not the same. What you know how you know that's the same? Go and pick up Uzodiman's case and read it. Forget about all the other things you do before. Read it afresh. And go and pick up Peter Obi versus INEC, Atiku versus INEC, and read it. You will see that there are two different things. One, even that Uzodiman's case, some of us have some concerns about it. But let me give you the difference between the cases. In Uzodiman's case, he came to the court with his own resource sheets, clear resource sheets from polling units. He came with his resource sheets and was challenging the results of the INEC brought and brought his own. And he brought other people whom he claims were present there, that the policemen were there, other people to say this is the actual result. The one INEC announced is not correct. And they went polling unit by polling unit. He remember, no? Little by little, they went there, or Lu West, or Lu. They took it polling unit by polling unit, and they were able to. Then the tribunal ruled against them and said, "I believe INEC. I don't believe you. The result you brought in that is contrary to INEC, I go with INEC." But he has led the evidence one by one. Eventually, the appellate court agreed with him that he has proven his case because he brought the result sheets. And he was able to convince the court that INEC changed the result at the headquarters. But the court said the one in the polling unit is one we are going to use. The cases are similar, are dissimilar. So you need to understand that clearly. That if your case, that's why Uzodiman did not go to court and say that Ihedioha did not go to school. Ihedioha conflicted of one thing the other time. He faced squarely polling unit by polling unit. So I think that you can't compare the two. It doesn't mean that petitioners' lawyers are not smart. I have a theory, which is just a theory in my head, that they consider that option and they realize that that option is not sustainable, that they can't prove it. So they decided to use technical knockout to say, okay, if you can get the court to talk about 25%, for example, if the court had ruled that 25% is mandatory, they've already knocked him out without hard work. You get my point? So, without hard work. So that's the option on the hard work or the option on the shortcut. They took the shortcut, but there was no road there.
Thank you. Ismiri he wants to say something before she leaves. Ismiri, please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. I just want to use this opportunity to say to Tone, sorry if I was a bit naughty to you. Sorry about that. So what I want to, I'm learning politics and I will continue to learn. From where I'm sitting, listening to you, Prince Adewale, kind of getting that picture that the politicians and the masses vividly, there is a big gap that is there. And it seems as if the politicians have refused to understand the feelings of the masses, either knowingly or unknowingly, using their qualifications as an excuse, being too smart, as if the citizens are stupid. So now, say for example, do you think there are man-made rigid gaps and slippery walls, misunderstandings between the political elites and the people they're supposed to serve? And when you said you don't care if people like you, please, what do you mean by that? Because eventually some of these people will be your citizens when you become the president.
I said it. Why did I say that? I said it.
You didn't care. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
No. I don't. I can't recollect. Is anybody hear that as well? I don't think so. I think what I said was that the gentleman said he wasn't convinced. I said I wasn't expecting that I would be convinced.
Not now. You said it before, like as if you did not. But never mind. It's not. I'm not saying.
What I can say that can approximate that is that when it comes to stating what I believe in, I don't join bandwagon, and I don't do cheap shots, and I don't say, "Oh, who are the people reading on Twitter now? Who is on social media? Let me be." I don't want to be a groupie. I don't want to be a social. I don't want to be praised by people who are going in error. If 100 people are talking rubbish, I won't join them because I want to be popular. So I will just tell you what I know. You know, I may be right, I may be wrong, but I stand by my belief. I don't play to the gallery. And the problem facing the masses is that they assume that these politicians came from the skies. These politicians resemble, Nigerian politicians and Nigerian people resemble each other. They look alike, they talk alike, they behave alike. And the politicians who you look down on and say that these politicians have no class, they are the people who have a grasp of the grassroots. Because when you have gone around like I have done and spoken to different segments of Nigerians, you will discover that Tinubu will be laughing. That look at this prince, he's blowing grammar there. I will not even do any debate. I will not waste my time. Because I know on election day, these people is blowing grammar to, they'll be looking for a bag of rice. So I better make sure that nobody's bag of rice bigger than mine, because I don't want to lose. This guy is not real. He's lost touch with the people he's talking to. His party members are not going to show up on election day. If I bring money, they will come and work for me rather than work for him. But he's there giving lecture like he's in Carnegie Hall. So he's wasting his time. So in reality, when election comes, you will realize that Tinubu himself may be more brilliant than you. But he realized that giving lecture doesn't work. So he reserved the lecture. When he wins, start giving a lecture that time. So then what you can do if you want to build a system like that is that you have to elevate the people above where they are. The politicians today are meeting the people where they are. They know that you can have a panel of 100 people. Some of them working with first class, work in the best oil companies, high-tech companies. They live abroad for 30 years. Even if they listen to you for 20 days, they are still going to vote to their village man. They are not going to say, oh, I changed my mind based on additional evidence. No, they're just listening to you for fun. They have met in their village Umona meeting and said, we are voting this way. They have met in their Agbole, Afenifere has told them vote this way. Or Arewa something has told them to vote this way. So they will be wasting your time and pretending as if they are listening to you. So what I'm bringing out is that it is we, people like us, who are loose, who are not in touch. People like me, Chowore, we are the people who are out of touch with the people. Tinubu is in touch with the people.
Sorry, sir. everything is not.
What we cannot do is that. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Is it like is the fault of the people that the people being elected don't have it in their conscience by law to do the right by the law? Even the law that are being put out there, they break, and ordinary citizens break it.
What I can say to you is this: I'm talking as a sociologist, not even as a politician. That politicians like to do popular things. Politicians like to do popular things. And a bag of rice is more popular than a book. It's popular than a manifesto that you get the best people in the world to write for you. When I started running for election, some people there was a particular person in Warri who so much has interest in me that he was taking me around. He did a lot. And when we finished, he said, I have an idea for you. I said, what's the idea? He brought a bag of rice with my picture on it. He said, I have a rice farm. I can produce a lot of this for you and help you distribute. I said, don't do it. He said, you're going to lose. I said, don't even do it. He said, so he brought a lot and he kept them in my house. If you go to my house in Abuja, you will see a bag of rice expiring. I just want to use that one as a memorabilia of Nigeria electoral decay. You know? So what I'm bringing out is that when it now came to the eve of the election, and the election was getting closer, everybody's language started changing, started giving you electionary advice. That look, Atiku and Co are buying sachets of Omo. All this things they are giving to people. Kano is buying spaghetti and has warehouses full of these things. This one is doing that one is doing that. Some did up. So what I'm bringing out is that at the end of the day, the people still respond to that. They can give you reason. It's poverty, it's this, it's that. But the duty we hold now is to elevate our people above that level. To elevate our people, and the person who votes for a bag of rice and the person who votes according to religion, in my own eye, they are equal.
Are these inducements legal?
They are illegal. Like, even the amount, if you catch the advert alone that they place on TV, from that advert alone, you know that they are already breaking the law. They've overshot the 5 billion. INEC says you can only spend 5 billion. Are you
Isn't
telling
that
me
where
that?
you want to start from?
Yeah, that's where I started from. If you listen to all my interview, I mentioned it. These people who went to court now to file petition, can you ask them whether they stay within that budget? They broke that law too. What I'm
I
saying
know, but
generally,
Prince, here's the thing, right?
yes.
Miss Ishimiri.
I like the way people just walk in here and start talking. And Masker has been here for hours. He hasn't said anything.
Yeah, Masker.
No, but it's not introducing a new topic.
Definitely not.
Masker, you have the floor, please. Go ahead.
And you have to unmute yourself.
You are muted, Masker.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, all, and thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Well, I'd hoped I would not have to disagree with Prince, but unfortunately, I think as the discussion progressed, there are a couple of points I actually don't agree with him.
Yeah,
The
let's
picture
try
you're
this out.
painting,
Go ahead.
yes, the picture you're painting, I think is not entirely accurate. To paint that Nigerians do not listen to logic, that Nigerians only think about rice, omo, and spaghetti. The question I will ask, so I have not seen Peter Obi's spaghetti, omo, or rice, but he got 6 million votes. Unless you are saying even the 6 million, he didn't get it.
I see. First, let me answer that question, because if I comment now, they will say I hate somebody. But you are the one always dragging me there. First and foremost, if you do analysis of, you see, because in this country now, the liars are the accusers. But if we who are in campaign, we study and scope one another. So if you pack a bunch of money and collect it from a military general and share it among bishops and they distribute it through the church system, you don't have to follow another person who distributes it on the street. Everybody has their own style. What I'm saying to basically is this, that if the aim is not, Peter Obi has lost the election, it's gone. So prosecuting doesn't change anything. And it's not the first to lose. I lost the election too. Awolowo lost. Even greater people that lost the election. I've been to Kano with all his kindness. He lost the election. That's not an issue. The issue is that if you want to stop the problem of Nigerian electoral system, you cannot isolate just a few pieces. You have to realize that, generally speaking, that the Nigerian electorate are not where they ought to be. Unless you are...
Sorry, I wouldn't want to interject, Prince, but I will make 2 points.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you that, I mean, life is a moving train. No society will ever say, oh, we've arrived at destination. Every society I know is moving to Uhuru. Every society is trying to move to a better place. My argument is that, and the second point I want to make is that I don't want us to have a hypothetical or theoretical argument. Because in this instance, on the issue at hand, there's practical evidence. Peter Obi got 6 million votes. I am in Nigeria here. I have not seen a bag of rice, which is picture. I've not seen spaghetti, which is picture. I've not seen...
In logic, yes. This your argument is meaningless. It's called argumentum ad ignorantia. For example, somebody comes and say, in this election, I have not seen where Tinubu beat anybody. I have not seen Tinubu rig any. Anybody can say I have not seen. It doesn't really matter.
No, you are sorry, Prince. You're going hypothetical again.
I will still yield to you. Okay. I just want to tell you so that would be logical. We're trying to educate people here, and we don't know how many people will see this if after we are gone. I have not seen is a weak argument, because when you talk to APC people, they will say, I have not seen anywhere where we cheated. I have not seen anywhere. Have you seen anything? But in reality, if you want to see, you will see. And if you just go online and just Google, you will see that different people are making different products, overtures, and giving. But everybody has their own deniability. And if you want to be looking like I am prosecuting the person who lost the election so that it now becomes defensive, we are missing the point. The point I'm trying to create is that...
No, but the stuff you're painting about Peter Obi is ridiculous. You know he does not have that kind of persona. Everybody...
You see, I don't...
Everybody... stop meeting me, Rudolph.
Pisat, let me tell you something.
You can't have him...
You have the right to idolize who you want. There are people who say that
it has nothing to do
Waziri. Excuse me. Let me
with that. You are
excuse me. Let me excuse me. Make my point. You can.
Pansat, please. Can you allow? Okay.
You have the right.
I want you to learn so that I can rebuff.
You have the right to idolize who you want.
No, I don't want to Prince to respond to Pansat. Please respond to me.
Pansat,
I think
Pansat is an important member. I think it's the Prime Minister of this.
No, but it's my time. It's my time. So why would you use my question and respond to Pansat?
Let me make one point clear. First, I can make up my mind if I want to be a politician and say, each time you mention social persons there, I don't want to comment. But that is cowardice. That's not leadership. Because I can say, you know what, you mentioned these persons there, I don't want to comment. But you can idolize who you like. You are only living your own cocoon. Because you are living your own make-believe world.
Sorry, please, you are pandering to Pansat. I'm not idolizing anybody, Prince.
Excuse me, sir. There are people now who can't see anything wrong done by Atiku in this world till they die. There are people, if Tinubu goes to United Nations and pee on the table, there are people who will say, yes, they didn't see it. Everybody has the right to support who they want. But in the political space, we know what each person is doing. And I didn't come here to comment on Peter Obi, to comment on Atiku, to comment on Tinubu. I came here to talk about if I have, as a participant, have I learned any lessons from the electoral election that I participated in. And what can I tell my fellow countrymen and women? What can I say we should change? One of these things we should change is this idea of living in denial of fact, using propaganda in exchange for fact, and trying.
Rudolph, I'm raising my hand. I want you to
So the point I'm making, therefore, is that if a person is coming and is giving his own perspective, he has the right for the perspective to be different from yours. Therefore, you can disagree with the person, no problem. But I'm not part of your propaganda machine. I don't have to echo what you are doing. The same thing with APC or anybody. I am talking from the point of view what I observe.
Can I make my point, Prince?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So my question was not a hypothetical question. It was a factual. I'm just asking you a question. I'm not idolizing anybody. Maybe if you are not okay with
you're right to do that.
If you are not okay with Peter Obi's example, I can give you a different example. I can
you give. What I corrected was that I am not aware. It's not.
Please let me just make the. I get what you are saying. That's why I'm asking the question. It's because of what you said, and I heard you clearly.
Yes.
All right. What I'm rebuffing, what I'm pushing back on, is the picture that you paint of Nigerian electorates.
Yes.
That they only listen to Omo, rice, and spaghetti. That is what you said.
I said,
okay,
no. I said, excuse me, let me correct that. I said they listen to you as well. I said that. But what is going to determine, I gave you two spectra of people. One, the common people, after listening to all your Doko Turenchi, they are going to follow the guy who gives them rice and beans and whatever. The elite, even though they pretend to be listening to logic, their masses, their leftists and whatever, in the final analysis, when they want to settle, they settle according to tribe and religion. That's my...
And that's what I'm saying, that is not correct. I'm saying that position is not correct. It's a disservice to all Nigerians.
If it can be a disservice, but this is my reading. And I'm telling you in addition that if we must move forward, the political system we want to create must be capable of elevating ourselves.
No, I don't want us to go to solution. Let's deal with the problem first. Let's articulate the issue before we run to solution. My question is that Peter Obi got 6 million votes. But if you are not okay with Peter Obi, I will tell you that Buhari...
I don't have anything... No, let me pick that.
Let's leave Peter Obi. Maybe he's a controversial figure. So let's leave him aside. Let's take Buhari under CPC. Please, let me just make the point so you can respond after. I'm going to abandon Peter Obi's example, even though I think it's a cogent case, it's a recent case, all of us can relate to it. But I will use Buhari under CPC. Buhari under CPC got 12 million votes.
Yes.
I don't believe that it's only Hausa people. I don't believe that there are 12 million voters, Hausa voters in Nigeria. I don't believe that everybody that voted for Buhari under CPC was a Muslim or from his village.
What you are doing is first wrong. Who made that statement?
Just land, Prince, so that
no, you can't land because you are a propagandist. You are giving straw man. For example, I never criticized who voted for Buhari and saying they are Hausa people and whatever. When you come online like this, these are things they teach in the school of propaganda. You are throwing straw man there. First,
you want to be my president. I don't think it could be defensive. You want me to vote for you in the next election.
No, if you want to vote for me,
you should be able to have a discussion with me.
What I'm saying is that don't bring straw man past that stage. What you should do, if you want to make an example of Buhari, bring it out by yourself, calibrate it by yourself, but don't give impression that it's deriving from your analysis of what I said. And if I want to
No.
say
What
it again
I'm
for you to
saying,
know,
Prince, let me make my point very clearly, and I will rest my case. I don't. In actual fact, I don't need your ratification of my belief. It's just for public good. I am saying my point is that in Nigeria, I've seen where 12 million people vote for somebody who is not in the major party, somebody who we all know was not given money. That was Buhari. They voted for him because they wait, don't respond, please. When I finish, I will close this matter. There's no need to go back and forth. I'll just make my point where I diverge from your point. So my point is that people voted for Buhari under CPC because they felt he was a good candidate. He wasn't giving money. There are old women who I know were putting money into his campaign coffers. I believe it's the same thing that happened to Peter Obi. Nigerians voted for people who they feel they can take them out of the pain and misery they are going through.
I've got
I
your
agree
point.
with you. I
I've got
agree
your
with you
point.
that yes, people would collect. In fact, let me tell you, in the north, during Buhari's time, when he was at some point at later stage, the argument was that if they give you money, collect, but go and vote your conscience. So I'm just making the point that Nigerians
Okay, now,
wait, Prince. When I finish, I don't want us this back and forth. I think is finished. I'll just make my point that I
let me
diverge.
your point. Let's move on because I want to
Okay, so
respond to that
I'm
because
saying that Nigerians, 6 million Nigerians, I believe, voted for Peter Obi not because he gave them money, because they believed that they are not happy with their circumstance. And I think if the right candidate with the right story comes, whether he has rice or no rice, I will agree that rice will be added advantage. But if you come with a strong argument, people would vote for you.
okay,
So,
thank you. Let
so
me
on
tell
that,
you.
on that, Prince, I don't want us to go back and forth. I had two questions. Okay,
No, you
so
would say
the second,
something. I need to respond to you unless you're just giving a solo soliloquy. But what I'm saying to you is basically that Buhari came with from 2023, and you cannot know Buhari better than Buba Galadima. You
I
can't
will
know
know
Buhari
Buhari better than Galadima. Why will I not know Buhari? Do you know how close I could be with him? So let's not make sweeping
because you
statements.
could be with you can be close to him on the farm, but in his politics you were not there. So what I'm saying that Buba Galadima were the people who were the core advocates of Buhari. They were with him. They did his election planning. People like Solomon Dalun and many of them joined later, and they formed all their coalition, whatever. And if you look at the narrative that got Buhari in 2023, got Buhari in 2007, got Buhari in 2011, the narrative was a regional narrative from the beginning. It started, momentum started with that. And that was why if you look at the electoral map, Buhari was always in one corner. So in Nigeria, you can go to your ethno-religious enclave and sell any emotional point and corner substantial number of votes. It's an easy thing. And nationalists don't do it. That's why they don't get cheap support. So from 2023, you can listen to all of them, you can interview. They're not ashamed of that. They were concerned about the condition of the North under Obasanjo presidency. And they were looking for a candidate that they could bring out who was going to take advantage of the numerical strength, the voting strength of the North and corner that first and then decide to branch out. And they tried to branch out in 2011 with, first they tried to branch out with Okadibo, tried to get somebody over there. That didn't work because Obasanjo, election time, Obasanjo will never lose any election. So do or die affair. Then they did up to 2011. I want to cut it short, where they tried to work with Tinubu as it was that time. It didn't work out. They now went with Bakare and they didn't get the number until 2015, when Tinubu had done the politics of cornering the West and Buhari had done the politics of cornering the North, came together to try to now work, and it worked for them. But if you look at the two of them, in my own understanding of politics, they did not articulate a national agenda. It was just this is my enclave, this is your enclave. If we work together, we will win. And that is my understanding. So even if you give me an opportunity now to follow the model that Buhari followed, I will not follow it. I would rather follow a model where from the beginning we raise national questions that cut across and that is ideological, and we build the movement that way. So that is for that. Now, and Buhari having come to power, riding on the Talakawas and all of that, and the Talakawas having discovered that Buhari didn't represent them and abandoned them and was even more elitist than the people they were criticizing before, they lost hope in the fact that you can queue up behind somebody and suffer and contribute money and use your money to do recharge card and all of that. So for us now, we need to now.
I think the point Moscow is making is that the inducements were not necessarily for the support Buhari got, because you were implying that the inducements are the most powerful thing.
It's still within my thesis that in Nigeria, unless we are denying our consciousness, that in Nigeria, you can get sympathy in politics easily with inducement. You can also get sympathy in politics with ethno-religious sentiment. That's what I'm saying. That it is the two tools. So if you have ethno-religious sentiment, you may do away with the money. There may still be people who spend money on your behalf, but the people are emotionally connected to you. What I'm trying to get out of my own politics, they work, may not work, is that we need to get to a politics where we recognize where the people are and we try to raise their consciousness so that at least if you have a candidate, the candidate has connections with the consciousness of the voters. But
sorry, but that is how democracy is. In America, what you see is that you have people that vote candidates because of their either ethno-religious sentiment, but the way where you win is how you win from the other side. It depends on what you win from the other side.
I have the right to say I don't endorse that kind of politics and to educate my people and say don't do it. There are people who go to Tennessee and all these Bible bets and try to change their politics there and say don't vote according to these things. My role in politics is to say, look, try to play politics that is cross-cutting and is based on the ideology of what you believe with your leaders. And as much as possible, for us who are in this game of trying to build new politics, to recognize that there's a level of consciousness which the traditional election winners understand. That's what took us to this rabbit hole now. That there is a consciousness that these traditional politicians understand. And when you see them behave in one way or the other, they are playing to the sentiment of the people as it is now, which is basically branched into two. There may be exceptions, but the majority of people either get persuaded from my own field findings, either get persuaded by inducement and use poverty as an excuse for it, or they get
Rudolph, could I
mobilized by
Hold on, everyone. I just looked at the time. I have to talk to our guest for tomorrow, which reminds me, I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow we're having a conversation on 90 Minutes Africa. And it's about a symposium that is taking place at Princeton University next week on Chinua Achebe and the trouble with Nigeria. So for that conversation, we have...
And then can I, Rudolph, let me just make a general comment.
Yeah.
So that, because when I come here, it doesn't come up again. If I am contesting against anybody, I have a right not to like the person. I have a right to not, if I respected the person in the first place, I will not be contesting against them. There's none of the people that I ran against that I thought would be a better president than me. So yeah, I don't owe an obligation to Tinubu's people. Don't complain that I don't idealize or like their man. Atiku's people don't complain. Even Showore, who is my friend, doesn't complain that I don't say Showore is the best thing. So don't bring childish nonsense here. When a candidate comes and say he doesn't like your candidate, I don't like him. I don't think we'll make a good president. That's the way I ran against him. And if I was to choose among the presidents, even if I'm not running, I will support him still. So just get that clear. And it is possible that there are people running against me now who will not choose me either. So it's not there's no love lost there and there's no enmity there. So don't bring this childish thing that I say you don't like Mr. Dees. Why should I like him? What is special about him? I don't like him. I don't need to like him. But when the two of us, that's as competitors, excuse me, as competitors, that's the way when we meet as persons, we like each other as persons. And we treat each other finely, and we meet a lot more than we meet with some of these people. So that is the issue. I'm competing with you. I don't have to like you. And I don't have to say anything to favor you. You are my opponent, for God's sake.
All right, thank you. Let me just...
So there's nothing special about that.
All right. Let me just finish the announcement. So for tomorrow, Princeton's symposium on Chinua Achebe and the trouble with Nigeria. So we're going to have Professor Chika Okeke-Agolo, who is the director of the program in African Studies at Princeton University. He's one of the organizers of the conference. We'll come here to talk about the symposium and the Achebe's legacy and the trouble with Nigeria. So if you can join us, we will appreciate that.
We'll be here because it's a very important topic.
Yeah, and also to point out that we've spent 9 hours, 19 minutes. I checked Crime and Punishment. It's a book I want to read. I have not had time to read it. I found out that you can actually read it in 9 hours and 11 minutes. So I hope this conversation that we're having is brings more enlightenment and awareness to our people, and that we're taking something out of it, all of us, and that's why we're doing it. And I think we're doing this because we actually care about the country that we come from, and to have a guest that is willing to stay with us this long and take all these questions. I hope people don't underestimate the importance and the usefulness. Just imagine if we can have.
Want to say something?
Yeah, I know. Pansal wants to say hi. We'll get to him. I just want to make this editorial commentary.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph.
Before hold on, Master.
Okay, Master has something to say. Let Master conclude if he wants to.
So the point thing I want to say is simply that I appreciate everybody who is watching at home and everybody who is here. I don't take this for granted, and I also want to point out that I have to go at a point to talk to the guests that will come up next week, not next week, tomorrow, and also I've never left a guest in the studio while I'm out, and I don't know if
we'll wind down so that you can follow your procedure. But I will make each point. But let's hear people, because what I want to say by way of is that Nigeria has adult problem, and you cannot solve them with children's mindset. And adults said blunt and very clear things to one another. And what I can say to people, generally speaking, is that the leadership of Nigeria, if I look at people here, the leadership of Nigeria is for this generation right now. And people need to make up their mind what kind of country they want. And all kind of childishness and nonsense has to stop. If people want to do politics in Nigeria, we need to get the facts first, even if we don't agree on the solution. In Nigerian politics, even the basic facts, people don't agree on them. So this is the problem I have. Politicians should agree on facts, but they may disagree on solutions. But even basic facts, people don't want to agree on them. People are living in cocoons. I don't believe in that.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Maska. You wanted to finish something, please. I don't want it to, because there are other people that I want to give a chance to speak.
Okay, so 2 quick comments. I need to apologize to Prince if I came out as if I'm attacking or I'm supporting anybody. I by no means I'm supporting anybody. If anything, I'm only in support of the Nigerian populace. I am still convinced that they know better. They are well enlightened. So I will leave that at that. The second thing, actually, I didn't expect I will push back or have a comment, but what I'd wanted initially is to actually thank you. Really, the reason why I actually even came onto the show is to thank you, because I know that to decide you will contest and beyond decision to actually throw your heart into the ring is not an easy thing. It shows you are a man of courage, you are a man of conviction, and you want the greater good for our people. So I want to thank you for that. And like I said, I want to apologize for coming out maybe too strongly. It's simply because I feel very strongly on what I believe. You believe that Nigerians can only vote for either religion or money. That's okay. We'll leave it there. No,
Yeah,
it's
but
okay. It's okay.
Oscar,
Let's
thank
leave
you.
it there.
Let me say it generally speaking.
The question, let me just ask the question so
ahead.
that I will not talk again. I will even leave the whole show if that is going to make everybody happy. I have other things.
No,
also.
nobody wants you out. It's just that you are making some comments and we need to correct them. That's all. We are not
Well, you are making a comment. I want to correct. You are not taking correction. You want to correct me. Where are we going to land?
No, I'm not correcting you. I'm correcting
are you
the
beyond
fact.
correction?
No, I'm correcting the fact. For example, if you say today is Wednesday, I can say today is not Wednesday. Today is Saturday, go to Sunday. You may decide to not agree. I'm not correcting you. I'm just correcting the fact. Some people cannot be corrected because they will believe one thing from January to December, no matter what happens in between. But the issue is that
all right. It's all right, sir. I take your point. I take your point. The question I really want to ask and land finally is, in my mind, I see a lot of younger contestants. I've listened to you several times. I think this is the third time I'm listening to you. I do have a lot of respect for your opinions, even though unfortunately the only time you get to hear me is when I disagree with you, which is also okay. But the question I really want to ask you, don't you think that it would be more strategically viable for all of you guys to at least start sitting down together and be conversing with one another? I don't know, maybe somebody asked that question before I joined, but in my mind, I think it's something you guys should begin to look at. Because if you ask me my own personal opinion, I think that Nigeria lost, or let's say the election went the way it went, because the key people that could have proven to be a strong adversary to the ruling party actually, they divided themselves into pieces. And I am saying that maybe if you think it's okay, you guys should sit down and start thinking of even if you don't match as a party, but working together. So that's the question. What is your opinion on that?
Okay. My opinion is this. People who need to work together have to be in the same reality. They have to be in the same reality. I believe that we were working together before, and then if you look at 2020, 2021, we were working together. Part told me everybody was going up and down. But I discovered something about Nigerian politics. The number of independent politicians in Nigeria, in my own view, that I've met, independent politicians, they are not up to 100. Everybody is an agent or servant of somebody somewhere. So, and at the end of the day, they are going to collapse and work for the person. So even somebody organizes a symposium, organizes a forum, whatever, you will later, if you study, you discover that somebody somewhere is behind it. So what we thought we would do, Wale Okuni, Patu Tobi, Tanko Yunusa, many people, I don't want to name, some I have not mentioned, but there are many. And then Okenwosu, who still called me yesterday and said we need to talk. We came together and said, this time around, we are going to form together, and we don't want anybody from PDP, we don't want anybody from APC. These people cannot be reformed. We are going to come together and go to the Nigerian people across the country. No ethnicity, no religion, no, we're going to build a broad-based political party. And you can go and ask them, in the meeting, I use always to criticize them, that You were who supported Buhari last time. You supported, so I always criticize them. That so am I sure halfway now you're not going to go and support one of these people. So, cut a long story short, there was now a problem in APC. There was a problem in PDP. And eventually, the PDP problem led to some of the PDP people leaving PDP and coming. So it now became a point where the people who were controlling PDP politics are also the one now, APC and PDP politics, are also the one now controlling the so-called alternative politics. That's why I say, hey, I'm out of this. Because in reality, what am I doing? Because the same reason why I didn't support Buhari in 2015 or 2019, I didn't join any of them. So I don't want to do an independent politics. If it takes 100 years to win, I'm okay with that. But I don't want to do politics of status quo. But what happened in 2023, if anybody wants to learn from it, is that the status quo broke into two and came to the opposition to just gather the anger of the opposition. So they were still the status quo. So when it comes to ideology, when it comes to issue, you cannot separate a lot of opposition candidates from the so-called ruling party. But if you look at the manifesto, look at so many things, the tactics, methods. So if you want us to talk now, the first thing we want to talk about is reality, which means if you come to me, if we are reviewing the 2023 election, I cannot lie in front of you. I can't bring up propaganda in front of you. You have to first realize what happened, do the postmortem, say this is what happened, this is what you play. Don't try to be all this bogus marketing you are doing outside. Doesn't work for me. You come. I will ask next question. Now, are we going to build a forum where we now start to itemize area where disagree? For example, the area where I disagree with Tinubu, if it's 20 points, the area where I disagree with Peter Obi is also 20 points. So as far as I'm concerned, they look the same to me, because Tinubu's neoliberal economic policies, you can see the result now, is going to lead to poverty, devaluation of the naira, deindustrialization, and lead to increased poverty. The same philosophy is what Peter Obi has. The same philosophy is what Atiku has. So why would I choose between malaria and typhoid? So why don't I want to choose a healthy option? But if you can get the candidate to change his philosophy, but you don't believe in what Aminu Kano believes, you don't believe in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, you don't believe in an economy that is not neoliberal, you say you are going to float the currency, you are going to remove subsidy on day one, why should I join you? It's not a conspiracy against somebody. I won't join you. And in the course of the election, as we're going towards the end, people are now coming to say, we must all come together to make sure under no circumstance that APC should win. I said, why? Between you and APC, I don't see any difference. You need to come and give me ideological reasons why I should vote for you, because you are talking like them and behaving like them. So that's my point. So if anybody wants us to talk now, I'm ready to talk. But what I will bring to the table will be ideological points. But if you come and say, my people have not produced president before, it's my turn, let's go to my, I will tell you I'm not interested in that. That's not my kind of politics. Because Obasanjo is an expert in that one, rotational presidency. I don't believe in it. So if you say, the other religion, they are dominant, I don't believe in it either. But I believe that Nigeria needs an autonomous, a rethink of our politics, a rethink of our national ethos, a rethink of our economy, a rethink of our defense and everything we are doing. If you agree with me, then we can talk. But if it's just that it's your thought or you are nicer than the other guy, I'm not interested in that. I'm ideological in my approach. So any ideological discussion, I will talk about it.
Right. So we're going to do something different now. I see the night shift.
Thank you for your answers and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Masker.
Thank you, Masker. We're going to do something different. I see that the night shift, they are coming up. Once you sit down, you know that it's a night shift. Let's hear from Pansab before I go. Pansab, but make it just one question, not back.
I appreciate that, and Rudolph.
And why are you jumping me, Rudolph?
Buddy, I know you are one of the night shifts. Let me hear. I want to hear Pansa before I go.
Sorry about that, Mr. Buddy. I think you were here before me, but let me say that there is no hierarchy created because somebody's a guest and others are panelists, right? We're here in search of the truth. And a lot of us have something better to do. When Prince comes here, we appreciate his presence here, even though it's now questionable, to be honest with you now. Every panelist, up to his supporter here, somebody who's not against him, Masca, is not an Obi supporter, holds similar views as he does. From the young lady that was here, we had one lady to forefather who's interested in security. Prince Adewale is not listening. We admonished him. We say, look, make it pithy so that we could get to cover a lot of people. He's not even listening to that. He has no respect for anything, period, no matter what. But now he's resorted
to... I think your language you to kind of moderate your way you
No, actually...
if I have no respect, are you paying me a salary for being here?
Please hold
I'm
on,
here
please.
because of the fact that we're discussing the country.
I understand,
no respect,
the way I put it,
no, moderate your language, because if you say I have no respect,
okay,
I can go.
On. Please.
So I'm discussing with you, not because I'm trying to force you.
I understand, but you say...
And then, secondly, let me make a point. I am not here for popularity contest. I am here to give you public service. Public service. That this is what I believe, this is what I know. I'm not interested in
Okay. So let me first of all, let me tell you, if I was in that election, I would have won it, right? So hold on. Let me tell you something. Because you've made a lot of comments here, especially about Peter Obi. Anybody who is demanding certain things to challenge the system, or like Masca is saying that your calculation that Nigerians voted in line with inducements, right? And he was trying to point out to you that Peter Obi's 6 million could not come as a result of that. But before I'm stopped, let me give you some stats, okay? We'll go back to history, right? We do know, for example, in Iraq, 2002, I believe, Saddam Hussein got 100% of the votes in that referendum, right? Former Supreme Leader Kim Jong-il fared almost as well. In 2009, he got 99.9% of the votes. Raul Castro earned 99.4%. And then Syria's Bashar al-Assad got 97.6%. So there is something that a state can be doing to rig an election, right? And when all of you ran in an election, we get to see your character, because Obi came out and he made a lot of claims. He says, look, I was a governor. You show me where I mismanaged, not just didn't take somebody's money, the state's money. You show me and I quit. You ran. You did opposition research. A lot of it you've been mounting off here about him. You didn't bring it. So we know who Peter Obi is. Hold on, please. Will you just hold on for a minute?
Excuse me.
Hold on.
You're wasting my time. Number one, I ran. Excuse me. Let me just make point clear. When you see Tinubu, you're not asking that question. Let me answer your question. Excuse me.
Prince, hold on. Let him
hold.
Prince,
no, you're breaking from
yeah.
Let him hold on.
I'm not here for trying to
listen to me.
What I'm saying, ask an adult question. First and foremost, I ran election.
I gave you stats. You don't disagree with the stats.
Why not let me talk? Excuse me.
All right.
I ran an election. I did not attack any of my opponents. Peter Obi, I did not attack him. The only time I talk about Peter Obi was when he sent off lies that I stepped down for him, when he and I did not even discuss that. And they put it out, and I tried to correct them. I called a number of them to say, why are you telling people I've stepped down for you? At least if it was done on your behalf, as a person, you should say, no, don't say that. That's the only time. So whether opposition research, Tinubu, whom everybody was abusing, I never said a word about his character. I faced my manifesto. Peter Obi and all his claim, bogus claim, correct claim, I left him. So don't say because we don't have what to say. Some of us, we do the politics of we don't attach attack people's personality. We just go to the people and say, this is my set of beliefs. This is what I will do for you. These are the priorities, and I leave it. So you can continue. If I wanted to attack Peter Obi, I will attack him and I will give evidence. But I don't attack people, and I'm not going to start now. It's left for the voter to make up his mind, and I go on issues. But don't know because anyone is a saint.
Thank you, Prince. Pansat, you've been speaking. You know we can't hear you. But let me just say this. When Pansat said that there is no hierarchy here, I should have stopped him. Knowing who he is, I should have said, there is. And that hierarchy is that the guest is the most important person here. I can't even stop the guest because he's the guest. Okay? And so Pansat, there's a hierarchy. And after the guest is the moderator, whoever he is. Or she is. We're going to get a female moderator soon. That's the next. No, hold on, Pansat, please. Because
I may not come to your show again.
That's okay. That's okay, Pansat.
All right. Okay.
It's not the end of the world.
I'm trying to tell you that's a cure for that.
Hold on, Pansat. Hold on.
All right.
You can't be doing this. When you say somebody is mouthing out, you don't speak like that to a guest. You don't do that. You know this, and you just do.
I normally don't. Wait.
Pansat. Don't push me to a place I've not been to.
I really want to see it. So go ahead.
Pansat,
don't let him win, Rudolph.
Yeah,
you should know Pansat better
until I finish, please. So I don't enjoy removing people. I will have removed Pansat long ago. Because I know you have supporters. You have people who believe that you are doing the right thing. You are asking the tough questions. I'm okay with that. I want you to be able to do that. And we have a guest today who is nobody, no politician in Nigeria will come and take this from all of you. Nobody. You should appreciate that. I wish you can get Tinubu to come here and you guys will ask questions any way you want and let him answer. I'm dreaming of that day. You know how many people I'm talking to, politicians in Nigeria, to come here. But when they watch some of the things that happen here, they won't come. That's why Channels TV is not putting people to talk to their guests. Cable, they're not doing that. It's not that they can't do it. But people, I think we're getting to the point where people don't understand there is a difference. There's a hierarchy. It doesn't matter who is the guest. Even if it's a small kid, he's the guest. She is the guest.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. I have a question, please.
Please, don't ask questions. Hold on.
Okay.
Please, so, maybe after today, we should know that it doesn't matter who is the guest. If it's Pansat that is the guest, he is the guest. And we should treat that person that way. This is a privilege. I have the privilege of calling someone and say, come to the show and talk to the people. The person is my guest. If it is you, Pansat, you are the guest. I thought we know this. I don't like putting out a tutorial.
I think we should go on. I think Pansat is nothing he said. I think he understands you for this next 5 minutes.
All right. Mask, what are you saying? Just 1 minute. I don't like this idea. If I give someone
no Allah. Okay. So now you see, when I was a child, my parents used to do what you have just done. Now, one child would offend them, and then they will lambast everybody. So the question is, are you lambasting us because of Pansat, or are you suggesting that all of us have erred? Let's know.
No. It's Pansat, but he's not the only one. A lot of people have done that today. But I just hope that I'm talking to everybody. That's why I called it the editorial. I'm talking to everybody, not just Pansat. But somebody has to trigger something to happen. We've been seeing that all these days. It's not today alone. All right. Okay, let's get back to what we're doing. Who is next?
Pansat was in charge at that point. Pansat, carry on.
Amaska, I'm sorry. I mean, you're not faring any better than I'm here. What's going on here? You also have been admonished by the prince, even though we are on opposite thing here. But no, let me apologize if it was excessive. I don't think I disrespected the prince. I disagree, though, right? Vehemently. Maybe that's what you're detecting. Vehemence in disagreement. I don't like the style because now it's like gone beyond somebody forgetting the agreement. We had a ground rule that the prince would be a little petty. He said he was going to do that, but he hasn't done that. He's picked a fight on
If
every
you ask
single.
me 4 questions in one, Pansat, don't waste your time going back to trying to be second ruler. What I'm saying is this. If you say I should be brief, you ask me, nobody asked 1 question, you ask me 4 questions in one. And some of the questions, there's a concept in philosophy we call poorly posed questions. So usually you don't say that to the person asking the question.
Okay, let me ask you a very simple question right now.
Do you try to reframe the question to find some meaning out of it? You get my point?
Yeah.
So some of the questions are poorly posed, but not from bad intention, but because in politics, everybody has their own biases.
Okay, I give you benefit of that. But remember, we are timed. We don't have time to stay too long. When you are answering, it's attributed to us. So that's why I want to ask you 3 PT questions that are yes or no, and then maybe you could add a little bit. There's flexibility, understand here. Because when I said earlier that you're basing your response to me on stare decisis, and you say, no, you went ahead and described stare decisis, right? So do you know the meaning of stare decisis? What is it?
Okay.
S-T-A-R-E.
Okay, good. I thank you that you found a new word. You find a new phrase today. I learned that 30-something years ago when I started studying law. It's just called decided cases. That's what it means.
Okay. So when I said you're basing your things on precedents, and then you say no. Then when it came to the constitutional issue, right, of dual citizenship, then you went ahead and described it exactly. But now, do you know the meaning of the word polytropos? P-O-L-I-T-R-O. I don't want to finish. Are you looking it up, or do you know what it is? Polytropos.
I'm listening to you. What is your question now? Because you are going ridiculous now.
I'm not going. The reason
because I answered the first question, you are asking me another.
Okay, all right, I'll stop there. But here's my point.
Just ask your question. And if you find a new word,
I gave you stats. I gave you statistics on Saddam Hussein getting 100% of the votes in 2002. Obviously, he's a Ba'athist party in Iraq. He's a Sunni, he's a minority in a Shia majority. He gets 100%, right? Obviously, the election was rigged. Everybody knows that. So in Nigeria, where you have an intersection of traditions, you have the Muslim tradition, and then you have the Christian tradition, right? So no matter what, like INEC, the courts, right? Right now we have a Muslim ticket, president and vice president.
Which Muslim tradition do we have in Nigeria?
Pardon?
Which Muslim tradition will you have in Nigeria? I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, what I mean, there are 2 traditions in the world politically. You have the Muslim tradition, where you have
there's
the Muslim
no such thing. Political science.
There is, please. There is. Just Google it.
No, Google can be my that you are reading Google can be my driver that wrote it.
No. But when you Google, hold on, here's a trick, so you don't say that again.
In political science,
you go to
Muslim Christian division.
You wouldn't let anybody talk. Google it. You're gonna find out there are 2 traditions.
Okay, Pansat. Pansat, it will be easy if you just ask your question. And this back, I told you guys. So what is your name? Is your name connected to this name? Ask your question. We don't have this. You say we don't have time, and you are here wasting time.
Okay.
The people here.
My question is because I believe there's been a hint you've been dropping on Peter Obi, for example. You said I don't like him. You said he's the same thing as Tinubu, politically, philosophically, right? And they say even if you went running, he wouldn't be your first choice. So now there's a judgment call to be made on you. You've been here talking, and you've been dropping them hint by hint, right?
Yes.
From our own understanding, most people, reasonable people, they saw Peter Obi come out. I think I asked you a version of this question the last time. We saw Peter Obi as somebody who was actually different from the regular politicians. We saw him to be not only not corrupt, but incorruptible, because he claims that he was in government, and since he left, he hasn't. They don't
bring another person's character. Like Pansat, Obi is not here. You're not his spokesperson.
Listen to
me, please.
Let me say something on that. Is that a cogent?
But this is what you have been doing since.
Rudolph, Peter Obi is not. If you bring Peter Obi's character into question, and people make comments on his character when the man is not here to defend himself, So it doesn't make any sense. Talk for yourself, because Peter Obi doesn't appoint a spokesperson. His spokesperson is my very good friend, one of my best friends, Tanko Yunusa. So that's the person who speaks for him. You don't speak for him. But if you
Okay,
are
before he rules, hold on. Before he rules on that, hold on.
I might have contrary evidence and say,
Yeah,
what
okay,
of you?
okay. I got
Then
you.
you say I'm attacking you. So leave the man in peace.
Okay,
Otherwise,
before Rudolph, before you rule on that, what I'm saying is that you've already besmirched the man's character. So now I'm trying to give you a chance. I'm trying to give you a chance. We see him; he's a public person who ran for office.
I say what?
That's a way we saw him, so he doesn't have to be here. That is a cop out. I'm saying we see him. He portrayed himself to be an honest person. He portrayed himself to be a new, fresh air. He put out himself and said, look, I'm not corrupt. I'm incorruptible. I'm going to work for the people. And here's my agenda, right? So then there's a chasm between what you've been saying hint by hint and what we see him
There's no hint by hint. What's your question? I can say it clearly for you to hear. If I'm looking for incorruptible people in Nigeria to make president and I'm not running, I will start looking in certain directions before I even go near that one. So I know
and that's fair. So now here's the question. Here's the question. Let me put in a question. Here's the question. Yes. I'm like you. If I have to look from the scratch, but at some point it becomes a question of one or two people. At some point, in any politics, even here in the United States, when you go past the primary, right, it becomes a binary choice. But in the last one, maybe a tripartite choice, right?
We have 18 candidates. They got the vote.
I'm saying at some point, though, when there becomes a time when you have to choose between, let's use the United States, a Republican or a Democrat, right? So you transport that back home now, it's going to be either Tinubu, Atiku, or Peter Obi.
Based on what?
Because of the poll, okay? Maybe you look at
we're not doing any election anymore. We had 18 candidates.
Don't obfuscate this here. Here's the question. When it comes down, okay, let's say.
All right.
Rudolph, time is going, man. And we need to be.
Yeah, of course. I have to go.
He's not getting to the question.
Pansat, that's okay. Pansat, I think we have to leave you. If you can give your question in 1 minute, one sentence, then we have to move on to somebody else.
Three questions.
The question is this: when it comes to Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, who would you choose and why? Didn't you choose the other? Why did you choose this one?
That's a good question. That's a good question. If you put, assuming they had a hypothetical election, and I'm not the candidate, you put Peter Obi, you put Tinubu, you put Atiku. I will listen to them again. But based on the last election, they look to me like they're ready for the same book. I won't choose any of them because in the areas that are important to me, the area of fair way to poverty and insecurity, none of them can get Nigeria to poverty because they are adopting their economic policy is done for them from outside. Neoliberal economic policy. That's why you see Tinubu now is in serious trouble because he's now implementing that policy. He doesn't have dollar to defend his liberalization. And he doesn't have petrol to give to the people after he has removed subsidy. And he doesn't have measures to deal with the palliative. He only buying bag of rice to go and give to commissioner so that commissioner and party chairman will be breaking chair on each other's head and things like that. So this policy, if you put Atiku there, they will want to follow that policy because the root of their politics is outside Nigeria. And I won't join any of them. I would rather go and vote for maybe Showore, for example. If you can take that risk, it is worth taking the risk. I can look for, say, for example, my brother, Malik Ado Ibrahim. I can say, you better vote for Malik Ado Ibrahim because when you listen to him, many people deny themselves in this last election. They deny themselves education by opening their mind. They just follow one person, form one cocoon, and they are making decisions on candidates they've not even bothered to listen to, thereby showing to me that they are not interested in looking for the best. It was when I met people like Malik Ado Ibrahim, started listening to them, I realized that Nigeria has a lot of talent. So you have options. You don't have to limit yourself to the three who are reading from the same playbook. That's why I won't follow any of them.
All right, thank you. I will just
Thank
take
you.
two more
I'm
questions.
the next in line, Rudolph.
Two more people that are here to speak.
People can like her.
It's not you. Dan was here first, man.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
These are the people that want to be a leader.
And then I have to go, and the prince will go, and then someone else can take it up from there. Dan, you said something when we started. I know that you didn't get a chance to talk to the prince. Okay, go ahead, Tia. And then Clayford, I will take Dan again, and then we'll go.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it
thank
me?
you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Tia. Yeah.
I think it was supposed to be Dan.
I'll go to Dan later.
Are you sure?
Go ahead. Yeah, Dan is one of the night shift people.
Okay.
No, doctor, don't stop me because I have something to say. You stopped me before.
I know, it's very important. Yeah, let's go to Tia. After Tia, then Dan.
Okay, Rudolph.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that, Dan. Yeah. First of all, I want to commend Prince Adewale Adebayo for coming on the show. And all that you've been saying, to be honest, I totally agree with you. And I'm this kind of a person that, look, there's a saying in my language that say, look, if you say the truth, you die. If you don't say it, you die. So why not say the truth? You know. I've heard it, all that you've been saying all along. And you mentioned when you're talking about people bribing, as in, using bag of rice and stuff like that, which is, when you look at the population of Nigeria in total, yeah, and when it comes to poverty rate, I think half of Nigerians, with the way they're living and what's going on over there, they will definitely go for what they can eat at the moment. So it's factual. And I can't fault you for that because you were there, right there in the race. So you saw what was on ground. So I'll give you that. One thing we have to be careful is that, look, the last time I came here, I said, look, there's no difference between Obi, Atiku, and Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. That first of all, they're all billionaires. Secondly, the ideology and stuff like that. And one thing that we have to be careful as well is like, look, I can't come here. I can't say that, look, this person is a saint. I mentioned some of those things back then. Some people are trying to pat my head off. And if you look at the history of Hitler, how Hitler came into power, the people that people call Hitler, he came in a subtle way, in a gentle manner, and he arose the crowd, and they went behind him. And what happened at the long run? He was one of the worst presidents that I ever lived, according to the Western world. So I'm not going to say this one is the same, that one is the same. I remember back then as well, I mentioned to forefathers back then that, look, go and look at when Ganifa Wayimi contested, what happened? How many votes did he get? This is someone that was fighting all his life, for justice, So majority of us are hypocrites, We always want to paint that, okay, look, this one came out with this ideology, this one has done this. And for example, I'm a fan of Soludo, the Anambra governor at the moment. I like what the guy is doing. I like what the guy, what's it called, in Abia State is doing as well, the governor there. So on this platform, I noticed that when you have an ideology or you have something that is different to majority, they try to shut you down. I remember the other day, Tone was saying something that, look, why don't you think about how you can develop the East? And look, none of them won't have it. They try to shut him down, So look, whether we like it or not, Tinubu is there now. Let's give him the support, and then let's see what he can do. So, now, to round it all up,
We have to go.
The question, is that the
no,
question?
lastly, Doctor. The question, okay, the question, yeah. The question is, when you mentioned about what's it called, that people were using rice and stuff like that. Did you know that? I'm trying to ask that. There's some people using religion as well, you know, to convince
let me
people
just
to vote.
answer that question.
Like, you know, yeah.
The time is going to come where you have a generation that doesn't want to lie to itself. Politicians, these politicians, they know they distributed money. Some will distribute their money to religious structures. So you just see that the money gets to the church and it's going down that way. Some will distribute it through party structures. Some will use third party to do it. You know, if you look at American politics, when they limit campaign spending, people started having independent groups spending money on their behalf just to escape that regulation. The bottom line is that in Nigerian politics, what I went into, I am not theorizing. I went inside it. I noticed that if you want to cure the problem of Nigerian politics, most of them get their funding from the same source. Most of them do the same thing. And even though they look like they are fighting among themselves, most of them are talking and they are integrated. And if there are people still out there who want to have an alternative platform for Nigeria, that's what brought me to this, to say that even if you put Tinubu down, he does 4 years, even if he, by some unthinkable thing, does 8 years, it will just end up the same way Buhari is ending up. And then they will look for another person, maybe older than him, to put there. But we need to develop an alternative politics where the people have to say, whatever these people are doing, we're not going to do it. However, in this generation, my generation, they are even more conservative than generation before. People can't take risk. They will sit down on their couch and be typing nonsense, but they can't take risk. They can't quit their day job and go and run for anything. They won't take any risk. They won't deviate from the way their grandfather voted 100 years ago, even though they will waste your time and be listening, but they still follow that pattern. They will still be discussing religion with you. So these are the problems that I encounter. And I am bringing it out so that people can understand that this is the challenge of this generation. But people stay in the closet and type all kind of things, but in reality, they're tribalists, ethnicists, and following big men to tell them who they're going to vote for. But this generation needs to be bold and courageous so that we can now form a new politics based on national priorities. But all these things they are doing, I don't have interest in it. So if you tell me now that Tinubu is the greatest genius in the world, I will not comment. If you tell me Peter Obi is without blemish, I know automatically you are blind. If you are not blind, you will have seen by yourself. So since you have not seen what is in front of you, I'm not in the business of telling you what you are blind to, what you deliberately refuse to see. So what's my business? If we are 2 o'clock in the afternoon and you're asking me whether is it day or night, and you're not blind, then you don't want to see it. I'm focusing narrowly on, do we have Nigerians who understand the perilous state of the country and they want to invest in alternative politics? You can't recruit me to come and support what you gather in your closet. So right now, 2027 is already being done. The old people, Obasanjo, Babangida, everybody, they're already moving from village to village, attending Aladura churches, mobilizing for 2027. They are going to permutate. They may take the person they took before, they may recruit another candidate, they may also negotiate with the person who is there now and settle with him and say, okay, just do this, we'll let you continue. But if you want Nigerians who want to do alternative politics, those are the people I'm for. But anybody following any of these clothes, I'm not interested in it. But I'm not interested in insulting anyone. I'm doing a journey which I regret not having started much earlier. So, and I've tried to get young people to start earlier than me. That we should build a formidable political movement that does not repeat the mistake of the past. And once you mention to me that the thought of Igbos, you already lost me. In the turn of Kanuri, you already lost me. Hausa, you lost me, because that politics will never favor us. If you mention ethnicity and all of that, or religion, you have lost me. But mention core governance issues, practical issues, and many of the things people are repeating now, I know where they got it from. I know the agency overseas that are doing the social media campaign for them and do all this propaganda and all of that. So that's what I'm interested in that. But when I go around Nigeria and I meet the grassroots, that's why my heart bleeds. Because the grassroots people don't know that they have a power to change government. They just think that election time, we collect something. And I don't know why anybody who was around in this 2023 election will be denying that our politics is not dominated by Naira and Kobo. When the government itself went and changed the color of money and said, I don't want people to use the money to bribe voters. That's an official government policy. When a CBN governor is now in detention because people who had their election money to spend said that he did harm to them by changing the color of money abruptly. When people were going to CBN to collect money and whoever had money won election who did not have. When I have feed report, when I see people asking me, I will go right now and go to a prominent Nigerian, and I don't want to mention names here, prominent Nigerian that you look up to and say, help me with the politics, this is what we want to do. They will in turn advise you that you have ideals and you will be a good president. However, do you have this logistic plan? And they will tell you in our community, go to that place, buy this, go to that place, buy that. So it is not everybody who came on election day and started giving election day. Some gave their own before. I don't know that. So let us just get that and let us learn from it. But this generation, if we're not careful, the next election, 2027, will be decided the same way as this one, and people will still be pretending that they are not aware of how elections are won and lost.
All right, thank you. We are totally out of time, but I want to come to Dan. Dan,
thank you.
Dan, go ahead.
Should I move on?
Yeah, just a question, please. Make it quick.
It's just a very sharp question, you know. Anyway, for me, I would say, first of all, I don't really agree with most of your standings. But anyway, anybody has a choice. Anybody has a choice of opinion. So I don't have nothing to quarrel. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm only very disturbed. Maybe you can just show more light on it. Why you think and compare P2B with people like Atiku and Jagaban. I think Mr. P2B is a distinguished person, which everybody knows his character. Okay, comparing him with these people because you don't agree with them or because you are running with them, you are part of the contestants. Please, can you just
okay, let me make it brief for you.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe that Peter Obi is a distinguished person. And I think that Atiku is even more distinguished than him. And that's not me saying it. Obi himself has said it. That Atiku, in 2019, he said Atiku is the greatest Nigerian and Atiku is the best. And he agreed to serve under Atiku. So he accepts the superiority of Atiku to him. So Atiku is like his boss. So he follows Atiku. So you cannot, so Kamala Harris now cannot say Biden is a useless person. No. So if Atiku has said I should come and run with him, I will have said, sorry, sir, I cannot run with you. We don't agree. And I have some concern about you. But Peter Obi has zero concern about Atiku. So if you say Peter Obi is an excellent person, Atiku is not, you are confusing yourself. You know, that's very clear. So, but my analysis of it is that I judge politicians based on where they stand in terms of governance, not really going to their personal life. I go into where do they stand. I am trying to see the distinction between the two of them or the three of them. Why do I say they are the same? When it comes to the most important things to me, I don't know what's important to you. What's important to me in politics? One, I want to know where you stand in our national security. Go and take all their manifesto and their speeches. They talk the same way. When it comes to the economy, how to deal with poverty, they have the similar ideas. The three of them have served in government, and the state where Atiku was 8 years vice president, he couldn't solve poverty problem, he couldn't deal with any issue. You can't say anything that you can say he tackled to the end. Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State. Anambra State is not better than the state next to it. So, and governed there for 8 years. So, for me, you cannot say in Nigeria today there is a state where they have at least 100 governance problems in Nigeria. Whether it is unemployment, whether it is infrastructure, whether it's industrialization, whether it is zero literacy, illiteracy, whether it is accountability, none. They say have the same problem as before. So I have a feeling that they look to me like status quo. And I thought that if you want to solve Nigeria's problem, you have two options. You can go to the status quo and select one of the status quo. And I have a feeling from the election that majority of Nigerians don't like new people. They want to status quo. They will ask, have you been a councillor before? Have you been a governor before? So those are status quo questions. So, and when you look at status quo politics, then you now compare and say a governance record. So you can't tell me that Obi did better as governor than Atiku did as vice president. Because Atiku as
he did better. He did better, please. He did better.
He's asking me the question, not asking you. When it's your turn, you can now say it. What I'm saying that from my assessment, Atiku as vice president under Obasanjo showed that under neoliberal economic policies, he can run an economy. So if I compare that, Atiku did not do, Obi did not do better than Atiku, compare governor to vice president. When it comes to the two-state government, if you look at Lagos, 1999, the way Tinubu met it, and in 2003, the way 2004, the way Peter Obi met Anambra State. For those who are doing status quo politics, if they are measuring, many might even score Tinubu better than Atiku and than Tinubu in that regard. Many. So status quo. But I am not into status quo politics. My own is to say, when you put the greatest achiever of labor, for example, in our politics today, we agreed that Obasanjo, at least since 1999, among the president, Obasanjo appeared to me to be the one who has done better than the rest. But that Obasanjo's 8 years that is better than the rest is still, if I have to score it, I score it far less than 30% in terms of the opportunities that the country has. Therefore, I would recommend to anybody that when you want to make a change in this country, don't take any of these people in the status quo. You will just be choosing between 12 and half a dozen. That it is better for you to go outside and take a risk with a fresh start. But if you don't have the courage to take a risk with a fresh start, then you'll be doing the same thing all the time. But you cannot just come out after being number 2 to somebody and you said that guy is the best. If Atiku had won in 2019, Peter Obi would have been his vice president. And they will say, I've said the man is good. So if your boss is still around, why should I listen to you? So in the status quo, that's your boss. And all of them, their politics is not relevant to me. And I can tell you, Atiku is very friendly with me. He knows my opinion on this. Tinubu is very friendly with me. He knows my opinion on this. Peter Obi is very friendly with me. He's even more friendly with me than the rest of them. He knows we sit down together. So many of the people shout, maybe they haven't seen him in a long while. So I have he knows that I don't hate him, but he knows that our politics diverge. We can't agree. However, if he changes his mind and start to take some of the approach that I believe in politics, we can still work together. It's possible. But if you pursue what he's pursuing now, it can't work because I want fresh. And even that if we're working together, it doesn't mean that he will be the candidate. To mean that we need to cut a break. Anywhere you see me, just note one thing, that my politics will never support any of these people in the status quo. Even if I'm going to run and run till I get to any level, I am not going to support them because I know that they don't play independent politics. Half of Tinubu's policies now, whether he likes or not, they are already fixed for him. Wale Edu went to Washington. When they asked them, who is going to be your finance person, bring him to Washington. They took Wale Edu to Washington and they schooled him on what he's going to do and what they are going to do. So, and if Valentine Ozibo, my good friend, had become Peter Obi's finance minister, he will go through the same school again and do the same thing. So that is my philosophy, and you cannot take me outside that.
All right, thank you. The last question we're going to take before we take our leave and hand it over to the profiles is from Clifford. He's been here quiet and Clifford, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, Clifford, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I don't have question. Only I wanted to point out that Prince Adebayo is not truthful to us. He's here campaigning and talking down P2P. That is my observation, because the way he's comparing P2P and Atiku, one can also compare him with Buhari, because he said that he was one of Buhari's lawyers. So if you are comparing people from associates, you are associated to Buhari.
Let me correct
you
something.
Said it, you and Mike Ahamba, that is from Mbite.
Clifford, please,
yeah?
Get something clear. So I know you are making an honest mistake, so let me correct it. And maybe you were not hearing me well. I said Buhari was in court. I wasn't on their side. I was on the side that is not their side. So that's very clear point. So I'm not their lawyer. So you can go and check the law report. If you check Buhari versus Obasanjo, Buhari the lawyers, the ways that, not that I'm against Buhari as a person, somebody that I like.
Sorry. Let me, since you asked about Buhari and Obasanjo, what did the Supreme Court rule about that 25% during that Obasanjo and the Buhari?
Thank you, Clifford.
25% was not one of the grounds in Obasanjo and Buhari, because the candidate that was declared winner won score more than that in Abuja. It didn't arise. So it's not a decided point in that case. But what is very clear is that the judicial decision in Nigeria today is that 25% in the FCT is one of the requirements. Right? As it is one of the requirements for the other states. It's not a requirement standing alone. So you count FCT when you are counting the states. Let's leave that up.
All right. Thank you, Prince. I know that.
Clifford is still talking. I don't know who muted him.
Who is talking? Oh, Clifford. No, we don't. We don't. Okay. Masha, you are the last person. I know. I don't know. I didn't bring you in. Somebody brought you in. So maybe you are.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Masha, how are you?
I'm fine. I hope you are hearing me, everybody.
Yeah, clearly.
Oh, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, Rudolph. Even though you have ostracized me as if I was gifted to a shrine behind the stage. Well, Prince Adewale, I'm very happy to meet you today. I've been following you for a very long time. I think this is about the third or the fourth time I'm watching you. I've been watching since about, let me just say, so many hours, because I won't exactly be able to say how long it is anymore. I have a few observations which I would like you to either concur with or counter, and I just have one question for you. I have listened to you all the way. Like I said, I've been watching you even when the campaigns were on before the elections. I've been following you. If I were living in Nigeria, I couldn't have voted for you anyway, even though you would have been easily one of my preferences. And the reason being that I know in Nigeria, money makes a lot in the politics of Nigeria. I know that you are a young man of about my age. That is why I would have liked to vote for you. But I know that, like you just recently said, Nigerians don't like new people in politics. Whether you are sincere, whether you are good, if you like, you can be Jesus Christ. They will never vote for you. Well, apart from you, Shore, and if I would see one other person, I can't remember now. The very easy pick for me again would have been Obi, and that is why I supported Obi in this last election. I'm not an Igbo man. I am more Yoruba than Igbo, if you want to know.
I don't talk religion, ethnicity, so that's not relevant to me.
No, I'm just trying to introduce myself to you so that you don't start thinking I'm Igbo. That's
no,
why
I don't project to me.
Okay,
I don't do ethnic nonsense. I think you guys
thank you very much.
Those who do
Thank you very much. So, like I said, Obi portrayed himself to be very sincere. I am a very sincere person. That is why I agree with him. He doesn't only portray himself to be very sincere, he makes himself to be seen as very sincere. I want to emphasize. And he has a track record, a verifiable one. I get very, very incensed when I see that several times you have made many attempts, even though futile to my observation, to compare him with Tinubu, who we all know is a thief. I'm sorry for using such direct words.
I don't know that. You know that. I don't know that.
I know. I'm taking responsibility for my words.
Yes.
I find it very offensive for anybody, even the devil, to compare Tinubu to Obi. I take it very personal. I'm not happy about it.
Okay, fine. Let me just take that.
No. Let me finish up, sir. Let me just finish.
To you. Let me just take it so that you can be assured.
And then I also see concurrently, I have noticed also, which is a little bit disappointing to me, that you have made very many futile efforts to defend the same Tinubu, which I disagree with.
For example, how? On one occasion,
you have made efforts to say that he is not a criminal, which I think he is. You have made effort to say that he was not convicted in the US, and that you have made attempts to.
Was he convicted?
Well, I do believe that he is, even though I'm not a lawyer.
Well, then you are not living in this world. You don't have. So you even though you are a good man, you are not. You don't follow fact.
I understand.
For example, if somebody comes today now and say Marsh is a criminal because he has a white beard like a criminal, I will say, what does that mean? Where is the evidence? Because my point, what I'm saying generally is that at the level at which I operate at the level, first I have legal training and I have a background. So
and I do have legal training too.
Okay, so then use it. Because if you don't use it, it's useless. If, for example, you say one person is a saint, that's a positive thing. For example, if you say that Peter Obi is a saint, I am happy to hear that from you.
We are not saying he's a saint, but you can't compare him with Tinubu. Nobody's saying Peter Obi is a saint.
Your time is coming.
Yeah, we've been talking and we are not.
Excuse me. If you say that Peter Obi is a fantastic candidate and is incorruptible, I'm happy to hear that. You get my point?
Yes.
Because you are saying something positive for your candidate. But if you say, if another person opposite says Peter Obi is a criminal, and I will say, where's your evidence? You don't need evidence to praise someone.
No, sir.
Let me make my point clear. You don't need evidence to praise somebody because compliment doesn't need evidence. When I was growing up, people in my community used to put water in a bowl at night, and they would say that Awolowo is appearing in the moon. They wanted to see Awolowo inside like that. So, of course, Awolowo was always sitting in the house of Papa. He wasn't appearing in the moon. People can say anything. So if you are Obi followers and you are praising him very well, I'm okay with it. But don't extend that job to me because I happen to be someone who deals with reality. And if the reality intersects with, for example, if you are talking of accountability, I will not score him high. And I will give you reason why. If you talk about good governance, I will not score him high. If you talk of truthfulness, I will not score him high. The same benchmark I will use to judge others as well. But I have met people who will say that Tinubu is a genius and is the greatest thing to happen. He's a producer of. I live dead. You can praise my opponent, no problem, but you cannot force me to praise the person. However, you cannot disparage my opponent in my presence and put the question to me. I will ask for evidence. So, in conclusion, in this presidential election, of the 18 of us that ran for office, nobody could tell me that anybody was an ex-convict. Evidence is not there. 2, nobody can tell me that any of them was a criminal. The evidence is not there. People are giving me evidence, giving me suggestion, and a doctor suggestion as to some misgiving they have about me, some misgiving they have about. So people show that I see like almost like people's person. There are some people who write rubbish and say Showore is this, Showore is that. But what I want to get from you is that I am a presidential candidate. My level of elocution, my level of operating is different from. I can't hide behind laptop and type rubbish somewhere. I can't go somewhere and say any nonsense. I have to say something that if I am asked in public, in court, anywhere, I can say. So that is why you see me, I don't go into disparaging people. What I found out is that some candidates, even though they will talk smoothly and nicely to people, they will spend their money bringing all sorts of attack machines and give them money to be attacking people. Everybody has their style. But in Nigerian politics, my intervention is simple. We have not had good government in any of the 36 states. Therefore, anybody who has ruled in any of them, the onus is on that person to show me what they have done. I have not seen it. 2, if you have been president, vice president in Nigeria, and Nigeria is the basket case in terms of all the social statistics, all the human development index, whether you are Obasanjo, you are Babangida, you are anything. I visit these leaders and I interrogate them all the time. They will tell me, and I will always ask them, how come after all this number of years, you still can't do this? As I'm coming to your house now, I am still coming to pass pothole, and you are telling me that you did very well. Last time I saw Baba Obasanjo, I saw him twice during the election. The first time, it was because old man and young man cannot box. That's how we ended it. When both of us decided to finish eating, and we left, some people this side of the cross, oh, finally. When we met again, we had some argument, but it was better. So what I'm saying generally is that I am going out. You can see, if you can see pictures of me and Peter Obi sitting together, talking, we're very friendly. But in politics, you can see that a Miliband family, there's a man called Miliband. There's the 2 brothers, David Miliband and Ed Miliband. They contested against each other for the leadership of the Labour Party. And David Miliband will tell you the weakness of his brother and why he's a better candidate than his brother. And Ed Miliband will say the same thing of David. And they are same father, same mother, born after the other. So I don't understand this method of politics, which sound courtish to me, where you expect me to help you propagate the positive stories you are telling about your candidate, which are just stories with no evidence on ground. So why would I help you join in that one? But I'm not angry, because there are people who, they might not be as many as you, but there are people in my campaign who will tell you that if I touch a dead body, will wake up because I'm a very holy person. That's their choice. But somebody like you doesn't have to believe that. You will say, no, I met the prince and I'm not so impressed, or I'm impressed. So let us not go back to that. If you invite me here, as you invited me, ask me a question about my manifesto, about me. However, if you venture to ask me about Obi, you will get my real opinion. I can be disappointed, you can be heartbroken. That's your problem. I will say what I think. If you ask me about Kola Abiola, nobody has asked me now, for example. I've not talked about him. Nobody has asked me about Imolume. I didn't talk about him. Nobody asked me about Atiku. I didn't talk about him. But if you ask me about anybody and you ask me a question, why didn't you support it? Papa is like a brother. We are very close, extremely close.
Everybody is
But
related to this person.
I have my opinion. Yeah, so we are all close. We don't have a problem. So this you see now, we are not enemies. Atiku and Tinubu are very close. Atiku and Papa are even closer. Atiku and Peter Obi are close. Tinubu and Peter Obi are very close. So everybody is close to everybody. We are not enemies. But people are making distinctions. Where they stand, where the other person stands. So if you are disappointed, don't worry. The reason why I compare them is in terms of ideology, because I engage people ideologically. And if I listen to somebody in politics, how is the ideology different from the ideology? Even if you are taking the same position, then I'll go with you. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince. Thank you, Masha. We have to leave it at this point. I want to, if he has final words, to give Prince the chance to say the final words. From my own end, I just want to thank everybody who joined us. By the way, forefathers will be here for the after the show talk and review. But those that joined us, I appreciate everybody who's been with us for more than 10 hours. This is longer than the judgment of the
Okay, Marsh, have you asked your question? Because we're starting commentary, but if not, I will give the closing and everybody will go. But if you have questions, so that they won't say I ran away from your question.
Marsh, you're off. Your mic is off. So if you are talking, we don't hear you.
You muted yourself.
How?
How what?
He has just unmuted me now. Can you hear me?
Not
yes,
me.
Yes. Good. There is one question I'd like to ask about the gentleman who has sneaked himself into Asorok, Tinubu. Why do you think, sir, from your own very learned perspective, why would you think, for instance, I attended ABU and Unijos. Yes. If you want my results today, I will be very happy. In short, I will be like an Igbo man who is looking for customers if you want to see my results. I would tell you to go to ABU or Unijos and see my results there. Why do you think that Tinubu is always spending millions of Nigerians taxpayers' money to defend people seeing his results? Why? Why would somebody who genuinely went to school, why did he go to school if he doesn't want to display the results and the academic record?
I can answer that now.
Yes.
My own view. Number one, where is the taxpayer money you are talking about? So let us remove those from that.
No, you know, we are Nigerians and we are enlightened.
No, we're
when
not Nigerian like that. Let us be accurate. I want us to have some level of discipline now. You can't, there's no taxpayer money involved.
No, even when they go to toilet in Asorok, they spend taxpayers' money.
No,
Nigeria is not Germany.
I've been doing this nonsense for a long time. I just wanted to be serious because damages is there. I want people to say, I don't want them to say that show they are bunk of astro tough. They don't know what they're talking about. Let us be respectful. What I saw is that people have a lot to hide in their life, and they tend maybe exaggerate their achievement, or they have some inconsistent records. That could be one of the reasons. Secondly, some people like to troll their opponent. If they want to troll you, they want to waste your time. So if, for example, don't be shocked if politically Tinubu is enjoying this certificate thing, because if they realize I'm in the villa, that's all villa, I'm running, and I'm governing, you are still talking about my certificate, so I will help you prolong the matter. So that the next 2 years, that's what you're talking about, and I will be appointing ministers. You won't have time to pay attention to that. I'll be spending public money. I'll be making my decision. I'll be doing things where you'll be distracting. So sometimes in politics, what you think is hurting somebody may not be hurting them. During the campaign, all the bala blue they were doing, I was telling people that these people are going to get away without substantive debate. Because when you start to raise side questions, they were happy, they will help you prolong it. And by the time you finish with this certificate saga, the man will have spent 3 years in office. And you won't have, public eye will not be on who is spending our money. For example, they put somebody in the CBN now. Nobody is questioning. This guy is an economist. What is he doing in the CBN? Just because he happened to be your commissioner in Lagos, what What has he written on macroeconomic policy before? What does he know about it? Why is he there? And then these deputy governors, what's their background? They are talking of Chicago, Cleveland, and Chicago, and Oklahoma. So I don't want to join in that. I want to face this one and say, look, this man beats me in an election. This man is street smart. Therefore, if I am going to tackle him, I need to focus on things which he has no answer to. So, and then let me give the third reason I can give. When Obama ran, there were some Republicans who said that Obama's record in Harvard. I don't know if you follow that story. That Obama was lying on his record in Harvard. And they were asking Obama to release his Harvard diploma. Up to now, Obama did not answer them. He didn't release it. And even when they were saying Obama was not born in America, Obama should release his birth certificate. Obama could have brought certificate and released it. He didn't release it at the beginning. He was wasting their time because he realized that if my enemy is going to the bush, why should I stop from going to the bush? As they are talking of going to Hawaii to go and look for my certificate, I'm going to the White House. So in politics, what is entertaining you may be amusing the politician himself. So that is why I say, right, if you find out in conclusion, for example, that Tinubu scored third class or ordinary pass in Illinois, is he going to leave the State House? No. If you find out that he didn't go to Illinois, for example, is he going to leave the State House? So for me, it's irrelevant. But those who want to pursue it, I'm not against them. But I think that as an opposition, there's more calamity being committed in governance every day that I need to pay attention to. They have spent 200 billion saying they are funding subsidy without appropriation, without disclosure. 200 billion. And the money has been given to certain people who say they are emergency importers of petroleum products. So, and I haven't seen, they have spent more money on that one that they even spent on the so-called subsidy. Remember recently, they gave 5 billion to every state. If you look at 5 billion by every state, that comes to about 180 billion. And people are saying, where is the money going to come from? Whereas they have secretly spent more than that in making some stopgap payment for import of petroleum. So I want to focus on those things. But if you want to focus on Tinubu in Chicago or whatever, all I can say generally is that I have people I know who far before election time knew Tinubu when he was a student in Chicago. So whether it was Chicago State or Daly College or some primary school in Chicago, but the boy was physically in Chicago going to school, and he left school, became an accountant in Deloitte. He also worked in Bobo. I used my eyes to see him in Bobo because he was working there when Edilari and other people were there. So, like righteous man now who is shaking his head, is giving me a kind of sympathy for him, because if he cannot even agree the fact that the man was physically working in Mobile, that I don't know if do you know Bukola Saraki, the wife, well, maybe I shouldn't say it in public, but the wife is a distant cousin of mine, and the father was chairman of Mobile, Ojora. Everybody knows Ojora. The uncle, Badi Ojora, was legal advisor in Mobile. So these are really human beings. So Tinubu actually worked in Mobile here, there in Lagos. He worked in Mobile. So if you are still shaking your head about something as basic as that, then you have a problem. You are now living a different world.
Mr. Prince, Mr. Prince,
how about his other employment?
My shaking of head does not
He didn't work for Deloitte.
Mr. Prince, my shaking of head does not mean that he did not work there. Please, I know why I'm shaking my head.
You're not the only one shaking your head, though. Other people are shaking their head too. So you're not the only monopoly of head shaking. What I'm saying generally is that, to cut a long story short, there are many things you do in opposition, but you don't have to involve me in all of them. Some I see as too childish, too pedestrian, and endless. But if you have resources to spend on them, that's for you. But for me, I'm focusing on real issues. And that's all. That's my concern. I'm not interested in all other things. They can't help me, and they can't help the people I'm trying to represent.
How is he muted again?
He's the one muting me. I don't know why he particularly chooses me to mute when every other person is unmuted. Anyway, Prince, I thank you. I thank you. Now it is Rudolph. He doesn't seem to like my voice. Maybe my voice is too ugly.
No, I'm not meeting you. I was actually muted by somebody, but I was saying that
on my screen here it is showing that the host is muting me, and I don't know why everybody is talking.
I'm not the only host. Yeah, there are so many.
Okay, then I'm the saying I got now forefathers they do me.
No, it's not me. It's not me. How did he do that?
All right.
Anyway,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prince. But I am not convinced that Tinubu could have smuggled himself into Mobile or anything.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know about that. You see, it's not my problem. All I know is that
I have no reason to be convinced that Tinubu went to school, not to even talk of Chicago State University. I'm very sorry.
You see, first, I'm not a character witness for Tinubu, but I'm just a person who doesn't have time for silliness. For example, I have people I know, for example, for years, who have always known Tinubu in Chicago. For example, if he wasn't in Chicago, how did he end up having a case in Chicago? Common sense will tell people. If he wasn't in Chicago, how did he end up having that case in Chicago? That you believe he has a case in Chicago, but you don't believe that he lived in Chicago and went to school. Whatever you believe in your political campaign, that's your issue. But as I'm coming here, people are asking me, why are you not engaging? What I'm talking about it is that they're asking me, why are you not engaging in this thing? And I'm explaining to you that they look to me like astroturf issues. You know,
sorry, I think that there are slippery bananas there to an extent. Like if they found out that the certificate or that was produced by this school is different from what he presented and it wasn't generated by the school, that is a form of forgery.
First and foremost, I don't want to address that.
It's just two quick points. It's just 15 seconds. I'm not gonna finish. I'm just gonna highlight two. It's not gonna take 10 seconds.
Many of us have obtained diploma in the US. I'm sure Rudolph has his own shiny diploma. In the US, like now, if I want to make different...
With all due respect, sir, I've been keeping quiet all this time. I've been keeping quiet for 10 hours. Yeah, anything spoken about Tinubu, you're very, very quick to jump at that.
No, because you are
lies. You're defending lies. It's unacceptable. Everybody here is not stupid.
It's a Tinubu stupid.
People can say, listen, people say asinine things, and I don't endorse asinine comments. That's my own. Whether you say about Tinubu or you say about Atiku or anybody, I like politics to have a touch of reality. And that's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say anything controversial.
I don't have a duty. I don't have a duty to criticize or defend anybody. But if I'm in an engagement and you interject into my discussion, that's called triangulation, and you bring a comment that doesn't make sense, I will tell you this comment doesn't make sense. So try to find, I criticize Tinubu, I criticize anybody. Try to find logical, sensible things to criticize people over. But if you are talking about maybe somebody didn't work in Mogu, when there are hundreds of people who have seen Mogu is so notorious, if you want to dwell on that, that's your problem. It's not my problem. But don't recruit me into it. My own concern, where I stand today, is that we have conducted an election. Somebody has emerged there. People like us who lost are not happy. And people are using different methods to pursue their own. I think that as far as 2023 election is concerned, it's gone and buried, not anybody can do it. The only lesson I can learn from it is to say, how did it happen that of all forget about 18 of us to start with, of all the Nigerians all the talent that Nigeria claims to have. How did it happen that first it was just the 18 people who came out? Because you were sure that none of them was the president. Any of them would be president. Now, after the 18, one of them has become president. What can you do to prepare the country for 2027? If you are still going to have the same delusion and illusion as in the past, you will still end up with a fractious opposition, because any opposition that you are doing the way they are doing it now, I can't join them. I see that opposition that is not serious, that is pursuing astroturf nonsense. But if you do an opposition that is based on ideology, that is based on substantive things, that based on trying to go across the country and build consensus, and I know many people who you don't see on social media who are doing that right now, who are contacting me, and they are going around the country. They have realized that we mismanage our politics. That's how we ended there. And they're now trying to go around the country and build very solid foundation across the country. And I will join those ones. So I'm not alone. But I don't have to. The opposition doesn't limited. Those who are doing all this online. There are those who are actually going out to the grassroots, learning that one, we didn't form our political parties correctly, and they're doing something about that to see how to bring all of us together. They are also realizing that the candidates are not interacting with potential presidential candidates, so that we can start whittling the number down. So nothing here that we discussed today now, for example, has whittled the differences down, has even expanded the differences. So they are using other mechanisms to start to see, to get everybody to come together and whittle all the differences down little by little. And this is what we are working towards. Real opposition based on fact, not a mudslinging and make believe. Based on real fact, real implication. Not everybody who supported Tinubu for the election is supporting him now, because many have got some disappointment, many have got some issues, many are having second thoughts. So it's a long journey for an opposition to come to power. It is not by a bunch of people who are just angry and say anything and believe any story. It will be people who actually are looking at the Achilles heel of the government, looking at real issues that can touch everybody, and then go on. And I have looked around, and this is my last point on this issue of certificates. Less than 3%, of Nigerian electorate is following the story of Chicago certificate. They are following, I'm hungry, I cannot eat, I have no transport money, I have no school fees to pay. That's what they are following. They are not interested. I've sent people who work in my campaign to go around and sign people up. They are not interested. They don't care.
All right, thank you, Prince. Thank you so much. That should be the last word from my end and from his end, unless he has a final thing he wanted to say.
No, his final thing is just to tell. Let his final word is to say this: this country is our country, and this politics is our politics. No person is owed any presidency. Anybody who wants to be president or any of this has to come and make his case. And if you want to make your case, you make your case to all Nigerians. I've learned my lesson. I am not bitter about not winning the election, but I've learned a lesson that if you want to run for president, it's not a shy play. And that if you are angry with the government and you are not happy with the development of Nigeria, when you go to the grassroots, the average person may be uncomfortable, they are not really that angry. Because when these people show some softness towards them, some things and all of that, they tend to, these politicians that we think are enemies of the people don't see them as their enemies. They see them as their perfect representatives. So we need to work more, and we who are elite, especially you guys who are in the diaspora, we need to learn that the grassroots is where the election is done. And whether you are dominating social media, you are dominating everything, it still won't change the fact on the ground. And that is why some people have made comments here that after the election, I ran back to America. No, I'm a lawyer. I have a responsibility. I don't want to lose my certificate. I took time off to run for election. I have partners who stood for me, who were helping me to manage cases. Immediately after the election, I spent 3 months to wind down. I have to come back and do all my cases. So I've been going from London to from Europe to America to Australia to try to wind down my case and return to Nigeria. But I must put my professional house in order because I have work to do. I have another address. I'm not feeding from politics, and I don't hope to feed from politics. It's not that I ran because I saw some comments saying after the election I ran to America. No, I have to do my work. I have to do my profession. Now, after that, I step it down. I come back. I start to pursue issue of our politics. So I've not quit politics, but I have to be a responsible person. I don't want to lose my law license.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Adebayo. We appreciate you coming here today and wish more politicians will come here and spend the time and listen to people and take questions and share their concerns and their anxieties and their fears and their hopes for the country. On behalf of some people who are helping behind the scene, I want to thank everybody that joined me. I know I don't do this very often. I want to thank the people who are supporting this channel. It's there are a lot of work that are done behind the scene by some people you don't know. They get paid. We don't get paid. We who you see on the screen as moderators and everything, but the people that support the channel, we thank you for that. All right, thank you all. I will hand it over to Forefathers for the briefing and the feedbacks and all the good stuff. The night shift. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you,
guys.
Thank you for coming in. We appreciate it.
Am I released now? Or?
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
We appreciate it. And feel free to come back and join us again, just in case. Yeah. So yeah, that is it. And thank you, Rudolph. Okay, let me send the link out to Niger. Please, I think Curious wanted to say something. He has been in the backstage. And Curious, welcome. I'm not sure I've seen that name before.
I've been at backstage for about 2 hours. It's ridiculous. I don't know if it's Shosto or Scribe that is doing this. It's ridiculous. Okay, and we cannot have a guest who will come just to gaslight us and just, we talk so about all over everybody, things that we know that it's all, kind of like, I don't want to use the word lies, but some things that we know that it's not right.
It's lies. Say the word, brother. He was just lying. And
It's not. And every time, the funniest part of it is that every time they talk, they want to compare America and Nigeria. The Obama's own he's talking about. Obama, okay, that the Republicans were talking about Obama's certificates. Obama did not present the certificates. But in Tinubu's own, he presented the certificates. He presented the certificates.
Yeah,
so why is he comparing all those things?
I thought N Curious was saying on the N Curious. Have you finished?
Forefathers, I want to say something.
Okay, we are going to be timing it. N Curious, go ahead. I'm going to be timing it 3 minutes max so that everybody can be able to talk. Okay, let's do it 3 minutes.
You're not sleeping again.
No, the statement of Mr. Prince just got me angry, honestly, because I'm in town. I know what is happening.
Hold on. And Curious, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you now. Go ahead, please. 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I intentionally came for Prince Adewale actually, because he tried to paint a picture that is quite different from the other candidates who contested for the elections. And I would have loved to ask him if he would have, taken the offer, if he was offered the position of the AGF for the country by Tinubu himself. Because I remember there was a time he was asking a question and he said he would take that position. And you can imagine for somebody who painted the picture that Obi was, used to be in PDP, and even to now that's the reason he wouldn't respect him, because he would have been the vice president to Atiku. Even himself is not a saint. So why is he trying to denigrate Obi as if and painting himself?
Brother, they are jealous of Obi, that's all.
It's insane. he can't even appreciate the efforts of people trying to make sure that this country works better. People are coming out to make sure that, okay, we want to make sure we have a say in this country. Yeah, it keep on painting that picture like, no, it is just the way. Look at the way he even rubbish the people's votes. It's insane.
And curious. If you notice the way he talks, maybe that's how he sees it. He just sees people that are similar as the same. To him, they are the same. He doesn't see them as any difference. But while many of us can see the nuances that P2B actually has a bit more integrity than the others. So he doesn't see it that way. Maybe that's why he's coming across like that.
Anyway, I intentionally came for him to
I'm just trying to be his own, try to defend him, because sometimes I can see the way he talks. He can understand things very literally. Like he can say something now, he will just reply very quickly because he's trying to understand it literally. When in reality,
he will take time to
there is a
explain.
little bit
When
of
you want to
nuances.
mention Tinubu like this, you see him wave that question quickly. You wouldn't even want to discuss it.
Yeah, there is that part too. There is that part too. I think
he's
who highlighted was that
he's a Yoruba man. That's
tone
why.
jumped in. I was like, whenever we are talking about Tinubu, you're just defending. There are a lot of stuff. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, it wasn't cool. I think
somebody else.
Righteous Man, hold on now. The guy hasn't even used up his 3 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Since he's got extra. Righteous Man, please go ahead then. 3 minutes. So
Fathers, please. We are all matured men here in this panel, and I believe we have to be respected, every one of us. The way Dr. Damages is handling this thing, honestly, I got angry today. I'm one that I have a natural gift of patience in me, but today I got angry. Rudolph should not be protecting the guests more than the panelists. It's not done. It's not done. He protected them. Hold on. He protected this man as if without this man that this platform will not exist. It's unfair. And then each time any of the panelists wants to talk, Rudolph will stand and shut that person down. It's not done. It's not done. I got angry. I say, what is happening here? At least for the time I have joined this panel, I've been seeing guests that have been interviewed here. People ask them questions, But today, Rudolph was just defending, protecting the man. He looked down on us as if we are nobody. I mean, it's not done. It's a feedback from me, and I hope he will hear it. Such things should not happen. We are all men. We are all family men.
The reason why I have that same issue some of the times when I first came here and everything, but when you try to see it from his own point of view, you will understand maybe why he's been a bit cautious, because he has to convince people to come here. And if the panelists are a little bit too aggressive with the people that he brings here, then others will not want to. He said it here already, that others will not want to come. As a matter of fact, when he himself was being interviewed by Show, he was a bit nervous because he didn't know what the panelists were going to do to him too. So sometimes we try to get where he's coming from.
Forefathers, he said this platform is have your say, right?
Yeah.
Have your say. It has no limitation.
Yeah.
It's an open check. So you write and say whatever you want to say. Now, he brought this guy. He was protecting this guy more than those people asking questions.
And that guy was very rude.
And the guy, Mr. Prince, you see, I'm in Nigeria. When he was interviewed here, go to the newspapers and listen to people's comment. Okay, that was why I asked him that question. But, I'm a calm person. There's when I listen to an individual, I know how I will put questions across to you, then I get what I want to get, and then within me I decide the kind of person you are. I asked him if a dead body is being brought into the court. I'm not stupid that I asked that question. I say if a dead body is brought into the court, who confirms that that person is dead? Is it the judge or the doctor?
Yeah,
Then
you see, the moment you said it, you see how quickly he jumped in. Hold on, so I just want to tell you why something that he does. The moment you mentioned if a dead body is brought in, who confirmed? He said, but you already confirmed. You said it dead. The body was dead. This is exactly the point I was trying to make. That he understands things very literally. He doesn't want to get to what you actually mean.
When he made that statement, then I responded to him. I told him I withdraw the word dead body. I say if a human being was brought in. Okay. Now I asked that question because I asked him a question before. I said it seems like lies, truth, and facts. Which one wins the case? Because if you look at what he presented in his defense, all he presented, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm here, we know what happened. Both the bags of rice, he said people were sharing. I am telling you, it is 85% lies, if not 90%. It's not correct.
Okay.
This election, people did not spend money.
I think your time is up, righteous man. I'm sorry. So that the next person can be able to speak. But I get what you mean. You saw, I was trying to find an example, but you gave me an example that he did the same thing. The moment you mentioned dead body, say you have already confirmed the dead body. So, who's next? Tone, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Okay, because I'm just regretting that I did not get to ask him question directly, because he just came here to market himself, and he had just succeeded in doing more damage than good. Masca told him something which was so key. He said, listen, guy, you've got to listen to us if you want us to if you want to sell yourself and your dream and all that. He just kept, I mean, I can accept that you may not agree with somebody's principle, but I don't know whether it was your forefathers or somebody else, and said, listen, you keep saying Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. Show us one thing that you want to prove. And he was just, just trying to denigrate everything about him. Show us proof. You've got no proof that the man is corrupt. You said the man is corrupt, but how about you? You are in the system. So we can say as well that you're corrupt. Anything you say about Tinubu, he just jumps in, he'll cut you off. He talks about Mobile. Mobile is not the contention. How about Delio? That he said he worked. Even in India, he still lied in front of camera that he worked for Deloitte. He still lied.
Listen, even when somebody lies about their work history, nobody is going to disqualify them for that. That's why the point I was trying to make to him that he completely shut me down was, what if because the court, the Tinubu lawyer went and said if they release the report from his university that is going to damage him. I was like, why would it damage him if everybody already knows the result? Except it's something different. Then also the certificate, if there is a difference in the certificate that they are bringing out, then that is a serious issue. He might be in president now, but he may not be able to run the second term if they find out that the certificate was forged. And there's also the idea that if there is a fundamental evidence that shows up now, that the Supreme Court could make an exception to bring this document in. So this is the kind of stuff. It could be a banana peel here. And somehow when people talk, they seem to miss
the
really technical aspect of this.
Forefathers, sorry. There's this, earlier when they were bullying Isimiri. I don't know whether it was you that used this panel. Can you do something about this stupid Kulata guy? He's one of ringleaders. I've been knowing him all day and all that. Somebody has been banned. Please do something about it.
Yeah,
this is just not right.
He's being a little bit.
Please do something about it and send a message to
Kulata
that
is a long-standing.
No, it's no longer acceptable because if other people have been banned earlier in the evening, he should be banned.
See, take it easy. You see, sometimes they will say these things, ignore them. He's just trolling. That's what they call it. They call it trolling. He's not necessarily abusing you. If he was using like foul language to insult you, we'll take him out. We'll move it.
Father, can you put me in the now? Let me take some fura, I beg.
Thank you for coming in. I think I supported your take on your questioning actually, and you did it very well, and you're very graceful even at the end. Thank you for coming in. I'll put you at the back.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Father, now my turn.
Yeah.
Wait, Brostan, wait, just 1 more minute here. So the thing is that the man had just come here. I mean, he's a likable man. I like him as a person, but you know, when somebody is untruthful, everything people, I mean, everybody can be. 97% of people today disagreed with him. They could see his insincerity, and he didn't want to just see it or accept. We've got problems. Thank you.
He's a stubborn man. People don't rise up to that rank without being stubborn. They are tough people. They are tough-minded people. They don't shift easily. Yeah, please, Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again. I did not even say hello to the brothers when I jumped in because of that brother. He made me so sad and angry. So let me use the opportunity to say good evening or good morning, you know, so that I'm back to myself, you know. Anyway, you people did very well today. I don't know, I don't say you, but Dr. Damages, of course, is a guy I like, but today he really disappointed me because the way he defended that brother, I was so sad. He shouldn't defend that man because if you say you're a guest, you come on this, he doesn't know the value of this panel. He thinks that it's any place he can just go and be talking to uneducated people. We're educated, you understand? So if he comes here and start lying, and you know what hurt me most? He's very rude, and he don't want people to be rude to him. Look, his words were very rude, called people stupid questions, this and that, and forefather was there just protecting him. He used a lot of rude languages today.
It's not forefather.
It was at the end.
It's not forefather. Sorry, brother. Sorry. Rudolph did not caution his language, but he was cautioning our own language. When he's calling people, we are asking stupid questions. It's nonsensical. These are rude. We didn't use that word on him. We asked him simple question, and he's very tribalistic also. He's just trying to beat around the bush. But from what he stood for today, I know that he's a tribal man, 100%.
Yeah, that's the thing about Nigerians. You can never really tell. They will tell you that they tribalize, but when they are talking and because he's supporting a fellow ethnic guy, it's hard to know
them. He has spoken,
but I don't know. We don't know for sure though. Maybe he actually is a nationalist.
Forefather, that man is not like he's trying to compare himself to Showore. Showore is not the same like him. Showore will tell you straight to his point, whether you like him or not. But this man, when he's speaking, you know that he's tribalistic, 100%. There's no way to judge it, and he's rude. You understand? So for me, if I have the opportunity again, and you know, if Dr. Damages gives me an opportunity again when he's there, I will bring this matter up. You cannot bring a guest here protecting him while he's insulting us. It's rude. It's rude. He shouldn't allow his guests to...
Okay, to be fair to him, I think, yeah, I understand. It was at the later stage. I think he was getting tired and, you know, he was tired of hearing the same question.
This is my problem. Don't try to defend him again, please.
No, we are not defending him. I'm not defending him. I'm just trying to explain so that you guys are a little bit more kind.
In fact, I was trying to fall asleep because of what he was saying. He was
Forefather, they don't try to defend him because I came in and I asked him 3 very vital questions. You can't allow, Lucy, you can't allow panels like this or medium like this to be used for misinformation.
Alaba, okay, thank you for highlighting that. Who is next? Dan, okay, Oga Ike Alame Fule, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
I've not had my 3 minutes.
Not yet. You just came in. You just hopped on. they've not even gone around the panel yet.
What is Brother Mask is gone?
Max, there's no Max.
I really want to thank him because the same hard pushback is what I really wanted to do, which, you know, because I felt that this young man took Nigerian youths of this generation for granted. He said Nigerian voters are for a bag of rice and Maggi, and I mean, how?
I like the way Masca went for him.
No, that's what I'm telling you. I wanted to give him a thumb up because that is really what I wanted to. I didn't want to talk about. I really never wanted to talk about politics of Mr. P2B and Atiku and Bola Tinubu, but he began to go into the politics of Mr. P2B, And I begin to wonder, okay, actually, this young man came here to market himself, really, but trying to use the law, because that's why I asked him from the beginning when you were not here. All this crazy, when you people want to lie, when you want to deceive the common man, you quote Latin. Nigeria don't speak Latin in law. I don't understand what law is in Latin. So when you want to tell lies to the people, you quote one place from where we don't know where it's coming from. And look at the whole discussion today. He will compare Nigeria with the US, compare Nigeria with England, compare Nigeria with Australia, compare Nigeria with Canada. I mean, what are we talking about? You understand what? The youth of Nigeria who decided that this year they want to take back their country. And Mr. One of our brothers asked him a very direct and simple question. Alaba was here at that time. Did Tinubu win an election? It was a simple question, yes or no question. He went to law. He began to quote law. He went so many places to defend that thing. The brother came back again. I'm just asking you just a yes or no question. Did he win the election? No, yeah. I know, but I know that this election was not fair. They're supposed to cancel the election, but by law he won, and by court of appeal he won. Don't listen. It was just at this last 15, 20, 30 minutes, he really gets into my nerves because it was like, okay, I am coming out these few minutes, these few 30, 40 minutes for Mr. P2B. And I was looking at, I was wondering, he was making comparison, Lagos, Anambra State. I mean, and everything he talk about, what is it that thing that Mr. P2B has done to you that he cannot tell us at this platform? What are you holding?
Thank you, Oga. Yeah, I think that I really like the way Maska handled it with him. He tried to push back that you can't just say Nigerians. That I think I will address that later because that point was quite a serious one. I think Ed hasn't said anything at all. Ed, welcome. Prince, Prince, I thought you said something.
What? No.
Okay, go ahead, Prince. Go ahead, Prince.
Just like Mr. Righteous said, the truth is this, okay? The truth is just that he stated, that he's friends with Obi, he's friends with Atiku, he's friends with Tinubu, and all that kind of a thing. And then he wanted to say, that Obi has more relationship with Tinubu, and other kind of a thing. The thing is this, okay? If he is here to market himself, let him market himself and leave other people alone, leave them alone. Those comparisons he was making is so infuriating that didn't make no sense. Okay? And then they talked about immediately they talked about Chicago. He was looking for the choice words to use. And he was debating. Just like Tom said, that he worked in Deloitte. He did not work at Deloitte. It's been proven. Lies upon lies and upon lies. Okay? CSU. Okay, you presented the certificate that you went to a university. Even if Supreme Court does not accept that, it will stop him in 2027. So let's find out the facts now. As we are talking right now, do you guys know that he has started filing to stop the FBI and others from releasing his documents? Do you know that? The reports that they promised they're going to release next month, he already started filing against that. But one thing he doesn't know is that America is not Nigeria. So they can do all those shenanigans there, over here. The people in politics know that if they do any shenanigans, they will be, at a risk of losing their elections. I yield for now. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Prince. And Ed, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prophetess.
Thank you
I
for
was going to
coming
ask you
in.
a personal question. I mean, you're really a strong man. The amount of hours you spend sometimes, I really just like from a distance. This guy is a really strong man.
Am I?
Yeah, you are.
I'm very, very weak. Oh, I'm just dozing.
but, but yeah, to the point of today's discussion, honestly, I think, I mean, I know the Prince has a legal practice or something, but I would say at this point he should actually set up his own YouTube channel because he would do a better job than one man went to Mo in defending Tinubu, because that's really what he came to do today. And
Yeah.
it's hard for me to see it any other way. I just feel like this guy is either a plant for the Tinubu campaign or is just trying to hustle for a position in the current government. So
Yeah.
because it was very obvious the way he was wiggling around questions, just gaslighting us and giving us alternative realities. Someone told him that, okay, for Peter Obi to be able um, to prove his case, he would need some sort of evidence from INEC. And then his response was, "Oh, you are the one that said you won an election. You should be able to prove it." And then I start asking myself, even the judges ordered INEC to give Obi evidence. So if it was not in line with jurisprudence, why would the judges tell him to do that? And then they refused. The same judges were like, "Oh, there's nothing we can do about it." But somehow, all these judges just found the vitriol, the energy to be able to speak when it came to giving a judgment against Peter Obi and lambasting and berating his lawyers. It's kind of really, I mean, was that not clear enough to say that, okay, there was something that was wrong here? And then the way he's just trying to wave off the issue of Tinubu's qualification, like, oh, this does not matter. The ship has sailed. We just need to start preparing for the next elections. Let's be honest, Mr. Prince is not winning the next election. He's not winning the next one after that. So, and if we continue at this pace, it's very likely that no other person will win it from APC. If we cannot address our processes, for all the complaints that he made about the Nigerian system, if we cannot address the way we elect our leaders, what hope do we have that things will be corrected? It was just a lot of contradictions in what he said. I mean, I was so disappointed. And I mean, well, I was not so disappointed considering the fact that he was the first person to start blowing the whistle after the election that, see, this is done and dusted. There's no need to go to the courts. Very obvious questions that were put to him. He just wiggles and wiggles. It's a pity though. He's an intelligent person. You can't take that away from him. But he's also very good with alternative facts and alternative realities. And
Thank you.
just wiggling around questions. So that's my
Thank you.
question.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the compliment. I take it in the Alaba, Clifford Ebechole hasn't said much, but Alaba, please. Is that Alaba? Okay, Alaba, please go ahead.
Yeah, Alaba. Yeah, thank you guys very much. You see, that guest, I asked him that guest, let me start with that guest don't see us finish. It just was utterly disrespectful.
Yeah.
I mean, utterly insulting
Oh,
our
come
intelligence.
on. Let's calm down. Let's calm down.
Father, don't
Remember,
defend him. Let me land.
I'm not defending him. He's a guest.
I'm going
Let's
to
be
give
fair.
you my
Let's
facts.
be fair.
Utterly disrespectful on our intelligence. And this is part of my issue with Nigeria. And this is why we are where we are. The so-called elite has a condescending look on the citizen.
Thank you.
You yourself said it, Father. Let me quote you. You yourself said it. You saw the way those judges read that judgment. You saw how condescending, how arrogant they are. That because we are lawyers or because we are the ruling class, we know better than you, and the rest of you don't know nothing. So therefore, we determine your destiny as we wish.
and everything was showing. You see, I'm not focusing on his attack on Obi or his attack on or his defense of Tinubu.
Sorry, Alaba.
Those
Sorry,
are none of
Alaba.
the issues to
Can you
me.
put me backstage? Some people wants to come in.
Yeah,
Put
I
me
want to do
backstage,
that.
please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yes, you understand. So you understand. I'm not focused on his attack on Obi and his defense of Tinubu. Even my questions were targeted on him as a lawyer and as a politician. And I'm telling you all right now, he failed even as a lawyer based on his submissions. Now, first, I asked him, this is why we are where we are, because I've always wondered, how did we get to this point? How did Nigeria get here? It's because we have intellectuals that think like this. All of you are focused on this Obi attack and this Tinubu defense. That's not what I got from this guy, guys. That's not what he came out with, particularly with my question. My first question was basic law question. To assess a lawyer, if I were interviewing a lawyer in a firm, I want to know what's your opinion on the rule of law. Do you even believe in the rule of law? Because that tells me a lot about you as a lawyer. And I started with my question. My first question to him was that, do you think the prisoner should serve a sentence before we do the trial? He tried to wiggle around after I initially warned him not to do that with me. He tried to wiggle around that nonsense. You understand? He doesn't even believe in the rule of law. And he's trying to shut people down because he's a lawyer. He is right, they are wrong. You understand? Condescending, he thinks he knows better than others. And then, on this subject of rule of law, you failed it, that question. You understand? How would you be a lawyer?
Thank you, Alaba. I think
I'm not done. I've just got 1 more minute. How would you be a lawyer and you don't
we'll
know
just
that
give you
you
1
don't
minute.
put a trial after? Do you understand? Then even on the issue of the future, you call yourself a politician, you contest now, you want to contest again. What do you have to offer the Nigerian populace? It's like a monologue in a digital age. Nothing amala, akara, agbado politics. That's all is in his head. Maintaining the status quo. Amala, akara, and agbado politics. That's all is in his head. Nothing new. No innovation. Nothing for the future. These are not the people that should be near politics. They shouldn't even be near law. That's why we are in this situation. Then it's gaslighting. I want to tell you for sure, I think he was running for a job with Tinubu because he came here, he's a plant. I couldn't even understand how he could have been SDP candidate. You know, he has no political ideology. He wants to maintain the status quo. If these are the people we have to present, we are in trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, Alaba.
Thank you very much, brother.
Clifford Ibe-Chiole, you haven't said anything forever.
No problem. You can go to another person because the prince got me annoyed. So I'm just listening.
Okay, good.
And by the way, you can put me backstage. You know, we can come
all
back
right
later.
then.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Let me do that. Okay. Please, Kene, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. Good evening, everyone. So for my
long time,
yeah, I know, brother, long time, man. So I actually squeezed out a few minutes to, contribute to this discussion. I couldn't call in earlier because I have more important things to do than to call in, waste my time listening to today's guest. If you guys remember, last year during their campaign season, I think the first time he came on this platform for the campaign, if you remember vividly, I openly confronted him and I told him that I know you too well. You are working for Tinubu. You are not out for the contest in order to win. So for Eid that was saying that the prince wasn't out to win, isn't going to win the election. He never contested to win the election. He has been working for Tinubu from day A. Just that it's unfortunate that some of us are seeing him, lately. I quoted him a long time ago. and that's why he doesn't like me. If I had called him, you see how he would attack me. So I wouldn't want to come in and be pissed off. That was why I refused to call him. So for Prince Dewole that came here today, when someone has this confidence, right? Sometimes it turns to arrogance. He never allow people to talk. He never allow panelists to ask questions. So, and I wonder what kind of a leader he will become if he doesn't listen to people. He always assume that he knows what you want to ask. Even before you land your question, he will cut you off and begin to blab rubbish. See, for anyone, whether a leader, I don't care where you're coming from, if you don't have that ability to listen to the other person, I don't think you're going anywhere. And sometimes I wonder, what kind of leader wouldn't allow his subjects to talk, to air their grievances, or to ask questions? What kind of a leader is he going to be that will always open his mouth and lie all the time, even in the front of the truth? I mean, when you are confronted with the truth, he will find a way to spin it around in order to achieve, I don't even know what he wants to achieve. We all know that the election wasn't free and fair, but this guy would never agree to the fact that INEC compromised in the election. Together with Tinubu, provided Tinubu is in that list, he will not agree with you. So the best bet for you is don't talk about Tinubu. But it's okay for you to talk against other candidates, especially P2B. It is okay for you to say that P2B doesn't, was unable to develop Anambra State. He was trying to compare Anambra State to the Anambra State isn't as developed as other states, and I asked him, what measures or what benchmark did he use to come to that conclusion? Because I remember when P2B was the governor of Anambra State, Anambra, from becoming 27th position in the WAEC and federal government college exams, Anambra started becoming the first position. So, and I wonder if Lagos State, where Lagos State was on that list, but Anambra State was sustaining that first position until P2B left. And even when P2B left, his successor maintained that position. So education, when it comes to education in Nigeria, Anambra was standing out during P2B's time. Are we talking about the annual flood menace in Anambra State? P2B confronted it. The people of Ayamelum local government, for example, they benefited from the P2B government. The only governor that has come to their aid was P2B. Last week here, we were here watching a video in Lagos State where flood was, taking people up, houses up. Tinubu could not contend that, but P2B was able to fix that problem in Anambra State during his term. I don't want to go deep into that. My only annoyance with this guy is that he enjoyed the field today. Thanks to Dr. Damages that gave him that liberty to bully everybody around.
I'm telling you.
Thank you, Kenny. KJ has been in the backstage, so he goes next. And
let me give other chance to come in.
KJ, sorry I missed you. I know you are an illustrious member of the panel, and I should have brought you in a bit earlier. So, but you were hiding in one corner, so I didn't see this thing on time. So, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. Thank you for also taking over to continue. We have been. I was here much earlier in the morning when the guy came in, so I listened to almost everything he was saying. I didn't know whether to, because there were so many things he was saying that was not lining up. But you see, so I had to take a break. I went to sleep really. I left it to go and sleep, and then eventually woke up and he was still here, and I came to ask one or two questions. You see, the way he makes it look, as a lawyer who has presented election cases or represented people before in the Supreme Court on these issues, his presentation of facts was a bit worrying to me, and his ability to go ahead and say, things that already been done, we should move on, or things have been done, it cannot be undone, or that look, there's not enough facts on ground. And even his response to what it means, whether Nigerians have got judgment or justice, it be a bit worrying to me. Because you see, look, the American system, for example, which you took all this in from, when a case goes to the Supreme Court or go to a upper court, what they do is they align the ruling. You see, because when you rule a case and majority of your people or 1/3 of the nation do not accept what you are you, is your law different? It's not meant for the people in the country. Are you now ruling people from that come from outer space to obey that law you're making? In this case, he kept hammering, and I don't know why they always choose to talk about P2B, not even talking about Atiku who came second. Okay. And they keep hammering on P2B. I'm not a supporter of P2B, because right from the on-go, we knew that the process wasn't going to be fair and the outcome would not be fair. We knew that. So it's not a question of, because people who worked in the presidency already knew, all the shenanigans that was going to go on. And it did go on. You see, now the question I asked him is this. We have children that are grown up in Nigeria. They are seeing this thing. Some of them are in the university, some of them are in secondary school. These things are being done before them. Are you now saying this is the norm in Nigeria? That Ururu to the answer is okay? Yeah, as long as it can get to the office, hold it, nothing will happen. Are you saying this is the way we should go? And of course, he answered just the same way he was answering every other thing, and make it look civilize, make it look as if what you're saying is not, it's inconsequential, and so goes on that way. No, the truth of the matter is that we're losing a nation. We're losing a nation, or rather, we have lost a nation, but we're now the ashes is being thrown around everywhere. Okay, and then one of the things that I found, just like every other person have said, I found it so disturbing that he's able to defend Tinubu to the core and compare Tinubu's governance in Lagos State to Anambra State. Anambra State was a rural area before it was made a state. Lagos State has been a federal capital with a developed infrastructure before he was made governor. So what's the comparison here? Okay, what's the comparison here? The income of Lagos State triples, or if not 10 times that of Anambra State, that they're using to compare the times of their governorship. So it's, to me, based on that, I hands up. I didn't want to say any other thing because I don't want to be. And then people who are blaming Rudolph for defending him, don't blame. You see, when you're a host and you bring a guest, you defer to the guest, because other people are also looking, because tomorrow you go and invite maybe those who are watching what you are doing to this guest now. They say, I don't want to be part of this thing. I don't want anybody to insult me. So what Rudolph was doing today is exactly what I would have done if I was in his shoes. You defend your guest. You can settle your panelists later.
Okay, Jay, let me interject you. So I don't want to stop you. You see, this platform is unique. If you are trying to bring somebody to this platform, you prepare the person too. That this platform, you must expect so and so. That's what I want to say.
Yes, I agree with you, Dan. But also, when you prepare the person, it doesn't have to go to the point of people being insultive. It doesn't have to go
He
to
was
that.
insultive now. He started
No.
insulting people
See,
now. Listen to him.
No, he responded rudely to majority of the people who responded rudely to him. But you see, the guy is is good with playing with words. Okay, and if you don't understand that way, you think maybe he's playing. No, that's the way he attacks issues. So I just want to appeal to people. It's not Rudolph. If, like I said, if I was the one hosting, I also do what Rudolph have done: protect the guest, so that people can come, and then we can sort out in house as we are sorting out now. Everybody cool down.
Thank you.
A quick interjection. Righteous man, ain't you going to church tomorrow?
Mr. Prince,
my own take on what he said about this security, I felt like he will answer the question. He will answer the question in one way, then not answer the question at all. Then he waffles past the idea that we don't have any alliances, which is a little bit unusual. We don't see that as a problem. And in terms of the way he talked about our security, he always goes. We will start talking about how he talked to somebody about the security and what they said about it and all the rest. Well, he's not addressing the point. Is that why are we not having alliances? What should we do to put these things in place? How are we supposed to get our leaders to stop being so beholden to the West? What I get in the end from what he was saying, it seems like he was just talking for the status quo to just remain. And at the same time, he's advocating for change. But the change he's advocating, he spent more energy talking about the status quo remaining. That is a problem. And I think that's what got Maska going to, because he said something about people just want to rise this thing. Basically, inducements is the major one. And this in and ethno-religious preferences is what they use, which is normal. I don't think when he said that, I said, but that is normal. In America, the same thing. Black people, 97% voted for Obama. They didn't make any apologies for it. And the same thing, even white people. Obama didn't win the white vote. Shocker. He didn't win the white vote once. You see, that's the trick of election. You just need to win your own base, then take enough from the other side. And to do that, you need to come up with a message that resonates with the people that believe in the message, that believe in ideology. It's not everybody that believes in ideology. Even in America, most people don't care about ideology. They care about their own tribe.
Yes,
That's how it is.
Father, if you allow me to just end my this thing. You see, one other thing I didn't like, that I found a bit,
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, it's frozen. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Who else? Who's next?
Can I
Dan,
quickly
you want
say
to say
something
something?
before that, please? Can I
Yeah,
quickly
go
say
ahead.
something?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dan. So what happens is that every election season, you find this group of so-called intellectuals that like to posture themselves like they're really trying to drive change. So in the last election cycle before 2023, you had what's this guy's name? The popular motivational speaker. Fela Durotoye. You had the Tope, Fashua, and a couple of others. We saw how they posture themselves as the alternative. Today, I can tell you that Tope Fashua, who was fighting against the incumbents then, actually has collected appointments from Tinubu. So let's be very careful with these people. It's usually a game for them. It's usually a game. They post themselves. They say all the right things. They speak with very polished, diction. But at the end of the day, they know what they're looking for. And I just feel I kind of sympathize with people who are saying they should not bring him here again, because sometimes you're just platforming these people. They are all they're all scrambling for their own abado, and giving them that sort of visibility, sometimes it's kind of counterproductive for us, for what we are trying to achieve in Nigeria.
I agree with you. Like I said, I agree with you. The name dropping was too much. He has worked with everybody in Nigeria who is anybody. He has been the highest court. Has been with the judges. He has been with presidents. He has been with important people all around the world. It was too much for me because
Why is it too much for you?
Me too. It was too much for me.
Maybe he has now. You have to give me benefit of the doubt.
Anybody in Nigeria, he has worked or closely, or that person has sought advice from him, or he has given advice to that, including Obi, including this person, including Tinubu, including Atiku. Even saying Atiku was a more better candidate than Obi was frightening to me, because we all know Atiku's antecedent with Obasanjo, and the rest of it is history. We know the story of BPE and all that. We have people who work there and what his role were in the privatization of Nigerian companies. We don't want to go into that. All we are simply saying that the way he was dropping these names was making me fear, because when you drop names like that, you're only trying to cover some things. You are trying to make people believe what you're saying, not necessarily because you're saying the truth, but because you want us to know that you're a big player, and so whatever you're saying has been accepted. And it's not acceptable to me that way. Thank you.
Yeah, righteous man, Maska hasn't said anything. Let's just give him an opportunity to say something first, then I'll call you.
No, I won't speak. I won't say anything. I mean, the man has gone, so it's okay.
All right, that's fine. You can talk about other things though.
For the record, Master, you did a great job. Okay, you did a great job. I really love what you did.
You saw how gracious he was to after he ended. So I think that's what we need to take here. We disagree with him, but we also need to be gracious because other people, we want other people to be able to come here too. Because if we start bad mouthing everybody that shows up here because we disagree with them, who is going to want to come? I disagree with him vehemently with some of the things he said. I felt like he was just basically acting like a gatekeeper. But one thing he admitted to was the fact that most of these our leaders are completely compromised. Even the CBN head, they said they send them to America to tell him what he needs to do. This is what kind of a country are these people running? And when I asked him about how we can take the country back, there was no clear blueprint on what we need to do to take the country back from these people. But he did say we should educate the people, sensitize the people to understand what is good for them and stuff like that, and say something about how the people don't see any problem with their leaders,
Okay,
schmoozing with
now,
foreign leaders and
sorry,
stuff like that.
fathers, now
Now,
you've generated something that I also find, for me, let's talk about the issues. We can leave him. The issue for me really here is that I find it some sort of cyclical error. If you say, okay, because the people are in a certain mode, for them to be uplifted, you want them to on their own change themselves before you uplift them. I think it's the issue.
Yeah.
I'll find an issue with that kind of thinking. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm not referring to him, but I'm just, a lot of people have said it that, okay, look, the problem with Nigeria is that the people are like this. But I think that really the role of a leader is to see where the people are and see how you can connect to them, whatever language they are speaking, even if they are speaking rice and Omo language, it's important that you should be able to connect with them and then be able to lead them to that higher place that you think is the pedestal that they all deserve to be. But like I said, look, if the man is not here, I will rest my case on him.
All right.
So, Father, you see another area that he made mistakes, like the issue of the constitution. He was blaming the Nigerian people for whatever the constitution lapses were having. He was blaming the Nigerian people. And I wanted to ask him a question, whether that constitution was subjected to referendum. Nigerian people were not given the opportunity to know what was, even Obasanjo was not given the opportunity to know what was in that constitution. It was at the very day he was to be sworn in that the constitution was brought to him. He never knew, nobody knew. So when he came on board here and was saying that Nigerian people, that the constitution was the work of the Nigerian people and it is what they want that was given to them, I was, you see, SDP is a backup party for APC. Like in Lagos here, see, in Lagos here, majority of Lagosians voted for P2B, for Labour Party. I am telling you, P2B became a nationalist in the last election. Religion and tribe did not play any part in P2B victories because the Nigerian people were tired of what we are going through here. So anybody rubbishing P2B saying that he had more from EC8 or whatever, more than P2B, it's not true. I wanted to ask him how, because Labour Party had four situation room in Lagos. One of my friend was the one handling one of the situation room in Lagos, and in fact, before before 7 o'clock on that 25th of February, he called me and told me that with what they had from their own situation room, what they monitored, what was posted to them by Labour Party agents, that P2B scored almost 800 to 900,000. So, but he came here to say that P2B, I mean, Oh, come on.
I think the point he made was about the Labour Party not doing a good defense, and you can argue, and we don't know whether the judges distorted their defense. We don't know that fully until the Supreme Court decides their own this thing. But I too have some issues with some of the defense that they were giving, because INEC has released all its results, but we don't hear any result from Labour Party directly. And
no, INEC have not released. No, INEC have not published all the results today. Check it.
No, I mean their own result that they used to announce his presidency. They've done that, and
but
even
18,000 plus was blood.
Yes, but you see, the thing is, IREV is very useful to the point whereby when you are polling unit and this unit, after you voted, everybody is there. That's what, if they upload it at that time, it has a little bit more credibility than when they just do it some other time. And that is the case Labour Party could have made and said, okay, because this didn't happen, they had the opportunity to change it. This is what was changed. This is what was changed. This is what was changed. That is what I didn't see.
Uzodinma became the governor of Imo State when INEC failed to provide their own copy. He went and got the police copy. He did not bring APC copy. Uzodinma provided police copy. In Nigeria, the first copy that will be used in the court is the INEC copy. After the INEC copy, the police copy. After the police copy, then you talk of the party copy. Yeah, so INEC gave P2B their own copy, and that copies he gave to P2B was what Labour Party presented in the court. So why will the court reject the copy from INEC? So where will P2B manufacture?
I think we'll see. We'll see if that is if they are going to argue against that. Yeah, go ahead.
In the Supreme Court, it will be revealed. You will see it. It's there in the Supreme Court. They will bring out the numbers. And then one thing you should also understand is this. In as much, like I said, I think what they were looking at the labor lawyers were looking at. If you say, okay, that you guys won and you brought this number, okay, because that was what APC was wanting them to do. Now, INEC will come up with some alternative. So what they're saying, and you already know, like Mr. Rachel said, there was no way police is even gonna give them anything. The police said, "Oh, their copies. They don't even know where their copies is." That's to show you how they connived among themselves. Okay, they connived among themselves. The thing is, my thing is, if we have an umpire, and an umpire is keeping our results, is keeping our records, and I go there and I said, okay, I want this, because it's not even only, it's not about election. Forget about the election. What about if I want to do a research? So do you mean that if I go to INEC, say sometime next year, and I say, oh, can I get this social and social record so that I will do some research? What would they tell me? They don't have it. And even the Beavers or whatever were wiped out. They said they were preparing for the governorship, and they wiped it out. It doesn't make no sense.
I think, yeah, Alaba, please go ahead. Okay, Dan hasn't said anything for a while. Dan, go ahead.
It's my turn. Okay, please, I want to make my last submission before I leave. For me, whatever, I don't want to talk about that guy again, because I know those type of people. These are the people who have destroyed Nigeria, and when they come over, somebody have rightly said it, they try to talk down on everybody. He thinks he's a big man. He's a political blah, blah, blah. He knows Atiku. He knows. That was what he was hammering. I was even having a lot of headache. I nearly wanted to blow out, but I managed to calm myself down just because of Dr. Damages. For me, whatever I've said in this program, in this platform, I've said it. To release Nigeria from what we are now, there must be a forceful revolution. Because people like this so-called prince, they will keep tormenting Nigerians, trying to tell us that there's nothing we can do. All we have to do is to move on, 2027. And when 2027 comes again, they will do worse than what they have done that we are fighting about. So to just say good night to everybody, I don't know. My own mind is that there must be a revolution, or else it will just be like, blubada till we are tired. Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. You may be right, so because it's either going to be a peaceful or this thing. It could happen in different ways. It could be slow and gradual. It could be rapid and peaceful. It could happen with some crazy. After all, look at what happened in Nigeria and all the rest. So change has to happen, and I fear that these people, this elite, they are part of the ones that are closing the eyes of the people. No one to allow people to see the truth of what is going on in their country. Go ahead, Alaba.
Yeah, you all have said it all. You see, I've always argued that our problem we have many problems, but for me, the root and the key trunk of it is this concept of our big manism ideology. Because why would we not want to develop our own country? Why would we not want to make our country progressive? Why would we not want to build bridges, build pyramids, build mountains, build things? Why would we that? Is this messed up idea that we probably inherited from our colonial masters because they never see humanity as equal? Anyway, leave that. So the people like this guy, I was offended when he compared himself with Showore. Showore might have his faults, but he's a fighter. He's a revolutionary. He's been in the trenches, and he has not mixed with the dirty ones. He might have his fault. This guy is coming here trying to sell himself like he's like Showore. He's insulting Showore by even putting him. Showore would never, he might disparage Obi, but Showore would never acknowledge Tinubu as an innocentee. Never. Showore will acknowledge the fact that Tinubu is a criminal, and that because Obi too has worked with them, Obi might have been infected. How wrong that might be, that's for later to decide. But the problem I have is that as we gather, as we discuss ideas, as we spread information, the future must be our focus. And we cannot spend time in this present situation, considering the present dilemma we are in. Reproducing the exact thing that put us in the problem in the first instance, which was why I felt that guy was condescending. He had that big man idea that they know, you all don't know. You or the people don't know, He talk Oyibo, pass English, man, fella song. The band where they rule our land, though. The type of Oyibo he talk, common man, no fee, no. The people to them don't matter. The people's feeling don't matter. The people's pain don't matter as long as they are calling the shots. So that's the mentality he has. His idea of politics is akara, agbado, and amala. He even said it himself. That's you induce them. Denigrating Nigerians. What has happened over time to Nigerians is that they have been tormented. They have been tortured. They have gone through pain. You got to see what trauma does to people. Trauma.
That's why I asked him that those things that he's describing that's why I asked him, are they not illegal? He said they're illegal.
They're illegal, and you're not even trying
illegal. You are supposed to be pushing for it to be
exactly. That's why once I just got him on the rule of law thing, I was done with him. I was done with him. And you're a lawyer. And I said on the comment page, people like this should not go near law or politics because they have nothing to offer the people.
I'm saying the people should evolve.
They
when
weaponize poverty.
For prosecution of people that do those things.
More poor people so that they can continue to rule. That's the ideology. And that's all this turn by turn. Once we give them a akara rice, the fire she kind of politics, fire she kind of politics. These are their thinking. We need new breed, new changes.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
People who want to turn. People who come here and tell us Tinubu did something for Lagos. We saw what Jakonde did. 4 years. Tinubu, 24 years now. Lagos is a mess. I'm from Lagos State. I know what I'm talking about.
Don't come here and give us garbage. We need new ideas. People with innovation, people with brains. People who can think. Like your key thing, forefather, is security. People who can think. That is an issue. You know, light is an issue. This is an issue. Not continue to impoverish our people. Weaponize poverty. Come on here, you know, downcast people. I am a lawyer. You all don't know law. Basic, I don't have to go to law school to know that. First basic rule of law is that you don't sentence a criminal before the trial. So if that is the case, you don't swear in a president before the trial, whether he won election or not. That's basic. Why are we getting the basic wrong? How are we going to move forward if we get the basic wrong?
Yeah.
So people like that have no ideas. It's more of the same status quo. Let's just keep the status quo. And they come here, they want to talk like in fact, we should shut them down with higher intellectual arguments. We shouldn't allow them. That's why I've been mad with Dr. Damage sometimes. You don't allow them to pollute the airwave because they're doing more damage. I keep telling you, this is a serious battle we are up against. These people have recruited for children that are yet unborn. And we are still trying to convince Nigerians that are suffering to be on our side.
Yeah.
That's what Beko, I keep quoting Stephen Biko. You know, that's why he left medical school. He said he got to destroy apartheid. This thing we are up against is worse than apartheid.
Let me just highlight something. Did anyone know that the British government only agreed to Nigerian independence once the colonial secretary and the minister of defense had secured a Nigerian commitment to a defense agreement in 1958? I didn't know that. And this was this because when I was checking the list of countries that have these military alliances, it turned out that Nigeria was not anywhere. Only in 1958 to 1962, that's when Nigeria popped up with a military alliance that Nigeria never. Most Nigerians don't even know about it. But it turned out that they had one with the British, and it was ended in 1962. And all this history, if you look at the list of many countries that have military alliance, Nigeria is not there. It tells you that that's why it looks like our country is in a sub-economy, the way we function is not right. Our leaders have to go to Washington all the time. We are still being colonized technically. Let's not mince words there. That is what is going on. These people are not free. They are not. It's too uniform. And one of the things, the document, what I was reading about it, what they call it. Let me just see what they call the agreement again. Let me just pull the agreement name up. It's the agreement is the post-imperial Cold War paradox. Okay, no, the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Agreement. The Anglo-Nigerian Defense Agreement, 1958 to 1962. So this agreement, it turns out that they said the Nigerian politicians and leaders were Anglophiles. What that means is that they support English people so much that the main leadership of Nigeria, that's what made this very, very easy. And this is what I was saying. These people that sold us as slaves and everything,